Chapter 1, Sign in for a Great Achievement Saint Body, 10,000 Saints Worship Phenomenon. Desolate Heaven Immortal Domain, Huang Province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces, is the family headquarters of the ancient desolate family, Jun family. The Jun family is an extremely glorious force in the immortal domain, with a legacy spanning countless epochs and supreme great emperors among its ancestors. During this period, the entire Huang province, and even the desolate heaven immortal domain, was trembling. Illusory dragon and phoenix figures circled the void realm Divine Island, where the Jun family resided, emitting dragon roars and phoenix cries. There were rumors that it was because the descendant of a legendary figure of the Jun family, after 10 years in the womb, was finally about to be born. Inside the heavenly emperor palace on the Jun family's void realm Divine Island, many Jun family elders were breathing heavily, looking at the infant in the swaddling clothes. Since birth, the infant had not cried once, only his large eyes held a bewildered expression. But what the elders cared about was that this infant was enveloped in golden light, like a young true dragon. "This is an ancient sacred body," one elder took a deep breath and said. "That's right, it's definitely an ancient sacred body, without a doubt. Why does heaven treat our Jun family like this?" another elder cried out in sorrow. An ancient sacred body appearing in their family brought them no joy. Instead, they beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling very disappointed. The reason was simple. In the ancient desolate era, the sacred body was indeed extremely powerful, ranking among the top 5 of the 3,000 physique, capable of contending with supreme physique like the eternal immortal body, chaotic divine body, and azure heaven overlord body. And great achievement saint body could even challenge ancient great emperors. However, in recent times, the laws of heaven and earth drastically changed, and the environment was no longer suitable for the ancient sacred body to cultivate. 10 heavenly shackles even descended, restricting the growth of the sacred body. At this moment, the infant, Jun Xiaoyao, had a bewildered expression. "I transmigrated, and I even came with a useless ancient sacred body." Jun Xiaoyao was an orphan in his previous life, adopted by a blind fortune teller. The blind man said that although he would be poor and lonely in this life, he would definitely be favored by heaven and reach the peak of his life in the next. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao was quite skeptical, but an accident took his life, and when he opened his eyes again, he had become an infant. "It seems I was indeed born at the finish line in this life," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. From the words of those elders, Jun Xiaoyao could tell that the Jun family he belonged to was an ancient, desolate family, extremely glorious. It could be said that while others were born at the starting line, Jun Xiaoyao was born directly at the finish line. "It's just born into such a heaven-defying family. Why is my physique a trash physique? Is this another trash-tier beginning?" Jun Xiaoyao muttered. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sign-in system." "Ding, sign-in location refreshed. Birthplace, Heavenly Emperor Palace." "Ding, this sign-in has triggered a newcomer lucky critical strike. You can obtain a rare reward of 5 stars or higher. Do you wish to sign in?" There really is a system. Jun Xiaoyao was not too surprised. "Sign in," Jun Xiaoyao silently chanted in his heart. "Ding, congratulations to the host, sign-in successful. You have received an 8-star rare reward, and great achievement saint body." Boom! The moment the system's voice sounded, Jun Xiaoyao felt an unparalleled power erupt from his body like a volcano. On his body, 10 semi-illusory golden shackles appeared. These were the 10 restraints. "What happened?" The elders were startled, their gazes all turning to Jun Xiaoyao. Then, before the shocked eyes of the elders, crack, the first golden chain shattered. Boom! An incredibly terrifying surge of qi and blood gushed out. Crack, the second golden chain shattered again. The entire heavenly emperor palace trembled, and a brilliant light shone brightly. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Finally, all 10 chains shattered simultaneously. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds changed color and thunder surged. Numerous saint phantoms emerged from the sky, densely packed, over 10,000 in number, all bowing towards the direction of the Jun family's Divine Island. This phenomenon startled the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. "Heavens, what's going on? There are saint phantoms appearing in the sky. The direction they are bowing to is the Huang province Jun family. It must be the child of Qilin of the Jun family, who was in the womb for 10 years, has been born. What kind of physique does he possess to have triggered the 10,000 saints worship phenomenon? Big shots from various ancient forces and immortal imperial dynasties across the 3,000 Dao provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain exclaimed in awe. Such a phenomenon was rare in ancient times. Even when ancient great emperors were born, it was no more than this. Many were curious as to what kind of prodigy physique the child of Qilin of the Jun family possessed. At this moment, inside the heavenly emperor palace, the elders, who had witnessed countless changes over time, were also dumbfounded. One white-haired, golden-robed old man, with tears in his old eyes, said, "Haha, this is my grandson. My grandson has the potential of a great emperor." The old man, named Jun Xiaoyao, was a high-ranking and influential elder of the Jun family. At this moment, he was dancing like an old child, holding Jun Xiaoyao overjoyed. Jun Xiaoyao felt slightly awkward hearing this somewhat familiar phrase. He felt like an old general on a stage, with flags stuck all over his back. As expected of a biological grandfather. Excellent, an ancient sacred body that naturally broke its shackles is truly unheard of. Even after searching historical records for millions of years, one cannot be found, an elder praised. With this child, our Jun family can contend for an imperial position for an era. Heh, that ancient royal family Zulong nest produced a dragon Yashin with imperial dragon blood and dared to challenge our Jun family, saying that the younger generation of our Jun family has no one. Truly ridiculous, another elder sneered. Although their Jun family reigned over the desolate heaven immortal domain and was extremely glorious, it was not without enemies. Ancient royal families such as the Zulong nest and myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain were forces hostile to the Jun family. There were also hidden dangers in places like the life-forbidden zone and eternal burial ground. However, the elders believed that all these hidden dangers would be resolved with Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. Because what their Jun family had gained was a great achievement saint body that had broken its shackles and restraints. Rumble, inside Jun Xiaoyao's body, golden blood flowed through his veins. After breaking the sacred body shackles, his aura also rose steadily. Refining tendons, forging bones, changing blood, opening orifices, gathering spirit, before the stunned gazes of Jun Xiaoyao and the elders. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation directly broke through the 5 major physical body realm. One must know that even some prodigies would need at least 5 years to achieve physical body major achievement, and that was under the premise of being nourished by various sacred medicines. But Jun Xiaoyao had only been born for a quarter of an hour, yet he broke through the 5 physical body stages, which would make a group of prodigies doubt their lives if word got out. An ancient sacred body that broke its shackles is truly a heaven-defying prodigy. Even these elders, who had seen much of the world, couldn't help but utter crude words. But what was even more astonishing was yet to come. Around Jun Xiaoyao, it was as if 10,000 saint phantoms were rising and falling, chanting and worshipping Jun Xiaoyao. Could this be the holy body phenomenon 10,000 saints worship? Jun Xiaoyao and the other elders were so shocked that their minds felt numb. Generally speaking, various sacred body and divine body possess their own unique phenomena. Legend has it that in great achievement saint body possesses 6 phenomena. After all of them awaken, the 6 phenomena form the 6 paths of reincarnation, capable of sweeping aside all enemies in the world. An elder's eyes glinted with fervor. Jun Xiaoyao was smiling so broadly he couldn't close his mouth. He seemed to already envision the magnificent scene of his grandson becoming emperor in the future, with all races coming to pay homage. Not to mention these elders, even Jun Xiaoyao himself was filled with emotion. His talent was invincible, his background was invincible, and he even came with a sign-in system. How were other prodigies of this era supposed to live? Just as Jun Xiaoyao was wondering if he should be a bit more low-key in the future. The system's voice came to his mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Chapter 2, Startling the 18th Ancestor, Divine Child Identity, 0 Sequence. Well, even the system doesn't want me to keep a low profile, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Ding, sign-in location refreshed. Please sign in at the Teiyu Ancient Steel. Teiyu Ancient Steel, where's that place? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. However, there was no rush for this, as he was currently just an infant and had already signed in for a great achievement saint body. It could be said to be a perfect start. He could look for the next sign-in location later. This sign-in granted me a great achievement saint body. I wonder what good things the next sign-in will yield. Jun Xiaoyao felt a bit of anticipation. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, right, I haven't named my precious grandson yet. How about Jun Changsheng? It symbolizes his future aspiration to achieve immortal ascension." Jun Xiaoyao, held in his arms, was somewhat speechless. While the name Jun Changsheng sounded acceptable, he still preferred to use his own name. "Ah, that's not appropriate. There are too many people named Changsheng." Some clan elders shook their heads. In this world, everyone sought longevity, so there were an exceptionally large number of people with that name. At this moment, a somewhat weak voice suddenly rang out. "How about Xiaoyao? My husband once said that immortal ascension is easy, but being carefree is hard. I only hope my child can live a carefree life." The beautiful woman, lying pale on the bed, spoke. She was Jun Xiaoyao's birth mother, Jiang Ru. Jun Xiaoyao and the others could not ignore Jiang Ru's suggestion. Because Jiang Ru's identity was not simple either. She was a divine maiden from the ancient desolate family, Jiang family. Although the Jiang family's reputation was not as widespread as the Jun family's, they were also an ancient desolate family, so how could they be weak? "All right, then it shall be Xiaoyao." Jun Xiaoyao nodded, but then he seemed to suddenly recall something, sighing softly. Jun Xiaoyao's eyelids twitched at this situation. He only then realized that his father seemed not to be here. Could it be another one of those tropes where the father is sacrificed for boundless power? "Jianshan, don't worry. Jun Wuhui is the white-robed divine king. How could he fall so easily? Moreover, once this child grows up, he might even be able to seek out and help his father," an old woman beside him comforted. "You're right, haha, I still have my precious grandson." Jun Jianshan regained his smile. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes blinked, silently nodding his father's title. White-robed divine King Jun Wuhui. From this name, it seemed his father had quite a high standing. The news of Xiaoyao being in great achievement saint body once spread will likely cause a stir in the immortal domain. "You must know, there are many forces secretly wishing to harm our Jun family," a clan elder said meaningfully. "You mean to use means to conceal the sacred body fluctuations on Xiaoyao?" Jun Jianshan asked. The other clan elders also nodded slightly. "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." Jun Xiaoyao was currently the Jun family's treasure. Not a single mistake could be allowed to occur. "When did the descendants of my Jun family learn to hide and conceal? Can't we even protect a sacred body?" At this moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed from the sky. The entire Jun family was startled, and countless gazes turned towards the heavenly emperor palace. That fluctuation, such a powerful aura. It's the old ancestor who was slumbering in the Jun family ancestral shrine. He's crawled out of his coffin. Hiss, even the old ancestor has been startled. Countless Jun family members gasped from all directions. That was an old ancestor-level figure of the Jun family. Many Jun family members had never had the chance to meet an old ancestor in their entire lives. And Jun Xiaoyao, upon his birth, had actually startled an old ancestor, causing many to feel shock and envy. Inside the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Jianshan and the other clan elders, hearing this voice, also showed signs of shock and hastily walked out of the heavenly emperor palace. Above the heavenly emperor palace, a huge spatial rift opened in the void realm. A somewhat gaunt, gray-clad figure appeared. It was a gray-robed old man, with dust still clinging to his head and body, as if he had just climbed out of the ground. But within his shriveled body, it seemed to contain world-shaking power, as if all the myriad worlds were trampled under his feet. "It's the 18th ancestor. Greetings, 18th ancestor." Jun Jianshan and the others hastily bowed. This gray-robed old man was a truly old ancestor-level figure of the Jun family, buried in the Jun family ancestral shrine for countless years. He would only awaken when the Jun family experienced a major change or reached a critical juncture of life and death. Jun Jianshan and the others had never imagined that Jun Xiaoyao's birth would actually attract the attention of the old ancestor. The 18th ancestor's figure flickered, appearing as if teleporting in front of Jun Jianshan, taking Jun Xiaoyao into his arms. His eyes were as profound as the sun and moon as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, meanwhile, blinked his eyes, neither crying nor fussing, but rather showing a hint of curiosity. "Is this my Jun family's old ancestor? What a powerful aura, even stronger than Grandpa's," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The 18th ancestor couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "Good, good. My Jun family has produced another true dragon. You foolish things, you actually wanted to conceal this child's brilliance. 18th ancestor, I was worried that someone might harm my grandson in the future, Jun Xiaoyao said, steeling himself. Although their group of clan elders held high status, in front of the 18th ancestor, they could only be considered juniors. HMPH, I'd like to see who dares. If those old geezers dare to stoop so low as to attack Xiaoyao, this old man doesn't mind instigating an immortal battle, turning the heavens and earth upside down, and letting blood flow for hundreds of millions of miles. The 18th ancestor's attitude was incomparably domineering. Jun Xiaoyao and the others secretly swallowed their saliva. The immortal battle was a great war initiated by immortal Dao lineages of the rank of ancient desolate family, supreme imperial dynasty, and ancient royal family. One battle could turn the immortal domain upside down, causing billions of common people to bleed. The desolate heaven immortal domain had not seen an immortal battle for a long time. This old man declares that from now on, this child shall be my Jun family's divine child. All cultivation resources shall be tilted towards him. Even if we have to force it, we must cultivate in great achievement saint body, the 18th ancestor commanded. Jun Xiaoyao and the other clan elders naturally nodded in agreement. An ancient sacred body that naturally broke its shackles. Only a fool wouldn't cultivate it. Moreover, grant this child the qualification of zero sequence, the 18th ancestor continued. What? The clan elders were shocked. If it was merely granting the divine child identity, that would be fine, as it was just a symbol of status. But a sequence was different. A Jun family sequence had the qualification to contend for the position of family head. The Jun family's younger generation numbered tens of thousands. However, only 10 people had obtained the sequence identity. In other words, only these 10 people were qualified to contend for the position of family head. Each of these 10 people, if brought out, could astound an era. They were the 10 most outstanding prodigies of the Jun family. And above the 10 sequences, there was a zero sequence. Zero represented nothing, but also infinite possibilities. Its status was even above the first sequence. The previous generation's zero sequence was none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui. 18th ancestor, wouldn't this be somewhat inappropriate? It might cause discontent among the other sequences, an old woman tentatively asked. Every sequence had undergone countless trials to obtain this identity. Granting Jun Xiaoyao the zero sequence upon his birth, how would that make the other sequences feel? If they're discontent, let them contend for it themselves in the future. We'll see if they can win against this child, the 18th ancestor said, flicking his sleeve. From his tone, he was clearly extremely confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao sighed silently upon hearing this. His grandfather had high hopes for him. The old ancestor regarded him with special favor, and there were also the secrets of his father, as well as the hidden dangers of the Jun family. It seemed he really couldn't be a slacker. Chapter 3, The Powerful Kidney Divine Treasure and the Teiyu Ancient Steel Sign and Location. In a flash, 3 years had passed. News about Jun Xiaoyao still circulated throughout the entire Jun family. Everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao, upon his birth, had startled the 18th ancestor, who personally bestowed upon him the title of Divine Child. As for his zero sequence identity, under Jun Xiaoyao's deliberate restriction, it had not spread. This was because Jun Xiaoyao planned to invite various immortal forces from the desolate heaven immortal domain to Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet, and then announce Jun Xiaoyao's zero sequence identity. This would help Jun Xiaoyao establish his reputation. Moreover, this would also give Jun Xiaoyao a chance to cultivate peacefully for 10 years. However, if the other Jun family sequences were dissatisfied at that time, Jun Xiaoyao would have to resolve it himself. Jun Xiaoyao, however, did not mind this. He was confident in his own talent. 10 years was enough. Xiaoyao, after the 5 major realms of the physical body realm, there are the 5 major realms of the divine treasure realm. Heart divine treasure, liver divine treasure, spleen divine treasure, lung divine treasure, and kidney divine treasure, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, respectively. Once the 5 divine treasure realms reach major achievement, you can gather the spirit sea, condense the divine palace, and transform into a true spirit. Inside a hall in the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao was explaining cultivation to Jun Xiaoyao. Over these 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao had been consolidating his own realm. Every day, various sacred medicines and divine pills were placed before Jun Xiaoyao like common vegetables. Cultivating the ancient sacred body consumed the most resources. But the Jun family happened to be an ancient, desolate family, and they could indeed afford Jun Xiaoyao's resource consumption. After 3 years of accumulation, Jun Xiaoyao felt that he could break through to the next realm at any time. "Grandpa, how long does it usually take to break through the 5 divine treasure realms?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jun Xiaoyao pondered. An ordinary prodigy might need about 5 years. A peerless prodigy might still need 2 or 3 years. You are an ancient sacred body with an unparalleled physical body, so perhaps 1 or 2 years will be enough. 1 or 2 years, Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. After the cultivation Tao was explained, Jun Xiaoyao began to focus on cultivating. What he cultivated was the Jun family's supreme cultivation technique, the Tai Xuan Sutra. This Tai Xuan Sutra could be cultivated all the way to the supreme realm, making it one of the Jun family's most top-tier cultivation techniques. However, as long as Jun Xiaoyao wanted it, he could obtain any resources or cultivation techniques. Rumbled. Inside Jun Xiaoyao's body, divine thunder seemed to rumble, and golden qi and blood filled his entire body. The accumulation of these 3 years erupted completely at this moment. If one were to look inside now, they would see that Jun Xiaoyao's heart glowed brightly, as if a portal was about to open. This, no way. Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing by, was somewhat stunned. He had just finished explaining, and his grandson was already about to break through. Even novels wouldn't dare to write like this. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao was shocked, within Jun Xiaoyao's heart, a portal seemed to have been blasted open. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao only felt his physical body strengthen several times over. Endless golden qi and blood surged, and his strength instantly increased tenfold. "So this is opening the heart divine treasure. It doesn't seem like much," Jun Xiaoyao said, puzzled. He felt that it wasn't as difficult as Jun Xiaoyao had said. Since he had successfully broken through, Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and continued to impact the next divine treasure portal. Half an hour later, boom! The liver divine treasure was once again blasted open, and his qi and blood vibrated. Not long after, the spleen divine treasure opened again. Then came the lung divine treasure. Finally, as the day was about to end, Jun Xiaoyao's entire body trembled, and the kidney divine treasure finally burst open. The moment the 5 divine treasures within his body opened, Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he had transformed into a god of war, capable of suppressing the universe in all directions. And Grandpa Jun Xiaoyao was directly stunned in place, muttering in a daze. "Damn it, it took me 2 years to break through the 5 divine treasure realms back then, but this grandson actually broke through in 1 day. Comparing people to people truly infuriates." Jun Xiaoyao felt like a useless person in front of his grandson. No, he was indeed a useless person. Aside from being older and having a higher cultivation, he couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao in any other aspect. "Grandpa, I feel something is wrong." Jun Xiaoyao suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jun Xiaoyao recovered and asked nervously. Jun Xiaoyao was the treasure of the Jun family. If anything happened to him, the 18th ancestor would surely flay him alive. "How come I feel that the power of the kidney divine treasure is much stronger than the other 4 divine treasures?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. This wasn't to say that his other 4 divine treasures weren't strong, but rather that the kidney divine treasure was excessively strong. Jun Xiaoyao hurriedly stepped forward to examine him, finally letting out a sigh of relief, his gaze complex and filled with envy. "Grandpa, am I all right?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Of course you're fine, Xiaoyao. You must help our lineage prosper and have many descendants in the future. When your 10th birthday banquet comes, I will ask Jiang Ru to arrange a marriage for you with the Jiang family's beloved daughter," Jun Xiaoyao said. This, Jun Xiaoyao was stunned, then suddenly understood. So the ancient sacred body also had this ability. As for the arranged marriage, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't casually fall for the Jiang family's beloved daughter. "By the way, Grandpa, do you know what the Teiyu ancient steel is?" Jun Xiaoyao changed the subject. Over these 3 years, Jun Xiaoyao had been consolidating his strength and had not signed in. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, it was time to go to the sign-in location and collect his reward. The Teiyu ancient steel was originally a stone tablet standing in the desolate heaven immortal domain, used to test physical body strength. However, it was later dug up by our Jun family and placed in the martial arts arena for younger disciples to test their physical bodies. Jun Xiaoyao said. So that's how it is. Jun Xiaoyao felt a slight sweat. The Jun family was truly overbearing, directly digging up the Taiyu ancient steel. But this was also good, saving Jun Xiaoyao the trouble of searching for it. Grandpa, I want to try the Taiyu ancient steel, Jun Xiaoyao said. This, Jun Xiaoyao hesitated. The young disciples who went to the Jun family martial arts arena were generally above 10 years old. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old now. Even if he was a rare ancient sacred body, if he were to be tested, he might still not compare to those older prodigies. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm just going to try. It's nothing if I fail, Jun Xiaoyao said. He just wanted to simply sign in and get a reward. All right then, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. It was good for a child to experience some setbacks, lest his talent be too high and he develops an arrogant personality. I'll follow behind my grandson then, and if he fails, I can comfort him, Jun Xiaoyao thought silently. 3 years, I can finally leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Although he was only 3 years old, due to his ancient sacred body, he already looked like a 5- or 6-year-old boy. His black hair was lustrous and radiant, and his skin was as clear as jade. His features seemed sculpted by the heavens, naturally handsome. At such a young age, he was already born with an ethereal and handsome appearance, like a young exiled immortal. It was hard to imagine how handsome and extraordinary Jun Xiaoyao would be when he grew up. What kind of reward will I get for signing in at the Taiyu Ancient Steel? Jun Xiaoyao was curious. The book has been signed, so feel free to add it to your collection. The humble little author is online asking for votes. The Jun Family Martial Arts Arena is located on a giant island suspended in the void realm. Many Jun family juniors would cultivate in the martial arts arena. It not only had arenas, but also various cultivation testing grounds for Jun family descendants to test themselves. The Taiyu Ancient Steel was forcefully taken over by a big shot of the Jun family and moved into the martial arts arena for the family's disciples to test their physical body cultivation. At this moment, beside the Taiyu Ancient Steel, a young girl in a palace dress was meditating, preparing to challenge the Taiyu Ancient Steel. The girl was about 14 or 15 years old, with long, slightly curly golden hair that cascaded down like waves, her strands shimmering and dazzling. Her skin was like congealed fat, her lips were cherry red, and her temperament was noble and elegant. Although she was not old, the young girl's delicate body, wrapped in a tight palace dress, was well-proportioned and beginning to show its curves. I wonder what results Jun Linglong will achieve this time. She possesses the 7-orifice exquisite heart, so she cultivates various cultivation techniques extremely fast. She must have mastered all sorts of body-refining cultivation techniques. I heard that several sequences wanted to recruit Jun Linglong as a follower, but she refused them. Many Jun family disciples around them discussed, looking at the young girl named Jun Linglong. Jun Linglong, though not one of the 10 sequences, was still a well-known noble lady in the Jun family. This was because she possessed the 7-orifice exquisite heart. This heart was also known as the heart of a saint, signifying that if Jun Linglong did not perish in the future, she was destined to become a saint. Although for an ancient desolate family like the Jun family, a saint was not particularly rare. However, looking across the entire desolate heaven immortal domain, saints were absolutely big shots standing at the pinnacle. Because Jun Linglong had the potential to become a saint, some sequences were willing to extend an olive branch to recruit her, but Jun Linglong rejected all of them. Heaven-suppressing golden palm. Jun Linglong raised her fair, jade-like hand and slammed it towards the Taiyu Ancient Steel. Her seemingly slender and delicate body now seemed to burst forth with endless power. Boom! After a loud bang, light shone on the Taiyu Ancient Steel. 150,000 caddies. Jun Linglong is so strong. She increased her strength by another 30,000 caddies compared to last time. Indeed, an ordinary prodigy, even after cultivating their physical body to its limit, only possesses 100,000 caddies of strength. Jun Linglong has already broken through that barrier. Sounds of praise came from all directions, along with the fervent gazes of a group of sycophants. Jun Linglong's fair, jade-like face remained calm without any ripples. At this moment, a harsh female voice rang out. Jun Linglong, how come after so long? You've only increased your strength by 30,000 caddies. A woman in a blue dress sashayed over, swaying her slender waist. Her face was charming and pretty, but her words were sharp. It's Lan Qingya, the 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyao's follower. Her status is higher than a mere follower. I heard Jun Xiaoyao favors her greatly. Lan Qingya was not a Jun family member, but a follower recruited by the 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyao, from outside. Jun Linglong ignored her, but Lan Qingya's words grew sharper. Young Master Xiaoyao left a record of 5 million caddies of immense strength on the Teiyu ancient steel, dozens of times more than yours. Yet you rejected his recruitment. Do you realize how ignorant you are now? Lan Qingya greatly disliked Jun Linglong's feigned aloofness. Even though Jun Xiaoyao had personally offered to recruit her, Jun Linglong still refused him. In Lan Qingya's eyes, Jun Linglong was just a pretentious green tea bitch. While Jun Xiaoyao is very good, he is not the best. The one-eyed Jun Linglong will follow will be an existence capable of suppressing an entire era, Jun Linglong said indifferently. No one knew that the 7-orifice exquisite heart had another hidden ability. It could vaguely glimpse a corner of the future. Of course, this ability was heaven-defying and could not be actively used. Jun Linglong had only triggered it once in her life. In that glimpse of the future, Jun Linglong saw a vague, transcendent figure, clad in white, with his back to all living beings. Billions of living beings and myriad archaic races all bowed behind him, proclaiming his title, Lord Jun Tian. At that time, Jun Linglong was convinced that a true dragon would emerge from the Jun family in this generation, suppressing all of ancient and modern time. It's just, in that glimpse of the future, which prodigy of the Jun family was the Lord Jun Tian worshipped by all living beings. Because of this doubt, Jun Linglong had never followed anyone. She had been waiting for the person who most resembled Lord Jun Tian to appear. Jun Xiaoyao, as the 10th sequence, was strong, but he didn't give Jun Linglong that feeling. However, Lan Qingya found Jun Linglong's words incredibly laughable. Suppressing an entire era, Jun Linglong, your excuse is a bit ridiculous. Even the strongest current first sequence of the Jun family wouldn't dare to say that with 100% certainty. Because this was an era of great contention, with myriad races rising and prodigies emerging one after another. No prodigy dared to claim they could suppress this era. Just then in the distant sky, a white crane caught everyone's attention. On the white crane sat a figure like a young deity. It was Jun Xiaoyao. He had only just broken through the 5 realms of divine treasure and had not yet gained the ability to fly, so he could only travel by white crane. Who is that figure? He looks so young. Is he coming to the martial arts arena at such a young age? A group of Jun family disciples began to discuss. Since his birth, Jun Xiaoyao had always stayed in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and had never moved around within the Jun family. Therefore, apart from the 18th ancestor, a group of clan elders, and his birth mother Jiangru, no one else had ever seen Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes fell on that young figure, and her 7-orifice exquisite heart suddenly trembled within her. A stirring sensation arose in her heart. No way! Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes gradually widened, and an intuition surged into her mind. The white crane descended, and Jun Xiaoyao landed lightly with a touch of his toes. What a handsome boy! I really want to pinch his face, a Jun family girl said, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Cute, I want a ride. Another well-endowed and domineering Jun family woman stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao with a doting smile. Being stared at by such a group of wolf-like Jun family women, Jun Xiaoyao felt a bit unnerved. His kidneys were indeed strong, but he was still only a 3-year-old child. He didn't want a small horse pulling a big cart. This child's chi and blood are too strong. How come he feels more powerful than us? A young Jun family member couldn't help but ask, Child, which branch of the Jun family are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Jun Xiaoyao casually replied, Of course you haven't seen me. This is my first time leaving the Heavenly Emperor Palace. First time leaving the Heavenly Emperor Palace. As the young Jun family member spoke, his body suddenly trembled. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, that was a place only the highest-ranking individuals in the Jun family were qualified to reside. The young man looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a shocked gaze and asked, could you be the one from 3 years ago? That's right, I am Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao said lazily. Whoosh! As soon as those words fell, the entire martial arts arena erupted in astonishment. Jun Xiaoyao was currently the most mysterious and highest-status junior in the Jun family. Born 3 years ago, he startled the 18th ancestor, who personally bestowed upon him the title of Divine Child. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao's current status and position were in no way inferior to the 10 sequences. Greetings, Divine Child, sir. Within the martial arts arena, all the Jun family disciples bowed in unison. Jun Linglong's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she also bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Lan Qingya's expression also changed. As an external family retainer, she dared not offend Jun Xiaoyao and quickly bowed. Looking at the group of Jun family disciples respectfully bowing to him, Jun Xiaoyao secretly clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "This isn't right. According to the usual plot, shouldn't someone come out to challenge me and then get thoroughly humiliated by me? If they're so obedient, how am I supposed to show off?" Jun Xiaoyao felt as if he was punching cotton, unable to exert any force. He still wanted to find someone to show off to, no, to spar with. However, Jun Xiaoyao had underestimated the status of a divine child. There was probably no one present who dared to show him the slightest disrespect. "Forget it, since no one is provoking me, I'd better sign in quickly." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly and walked directly to the Teiyu Ancient Steel. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, you have arrived at the sign-in location, Teiyu Ancient Steel. Do you wish to sign in?" "Sign in?" Jun Xiaoyao silently chanted in his heart. "Please collect, please recommend." Chapter 5, Signing in for the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, a 3-year-old Spirit Sea Realm expert. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the 6-star reward, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. After the system's voice faded, profound cultivation technique incantations surged into Jun Xiaoyao's mind like a torrent. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison. Use chi to attract the divine, use the divine to form elephants. With every move, the power of a divine elephant. A person's body contains 100,000 particles. Each particle is comparable to a divine elephant. Awakening 100,000 particles means gaining the power of 100,000 divine elephants. With a single punch, mountains can be split, seas can be severed, stars can be shattered, and the sun and moon can be overturned in an instant. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. What a powerful method. Even in the Jun family, such body-refining methods are exceedingly rare. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. He had previously perused many top-tier body-refining methods of the Jun family, but a method like the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength was still very rare. "I originally thought a 6-star reward would be far inferior to an 8-star reward, but now it seems it's not bad at all," Jun Xiaoyao mused in his heart. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao also understood that the system's rewards ranged from 1-star to 10-star, from low to high. 1-star rewards were the most common, and 10-star were the most exquisite. A 6-star reward was already considered quite good. This Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, combined with the unparalleled physical body of the ancient sacred body, is simply a perfect match. Jun Xiaoyao immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend it on the spot. His original intention was to sign in at the Teiyu Ancient Steel, not to test his physical body strength. Within the human body are 100,000 particles. First, transform the particles into giant elephants. After all are awakened, the giant elephants transform into dragon elephants, the dragon elephants into primeval elephants, and the primeval elephants into divine elephants. Jun Xiaoyao fell into comprehension. However, the Jun family disciples around the Teiyu Ancient Steel were all confused. "What's going on? I thought young master was here to test his physical body strength at the Teiyu Ancient Steel. Exactly why did he just sit down?" In the eyes of these Jun family disciples, Jun Xiaoyao's actions were simply a grand display of confusing human behavior. They naturally did not know that Jun Xiaoyao was currently comprehending the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. This feeling of trepidation, could he really be? Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes gazed at Jun Xiaoyao's sitting figure. Despite being only a 3-year-old child, he resembled a young god, giving off an unfathomable aura. "It's not certain yet, but it's not impossible," Jun Linglong pondered. When Jun Xiaoyao was born, he caused 10,000 saints worship, shaking the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Many Jun family disciples present were speculating about Jun Xiaoyao's physique. Although Jun Xianshan and others did not deliberately conceal the news that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the ancient sacred body, they also did not deliberately publicize it. Therefore, most people in the Jun family were still unaware of Jun Xiaoyao's physique. Is this the young master who has been so widely rumored? He doesn't seem to have 3 heads and 6 arms, and he's still so young. Could he be planning to challenge the Teiyu ancient steel? Lan Qingye was also observing Jun Xiaoyao. There wasn't much reverence in her eyes. After all, she had the backing of the Jun family's 10th sequence. Many times, even some Jun family prodigies were unwilling to provoke Lan Qingye, fearing to offend Jun Zhangjian behind her. Young Master Zhangjian set a record of 5 million jin at the Teiyu ancient steel, which is considered top tier even across the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. With this young master's current realm and age, he'd at most reach 100,000 jin, right? Lan Qingye thought silently. Being favored by Jun Zhangjian was the luckiest thing in her life. In her eyes, no one could compare to Jun Zhangjian, including Jun Xiaoyao. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was completely immersed in his comprehension. Vaguely, he sensed the 100,000 particles within his body, like 100,000 embryos, each containing an unawakened giant elephant. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao mobilized the golden qi and blood power of the ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body could be said to be the most suitable physique for body refining, so cultivating the divine elephant-suppressing prison strength was naturally twice as effective with half the effort. Rumbled. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao felt one of the particles within his body break open, as if a giant elephant had awakened, roaring towards the sky and causing stars to fall. A surge of divine power erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's body as the giant elephant particle awakened. 10,000 jin of immense strength. Jun Xiaoyao's mind trembled. One giant elephant represented 10,000 jin of immense strength. If Jun Xiaoyao transformed the 100,000 particles within his body into the power of 100,000 giant elephants, then that would be 1 billion jin of immense strength. And Jun Zhangjian only possessed 5 million jin of immense strength. 1 billion versus 5 million, the gap was simply incomparable. One particle has awakened, and now it will be much easier. I want to see how many giant elephant particles the ancient sacred body can awaken at once, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He continued to cultivate, and golden qi and blood soared into the air, as if transforming into a golden divine elephant behind him that suppressed heaven and earth. What powerful qi and blood! What cultivation technique is that? Why have I never seen it? The fluctuations of Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation swept across the entire martial arts arena, and countless Jun family disciples stared blankly at the scene before them. The golden divine elephant suppressed the universe. Its trunk seemed capable of embracing the bright moon of the 9 heavens. And Jun Xiaoyao, sitting cross-legged before the divine elephant, resembled a young war god. Rumbled. Within Jun Xiaoyao's body, popping sounds occasionally rang out, which were one giant elephant particle after another awakening. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly opened his eyes, and his qi and blood surged through the 9 heavens. His realm, at this moment, actually broke through again, from great perfection of the 5 divine treasure realms to a new realm. The Spirit Sea realm. A golden spirit sea opened up from within Jun Xiaoyao's body, vast and surging, overturning heaven and earth. I've awakened 1,000 giant elephant particles and also broke through to the Spirit Sea realm. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was disdainful, and his aura was exceptionally strong. After the 5 physical body realms and 5 divine treasure realms, there were 3 major realms. Spirit Sea 9 heavens, Divine Palace 9 heavens, and True Spirit 9 heavens. They were also known as gathering the Spirit Sea, condensing the Divine Palace, and transforming the True Spirit. Those who broke through to the Spirit Sea realm at the age of 3 were rare, even throughout countless eras in the immortal domain. Did I see that correctly? Young Master has broken through to the Spirit Sea realm. A Jun family disciple's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. A 3-year-old Spirit Sea realm expert hiss. A group of Jun family disciples gasped, beginning to doubt their lives. Let alone them, even Jun Zhangjian, who was hidden in the Void realm, had a slightly astonished old face. He had originally come to look after Jun Xiaoyao, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao's failure would strike at his Dao heart. But now, Jun Zhangjian felt his own Dao heart had been struck. My grandson is simply abnormal, but where did that cultivation technique of his come from? It truly has something special, Jun Zhangjian murmured. He was a saint realm mighty figure, and could discern the extraordinary nature of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength with a single glance. I've awakened 1,000 giant elephant particles, so I should give it a try. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Teiyu ancient steel in front of him, eager to try. 1,000 giant elephant particles represented 10 million jin of immense strength. This was already double the record of the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian. If there were no accidents, Jun Zhangjian's record would likely not be maintained. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fist, and surging divine power coursed through his body. Young Master is going to challenge the Teiyu ancient steel. Can he break Jun Zhangjian's record? In the entire martial arts arena, the gazes of countless Jun family disciples converged at this moment. Lan Qingye bit her lip, muttering to herself, "No, young Master Zhangjian's record will not be broken by anyone." The divine elephant suppressing prison strength has changed slightly. Don't mind these details. Please continue to collect and recommend. It's one update these days, and it will be a stable 2 updates after the signing status is changed. Jun Zhangjian's record of 5 million caddies had been held on the Teiyu ancient steel for a long time. It wasn't that he was the strongest among the entire Jun family's younger generation. Many of the other sequences were either cultivating outside or in seclusion, so they hadn't tested their physical body strength on the Teiyu ancient steel at all. At this moment, seeing Jun Xiaoyao about to make his move, everyone's gaze converged. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, sealed as the divine child from birth. His every move attracted attention from all sides. If Jun Xiaoyao's performance was subpar, although no one would dare to openly mock him, they would clearly have some reservations in their hearts. Jun Zhanshan, hidden in the Void Realm, also became uncharacteristically nervous. Whether he could establish his prestige for the first time in the Jun family depended on Jun Xiaoyao's performance this time. Jun Xiaoyao himself didn't think that much. He simply wanted to test his strength after his breakthrough. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, simply and without any flourish. Jun Xiaoyao felt as if 1,000 giant elephants were surging within his body, and terrifying power was transmitted from his meridians and muscles to his fist. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao punched the Teiyu ancient steel, and the golden divine elephant phantom behind him seemed to strike out with him. In an instant, the entire ancient steel vibrated and roared violently. A dazzling number appeared on the Teiyu ancient steel. 10 million caddies. Hiss! All the Jun family disciples were utterly astonished, rubbing their eyes frantically, unable to believe what they saw. Only 3 years old, with a strength of 10 million caddies. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Lan Qingye's beautiful eyes widened, and her delicate body trembled, her soul deeply shaken. Although she was unwilling to admit it, the Teiyu ancient steel had never made a mistake. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes also trembled, further confirming her inner conjecture. Even Jun Zhanshan, hidden in the shadows, was stunned, his old face looking somewhat comical. However, the matter was not over. Cracks centered on Jun Xiaoyao's fist, spread out in all directions like a spider web. This! Jun Xiaoyao himself was also stunned. He swore he definitely didn't intentionally damage public property. Crack! Under everyone's stunned gaze, the Teiyu ancient steel shattered inch by inch, and finally disintegrated directly, breaking into countless pieces. As it disintegrated, a voice that seemed to come from ancient times resounded throughout the entire Jun family. Recreate the eternal extreme, bestow heavenly Tao reward. This voice came from the Void Realm, incredibly grand, as if a great emperor was whispering. But the words spoken shocked everyone. Eternal extreme. What did this represent? It meant that from ancient times to the present, through countless eras, no one at Jun Xiaoyao's age had stronger physical body strength than him. Even ancient great emperors and ancient supreme emperors at the age of 3 could not compare to Jun Xiaoyao in terms of physical body. This was absolutely a terrifying record. In comparison, Jun Zhangjian's record of 5 million caddies seemed so shabby. Divine child, he broke the eternal extreme. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes were incredibly bright, flashing with a strange light. If before she only had a conjecture, now she already had 50% certainty. Jun Xiaoyao might be that invincible existence who turned his back on all living beings in that corner of the future. Lan Qingye's face was pale. This record was too terrifying, she couldn't even imagine it. Recalling her previous guess that Jun Xiaoyao only had 100,000 caddies of strength, Lan Qingye felt a bit awkward, her face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, grandson, amazing. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but appear from the void realm, his face flushed with joy, grinning from ear to ear. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Why did that sound like an insult? The other Jun family disciples, seeing Jun Xiaoyao appear, bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, clan elder." "Grandpa, this Teiyu ancient steel is broken," Jun Xiaoyao said speechlessly. "It's fine if it's broken, it's broken. You've brought another huge surprise to my Jun family." Jun Xiaoyao was overjoyed. Compared to the eternal record Jun Xiaoyao set, what was it if a Teiyu ancient steel was broken? At this moment, a ball of chaos light appeared in the void realm and finally landed in Jun Xiaoyao's hand. This was the reward for breaking the eternal extreme. Jun Xiaoyao fixed his gaze and found it was a jade slip. A divine thought entered it, and Jun Xiaoyao was surprised to find that the jade slip contained a supreme soul refining method. Chaotic divine grind contemplation method. Interesting, is this to make my physical body and divine soul both invincible? Jun Xiaoyao secretly chuckled. His physical body had already broken the extreme, unparalleled since ancient times, and with this supreme soul refining method, when his physical body and divine soul both reached perfection, who could be his enemy? Jun Xiaoyao thought, put away the jade slip, and decided to study it carefully later. At this moment, a streak of light came from afar. It was a high-ranking Jun family clan elder who loudly shouted, "18th ancestor has sensed that the eternal extreme has been broken and rewards divine child Jun Xiaoyao with 3 immortal divine medicines." The words of this clan elder once again caused an uproar. A group of Jun family disciples were incredibly jealous, their eyes red. Immortal divine medicines were extremely precious existences. Generally speaking, even a first-rate force in the immortal domain might only have 1 or 2 immortal divine medicines. Although the Jun family was an ancient, desolate family with deep foundations, they didn't have many immortal divine medicines either. To bestow 3 immortal divine medicines at once, this had never happened in the Jun family before. However, thinking about Jun Xiaoyao breaking the eternal record, this reward seemed well-deserved. Lan Qingya was so shocked that she felt somewhat numb. She still clearly remembered that Jun Xiaojian had once been fortunate enough to obtain an immortal divine medicine, which he cherished like an ancestor, unwilling to use it. But Jun Xiaoyao received 3 at once. This contrast was too great. "Please convey my thanks to 18th ancestor for the reward," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. He was also preparing to return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace for seclusion to digest the results of this achievement. Jun Linglong hesitated slightly, biting her red lips but still stepped forward, her heart anxious. "Divine child, please wait." Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and saw Jun Linglong. She was dressed in a palace gown that wrapped her budding, exquisite figure. Her golden, slightly curly long hair was crystal clear and dazzling, setting off her flawless jade-like face, which was even whiter and more delicate, with unparalleled temperament. "You are?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, confused. "This humble one, Jun Linglong, greets divine child Xiaoyao," Jun Linglong said, a little flustered. Her personality had always been calm and composed, with a noble and elegant demeanor. But at this moment, facing Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong felt that she was ordinary to her core, unable to raise the slightest bit of arrogance. "Something wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. The golden-haired girl indeed looked very pleasing to the eye, but Jun Xiaoyao was not the type to be unable to move when he saw a woman. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao's attitude was quite indifferent. Jun Linglong felt uncharacteristically anxious in her heart. After bowing to Jun Xiaoyao, she opened her lips and said, "Linglong hopes to become the divine child's follower." As soon as the words fell, the entire arena was dead silent. Many male Jun family disciples turned pale, their hearts shattered. In their eyes, the noble Lady Linglong, who was high above and could only be admired from afar, was now bowing down and actively offering to become someone else's follower. This feeling was like their goddess in their hearts, actively wanting to become someone else's plaything. "You want to follow me?" Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He truly hadn't anticipated Jun Linglong's idea. Becoming a follower was a very common occurrence. Each of the Jun family 10 sequences had a group of formidable followers behind them. These could be prodigy disciples from within the Jun family or talented individuals recruited and tamed from outside. In short, every peerless figure would cultivate followers who would become an important force in the future. Even his father, Jun Wuhui, once had a group of followers, known to the world as the Divine King 8 Divisions, each capable of standing alone, truly peerless heroes. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't considered it, but he was only 3 years old and wasn't in a hurry to recruit followers, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Why? Jun Xiaoyao asked curiously. Just because he broke the ancient extreme realm. A kind of intuition, Jun Linglong said, her beautiful eyes deep. She couldn't speak of that corner of the future, because speaking it out might very well incur a huge karma. Jun Linglong could not yet bear such consequences. Intuition, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He also sensed that Jun Linglong probably knew something, but hadn't explicitly stated it. However, he had occasionally heard about Jun Linglong. Born with a seven-orifice exquisite heart, her mind was quick and intelligent, allowing her to comprehend any cultivation technique or martial art faster than others. If she didn't fall, she was destined to become a saint in the future. Such a favored daughter of heaven, no matter where she was, would be like stars surrounding the moon, and she was indeed qualified to follow Jun Xiaoyao. Currently, Grandpa takes care of my daily life. Besides lecturing me on Tao, he just nags me to grow up and expand the Jun family's lineage. Jun Xiaoyao felt helpless inside. Although he looked only 3 years old on the outside, his mind was already mature. Facing an old man all day, even if it was his own grandfather, it would be very boring. It's not bad to have Jun Linglong serve as a maid to take care of daily life, Jun Xiaoyao thought. He hadn't thought about cultivating Jun Linglong or anything, but if she were to be a maid or servant, it would be acceptable. If outsiders knew Jun Xiaoyao's thoughts, they would surely want to beat him to death. He actually wanted the favored daughter of heaven, who was like stars surrounding the moon and the focus of everyone's attention, to be a maid. One should know that even a prodigy sequence like Jun Xiangjian only wanted to win over Jun Linglong to become a fellow cultivator. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, a female voice came. Jun Linglong, you actually want to actively follow someone else. The one who questioned her was Lan Qingya. She didn't dare to offend Jun Xiaoyao, so she could only direct her words at Jun Linglong. What's wrong? Jun Linglong said indifferently. Facing Jun Xiaoyao, she would feel uneasy and nervous, but she had no reservations towards Lan Qingya. Young Master Zhangjian personally spoke, wanting to recruit you, but you refused. Now you are actively following someone else. Where does that leave young Master Zhangjian's face? Lan Qingya said, her expression ugly. Wasn't Jun Linglong's action a blatant slap to Jun Zhangjian's face? Jun Xiangjian is excellent, but the one-eyed Jun Linglong will be an existence that suppresses an era. Jun Linglong's tone carried a hint of fanaticism. Heh, suppress an era, do you mean him? Lan Qingya subconsciously blurted out, speaking without thinking. HMPH, where did this ill-mannered thing come from? Before Jun Xiaoyao could say anything, Jun Xiangjian's eyebrows twitched and he flicked his sleeve. Lan Qingya's delicate body was sent flying, falling heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. This was Jun Xiangjian holding back, disdaining to kill Lan Qingya. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'd like to spar with my cousin of the Sword Clan. As for you, get lost, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He didn't even bother to make a move against such a minor character. Lan Qingya's face turned pale. She looked at Jun Linglong, a hint of unwillingness in her eyes, and then turned and left. Jun Linglong didn't pay attention, but her gaze fixedly stared at Jun Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes actually showing a hint of pitifulness. If it were any other male, they would have probably agreed impatiently long ago. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you serve people?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. How could a dignified female prodigy of the Jun family ever serve anyone? Jun Linglong was also startled, but she instinctively nodded. She had to seize this opportunity. All right, then I agree, Jun Xiaoyao said very straightforwardly. At this, Jun Linglong and the people around her all reacted. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyao wasn't choosing a follower, but rather a maid. For a moment, all the male prodigies present looked on with envy and jealousy. Having Jun Linglong as a maid was not something just anyone could achieve. Jun Linglong herself was in a daze for a moment. She, a dignified, favored daughter of heaven, actually became a maid. However, thinking of that corner of the future, Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes showed a resolute expression. She parted her cherry lips and asked, "Since young master has asked so much, may Linglong also ask a question?" "What question?" Jun Xiaoyao said. "If young master becomes the heavenly emperor in the future, what should be done?" Jun Linglong asked, her gaze fixed, staring at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly startled, then smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "It's very simple. As Heavenly Emperor, I shall suppress and kill all enemies in the world." As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, immediately thunder exploded outside the sky, and the firmament trembled. His words became law, causing the world to change color. Everyone showed a look of horror. They had never seen such a scene. Jun Xiaoyao also took a deep breath, his gaze extremely complex. "Jun Wuhui, your child is indeed as magnificent as you were back then." Jun Xiaoyao knew that this sentence represented a great karma, which fell upon Jun Xiaoyao. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao uttered these words. In a life-forbidden zone in the immortal realm, an incredibly ancient and hoarse voice came out. "This generation of the Jun family has quite the ambition, hee. Elsewhere, from an ancient spiritual mountain where divine phoenixes danced and true phoenixes soared, came a cold, mocking sound. Suppress and kill all enemies in the world, heh. Has Jun Wuhui's descendant become so arrogant?" From an ancient nest where dragon veins converged, a cold voice also came. "The Emperor Road will appear in this generation. My clan's descendants, like Dragon Yashin, will make the Jun family and other ancient desolate families understand what it means for prodigies to bleed, leaving a scene of desolation." Jun Xiaoyao probably hadn't expected that a casual remark from him would cause such a stir. When he came back to his senses, he found Jun Linglong's gaze incredibly bright, staring intently at him. "What's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao touched his face. "Linglong is willing to follow young master." Jun Linglong made up her mind completely, no longer wavering. From that one sentence, Jun Linglong understood a lot. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. This time the harvest was complete. He obtained the divine elephant suppressing prison strength from the sign-in, broke the ancient extreme realm, and received the heavenly Tao's reward, the chaotic divine grind contemplation method. He also received 3 immortal divine medicines bestowed by the 18th ancestor. Finally, he even recruited a golden-haired girl as a maid, which could be said to be a complete success. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao, along with Jun Linglong and Jun Xiaoyao, returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. As for the other Jun family disciples in the martial arts arena, they watched him leave with envy and awe. If Jun Xiaoyao had performed poorly, everyone would naturally have had complaints. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's performance had completely conquered everyone. Didn't they see that even Jun Linglong was willingly serving as Jun Xiaoyao's maid? "Do you think Jun Xiaojian will try to get his face back?" a young Jun family member asked with interest. "No way, as long as Jun Xiaojian isn't stupid. He shouldn't provoke the young master." The others shook their heads. Everyone knew that Jun Xiaoyao was highly valued by the 18th ancestor, had boundless prospects, and was destined to be the backbone of the Jun family in the future. If Jun Xiaojian were to offend Jun Xiaoyao over Lan Qingya, he would definitely be out of his mind. As for Jun Xiaoyao himself, he didn't take Jun Xiaojian's matter to heart at all. If he came to get his face back for Lan Qingya, Jun Xiaoyao would be very happy to fight him. "Is this the Heavenly Emperor Palace?" Jun Linglong looked at the magnificent palace before her, her expression also showing a hint of excitement. Although her status was high, she was not qualified to enter the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Just relax, don't be so formal." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. "Thank you, young master." Jun Linglong bowed to Jun Xiaoyao with a sweet smile. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for Jun Linglong to even glance at them, but I can casually take her as a maid. "Is this what power and status are?" Jun Xiaoyao secretly marveled. "Reincarnation is indeed a technical skill. By the way, Grandpa, with Linglong taking care of your grandson's daily life from now on, you don't have to come every day." Jun Xiaoyao turned and said. "Hey, you grandson." Jun Xiaojian glared, his beard bristling. "Got a beautiful maid, and immediately abandoned his grandpa, didn't he?" However, unable to argue with Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaojian still compromised, but he would still come if there was a need to preach the Tao. In the following days, Jun Xiaoyao was cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, a body-refining cultivation technique. The divine elephant suppressing prison strength is not just about cultivating immense strength. It also involves the evolution of various martial arts methods. For example, it can evolve into the ultimate offensive method, the Nether God's Spear. Because the primordial divine elephant can suppress the boundless hell, absorbing hell's spiritual chi, and transforming it into a spear that penetrates everything. It can also evolve into the strongest defensive method, Nether God's Guard, which is unbreakable and indestructible. It can even condense wings of the devil, a flap of which allows for extreme speed in the void realm. As Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation deepened, more abilities would be unlocked later. In the end, he could even evolve a true primordial divine elephant, summon the gate of hell, and have endless demons fight for Jun Xiaoyao. This divine elephant suppressing prison strength is truly too practical, Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed. Although the Jun family also had many supreme body refining methods, none were as comprehensive in terms of functionality as the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. I really hope there's another chance to sign in. Jun Xiaoyao was somewhat eager to sign in again. Ding! Just then, the system's voice echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind again. Congratulations to the host, a new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the 10-year-old banquet. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned when he heard this voice. The 10-year-old banquet, is it my 10-year-old banquet? He had heard from Jun Xiaoyao that, when he turned 10, the Jun family would hold a grand 10-year-old banquet for him. At that time, many forces from the desolate heaven immortal domain, ancient desolate families, supreme great clans, and so on, would be widely invited to attend the banquet. Even Jun Xiaoyao's identity, as the zero sequence, would be announced at the 10-year-old banquet. This banquet would be Jun Xiaoyao's first public appearance in the world. It seems that the sign-in locations and times are random, with no pattern, Jun Xiaoyao mused. But that was fine. The divine elephant suppressing prison strength and chaotic divine grind contemplation method were already enough for Jun Xiaoyao to cultivate for now. I'm actually looking forward to the 10-year-old banquet. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a faint smile. By the way, why hasn't there been any movement from Jun Xiaoyao? Has he really chickened out? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, feeling a little disappointed. At the same time, within the Jun family, on a spiritual island suspended in the void realm, the Jun family 10 sequences received different treatment from ordinary prodigies, each possessing an independent residence. It could be a heavenly emperor palace, a divine island, or a blessed land. This spiritual island was the residence of the Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyao. On the spiritual island, there was a mountain peak, like a long sword, piercing the sky, emitting a terrifying sword chi like heavenly might. At the foot of the mountain, Lan Qingya in a blue dress had been waiting here for several days. Has young Master Xiaoyao not come out of seclusion yet? Lan Qingya's expression revealed anxiety, grievance, and unwillingness. The more she thought about what happened in the martial arts arena, the more aggrieved and angry Lan Qingya felt. But she didn't dare to trouble Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong, so she could only rely on Jun Xiaoyao. In the past, whenever someone offended Lan Qingya, as long as she found Jun Xiaoyao, the other person would always apologize in the end. It was precisely because of this that Lan Qingya developed such an arrogant personality. Boom! Just then, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from the top of the mountain. A terrifying magical power storm swept across the heavens and earth, forming a tornado. It's young Master Xiaoyao, he has broken through again. On the spiritual island, some of Jun Xiaoyao's followers were startled, their gazes all looking towards the mountain peak. Lan Qingya's face, which had been full of grievance, became very excited. Jun Xiaoyao had broken through, his strength had increased again, and he would surely help her vent her anger. Even if he couldn't teach Jun Xiaoyao a lesson, he should at least teach Jun Linglong a lesson. On the mountain peak, a black-robed young man carrying a sword stepped down through the void realm. Generally speaking, after reaching the spiritual sea realm, one can walk in the air upon reaching the divine palace realm. Clearly, this black-robed young man was already a divine palace realm master. He was about 13 or 14 years old, with flowing black hair and deep black eyes. His entire demeanor was like a divine sword that could cleave the sky, inspiring awe. This black-robed young man was precisely the Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyao. Legend has it that on the day of his birth, all those in the Jun family who carried swords had their long swords spontaneously unsheathed, pointing towards Jun Xiaoyao's birthplace. He was born with a clear sword heart and also possessed an indestructible sword body, capable of containing endless sword chi within his body. He also had a prodigy-level talent for sword Dao cultivation techniques and martial arts. It was precisely because of these talents that Jun Xiaoyao rose powerfully and became one of the 10 sequences. Although he was only the lowest-ranked 10th sequence, he was still not to be underestimated. One must know how difficult it was to obtain a sequence identity among the thousands of young prodigies in the entire Jun family. Not everyone was like Jun Xiaoyao, born high above and with extraordinary status. "Qingya, have you been waiting for me?" Jun Zhangjian landed, and a group of followers around him bowed and cupped their hands, but Jun Zhangjian ignored them and looked at Lan Qingya. "Young Master Zhangjian." Lan Qingya squeezed out a few tears, looking aggrieved, and threw herself into Jun Zhangjian's arms. "This bitch," the other followers cursed silently in their hearts, their eyes showing disdain. As fellow followers of Jun Zhangjian, they also disliked Lan Qingya's behavior. She called Jun Linglong a green tea bitch, but she was the real green tea bitch, wasn't she? "What's wrong? Who made you unhappy again?" Jun Zhangjian smiled faintly. He did indeed favor Lan Qingya, and his attitude towards her was different from that towards his other followers. "It's like this," Lan Qingya recounted the entire incident. Then she tearfully and self-pityingly said, "Young Master Zhangjian, Qingya was thinking about your face, who would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong." "You said you offended Jun Xiaoyao." His black hair obscured Jun Zhangjian's eyes, making his expression unreadable. "Yes, young Master Zhangjian, you must uphold justice for Qingya," Lan Qingya said aggrievedly. Slap. However, what greeted her was a resounding slap. "Are you trying to kill me?" Lan Qingya was stunned, completely stunned. She covered her burning cheek, looking at Jun Zhangjian with disbelief. Jun Zhangjian's face was extremely gloomy, and coldness surged in his eyes. "Young Master Zhangjian, you hit me," Lan Qingya asked in disbelief. Feeling her gradually swelling cheek, Lan Qingya felt as if she was dreaming. Hadn't Jun Zhangjian always been obedient to her? This even gave Lan Qingya the feeling that a Jun family sequence was nothing special. Lan Qingya even fantasized that in the future she could completely control Jun Zhangjian, and he would do whatever she said. Which outsider family retainer could control a Jun family sequence? She, Lan Qingya, could. But now, looking at Jun Zhangjian's ashen face, Lan Qingya felt like he had become a stranger. "Who told you to provoke Jun Xiaoyao?" Jun Zhangjian's voice suppressed his anger. I was all thinking for young Master Zhangjian. You tried to recruit Jun Linglong before, and she ignored you, but she was willing to follow that Jun Xiaoyao." Lan Qingya still tried to defend herself. "Bastard!" Upon hearing this, Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but slap Lan Qingya's other cheek again. Lan Qingya was directly slapped away, her lip was broken, and she bled profusely. "Do you know what Jun Xiaoyao's identity is? Do you know who his father is?" Jun Zhangjian was so angry his liver hurt. This Lan Qingya, did she think his sequence position was too stable and wanted to shake it? "Isn't it just that Jun Wuhui? His whereabouts are unknown now." Lan Qingya bit her silver teeth, her face ugly. "You are not qualified to insult Jun Wuhui clan uncle." Jun Zhangjian slapped Lan Qingya a dozen times in a row, turning her cheeks into a pig's head. All the followers around were stunned. Had the sun risen from the west? Not only is Jun Xiaoyao the son of Jun Wuhui clan uncle, his mother is also a Jiang family goddess, and he has also received the attention of 18th ancestor. "Are you provoking him to make me lose my 10th sequence position?" Jun Zhangjian really wished he could slap Lan Qingya to death. Why provoke anyone else, but specifically provoke Jun Xiaoyao, who had the highest status and the strongest background in the Jun family? "Young Master Zhangjian, Qingya was wrong, please spare Qingya." Lan Qingya knelt and kowtowed, her chin covered in blood. She calculated everything, but never expected Jun Zhangjian to be so wary of Jun Xiaoyao, even resorting to violence against her. "Get up and go to Jun Xiaoyao to ask for forgiveness," Jun Zhangjian said coldly. "Young Master Zhangjian, this?" Lan Qingya was struck by lightning. If that were truly the case, how could she still have the face to stay in the Jun family in the future? Moreover, to make her bow and admit her mistake in front of Jun Linglong was even more unbearable than eating excrement. Not going." Jun Zhangjian's gaze was as sharp as a sword. "I'll go." Lan Qingya's heart was filled with fear, her face full of humiliation. Subsequently, a follower found a bundle of thorny branches and had Lan Qingya carry them on her back. The sharp thorns on the branches cut her jade back, making Lan Qingya gasp in pain. "Forget it, I'll go with you. That way it will appear more sincere." Jun Zhangjian hesitated slightly, deciding to go together. Lan Qingya felt even more despair. It was the first time she had seen Jun Zhangjian so uneasy. Who exactly was that Jun Xiaoyao to make Jun Zhangjian so wary? Jun Zhangjian, taking the apologetic Lan Qingya, left the Spirit Island and headed to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Along the way, many Jun family disciples noticed them. That's the 10th sequence. Jun Xiaoyao, he's out of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao's strength has improved again, and he's heading towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Could he be going to find trouble with the divine child? No, look at that Lan Qingya. Numerous gazes fell on Lan Qingya. She was carrying thorny branches, her jade back was covered in bloodstains, her cheeks were swollen and red, her lips were broken and bleeding, looking as disheveled as could be. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao isn't going to cause trouble, but rather to apologize? All the Jun family disciples were astonished. The dignified 10th sequence of the Jun family actually conceded directly. Tusk, I'm afraid only divine child can make a sequence surrender without a fight. A young man from the Jun family praised. Which of the 10 sequences wasn't full of arrogance? It was too difficult to make someone surrender without a fight. But Jun Xiaoyao had accomplished it. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was relaxing his mind. Beside him, Jun Linglong was brewing tea for Jun Xiaoyao. Using 10,000-year-old condensed dew as water, paired with tea leaves picked from the ancient Tao comprehension tree. This pot of tea, if placed outside, some ordinary prodigies would never get to enjoy it in their lifetime. Yet Jun Xiaoyao drank it every day. Young master, please. Jun Linglong offered the tea, looking like a diligent and responsible maid. At this moment, a servant of the Heavenly Emperor Palace respectfully called from the doorway. Divine child, young master Jun Xiaoyao has arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Finally, he's here. He made me wait so many days. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up, feeling energized. Was the king's path plot finally beginning? Lan Qingya went back to cry and complain. Jun Xiaoyao became irrationally enraged, and then decided to come and teach him a lesson. Jun Xiaoyao also happened to need someone to test his divine elephant-suppressing prison strength. Jun Linglong's pretty face was also calm. She knew that Jun Xiaoyao should not be able to harm Jun Xiaoyao. Haha, Jun Xiaoyao, this is the first time we've met since your birth, and I didn't expect it to be in such a way, which is truly a pity. A clear voice came, and Jun Xiaoyao stepped through the door, accompanied by the disheveled Lan Qingya, who lowered her head, carrying thorny branches on her back. This isn't right, Jun Xiaoyao thought in confusion when he saw this. He felt that Jun Xiaoyao was not following the script. My subordinate provoked Jun Xiaoyao, so I specifically had her come to apologize, hoping that Jun Xiaoyao will be magnanimous, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Lan Qingya gritted her teeth, feeling extremely humiliated but still knelt on the ground. She squeezed out a sentence from between her lips. I hope Divine Child and Jun Linglong can forgive Qingya. After saying that, Lan Qingya almost wanted to bury her head in the ground. Jun Linglong's pretty face was indifferent. Jun Xiaoyao also remained silent. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eye twitched. He was truly afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would complain to 18th ancestor. Then his future as a sequence would be completely ruined. Gritting his teeth, Jun Xiaoyao took out a token and said, By the way, when I was training outside, I unexpectedly obtained 2 Yuanshan Supreme tokens. It is rumored that they might be related to the Yuanshan Supreme secret treasure. An extra one is useless to me, so I'll give it to Jun Xiaoyao. Supreme secret treasure. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes on the side also trembled secretly. Above the Saint Realm was the Supreme Realm. That was a true existence standing at the peak of the immortal realm, immortal and indestructible, awe-inspiring through all ages and space. The secret treasure of such a supreme was of unimaginable value. Such a token, if placed outside, would stir up a storm of blood and cause countless prodigies to fight to the death for it. Jun Xiaoyao had also put in a lot of effort and paid a great price to obtain 2 of them. Jun Xiaoyao was also surprised, not expecting Jun Xiaoyao to be willing to take out such a good item. Just as he was pondering, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host, a new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. There's a new sign-in location, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He had discovered some rules of the sign-in system. First, multiple sign-in locations can exist simultaneously. Second, sign-in locations can be triggered by events. For example, as soon as he learned about the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure, the sign-in location was refreshed. Well, it seems I'll have to go there someday, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Sign-in opportunities were extremely rare, and those unknown rewards were also very tempting. Xiaoyan clan brother, you're really too polite. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, raised his hand and beckoned, and the Yuanshan supreme token was grasped in his hand. Jun Zhangjian's mouth twitched. I might not be human, but you are truly a dog. However, while Jun Zhangjian felt heartache, he was also shocked. What a majestic magical power, it's actually golden. Is it really the ancient sacred body as rumored? Jun Zhangjian was secretly alarmed, and became even more wary of Jun Xiaoyao. Thanks to old book friend Que Zai for the reward, thanks to Yu Gan and Feng Zai for the rewards, there will be a second update in the daytime. Please collect and recommend. Previously, Jun Zhangjian had vaguely heard from the elders of his lineage that Jun Xiaoyao was an ancient sacred body. At that time, Jun Zhangjian was somewhat unconvinced. Not to mention that the ancient sacred body had almost disappeared in recent antiquity. Even if one occasionally appeared, it would quickly fade into obscurity. This was because, since recent antiquity, the environment was not suitable for the ancient sacred body to cultivate, and even 10 shackles were imposed by the heavens, restricting the physique's cultivation. If Jun Xiaoyao was truly an ancient sacred body, then it was equivalent to a useless, discarded physique. Would the 18th ancestor value a discarded physique? Therefore, Jun Zhangjian had always believed that Jun Xiaoyao might possess a physique similar to the ancient sacred body. But now he saw Jun Xiaoyao raise his hand, and golden divine power surged, indeed resembling the ancient sacred body. Because the ancient sacred body naturally possesses a golden spiritual sea, and even its blood is golden sacred blood. Could Jun Xiaoyao truly be the rumored ancient sacred body? Jun Zhangjian couldn't help but ask. That's right, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. This was not a secret in itself, and he had no intention of hiding it. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao confirm it personally, Jun Zhangjian's eyes widened, and Lan Qingye, who was kneeling on the ground, also felt a shock in her heart. It really is the ancient sacred body. In that case, why would Jun Zhangjian still be wary of a useless, discarded physique? Lan Qingye lowered her head, resentment deeply hidden in her eyes. She could not forget the humiliation of today. In that case, I shall take my leave. Jun Zhangjian slightly cupped his hands. Having been cut out of a large chunk of meat, Jun Zhangjian no longer wanted to stay here. Wait, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly said. Jun Xiaoyao, you? Jun Zhangjian's mouth twitched slightly. Could this Jun Xiaoyao be so greedy as to try and swallow an elephant? Cough, Brother Zhangjian, you've misunderstood. I merely saw a good hunter and wanted to spar with you. Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. Jun Zhangjian's eyes showed a strange look, and he shook his head with a slight smile. Jun Xiaoyao, you are still young. There's no need for this. When you grow up, we can spar again. Jun Xiaoyao was only 3 years old, while Jun Zhangjian was already 13 or 14. If he were to injure Jun Xiaoyao, he simply couldn't bear the wrath of the 18th ancestor. Therefore, Jun Zhangjian directly refused. It's just a spar. I hope brother will not refuse, Jun Xiaoyao insisted. In that case, fine, but I hope Jun Xiaoyao will act within his capabilities. Jun Zhangjian had a calm and composed expression. In terms of status, he was indeed inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. But in terms of cultivation realm, he could completely crush Jun Xiaoyao. A moment later, they arrived at an open space outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. At this time, a group of Jun family members who had come to watch the excitement had already gathered outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, craning their necks, wanting to know the outcome of the matter. They saw Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Zhangjian walk out, looking as if they were about to fight, and their faces were filled with astonishment. What's going on? Weren't they here to apologize? Why are they fighting? No, looking at Jun Xiaoyao, they shouldn't have had a conflict. It's just a spar. Some discerning people realized. Their eyes all showed expressions of interest. The spar between these two was very worth watching. One was a divine child with countless halos since childhood, and the other was the already famous 10th sequence. Although due to age and cultivation, no one believed that Jun Xiaoyao could defeat Jun Zhangjian, they still placed bets. How many moves do you think Jun Xiaoyao can withstand from Jun Zhangjian? I guess 3 moves. No, he can at least withstand 10 moves. Hearing those people's words, Jun Zhangjian's mouth unconsciously curved up. Although handing over a Yuanshan supreme token made his heart bleed, now it seemed he could make a name for himself. Jun Xiaoyao, be careful. After Jun Zhangjian said that, the chi of his divine palace 5th heaven surged out wildly. He didn't use any martial art moves, directly pointing his fingers like a sword and struck at Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao also simply clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and struck out. 1,000 giant elephant particles within his body awakened, empowering him with 10 million caddies of terrifying divine power. When this punch was unleashed, the void realm seemed to twist, and a massive air cannon surged out with a roar. Feeling this power, Jun Xiaoyao's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly tried to pull his hand back, but it was still too late to avoid it. Boom! A loud sound echoed, accompanied by the crack of bones. As Jun Xiaoyao's figure was sent flying like a cannonball, his finger bones shattered. This scene astonished all the Jun family members who were watching. What exactly happened? Lan Qingye, who had followed them out, also had a frozen expression. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. She had indeed followed the right person. Cough, cough, Jun Xiaoyan was disheveled. His finger bones shattered, and deep in his eyes was hidden horror. That terrifying divine power left him with lingering fear. And Jun Xiaoyao himself was also very surprised. Wasn't Jun Xiaoyan the 10th sequence of the Jun family? Shouldn't he be very powerful? Is that all? Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened slightly, and he said, Brother Xiaoyan, you cannot be so humble to me just because I am young. This is an insult to me. With that, Jun Xiaoyao directly took the initiative to attack. Jun Xiaoyan's expression changed, and at the same time his heart was bitter. He swore to heaven that he absolutely did not hold back. However, not only Jun Xiaoyao, but even the Jun family bystanders were discussing, all believing that Jun Xiaoyan had held back. 9 swords of the rising sun. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao attacking again, Jun Xiaoyan had no choice but to go all out. He unleashed 9 consecutive sword lights, tearing through the air, their fluctuations powerful and alarming. Nether God's Guard. Jun Xiaoyao directly activated the defensive ultimate move from the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. Instantly, a phantom image of a nether god seemed to materialize, enveloping his entire body. The 9 sword lights struck the nether god phantom, directly shattering into countless specks of light. Jun Xiaoyao charged out again, a pair of dark wings manifesting behind him, which were precisely the wings of the devil. His speed instantly surged, and he flashed directly in front of Jun Xiaoyan. Nether God Spear. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed, endless divine power surged, transforming into a purple-black long spear, burning with dark nether flames, as if it could pierce through all things in the world. Purple Emperor Sword Art. In his haste, Jun Xiaoyan unleashed his trump card Sword Art, and a purple sword shadow slashed across the sky. Boom! A massive collision erupted, but the outcome was that the Nether God's spear, empowered by 10 million caddies of immense strength, directly broke through the purple sword shadow, and then with undiminished momentum descended upon Jun Xiaoyan. Jun Xiaoyan hurriedly summoned the long sword from his back and held it horizontally to block. Bang! With a loud collision, the long sword in Jun Xiaoyan's hand was sent flying, and he himself was thrown, crashing heavily into a wall on the side. The Jun family members who had come to watch the excitement almost had their eyeballs pop out, their eyes filled with shock. This was only about 3 exchanges, right? The 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyan was actually defeated. Even if he held back, it couldn't be to this extent. At this point, even Jun Xiaoyao reacted. It turned out that Jun Xiaoyan hadn't held back. It was he who was too strong. Thinking that he had misunderstood Jun Xiaoyan, Jun Xiaoyao secretly shook his head, feeling very remorseful. He walked to the disheveled Jun Xiaoyan, full of apology, and said, I'm sorry, Brother Xiaoyan, I misunderstood you. I thought you were holding back, but I didn't expect you were really trying your best. When Jun Xiaoyan heard this, the blood he had just swallowed almost came back up. He had a phrase in his heart that he didn't know whether to say or not. Jun Xiaoyan's face alternated between green and red. Just now, he was thinking of not being too heavy-handed, as it wouldn't be good to injure Jun Xiaoyao. Now he was covered in dust and wounds. Jun Xiaoyao truly possesses the demeanor of a divine being. I, your clan brother, am impressed. Jun Xiaoyan stood up, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. His face was utterly lost today. Once Jun Xiaoyao started fighting, he went all out, so much so that Jun Xiaoyan didn't even have time to activate his undying sword body. However, even if he could activate the undying sword body, Jun Xiaoyan wasn't confident he could suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Because when Jun Xiaoyao was born, he possessed the 10,000 saints worship phenomenon. Once the holy body phenomenon appeared, who could contend against it. He's truly a monster, Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. To have such strength at only 3 years old, what would he be like in a few more years? He might even be able to challenge the top 5 sequences. Everyone around them was also astonished, unable to close their mouths. Surely the news of this battle would spread throughout the entire Jun family soon. Jun Xiaoyao had just broken the ancient extreme on the Teiyu ancient steel, and now he had defeated Jun Xiaoyao. The few clan members who had previously doubted Jun Xiaoyao were now utterly convinced and admired him greatly. Jun Xiaoyao's future is boundless. Once you turn 10, you will certainly become a sequence, perhaps even surpassing me, Jun Xiaoyao said. According to the Jun family's rules, the younger generation is only eligible to compete for a sequence position after they turn 10. Jun Xiaoyao, however, shrugged his shoulders. He had already been designated as the 0 sequence by the 18th ancestor. His status and position were even above the first sequence. It just hadn't been announced yet. It would be announced at his 10th birthday banquet. When Jun Xiaoyao heard the news then, who knew what his expression would be? Jun Xiaoyao, farewell. Jun Xiaoyao now only wanted to go into secluded cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "Oh, and Jun Xiaoyao, as a sequence, there's no need to let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry become your follower. That would be beneath your status." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered and he said, "Understood." However, Lan Qingya, who heard these words, blushed intensely and felt extreme humiliation in her heart. Evidently, the Tom, Dick, or Harry Jun Xiaoyao referred to was her. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao and Lan Qingya departed. "Alas, my methods are still insufficient," Jun Xiaoyao mused, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Although he was currently in the foundational stage, he should also cultivate some martial divine abilities. Otherwise, his methods would be too singular. As an ancient desolate family, the Jun family had no shortage of various rare martial arts texts. "I'll go ask Grandpa," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao stopped not long after he walked away. "For the sake of past sentiment, you should leave the Jun family," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "No, young Master Xiaoyao, don't make Qingya leave." Lan Qingya's face instantly turned ghastly pale. In the Jun family, she had easy access to any cultivation resources, and her status was superior. If she left the Jun family, she would be no different from those female cultivators struggling at the bottom. "Get lost. If it weren't for you, how would I have gotten into such trouble and lost so much face?" Jun Xiaoyao flung his arm, sending Lan Qingya flying and causing her to spit out blood. Watching Jun Xiaoyao's indifferent retreating figure, the pain on Lan Qingya's face transformed into deep-seated resentment. "Jun Xiaoyao, it's all you, relying on your status to bully others." Ancient sacred body, could it be an ancient sacred body that broke a single shackles? If I tell this news to the Jun family's opposing forces, or the ancient royal family? Lan Qingya's expression flickered, guessing in her heart. With her limited imagination, she couldn't possibly imagine Jun Xiaoyao was an ancient sacred body who had broken 10 shackles. In her opinion, an ancient sacred body that broke even 1 shackles was extremely rare. "Oh right, I heard that Jun Xiaoyao will be holding a 10th birthday banquet in the future. At that time, if enemies are lured there." Lan Qingya knew that with her own abilities, let alone in this life, even in her next life or the one after that, she would never be able to get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. The only way was to use someone else to do her dirty work. "Just you wait, Jun Xiaoyao, and that bitch Jun Linglong, you will all pay the price." Lan Qingya, disheveled and covered in dirt, was finally escorted away by the Jun family guards and swept out the door. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay any attention to the minor figure of Lan Qingya. In his eyes, she was even less than an ant. The reason he warned Jun Xiaoyao was simply because he didn't want to see anything unsightly in the future. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was consulting Jun Xiaoyao. "What, you want to learn martial divine abilities? Isn't that being too ambitious?" Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his grizzled brows. In his opinion, Jun Xiaoyao was being too impatient. He was only 3 years old, a time for building foundations. Why learn martial divine abilities? Moreover, cultivating martial divine abilities also required natural comprehension ability and consumed a lot of time. "Let me try. If it takes too much time, then I just won't learn it," Jun Xiaoyao said. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't refuse and could only agree to let Jun Xiaoyao cultivate a martial divine ability first. And Jun Xiaoyao also had a little trick up his sleeve. He specifically chose a powerful, high-rank, but also very complex offensive divine ability from the Jun family. This is the soldiering art. After achieving major achievement in cultivation, mana can condense into divine weapons such as swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, yues, hooks, and forks. When the soldiering art is unleashed, thousands of divine weapons follow, capable of cutting through heaven and destroying earth. Its power is absolutely formidable, Jun Xiaoyao explained. All right then, I'll cultivate the soldiering art, Jun Xiaoyao said, his eyes filled with excitement. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled, thinking proudly to himself, "Grandson, you're still too green to contend with your grandpa. Even I took a full year to barely get started with this divine ability." In Jun Xiaoyao's estimation, Jun Xiaoyao would probably give up after a few days of cultivation. However, after only a few days, within the heavenly Emperor Palace, rumbling sounds reverberated, and endless golden light surged into the sky. Golden mana swept like a storm, then condensed into divine weapons like swords, spears, and halberds, splitting heaven and earth. "Grandpa, it's only been a few days, and I've barely gotten started. Cultivating divine abilities is indeed very complex." Jun Xiaoyao walked out, shaking his head slightly, a disappointed look on his face. Cough, Jun Xiaoyao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Grandpa?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. "No, nothing. From now on, if you want to learn any divine abilities, go to the martial pavilion yourself. Grandpa needs to be alone for a bit." Jun Xiaoyao turned and left, not wanting to spend another moment with this little monster. Because if he stayed any longer, Jun Xiaoyao feared his Dao heart would collapse, making him question if he had lived all these years for nothing. Jun Xiaoyao looked utterly bewildered. What? Next, 5 years passed in a flash. This year, Jun Xiaoyao was 8 years old. The young man was growing up, as handsome as an immortal descending to the mortal world. Sometimes, Jun Linglong would stare blankly at Jun Xiaoyao's exceptionally handsome face all day long, without the slightest hint of boredom. For any woman, being able to see such an ethereal, handsome face every day was truly a blessing that could not be cultivated even in 3 lifetimes. Jun Xiaoyao himself had always focused on cultivation, without any slack. His cultivation technique was the Jun family's supreme method, the Tai Xuan Sutra. His body refining method was the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. His soul refining method was the chaotic divine grind contemplation method. In addition, he was also cultivating some Jun family martial divine abilities, including the soldiering art, progressing on multiple fronts. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation also directly crossed the 9 heavens of the Spirit Sea, breaking into the divine palace realm, similar to Jun Xiangjian's cultivation realm back then. Moreover, due to the special nature of the ancient sacred body, the Spirit Sea in his Danshan was a golden Spirit Sea, boundless and endless. The profoundness of his mana was unmatched at the same rank, truly an endless Spirit Sea. Only 2 years left until the 10th birthday banquet. After the banquet, I should also go out and travel the world, and by the way, investigate the news of the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He had always been thinking about these 2 sign-in locations. After all, he had already signed in for the major achievement Ancient Sacred Body and the Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, and he was very curious what other good things he could obtain by signing in next. Meanwhile, Jun Linglong was also cultivating in a side hall of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. She had completely become Jun Xiaoyao's loyal maid. At a certain moment, Jun Linglong felt something and took out a jade slip for transmitting messages. There was a message coming from it. "It's her," Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes narrowed. Fire Province is one of the 3,000 Dao provinces in the desolate Heaven Immortal domain. Its area is far smaller than Huang Province, where the Jun family is located. In fact, it's only 1% of Huang Province's size. But even at just 1% of Huang Province, Fire Province is still a vast province. On Fire Province, there are no numerous and towering forces. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom governs the entire Fire Province. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is an ancient kingdom force with a long legacy, and although it's not as powerful as an ancient, desolate family, it has profound foundations and a renowned reputation. Besides the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, there are also the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom, and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. These 4 great ancient kingdoms are collectively known as the 4 Symbols Ancient Kingdom. At this moment, inside the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's imperial palace, in a magnificent hall, A middle-aged man dressed in a crimson gold vermilion bird robe lay on a bed, his face dark, his entire body's chi weak, as if gravely ill, his life like a flickering flame. He was the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, lord of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Beside the bed stood a beautiful woman. She wore a red feathered dress, her figure graceful, her legs long and slender, and her skin snow-white. Her long red hair seemed to dance like flames. Her beautiful eyes were a stunning crimson crystal color, her nose high and straight, her lips vivid red, and her teeth sparkling. Especially the vermilion mark on her forehead, which, combined with her entire jade-like face, made her appear as dazzling as a peach blossom, with unparalleled charm. This woman was precisely Bai Yuer, the imperial daughter of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. "Imperial father, Yuer will definitely find an undying medicine to save you," Bai Yuer said, biting her lips tightly. "Yuer, it's hard on you. An undying medicine is not something that can be forced." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom lord shook his head slightly, his voice extremely weak, filled with despair. What a rare existence an undying medicine was. Even those supreme Tao lineages and immortal forces wouldn't have much in stock. It was even less likely that they would be kind enough to give one to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Although the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had strong foundations and possessed many top-tier holy medicines, it didn't have a single undying medicine. After all, in the outside world, the emergence of an undying medicine would cause a storm of bloodshed, with people scrambling to obtain it. How could they possibly sell it to others? "Imperial father, rest assured, with Yuer's abilities, I will definitely obtain an undying medicine." Bai Yuer's beautiful eyes were resolute, transforming her grief into strength. Who was she? The imperial daughter of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, with vermilion bird, divine fire in her brows, possessing extraordinary talent. Not to mention her appearance, which was considered top-tier in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Many young prodigies from various forces were Bai Yuer's admirers. This had led to Bai Yuer developing a somewhat noble and aloof personality. She believed that she definitely had the ability to save her imperial father and the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The young prodigies from those forces are all useless. When they are needed, they can't even produce an undying medicine. And my fiancé, Xiaoyao Chen, as the first imperial prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, he also couldn't bring an undying medicine. Bai Yuer walked out of the imperial palace, her jade face solemn. Several years after her imperial father's incident, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's national strength had declined day by day. Afterward, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom came to propose a marriage alliance. At that time, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom promised to give the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom an undying medicine. Bai Yuer and Xiaoyao Chen, the first imperial prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, had known each other since childhood. Although they had always maintained a distance, they were considered childhood sweethearts, and their relationship wasn't bad. After weighing her options, Bai Yuer agreed. However, after such a long time, the engagement had been set long ago, but the undying medicine had never appeared. And now, with the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's national strength weakened, it had no ability to demand it from the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Therefore, Bai Yuer could only search for the undying medicine herself. "What should I do? Imperial father cannot fall." Bai Yuer couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Oh right, how could I almost forget about my good friend Jun Linglong?" Bai Yuer suddenly thought. She had once met Jun Linglong by chance in a secret realm, and they had got along quite well. Although they hadn't kept in touch much afterward, given Jun Linglong's character, she probably wouldn't ignore her. Moreover, the Jun family definitely possessed an undying medicine. Thinking of this, Bai Yuer's breathing quickened, and she quickly took out a jade slip to send a message. On the other side, in a side hall of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, Jun Linglong also received the message. "The Vermilion Bird Kingdom lord is gravely ill and needs an undying medicine for treatment." Jun Linglong slightly furrowed her brows upon learning the news. To be honest, if Bai Yuer hadn't sent the message, she would have almost forgotten about this good friend. Although Bai Yuer was an imperial daughter of an ancient kingdom with a noble status, Jun Linglong, however, was a heavenly immortal of an ancient desolate family. Even though she was currently Jun Xiaoyao's maid, when she stepped outside, she was still a noble lady of the Jun family, sought after by all. The first thing she asks for is an undying medicine. Her appetite isn't small, but we are acquainted after all. Jun Linglong slightly furrowed her brows. But the problem was, she didn't have an undying medicine. At this moment, a divine soul transmission entered Jun Linglong's mind. Linglong, make tea. Jun Linglong quickly got up. This was Jun Xiaoyao calling her to make tea. In a steaming, immortal chi-filled pool, Jun Xiaoyao was bare-chested, his body sculpted like immortal jade, shimmering with flowing light. The 8-year-old Jun Xiaoyao had a slender figure. Beside him, Jun Linglong entered, carrying a cup of Tao comprehension tea for Jun Xiaoyao. Watching Jun Xiaoyao gradually mature and become increasingly handsome and elegant, Jun Linglong had a feeling akin to raising a young boy. "What's wrong? Something on your mind?" Jun Xiaoyao took a sip of tea and said indifferently. "Nothing." Jun Linglong's eyelashes trembled slightly. "Speak, can you hide it from me?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a smile. Jun Linglong bit her lip slightly, and finally she told him about Bai Yuer's situation. "So that's it, an undying medicine. I'm not lacking them." Jun Xiaoyao shrugged. At the Teiyu ancient stele, he obtained 3 undying medicines, and later the 18th ancestor successively gave him 5 more. In all these years, Jun Xiaoyao had only refined 3, leaving him with 5. "Since she's your good friend, it's not impossible to give her one. Let her come over." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. "You're just giving it away." Jun Linglong was slightly stunned. She truly didn't understand the world of the rich. However, Jun Linglong still nodded slightly and replied to Bai Yuer. A faint smile played on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He naturally didn't want to be a good Samaritan. He had his own thoughts and plans. Let those pillars of the righteous path be the light of righteousness. The persona of a holy mother wasn't suitable for him. Furthermore, while Jun Xiaoyao didn't value an undying medicine highly, he wasn't so generous as to casually give it away. Those 0 sequence of the Jun family are not only supported by various factions, but also have affiliated Tao lineage forces behind them. Even Jun Zhangjian has affiliated forces like the ancient sword sect behind him. Such affiliated forces are not subservient to the Jun family, but rather to an individual. Although the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's national strength has declined in recent years, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It could be brought under our wing, and perhaps the other 3 ancient kingdoms could also be brought in as affiliated forces. Jun Xiaoyao was calculating in his mind. After all, he was the 0 sequence. It would be somewhat shabby if he didn't have any affiliated forces behind him. He needed to maintain a certain level of prestige. As for Bai Yuer, how could she possibly get an undying medicine for free? Jun Xiaoyao was not running a charity. He wouldn't do anything that didn't benefit him. And Bai Yuer, upon receiving Jun Linglong's reply, was exceptionally surprised. This feeling was like a timely rain after a long drought. However, the message from Jun Linglong made Bai Yuer ponder. Because the one who would give her the undying medicine was not Jun Linglong herself. "A heavenly immortal of the Jun family has agreed to give me an undying medicine. Could it be that he's taken a liking to me?" Bai Yuer couldn't help but think. She was quite confident in her appearance, being the most beautiful woman in the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. She also had a good reputation throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. In her mind, anyone willing to give her an undying medicine must be lusting after her. Sure enough, even the prodigies of the Jun family can't escape common desires. Bai Yuer felt a strange sense of disappointment in her heart. The prodigies of the Jun family didn't seem as extraordinary and transcendent as she had imagined. But no matter what, I must first get the undying medicine to save Imperial Father. Bai Yuer shook her head and set off for Wang Province. Inside the heavenly emperor palace of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged in a cultivation chamber. Around him, numerous exquisite divine sources were piled up, releasing an endless abundance of spiritual qi. In the immortal realm, ordinary martial artists usually cultivate using common source stones. Some top-tier Tao lineages and first-rate forces cultivators would use even more precious heavenly sources for their cultivation. Only forces like ancient desolate families, supreme Tao lineages, and immortal imperial dynasties could afford the most valuable godly sources. Above godly sources, there were also immortal sources, but such things were extremely rare and hard to come by. Even ancient desolate families couldn't produce many of them. Source stones of different rarities all had 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and peerless grade. What Jun Xiaoyao used for his cultivation was the most top-tier peerless grade godly source, second only to immortal sources. It could be said that any single peerless grade godly source Jun Xiaoyao casually took out would cause a scramble among many people in the outside world. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao sat with his eyes closed. Within his mind, there was a magnificent and resplendent palace. This was precisely the divine palace condensed from soul power. The 5 realms of the physical body and the 5 realms of the divine treasure were all about cultivating the physical body to its extreme. The 9 heavens of the spiritual sea was about cultivating the Danshan's spiritual sea, which concerned the profoundness of one's magical power. And the 9 heavens of the divine palace was about cultivating the divine palace to strengthen the soul. When Jun Xiaoyao break through to the true spirit realm, within the divine palace, a true spirit would be nurtured, and at that time his soul power would surge again. In the future, he could even transform the true spirit into a primordial spirit, detaching it from the physical body to roam the 4 seas and 8 desolations. This chaotic divine grind contemplation method is indeed extraordinary, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Within his mind, a chaos world seemed to have emerged. In the chaos, a vast and boundless chaotic divine grindstone slowly rotated, crushing heaven and earth. Upon the chaotic divine grindstone, there were mottled bloodstains, as if they were the blood of gods and devils. This chaotic divine grind contemplation method relied on contemplating the chaotic divine grindstone to crush a person's consciousness and soul, then reshape them. Jun Xiaoyao's soul, through this destruction and rebirth, became increasingly solid and robust. If an ordinary person were to cultivate this method, they would definitely be tortured to the point of wishing for death. But for me, it doesn't seem to be too difficult, Jun Xiaoyao mused. Perhaps it was because he was a transmigration soul, so his soul power far surpassed that of ordinary people. This chaotic divine grindstone was of great help to him, but didn't bring him pain. Moreover, as the cultivation deepens later, I can even directly evolve the chaotic divine grindstone with soul power to use as a means against enemies. I can endure that kind of pain, but others probably can't. Jun Xiaoyao sighed with a click of his tongue. He seemed to have gained another powerful trump card. At the same time, above Huang Province, a fiery spirit sparrow, pulling a magnificent carriage, flapped its wings and flew through the void realm, leaving behind a dazzling tail flame. This attracted the attention of many people. Oh, that carriage has a vermilion bird totem. It seems to be the carriage of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. That's right, it's rumored that the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's imperial family uses fiery spirit sparrows to pull their carriages. Could it be the widely renowned imperial daughter Bai Yuer? Looking at the direction it's heading, it's the Jun family. The arrival of this carriage sparked discussions among many. Before long, the carriage stopped outside the Jun family's encampment. Above the entire Jun family, apart from the Jun family's own members, any person from other forces who dared to cross through the air without permission would be considered an invasion and directly annihilated. The curtain of the carriage was drawn open, and a tall, long-legged, beautiful woman in a red feathered robe stepped out. It was Bai Yuer. She had come alone this time, without any attendants. Bai Yuer looked around, and within the Jun family's encampment, countless divine islands floated in the void realm, with various blessed lands spewing forth radiant light. This deeply shocked Bai Yuer. Although the vermilion bird ancient kingdom was also a first-rate force with a widespread reputation, compared to the ancient, desolate family Jun family, it was still like a small wizard meeting a great one, with not much comparability. But then a hint of confidence and a touch of disdain appeared on Bai Yuer's lips. What if the Jun family was transcendent? That prodigy of the Jun family still coveted her body and wanted to give her an undying medicine. However, Bai Yuer had already decided not to easily give herself to that Jun family prodigy. After all, she had a marriage engagement. If something were to happen, wouldn't the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's first prince have a green hat? After making up her mind, Bai Yuer stepped forward. The Jun family's entrance was guarded by Jun family guards, towering like iron pagodas, their chi and blood surging. "Stop, state your name," the Jun family guard said coldly. "I am Bai Yuer, the imperial daughter of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, here to meet Jun Linglong," Bai Yuer said indifferently. "Meet the noble lady. Do you have a token? If not, then scram," the Jun family guard said indifferently. Bai Yuer's delicate face stiffened. She was, after all, an imperial daughter of a nation, yet even a gate guard of the Jun family dared to scold her like this. However, she had come with a request this time, so she could only patiently take out the jade slip she used to communicate with Jun Linglong. Go in, the Jun family guard waved his hand indifferently. Bai Yuer bit her lip. Her status as an imperial daughter seemed so insignificant in front of the Jun family. On the other side, Jun Linglong also found Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, she has arrived, Jun Linglong said. Let's go, let's see this imperial daughter. Jun Xiaoyao stood up, dressed in a white robe, handsome and elegant. Although he was only 8 years old, his figure was tall and slender like a youth. Here, Bai Yuer walked into a courtyard that was like a fairyland. Jun Linglong had arranged to meet her here. Before long, Bai Yuer heard footsteps and looked over. She saw a slender youth, with skin like immortal jade, slowly strolling over. He seemed like the son of a deity, with a divine posture and jade bones, unparalleled handsome features, and a thin layer of radiance enveloping his body. Bai Yuer was stunned. She had seen quite a few prodigies and young elites, all handsome and dashing. But compared to the youth in front of her, they were like fireflies to the bright moon, or loaches to a true dragon, simply incomparable. Even her fiancé, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, who was also refined and handsome with extraordinary talent, still seemed dim in comparison to the youth before her. Beside Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong, dressed in a palace gown, followed half a step behind him. Seeing this detail, Bai Yuer took another deep breath in her heart. Jun Linglong was a noble lady of the Jun family, someone she had to curry favor with, yet now, how did she seem to have become a mere attendant or maid? What is the background of this Jun family prodigy? Could he be a sequence? Bai Yuer's heart surged with shock. Are you Bai Yuer? Jun Xiaoyao asked indifferently. Indeed, Bai Yuer bowed slightly but very reservedly. She had also come back to her senses. What if the youth in front of her was transcendent? He still had designs on her. Since that was the case, she didn't need to be too humble or lower her own worth. You wish to request an undying medicine to save your father, Jun Xiaoyao continued. That's right, I hope young master will show kindness and extend a helping hand. Bai Yuer said calmly, her tone devoid of any humility. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly at this scene. Why did this attitude feel? Not quite right. It was as if she hadn't come to beg for medicine at all, but rather to demand it as a matter of course. Oh, but can you give me a reason? After all, undying medicine doesn't just fall from the sky, Jun Xiaoyao said, his tone indifferent. Bai Yuer's delicate face stiffened slightly, then a faint sneer curled at the corner of her lips. As expected, was he doing this with a purpose? However, Bai Yuer naturally couldn't use herself as a condition to exchange for the undying medicine. She spoke, young master is no mortal. You must hold a distinguished position in the Jun family and surely do not lack undying medicine. If young master offers an undying medicine, you can save a life. Not only that, saving my imperial father means saving the lives of hundreds of millions of citizens of the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. For young master, this is merely a simple matter, yet it can earn you karma and a good reputation. Is young master unwilling to do even that? Bai Yuer spoke, standing on the moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao had the ability to help, so why wouldn't he? With great power comes great responsibility, isn't that right? Hearing these somewhat familiar remarks, Jun Xiaoyao felt like laughing instead. So there's a day when I'd be morally coerced? Jun Xiaoyao felt speechless in his heart. He sized up Bai Yuer. Her jade-like features were flawless, her skin crystal clear and her legs long and slender. She was indeed a renowned beauty. Especially the vermilion mark between her brows, as vibrant as fire, which was very alluring. It seemed to contain a divine flame, capable of incinerating the heavens and earth. Bai Yuer's aptitude was not bad either. Jun Xiaoyao had originally intended that if this woman were obedient, she could barely serve as a chess piece to help him manage the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. However, it now seemed she was another arrogant beauty, accustomed to being fawned over, who believed all men in the world would revolve around her and curry favor with her. If it were any other ordinary transmigration, they might have started fawning over her, but unfortunately I am not. Jun Xiaoyao secretly shook his head. Jun Xiaoyao possessed invincible talent, an invincible identity, and an invincible background. He was a true paragon of wealth, handsomeness, and power. Logically, others should be currying favor with him. But this Bai Yuer clearly did not possess Jun Linglong's high intelligence. She dared to put on an act in front of Jun Xiaoyao. May I ask how long we have known each other? Jun Xiaoyao asked with a faint smile. Bai Yuer was slightly stunned. Why was he suddenly bringing up irrelevant matters? But Bai Yuer still replied, Yuer and young master are meeting for the first time. To someone you're meeting for the first time, you're demanding an undying medicine as if it's your right. Although I promised you before, did I say I would give it to the vermilion bird ancient kingdom for free? Moreover, what does the survival of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom have to do with me? Is your father's life or death important to me? The smile on Jun Xiaoyao's face faded, and he spoke in a cold tone. Bai Yuer finally came to her senses, her face alternating between green and red. Jun Xiaoyao's three questions left her speechless, her expression awkward and unnatural. Indeed, Jun Linglong had only told her that a Jun family prodigy was willing to give her an undying medicine, but not that it would be free of charge. And the life and death of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, Lord, and the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, genuinely had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. But young master, you are not lacking in undying medicine. Simply giving one away could save a life, even billions of lives. Why are you unwilling? Bai Yuer still stood on the moral high ground. Jun Xiaoyao's expression became completely indifferent, and he said coldly, It's simple because the undying medicine is mine. If I wish, I can even give it to a dog. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer's delicate body trembled slightly, her face paled, and a surge of humiliation rose from the depths of her heart. Did Jun Xiaoyao's words not imply that in his eyes, her father was not even as good as a dog? Thinking of this, Bai Yuer's heart was instantly filled with anger, and she couldn't help but blurt out. Why does young master need to find excuses? You're just interested in me, but unfortunately, Yuer already has a fiancé. I cannot accept this condition. As soon as the words fell, Jun Linglong's jade-like face instantly changed. She had not expected Bai Yuer to utter such an inappropriate remark. Bai Yuer herself also snapped back to reality, feeling a chill permeate her delicate body, her face ashen as paper. She had actually spoken her innermost thoughts directly. He he. Jun Xiaoyao laughed. Hearing his laughter, Bai Yuer felt even more terrified. Jun Xiaoyao's face showed amusement, but his eyes were indifferent. Don't you look in a mirror? Does divine child have that need? Bai Yuer's face was extremely unsightly. What shocked Bai Yuer was Jun Xiaoyao's self-address. Divine child. Heavenly immortal. Could this person's identity be the Jun family divine child? Bai Yuer's mind felt as if it had been struck by 5 bolts of thunder, and a stormy wave surged in her heart. Her long legs trembled, and she couldn't help but collapse to the ground. An ancient desolate family divine child was an absolute symbol of status and position. Bai Yuer had initially thought that the young man in front of her was merely a rather outstanding prodigy of the Jun family. She had never expected him to be a divine child. Divine child, please forgive Bai Yuer's disrespect. Bai Yuer knelt on the ground, not caring that her fiery red hair was stained with dust. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Bai Yuer, who was kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness, and shook his head slightly. You reap what you sow. This is a truth even a child understands, but it seems you do not. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Bai Yuer wanting to obtain an undying medicine for free was somewhat wishful thinking. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Jun Linglong composed herself slightly and sighed to Bai Yuer. Being so disrespectful in front of divine child, I cannot help you. No, please, my father still needs the undying medicine to save his life. He might not last many more years. Bai Yuer cried, her heart filled with immense regret. If only she had known, she would have honestly accepted the conditions. Her arrogance had harmed her. If you had known this, why did you do it in the first place? Jun Linglong expressed her inability to help. She could not displease Jun Xiaoyao for the sake of Bai Yuer, with whom she had a shallow relationship. I am willing to kneel outside Divine Child's sleeping quarters forever, begging for Divine Child's forgiveness. Bai Yuer kowtowed incessantly, her fair forehead stained with blood. Whether for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom or for her father and herself, Bai Yuer had to obtain Jun Xiaoyao's forgiveness. Jun Linglong shook her head slightly, letting her be. Soon after, some Jun family members saw a red-clad beauty kneeling outside Jun Xiaoyao's sleeping quarters in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, her beautiful face showing extreme remorse and determination. Oh, isn't that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom princess? Why is she kneeling there? SHH, it seems she offended Divine Child. Let's not get involved. All Jun family members avoided Bai Yuer, treating her as if she were air. Inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao was relaxing in a spiritual pool. "Divine child," Jun Linglong walked in. "What, you want to plead for her?" Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. "No, that is her own doing. It's just that Linglong feels that the vermilion bird ancient kingdom behind her still has value for utilization," Jun Linglong mused. She possessed a seven-orifice exquisite heart, making her quick-witted and intelligent. As for her, I have my own plans. Her character is too poor, let her stay there for now," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Although he disliked Bai Yuer, Jun Xiaoyao did not want to give up on the vermilion bird ancient kingdom so easily. With Bai Yuer as a bridge, he could better control the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. "Divine child's thoughts are too profound," Jun Linglong said with reverence. Even with her seven-orifice exquisite heart, she could not fathom the thoughts of the person before her. "Bai Yuer's fiancé, I hope he has some self-awareness." Jun Xiaoyao was determined to control Bai Yuer because she still had value for utilization. As for her fiancé, no matter what his identity or background, Jun Xiaoyao did not care. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, how many young people were there with a higher identity and background than him? In a flash, more than half a year passed. Inside the heavenly emperor palace, fluctuations of magical power and rumbling sounds could be heard from time to time. All Jun family knew that Jun Xiaoyao had made another breakthrough. At first, many Jun family disciples were amazed by Jun Xiaoyao's speed of breakthrough. By now, they had grown accustomed to it. If he didn't have such a breakthrough speed, the Jun family would find it strange instead. And in the past half-year, Bai Yuer had been kneeling outside the heavenly emperor palace. Her face had turned pale, and she was emaciated, much thinner than she was half a year ago. Because she was a cultivator, Bai Yuer wouldn't starve to death from not eating for half a year, but she would become weak. Where was the haughty demeanor of a princess from a kingdom she had before? During this time, Jun Xiaoyao completely ignored her. Even if he walked out of the heavenly emperor palace and encountered her, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't even glance at her, as if she didn't exist. In response, Bai Yuer merely showed a self-mocking smile at the corner of her lips. This was her own doing, she deserved it. Inside the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, cultivating in the secret chamber. With a thunderous tremor, Jun Xiaoyao's aura soared to its peak, achieving another breakthrough. "I've broken through to the divine palace 9 heavens," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. If one were to count from the 5 physical body realms, through the 5 divine treasure realms, the spiritual sea 9 heavens, and now the divine palace 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao, at only 8 years old, had broken through 28 cultivation realms in these 8 years. This was absolutely terrifying. Generally speaking, even some prodigies would need about 20 years to break through so many realms. Jun Xiaoyao accomplished it in just 8 years. "It's not enough. By my 10th birthday banquet, I must at least break through to the true spirit realm," Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. He had a premonition that his 10th birthday banquet might not be so peaceful. Oh, and there's also the matter of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom that needs to be handled. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao directly sent a voice transmission to Jun Linglong. A moment later, Jun Linglong pushed the door open and entered. With a flick of his wrist, Jun Xiaoyao took out a precious medicinal herb from his void realm ring. It was suffused with purple qi and resembled a kilin. It was precisely the kilin undying medicine. If this undying medicine were to be placed outside, it would cause a bloody storm, leading countless people to scramble for it. "Divine child, are you going to?" Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao was finally going to deal with the matter of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom? "Linglong, go to the vermilion bird ancient kingdom on my behalf. Tell the vermilion bird kingdom lord that if he is willing to submit to me, this kilin undying medicine will be given to him to save his life," Jun Xiaoyao said, handing the kilin undying medicine to Jun Linglong. "Linglong will surely accomplish it. I'll go tell Bai Yuer now," Jun Linglong said. Bai Yuer had been kneeling outside the heavenly emperor palace for more than half a year, which could be considered sincere repentance, and Jun Linglong had seen it all. "Wait, don't tell Bai Yuer yet. Let her continue kneeling. Also, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom must not tell Bai Yuer about this medicine," Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and said. He planned to let Bai Yuer kneel for a full year first. Then, just as she was about to fall into complete despair, she would hear the news that her father had been cured. At that time, Bai Yuer's state of mind would be imaginable. She would absolutely be wholeheartedly loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. How do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a villain? Jun Xiaoyao stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Jun Linglong was very intelligent and also thought of this point. She couldn't help but admire Jun Xiaoyao's methods even more. A prodigy with only brute force would find it difficult to reach the end. Only a prodigy with both martial prowess and wisdom was qualified to reach the peak. Afterward, Jun Linglong left the Heavenly Emperor Palace and found a guardian from her lineage, preparing to go to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The guardian was an old woman. Seeing Jun Linglong busy working for Jun Xiaoyao all these years, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed and spoke. "Young miss, is what you're doing truly worth it? The divine child might really only see you as a maid." "Grandma Hua, don't say such things again. The divine child's future achievements are beyond your imagination." "Even just being a maid, Linglong is content," Jun Linglong said. Grandma Hua sighed inwardly upon hearing this. She naturally couldn't know that Jun Linglong had glimpsed a corner of the future. Being the maid of a future heavenly emperor didn't seem bad either. Jun Linglong and Grandma Hua rushed to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom without stopping. Meanwhile, in the desolate Heaven Immortal Domain in Kang Province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces. The entire Kang Province was adjacent to Fire Province, with roughly the same area. And the one that controlled the entire Kang Province was the top Dao lineage, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Unlike the increasingly declining Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the national power of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was steadily rising, showing a trend towards becoming the head of the 4 great ancient kingdoms. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, within a grand hall, a young man dressed in a 4-clawed azure dragon robe was kneeling on the ground. He had a delicate and handsome appearance, very pleasing to the eye, and was about 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation had already reached the divine palace realm. In an ancient, desolate family, reaching the divine palace realm at this age was considered a genius. Not to mention, looking at the outside world, he would definitely be a prodigy. He was precisely Bai Yuer's fiancé, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chen. At this moment, Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his face showed an expression of suppressed anger. He cupped his hands and spoke to the figure shrouded in endless magical power radiance on the imperial throne. "Father, please bestow upon your son an undying medicine to give to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." On the imperial throne, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord sat, his magical power vibrating, seemingly condensing into a dragon shape, his aura immensely powerful. He spoke indifferently. "My son, my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom only has one Azure Dragon undying medicine, which has been passed down from our ancestors. How could I give it to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? But she is kneeling and being humiliated in the Jun family. As her fiancé, how can I bear it?" Xiao Chen's anger blazed. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms, causing piercing pain. The news of Bai Yuer kneeling before the Jun family divine child's sleeping quarters had already spread. Many people were curious about the mysterious divine child of the Jun family, while also making fun of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. What kind of humiliation was it for one's own fiancé to kneel before another man's sleeping quarters? Moreover, Bai Yuer was his childhood sweetheart. How could Xiao Chen swallow this insult? "My son, you must be patient. Your father has his own considerations regarding the matter of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said indifferently. "What's so great about that Jun family divine child? He bullies others by relying on his identity and background. He even bullies a woman. Is he even human?" Xiao Chen angrily rebuked. He simply wouldn't consider what Bai Yuer might have done wrong. How could his own fiancé do anything wrong? It must all be Jun Xiaoyao's fault. "Silence, do not speak nonsense about this matter. Withdraw. The Jun family is not someone you are qualified to criticize," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord frowned and said. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, turned, and walked out of the grand hall. "Just you wait, what's so great about the Jun family divine child? Once I cultivate that move, I'll go to the Jun family to bring Yuer back, and at the same time, teach that divine child a lesson." Xiao Chen thought to himself, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the coiled dragon ring on his finger. This coiled dragon ring was something his deceased mother had passed down to him. A few years ago, this coiled dragon ring began to transmit powerful cultivation techniques and pure magical power to him. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Chen had his current talent and strength. With the coiled dragon ring left by my mother, even that Jun family divine child, I can step on him in the future. Xiao Chen's expression was stern, and he spoke with a mysterious confidence. Inside a bedchamber in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord lay on his bed, surrounded by alchemists and imperial physicians from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. But none of them could cure the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's illness. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's illness originated several years ago when he and the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord explored a secret realm and were injured by a nine-fiend serpent devil, an ancient remnant's Yao beast comparable to a saint. The nine-fiend serpent devil's venom was difficult for even saints to resist, let alone the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, who was merely a quasi-saint. Alas, what should we do now? The imperial daughter went to the Jun family, not only failing to obtain the undying medicine but also suffering humiliation. What can we do? It's not like we can go trouble the Jun family. That would be seeking death, wouldn't it? The alchemists, imperial physicians, and ministers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom all shook their heads and sighed. They could not afford to offend the ancient desolate family. So, even after hearing that Bai Yuer had been humiliated and forced to kneel, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had no intention of seeking retribution. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord on the bed coughed even more upon hearing this, his face filled with a sense of defeat. However, just then, a guard rushed in from outside the door, hastily announcing, "Reporting to your majesty, honored guests have arrived at our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and request an audience with your majesty." A minister, upon hearing this, immediately flicked his sleeve and angrily shouted, "You thoughtless wretch, can't you see his majesty's current physical condition? Yet you still want to disturb his majesty." As the minister's words fell, a delicate female voice came from the entrance of the hall. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord shouldn't be critically ill, should he? If so, why can't he be seen? Seeking death, who is it? Anger surged on the minister's face. How dare you shout at my young miss, presumptuous? An aged figure appeared, flicking her sleeve, and a powerful quasi-saint cultivation erupted. The minister immediately spat out fresh blood, his body flying backward. Inside the grand hall, all the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom instantly froze, their legs trembling, utterly terrified. Quasi-Saint Aura. Even the most powerful Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was only a quasi-saint in cultivation. Everyone's gazes trembled as they looked. They saw an old woman in plain clothes enter with an indifferent expression. Behind her was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire. Golden hair cascaded down, smooth and flowing, her snow-white complexion as clear as jade, her beauty captivating. It was Jun Linglong and Granny Hua. It's the noble lady of the Jun family. Some ministers felt a surge of shock in their hearts. Jun Linglong was quite famous in the outside world, so they recognized her at a glance. And the minister who had previously reprimanded them now had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with terror as he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. "Cough, cough, I didn't expect the noble lady of the Jun family to come. Are you here to question us?" On the bed, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord struggled to get up, his face showing signs of fatigue. Just a while ago, news spread that Bai Yuer had offended the Jun family divine child and was kneeling outside the bedchamber for a long time. And now the Jun family had arrived. If they weren't here to question, what were they here for? As soon as these words were spoken, all the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom in the hall trembled, their hearts filled with fear. If the Jun family wanted to wipe out the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, it wouldn't take much effort. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had also resigned himself to fate, so he remained composed. "Is my divine child a great devil head who destroys clans at every turn? You should be grateful for the divine child's benevolence," Jun Linglong said with a faint smile, covering her mouth. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord and others were all bewildered. Could it be that the Jun family wasn't here to question them? Jun Linglong took a step forward, her jade hand sweeping across her void realm ring. Immediately, purple mist surged, and a medicinal fragrance permeated the air. A medicinal herb shaped like a kiln appeared before everyone's eyes. "That's undying medicine." All the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom widened their eyes, almost unable to breathe. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord also had a look of slight horror on his face. Every time an undying medicine appeared, it would cause a stir in the desolate heaven immortal domain. And now Jun Linglong so casually took out an undying medicine, shocking them as if country bumpkins had seen a mountain of gold. Granny Hua, seeing the reactions of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's people, couldn't help but show a hint of disdain in her old eyes. Vermilion bird kingdom lord, you now have two choices. Submit to divine child and receive the undying medicine. If you refuse, then you shall perish, Jun Linglong said calmly. In front of Jun Xiaoyao, her attitude was humble. But now, facing outsiders, she regained the demeanor of a noble lady of the Jun family. This, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom ministers all changed their expressions. They understood the meaning of Jun Linglong's words. It was to submit to the Jun family divine child, not to the Jun family. The difference here was significant. If it were to submit to the ancient Jun family, it would not be entirely unacceptable for the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. After all, there were many top Dao lineages affiliated with the Jun family. But if it was only to submit to Jun Xiaoyao alone, that would be a bit undignified for a top Dao lineage. Unwilling, do you know what an honor it is to be able to submit to divine child? Jun Linglong raised her delicate eyebrows, her expression slightly cold. The vermilion bird kingdom lord's eyes flickered with struggle, and finally he sighed, saying, "This emperor agrees. Please thank the Jun family divine child for me. I just hope he won't make things difficult for you." It had come to this point. Did the vermilion bird kingdom lord have any other choice? Rest assured, divine child only gave Bai Yuer a slight punishment. He won't do anything to her, Jun Linglong said calmly. She handed the Kilin undying medicine to the vermilion bird kingdom lord. The vermilion bird kingdom lord took the undying medicine, his hands trembling slightly. After all, who would choose death when they could live? Especially as the ruler of a kingdom. Cultivate well. This undying medicine will not only heal your injuries, but should also allow you to advance further, making you more useful to divine child, Jun Linglong advised. Hearing Jun Linglong's words, all the ministers were speechless. Was she openly treating the vermilion bird kingdom lord as a mere tool? This emperor understands. The vermilion bird kingdom lord nodded, showing no dissatisfaction, but rather excitement in his eyes. Above quasi-saint was Saint Realm. Relying on this Kilin undying medicine, perhaps he could truly rise from the ashes and break through to the Saint Realm. Remember, this is a favor bestowed upon you by divine child. If you dare to harbor even a shred of disloyalty, Jun Linglong's tone was extremely cold. She was still adept at using the carrot and stick approach. Naturally, from now on, divine child will be the true master of my vermilion bird ancient kingdom, the vermilion bird kingdom lord respectfully said. Offending the Jun family divine child was equivalent to offending the Jun family. Although their vermilion bird ancient kingdom was a first-rate power, in front of the Jun family, it was nothing more than a slightly larger ant. Understood, Jun Linglong and Granny Hua turned and left. The vermilion bird ancient kingdom had completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, becoming his subordinate force. Several months passed, and inside the heavenly emperor palace, Jun Xiaoyao stood up, a faint smile on his lips. It's about time. Bai Yuer has been kneeling for a year. It's time to subdue her. At the same time, within the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's territory, a dragon carriage suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards the Jun family's direction. The person inside the carriage was none other than the first imperial prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chen. That move has been mastered. It's time to bring Yuer back. And that Jun family divine child, if I challenge him and defeat him, I will surely become famous throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. The Jun family wouldn't possibly stoop so low as to make things difficult for a junior like me. Xiao Chen's lips curved into a confident smile. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He, Xiao Chen, would single-handedly storm the Jun family, rescue the beauty, step on the Jun family divine child, and gain widespread fame. Weren't the fated protagonists in those biographical novels all like this? Just thinking about such a scene made Xiao Chen feel a surge of excitement, and he couldn't wait. At the entrance of the heavenly emperor palace, Bai Yuer was still kneeling on the ground and had not risen for an entire year. Her red feathered robe was covered in dust. Her originally fair and delicate face had lost all color, appearing very pale and weak. Even though Bai Yuer was a heavenly chosen, protected by vermilion bird divine fire, a year of continuous kneeling without a single grain of rice had left her extremely weak. For an entire year, Jun Xiaoyao had entered and exited the heavenly emperor palace multiple times, but he had never once looked at her directly. Bai Yuer's heart, too, sank deeper into the abyss as time passed. She felt that Jun Xiaoyao might not forgive her. This meant she could not possibly obtain the undying medicine from Jun Xiaoyao, let alone use it to save her father, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, due to Jun Linglong's instructions, had not informed Bai Yuer of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's acquisition of the undying medicine. Bai Yuer foolishly believed that she had no hope left. She felt as if she had sunk into a bottomless deep sea, on the verge of suffocating, and despair appeared in her crimson crystal eyes. Just then, faint footsteps sounded. Bai Yuer subconsciously raised her beautiful eyes to look, her breathing almost stopping. The figure she thought of day and night was actually walking towards her. Jun Xiaoyao was dressed in white, purer than snow, his skin gleaming with divine light, radiating brilliance. A year had passed, and Jun Xiaoyao was now 9 years old. His figure was more slender, and his facial features, as if sculpted by a celestial hand, already possessed a stunning handsomeness. He walked calmly to Bai Yuer's front. Jun Linglong followed behind him. "Greetings, divine child." Bai Yuer's expression was one of surprise mixed with delight. It had been an entire year. She had finally waited for this day. Jun Xiaoyao observed Bai Yuer. Her body was much thinner, indeed showing a sincere attitude of repentance. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not express anything, merely looking at her calmly. Seeing this, Bai Yuer bit her silver teeth lightly and kowtowed 3 times heavily to Jun Xiaoyao, saying, "Divine child, Yuer knows her mistake. Please forgive Yuer this once." Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, "It's good that you know your mistake. Get up. After all, I'm not some devil." Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong felt somewhat resentful. "If you're not a devil, why did you make her kneel there for a whole year?" Even though the undying medicine had already been given, he still kept it from Bai Yuer, making her continue to kneel. "Thank you, divine child." Bai Yuer struggled to stand up, her legs numb, swaying and gasping for air. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and a top-grade saint medicinal pill fell into Bai Yuer's hand. Bai Yuer felt even more overwhelmed with gratitude. A top-grade saint medicinal pill could fetch an astronomical price in the outside world, yet Jun Xiaoyao casually gave it to her. For a moment, Bai Yuer felt no resentment towards Jun Xiaoyao. Instead, she felt a sense of gratitude. She consumed the saint medicinal pill and began to recover her strength. A faint, cold smile played on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. The tactic of hitting with a stick, then offering a carrot, was one he was all too familiar with. The saint medicinal pill's effects were astonishing, and Bai Yuer quickly recovered from her weakness. However, thinking of the ailing Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, Bai Yuer clenched her jade hand, finding it difficult to speak. To receive Jun Xiaoyao's forgiveness was already an unexpected joy. How could she now have the nerve to ask Jun Xiaoyao for the undying medicine again? Thinking of this, Bai Yuer took a deep breath and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao, saying, "Thank you, divine child, for your clemency." Yuer will take her leave. Bai Yuer sighed deeply in her heart. She had ultimately failed to bring back the undying medicine. At this moment, Jun Linglong chuckled softly. "Bai Yuer, don't you want the undying medicine anymore?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer gave a bitter smile. To receive the divine child's forgiveness is already a blessing. How dare Yuer be so greedy? "Then why don't you contact the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom?" Jun Linglong asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Bai Yuer was slightly stunned, then took out a jade slip to send a message. On the other side, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom also sent a message. "The Jun family delivered the undying medicine some time ago. This is all thanks to the divine child's grace. The Kingdom Lord's injuries have not only recovered, but he is now in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm. Everything is due to the divine child's benevolence." These successive messages made Bai Yuer's mind go blank for a moment. Then her face flushed with excitement, almost disbelieving. "Divine child, it was you." Bai Yuer's eyes were fervent and agitated as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao, her voice choked and tearful. "This divine child said, 'I am not some devil,'" Jun Xiaoyao said with a calm smile. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure was deeply engraved in Bai Yuer's heart. The imprint of Jun Xiaoyao was deeply carved into her heart, impossible to erase for a lifetime. This feeling was as if a person plunged into deep despair had suddenly had all their hopes realized. And all these hopes were brought to her by Jun Xiaoyao. "Yuer is willing to serve the divine child for life, as a slave or a maid, daring not to disobey. Should I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning." Bai Yu knelt before Jun Xiaoyao, declaring resolutely. If before she was begging for forgiveness, then now she was sincerely surrendering to Jun Xiaoyao. And it was precisely at this moment that an angry voice echoed from outside the Jun family's mountain gate. Where is the Jun family divine child? What kind of ability is it to bully a weak woman? If you're brave enough, fight me. The voice boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Many Jun family members were startled. A Jun family guard walked over to Jun Xiaoyao and reported. Reporting to the divine child, there is a presumptuous young man outside the gate, likely from the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Heh, it seems this fiancé still lacks self-awareness. Jun Xiaoyao sneered inwardly. He said calmly, let him in, I'll handle this. Yes, the guard withdrew. However, Bai Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, turned somewhat pale. Jun Xiaoyao had just forgiven her, and now her fiancé had come to provoke him. Wasn't this ruining her affairs? At this moment, Bai Yu actually felt a hint of resentment towards her fiancé, Xiao Chen. Divine child, Bai Yu's heart was filled with trepidation, and she hurriedly wanted to explain. It's fine, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. In a moment, a young man dressed in an Azure Dragon robe, with a refined and handsome appearance, arrived at the location. When he saw Bai Yu kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes instantly flared, and a furious killing intent permeated the air. No man could accept his fiancée kneeling before another man. You get up quickly. How dare this person force you like this? Xiao Chen roared angrily. Xiao Chen, shut up. How dare you disrespect the divine child? Bai Yu immediately snapped back. Xiao Chen was stunned, looking at Bai Yu in disbelief. I'm here to save you. Why are you speaking up for him? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled and surprised. Enough, I knelt willingly. The divine child was willing to forgive me, and I couldn't be happier. What are you doing here? Bai Yu said coldly. Originally, she had a slight fondness for Xiao Chen, her childhood sweetheart. But the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had gone back on its promise not to give the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom the undying medicine. She had also asked Xiao Chen for help before, and Xiao Chen had promised her, but she had not seen a trace of the undying medicine until now. If not for Jun Xiaoyao providing an undying medicine, her father, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, might still be critically ill. One might ask between Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chen, who truly showed kindness to Bai Yu. Yu, how could you think like that? Did he force you into this? Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his heart burning with even greater fury. Watching Xiao Chen's brainless rage, Bai Yu felt increasingly disappointed. When comparing people, you don't know until you compare, and then you're shocked. She used to think that Xiao Chen was a very excellent person. But now, compared to Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chen immediately became a loach in the mud. He looked annoying no matter how she looked at him. Such a person to be my fiancé, Bai Yu secretly shook her head. She said, all of this was my own will. Xiao Chen, you should leave. Bai Yu's words were like a critical hit, striking Xiao Chen's heart fiercely. He was so angry that his chest heaved, and he stared at Jun Xiaoyao with an extremely cold expression, saying, Your name is Jun Xiaoyao, right? It must be you. What kind of bewitching potion did you give Yu? Xiao Chen was like a raging lion. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm, with a hint of something unusual in his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chen. To be precise, he was staring at the coiled dragon ring on Xiao Chen's finger. Because Jun Xiaoyao cultivated the chaotic divine grind contemplation method, his soul's sensitivity was far superior to ordinary people's. On that coiled dragon ring, Jun Xiaoyao sensed a different chi mechanism and soul fluctuation. No way is it really this kind of plot? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed surprise. Old man in the ring betraying his fiancée. Still the familiar recipe, still the original taste. Only the positions were reversed. A little interesting, is this Xiao Chen trying to slap my face? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. Bai Yu, however, continued, Enough, Xiao Chen, my mind is made up. I will serve the divine child for my entire life as a slave and a maid. Our engagement is hereby annulled. In Bai Yu's heart now, there was only Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was her master for life. As for Xiao Chen, that little bit of childhood affection had long since been worn away by repeated disappointments and lies. Xiao Chen had promised her undying medicine, but he never fulfilled his promise. No, how could you do this, Yu? Xiao Chen's whole body trembled slightly. His fiancée had been snatched away. Xiao Chen felt a green hue over his head, and he even believed that Bai Yuer had obtained Jun Xiaoyao's favor by sacrificing her dignity. Heh, so that's how it is, you slut. Xiao Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He simply tore off his facade, laughed in extreme anger, his face cold and full of mockery. He could not tolerate the betrayal of his woman. Bai Yuer was also stunned. She never expected that Xiao Chen, who had always been steady and resolute and quite caring towards her, would say such words. Jun Xiaoyao, however, was not surprised by this. The protagonist, after all, thrives when you follow him and perishes when you oppose him. Would those who betrayed the protagonist have a good end? However, Jun Xiaoyao asked himself, if he were in Xiao Chen's position, he would also unhesitatingly kill Bai Yuer. A saint, impossible. He would only be more ruthless and decisive than Xiao Chen. But unfortunately, Bai Yuer was his pawn now, and he could not allow Xiao Chen to harm her. Moreover, at this moment, he could seize the opportunity to put on a show and make Bai Yuer even more devoted. For you to be Bai Yuer's fiancé, yet you slander her innocence like this. Even I, an outsider, feel a chill to the bone for Bai Yuer. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, blocking Bai Yuer, shaking his head and sighing. Divine child, Bai Yuer's heart was touched, and her beautiful crimson eyes were misty. She hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to stand up and speak for her. At this moment, Bai Yuer's feelings for Jun Xiaoyao, in addition to respect and adoration, also held a few indescribable emotions. And this gaze and emotion in Xiao Chen's eyes were nothing but blatant affection. Damn it, you slut! Xiao Chen was so angry that his internal organs felt like they were burning, and his rage was blazing. Bai Yuer was actually flirting with Jun Xiaoyao right in front of him. This was no longer just a green hue over his head. It was an entire Hulenbjörg grassland. Jun Xiaoyao, do you dare to have a fair fight with me? Xiao Chen shouted. The only solution now was to completely crush Jun Xiaoyao in front of Bai Yuer, trampling him underfoot. Only then could Xiao Chen vent the anger in his heart. He wanted to see Bai Yuer filled with regret, repenting before him. I'm only 8 years old and you're already 15 or 16, right? What a fair fight, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint, sarcastic smile. Xiao Chen's face was slightly unnatural, but he still said stubbornly, so what? You are a Jun family divine child with countless resources, so it's fair. Or are you saying you don't dare to fight me? Xiao Chen showed a provocative stance. During this time, he had finally mastered the martial arts' divine ability passed down to him by the coiled dragon ring. He was confident that few among his peers could contend with him. The Jun family divine child was no exception. All right then, let's go to the combat arena, Jun Xiaoyao said, hands behind his back, and stepped out directly. At this point, there was nothing more to say. This kind of self-important protagonist persona deserved to be slapped awake. Bai Yuer and Jun Linglong followed closely. Jun Linglong looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of cold mockery and pity in her beautiful eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had defeated the 10th sequence, Jun Zhangjian, at the age of 3. Even Jun Linglong was not entirely sure how strong he was now. Watching Jun Xiaoyao with 2 beauties by his side, jealousy surged in Xiao Chen's eyes. If I had been born into an ancient desolate family, my achievements would definitely not be lower than this Jun Xiaoyao's. But he would never guess that I also have the help of the coiled dragon ring, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Soon Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chen arrived at the combat arena. Their arrival also attracted the attention of many Jun family disciples. It's the divine child. What is he doing at the combat arena? I heard that some clueless fellow wants to challenge the divine child. The prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. He's really incredibly stupid. Yes, it's already his honor that the divine child condescends to fight him. Along the way, almost all Jun family members mocked, scorned, and despised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen saw it all, his fists clenched. Weren't the protagonists in those legendary novels also subjected to disdain? But in the end, they were able to turn the tables. A bunch of snobs who look down on others. So what if you were born into an ancient desolate family? I will let you know what it means that man can conquer nature. Xiao Chen's lips curved into a proud arc. Jun Xiaoyao and Xiao Chen stood on a fighting stage. Jun Linglong, Bai Yuer, and many other Jun family members were watching. In the shadows, Jun Zhangjian and some elders were also secretly observing. They weren't worried that Jun Xiaoyao would lose. Instead, they wanted to use this battle to see how powerful Jun Xiaoyao's strength truly was. All right, you can make your move. On the stage, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. HMPH, if I make a move, you might not have a chance to retaliate, Xiao Chen said with a cold, arrogant smile. He was a divine palace realm genius. And this Jun Xiaoyao was only 8 years old. How strong could he be? Is that so? All right then, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He simply struck out with a palm, golden chi and blood surged, and the void realm trembled. Around Jun Xiaoyao, golden chi and blood surged like roaring, surging waves. Within his body, 2,000 giant elephant particles awakened. That's right, within these few years, Jun Xiaoyao cultivated the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, directly awakening from 1,000 giant elephant particles to 2,000 giant elephant particles. This means that when Jun Xiaoyao makes a move, it's 200 million jin of immense force. How terrifying is this? It could almost shatter stars in the sky with a single palm. Within Jun Xiaoyao's body, chi and blood surged, and majestic golden magical power transformed into a giant golden hand, suppressing outwards. 200 million jin of immense force covering the sky. Feeling this world-shaking power, Xiao Chen's face turned pale with fright, his expression suddenly changing drastically. Jun Xiaoyao typically didn't make a move, but once he did, the heavens and earth shook and the universe changed color. That giant golden magical power hand, like the hand of a heavenly god, pressed down on Xiao Chen. How is this possible? Xiao Chen couldn't help but roar. But he also had some ability and didn't sit idly by, his entire body's magical power surging. Azure Dragon shattering heaven punch. Xiao Chen's magical power gathered on his fist, and he punched out. As a dragon roar echoed, an Azure Dragon phantom seemed to surge forth with Xiao Chen's punch. However, it was still useless. Rumbles, like a thunderous tremor, a collision of great stars. The giant golden hand, with an unstoppable momentum, instantly annihilated the Azure Dragon phantom. Then, its remaining power undiminished, it struck Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt as if he had been kicked by an ancient giant elephant, and he spat out blood. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, then heavily crashed to the ground. Dead silence. Throughout the entire martial arts arena, many Jun family disciples looked at this scene with some astonishment. Although they knew that Xiao Chen's challenge to Jun Xiaoyao was overestimating himself, they didn't expect it to be such a crushing defeat. This was no longer a competition. It was a naked, utter annihilation. Oh my goodness, Divine Child has already reached the Divine Palace 9 heavens. Doesn't that mean he's about to break through to the true spirit realm? That's terrifying. Although Xiao Chen is nothing special, he's considered a well-known prodigy in the outside world, yet he was knocked down by Divine Child with a single palm. Don't forget, Divine Child is only 8 years old, while Xiao Chen is 15 or 16. He's twice as old and still can't win. I feel ashamed for him. After a brief moment of astonishment, there were waves of exclamations. Countless sarcastic remarks were directed at Xiao Chen. Even Bai Yuer covered her red lips with her jade hand, her crimson eyes wide. Although she knew Jun Xiaoyao would win, she didn't expect him to win so decisively. Xiao Chen had no power to resist in front of him. Bai Yuer's gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but become even more brilliant. How is this possible? How could this happen? Let alone others, Xiao Chen himself, slumped in the pit, was somewhat bewildered. Logically, shouldn't it be him who made a comeback, slapped faces, and mercilessly trampled Jun Xiaoyao underfoot, making that slut Bai Yuer regret it for the rest of her life? Why was he the one who was knocked down now? Letting you make the first move was to give you a chance to struggle, lest it be too boring. Now it seems I overestimated you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, his tone disappointed. He had thought Xiao Chen could bring him some fun and a challenge. But the result was still so vulnerable. Jun Xiaoyao, don't you dare be arrogant. Our duel isn't over yet. Xiao Chen's face flushed with shame and anger at his words. When a protagonist gains rage, their strength increases. This is an eternal truth. At this moment, Xiao Chen was no exception. He struggled to stand up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A terrifying dragon chi began to brew and rise from within his body. Xiao Chen's cultivation realm actually began to climb steadily. Divine Palace 2nd Heaven. Divine Palace 3rd Heaven. Divine Palace 4th Heaven. Divine Palace 5th Heaven. Divine Palace 6th Heaven. In a short period, Xiao Chen's cultivation realm surged by 5 small realms. This scene, falling into the eyes of the surrounding Jun family disciples, also made them quite surprised. Oh, this Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom Prince has some tricks up his sleeve. In the Void Realm, Jun Xiaoyao and several other clan elders also witnessed this scene. Jun Xiaoyao said with slight surprise, "Oh, this is interesting. This kid actually has dragon chi accompanying him, possessing considerable luck and blessings. He's a good prospect. It's a pity he provoked your grandson. His outcome probably won't be too good," another clan elder said with a smile. "What if he has dragon chi accompanying him? Jun Xiaoyao possesses the ancient sacred body, naturally capable of breaking 10 shackles." Seeing Xiao Chen's state, Jun Xiaoyao also raised an eyebrow. "Is he cheating right in front of me?" Jun Xiaoyao himself was a major cheater, so he was all too familiar with such things. Cheating in front of a major cheater, wasn't this showing off one's meager skill before an expert? "Jun Xiaoyao, you didn't expect this, did you? Did you really think you were invincible? Watch me defeat you with one move." Azure Dragon Heavenly Seat Seal. After Xiao Chen's cultivation realm surged, dragon chi rose from his entire body, seeming to condense into a great seal in the void realm that suppressed all heavens. This was precisely the martial art divine ability he had diligently cultivated during this period. Originally, this move was Xiao Chen's ultimate trump card, which he didn't intend to use. But Jun Xiaoyao's strength exceeded his expectations, so he was forced to reveal his hidden card. "Jun Xiaoyao, kneel before me." Xiao Chen's figure soared into the sky, controlling the Azure Dragon Heavenly Seat Seal, and pressed it down towards Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to force Jun Xiaoyao to his knees on the ground. Jun Xiaoyao calmly looked up, watching Xiao Chen, who was full of passionate fervor and wanted to suppress him. "Pitiful." He shook his head faintly, and with a raise of his hand, endless golden magical power surged like a vast ocean, condensing into various divine soldiers. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, forks. Tens of thousands of golden divine soldiers gathered around Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, he seemed like the master of 10,000 weapons, the king of divine soldiers. This was precisely the Jun family's divine ability, the soldiering art. "Go!" Jun Xiaoyao pushed his hand out horizontally, and tens of thousands of divine soldiers converged into a torrent of divine soldiers that could split heaven and earth, surging towards Xiao Chen. "How can this be?" Xiao Chen's face showed shock. He gritted his teeth, bringing the Great Seal down. Boom! The two collided, and the universe vibrated. The Azure Dragon Heavenly Seat Seal was directly shattered by the myriad divine soldiers. Xiao Chen's face was pale, and he used his movement technique to retreat in a hurry, but he was still hit by some divine soldiers. Blood spurted. Xiao Chen's shoulders, thighs, and ribs all had wounds, deep enough to see bone with blood gushing out. His figure fell from the high sky, heavily crashing to the ground, disheveled, covered in blood, and utterly disheveled. "That's it." Jun Xiaoyao slightly tilted his head, looking at Xiao Chen. "Arg." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of heart blood. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and his peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Yuer. Her expression showed disappointment, mixed with a hint of pity and sympathy. This made the highly self-respecting Xiao Chen feel as if needles were piercing his heart, a sharp pain. There are always people better than you, and heavens beyond heavens. In front of divine child, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must crouch. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was condescending, like the son of a deity, as he spoke indifferently. With the system, peerless talent, and an invincible background, what Jun Xiaoyao wanted was to be the dominator of this era. All the prodigies and protagonists could only become his supporting characters, dim and without light. Not to mention Xiao Chen, who only had a bit of luck. "You." Xiao Chen clenched his fists, biting his teeth tightly. To be honest, he never expected to be defeated so thoroughly and miserably. A thick sense of humiliation churned and brewed in his heart. However, he could no longer utter any arrogant words, because actions spoke louder than words. "Xiao Chen, that's enough. With divine child's strength, he could easily suppress and kill you. He has already shown you mercy," Bai Yuer said, stepping forward. Although she was utterly disappointed in Xiao Chen, and even their engagement was annulled. But after all, they were childhood sweethearts. Even though they weren't very close, there was still a bit of affection. But that was all. "Shut up, you slut! Do I need Jun Xiaoyao to show me mercy?" Xiao Chen roared in extreme anger. Bai Yuer's good intentions only further stimulated Xiao Chen's nerves. His eyes had almost shown signs of dejection, but now they were once again filled with unwilling fury. "This foolish girl is trying to make me enemies," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, this was exactly what he wanted, because Jun Xiaoyao had another plan in mind. "You fine, consider my kindness wasted on a donkey." Xiao Chen's repeated use of slut made Bai Yuer's pretty face darken, and the last bit of affection she had for him completely vanished. Xiao Chen gasped for breath, his chest heaving. He knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Jun Xiaoyao today. Xiao Chen clenched his 5 fingers tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm, bringing excruciating pain. He coldly swept his gaze over Bai Yuer and Jun Xiaoyao, then spoke, making a declaration. "Jun Xiaoyao, don't get too smug. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully a young man for being poor. 3 years from now, we will fight again." Xiao Chen's words carried a sense of determination and tragedy, paired with his blood-stained, handsome face. It even made some of the Jun family's young women look at him with a slightly different regard. At this moment, Xiao Chen's unyielding will indeed carried a certain aura. After delivering his harsh words, Xiao Chen turned around and, dragging his injured body, leaving a bloody imprint with each step, walked out of the martial arts arena. Even Bai Yuer felt a slight tremor in her heart. She seemed to see Xiao Chen soaring to the 9 heavens in the future. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. "Wait." Hearing this, Xiao Chen's footsteps suddenly halted. "Did I say you could leave?" Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of playfulness in his expression. Saying a classic line, leaving a flamboyant silhouette, and then expecting to leave safely. Xiao Chen was thinking too simply. What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen turned around, his face stiff. As the Jun family divine child, shouldn't Jun Xiaoyao generously let him go, and then wait to be slapped in the face by him 3 years later? Why wasn't he following the script? In my Jun family, to speak harshly to the divine child and then expect to leave safely, what do you take my Jun family for, and what do you take the divine child for? Jun Xiaoyao sneered. Then what else do you want to do? Are you perhaps afraid that I will defeat you in 3 years? A hint of panic flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, but he forced himself to remain calm. Don't try to provoke me, but I indeed don't plan to suppress and kill you now," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. "Then what do you want to do?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief, though vigilance still lingered in his eyes. "Death is avoidable, but living punishment is not. I have taken a liking to your dragon chi." As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, he raised his hand. Within his body, a golden spiritual sea churned, and surging magical power flowed, condensing into a large hand that grabbed towards Xiao Chen. "You are despicable and shameless." Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically, and he turned to flee. But he was still slapped down by the golden hand with a single blow. Then Jun Xiaoyao grabbed from across the void realm, and from within Xiao Chen's body, a dragon roar echoed. Immediately, a semi-illusory azure dragon phantom was pulled out by Jun Xiaoyao. This was precisely the dragon chi that Xiao Chen possessed. "No, my dragon chi!" Xiao Chen's eyes turned bloodshot and he roared frantically. Noisy, Jun Xiaoyao slapped down again, with a loud boom, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking. Most of Xiao Chen's bones were broken, and blood gushed from his mouth as if it were worthless. You actually crippled all my meridians." Xiao Chen's face was pale, and he was biting his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Although Jun Xiaoyao hadn't killed him, he had crippled him. This way, let alone 3 years, even 300 years, 3,000 years, he would not be able to defeat Jun Xiaoyao. "Jun Xiaoyao," Xiao Chen uttered each word, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred and fury. The surrounding Jun family disciples also shivered slightly, their hearts growing cold. It was their first time witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's ruthless methods. "Janshan Xiaoyao's actions are truly decisive and swift," an elder hidden in the void realm said with a smile. "That's good. The more ruthless my grandson's methods, the more at ease I feel," Jun Janshan said with a smile. Not only did they not find Jun Xiaoyao's actions inappropriate, but they considered them perfectly normal. When the Emperor Road opened in the future, even more cruel things would happen, so what did something like this count for? On the martial arts arena, after Jun Xiaoyao obtained the dragon chi, he didn't hesitate at all and began to absorb it right in front of Xiao Chen. Within his body, continuous booming sounds echoed. Those were the sounds of giant elephant particles, awakening one by one. After absorbing more than half of the dragon chi, Jun Xiaoyao had awakened another 10,000 giant elephant particles within his body. Now he had awakened a total of 30,000 giant elephant particles, which was 300 million jin of immense strength, truly terrifying beyond compare. Not only that, Jun Xiaoyao also discovered that the dragon chi was nourishing his body, making his already powerful ancient sacred body even more formidable. Furthermore, beneath his skin, there seemed to be a layer of azure light spreading, which could transform into dragon scale inner armor for protection when needed. Good harvest, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Then he infused the remaining small portion of dragon chi, which he had not yet digested, into Bai Yuer's body. Divine child you! Bai Yuer was surprised, never expecting Jun Xiaoyao to do such a thing. You have vermilion bird divine flame within you. Coupled with the azure dragon chi, it should have a complementary effect, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. His action was naturally to win people's hearts. In the future, he would still need Bai Yuer to manage the vermilion bird ancient kingdom for him, so her talent could not be too weak. Thank you, divine child. Bai Yuer was incredibly moved, tears even glistening in her eyes. This kindness was like a rebirth. And Xiao Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of heart's blood. Enraged, he was so angry that his internal organs felt like they were burning, and his liver and guts were about to shatter. Jun Xiaoyao refined his dragon chi in front of him, and even gave it away to his former fiancée. His former fiancée, Bai Yuer, was even fawning over Jun Xiaoyao like a female lapdog. This made Xiao Chen feel his vision go black, almost fainting from anger. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao said earnestly, Xiao Chen, don't be angry. I took your dragon chi and crippled your cultivation for your own good. Which protagonist hasn't endured thousands of hardships and myriad tribulations? If they weren't crippled, they wouldn't even have the nerve to call themselves a protagonist. From this perspective, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed painstakingly helping Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen trembled even more with anger, and finally he couldn't help but let out a mournful roar to the sky, raging helplessly, spitting blood and collapsing unconscious on the ground. Looking at Xiao Chen, who had directly fainted from anger, all the Jun family disciples in the martial arts arena shivered. Jun Xiaoyao was strong in power and not weak in words. With a few words, he angered Xiao Chen to the point of almost dying on the spot. Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly, feeling a bit speechless. What he said was indeed the truth. Generally speaking, people like Xiao Chen, who were blessed with luck, would usually experience a burst of the universe after their cultivation was crippled and their talent was taken. Various fortuitous encounters would constantly appear, and then they would grow all the way, sweeping through all directions. Thinking about it this way, Jun Xiaoyao was indeed doing Xiao Chen a favor. Someone throw him out of the mountain gate. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand. Soon, Jun family guards came and dragged away the unconscious Xiao Chen. At this moment, Jun Jianshan's figure suddenly materialized from the void realm. Grandpa, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He had long sensed that Jun Jianshan and other old ancestors were watching him from behind. Xiaoyao, do you know that wild fires cannot be completely burned, and they will grow again with the spring breeze? When cutting weeds, you must remove the roots. Jun Jianshan's expression was slightly solemn. He was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would develop a habit of arrogance and underestimating his enemies. Letting go of enemies like this was not a wise decision. Heck, Grandpa, don't worry, your grandson has his own plans. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Didn't Jun Xiaoyao know the principle of cutting weeds and removing their roots? However, for him, Xiao Chen was like a leek, to be harvested when needed. Jun Xiaoyao had only harvested the dragon chi, and had not yet squeezed out all of Xiao Chen's luck value. Harvesting him in batches wasn't that more fragrant. When there was no more harvesting value, Jun Xiaoyao would naturally swat this fly to death. It's good that you have a plan. Such a small character won't cause much trouble. There's still a year left, so you need to be prepared, Jun Jianshan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. What Jun Jianshan referred to was naturally his 10th birthday banquet. At that time, the Jun family would widely invite forces from all over the desolate heaven immortal domain, and it would definitely be a world-renowned feast. Even Jun Xiaoyao's maternal clan, the ancient desolate family Jiang family would send people. And his mother, Jiang Ru, always wanted to push the Jiang family's beloved daughter to Jun Xiaoyao. In addition, the Jun family would also announce his zero-sequence identity at his 10th birthday banquet. At that time, the Jun family would surely experience another violent upheaval, and all the major sequences would definitely react. So Jun Xianshan wanted Jun Xiaoyao to be prepared. "Grandpa, don't worry, I will never let you, mother, or 18th ancestor and the others down," Jun Xiaoyao said with a firm tone. He hadn't forgotten that there was also a chance to sign in at the 10th birthday banquet. The rewards he would receive at that time might greatly help him improve his strength. "Grandpa naturally believes in you," Jun Xianshan smiled with satisfaction. After this incident subsided, Jun Xiaoyao also returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, preparing to thoroughly refine this dragon chi. Bai Yuer also temporarily stayed in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. She also received a small portion of dragon chi, in addition to the vermilion bird divine fire she possessed. Bai Yuer's talent and strength would skyrocket. Most importantly, she was now wholeheartedly following Jun Xiaoyao. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, who had gained a lot, Xiao Chen was quite miserable at this moment. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself outside the Jun family mountain gate. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen struggled to get up, his body covered in wounds with numerous internal injuries, all his meridians crippled and bones shattered. It could be said that he was utterly miserable. Outside the Jun family mountain gate, many cultivators were also watching the spectacle. After all, Xiao Chen had entered the Jun family very arrogantly before. But it hadn't been long before he was thrown out so miserably. Was that Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's prince crippled? Probably he looks like a dog. Who told him to be so blind and dare to provoke the Jun family divine child? His fiancée probably ran away too, serves him right. The cultivators watching the show around him all sneered and looked disdainful. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly and walked out step by step. Only after he was out of the crowd's sight did Xiao Chen roar to the sky, his fists continuously smashing against the ancient trees in front of him. "Damn it, Jun Xiaoyao. If there's even a sliver of a chance, Xiao Chen will repay today's pain 1,000-fold. As Xiao Chen roared, the blood on his body, unknowingly, soaked the coiled dragon ring on his finger. "Are all the descendants of my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom as unspirited as you?" Suddenly, an old voice sounded. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen looked around. But the next moment, his gaze fell on the coiled dragon ring on his finger. The ring suddenly flashed with a green light. Immediately, a white-browed old man's phantom, dressed in a green dragon robe, suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. You are." Xiao Chen widened his eyes, looking at the old man in front of him. The old man also had 2 dragon horns on his head. In a trance, Xiao Chen felt as if he had seen this old man somewhere before. Have later generations forgot this old man?" The green-robed, dragon-horned old man smiled. "You are the founding old ancestor of my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Green Dragon Ancestor." A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Xiao Chen's mind, and then he took a deep breath. He finally remembered. This old man's appearance was exactly the same as the statue of the founding old ancestor, standing in the imperial palace of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And this founding old ancestor, Green Dragon Ancestor, according to historical records, was a quasi-supreme. He was only half a step away from truly entering the supreme realm. What a powerful realm that was, only 1 step away from the true supreme realm. Xiao Chen, the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, greets old ancestor. Xiao Chen's face showed excitement, and his body trembled. He didn't expect that the coiled dragon ring among his mother's relics actually housed the soul of the founding old ancestor. Indeed, heaven never seals off all exits. Green Dragon Ancestor looked at Xiao Chen and said, "This seed awakened several years ago and sensed that you are the son of national luck of the current Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, so I conveyed to you magical power and various resources. I didn't expect that you would still be defeated by that Jun family divine child." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face showed a cold resentment, and he said, "Old ancestor, why didn't you directly attack and kill Jun Xiaoyao at that time?" "HMPH, foolish. If this seed had attacked at that time, the result would have been that neither you nor I would have been able to leave the Jun family," Green Dragon Ancestor coldly rebuked. He had actually been quite satisfied with Xiao Chen's performance, but now, Xiao Chen's heart was in disarray. Old ancestor, you are a Quasi Supreme. Can't you still make the Jun family wary? Xiao Chen asked unwillingly. Green Dragon Ancestor shook his head and said, let alone that this seat's current strength is less than 1/10 of what it once was, even in its prime, it couldn't do anything to the Jun family. The ancient desolate family is not as simple as you imagine. In that case, I won't be able to get my revenge for the rest of my life. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth. He was crippled, and Green Dragon Ancestor couldn't help him either. Don't be discouraged. You are the son of national luck. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will still need you in the future, and this seat will not let you end so dismally. Green Dragon Ancestor said. Please help, old ancestor, no matter the cost, this junior is willing, Xiao Chen said resolutely. Green Dragon Ancestor's eyes showed satisfaction, and he took out a green scroll. Although your meridians and cultivation have been crippled, it can also be considered a blessing in disguise. This Quasi Supreme cultivation technique, the Azure Heavens transforming dragon art, is the cultivation technique that this seat once cultivated, and I will just impart it to you. Azure Heavens transforming dragon, no breaking, no establishing. Upon hearing this, the hope in Xiao Chen's originally despairing eyes rekindled. His whole being seemed to have revived, full of fighting spirit. Jun Xiaoyao, your biggest mistake was being too arrogant and complacent, letting me live. This hatred I, Xiao Chen, will surely repay 100-fold. Seeing Xiao Chen regain his fighting spirit and confidence, Green Dragon Ancestor nodded with satisfaction. Only such an indomitable character could be considered a son of national destiny. By the way, you must cultivate the Azure Heavens transforming dragon art diligently. At the same time, I have also deduced that within the next few years, the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure should appear, Green Dragon Ancestor said. Yuan Tian Supreme, could it be a supreme expert? Xiao Chen's eyes widened. That's right, Yuan Tian Supreme was extremely powerful and had a strong, overbearing personality. Legend has it that he once seized several ancient dragon bones from the ancient royal family's Zhu-Long nest, Green Dragon Ancestor said. When mentioning the ancient dragon bones, Green Dragon Ancestor's eyes showed a slight fervor. Ancient royal family, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. That Yuan Tian Supreme was truly an overbearing individual, daring to provoke even the ancient royal family. However, Xiao Chen immediately thought of the key point and said, does old ancestor mean? Green Dragon Ancestor nodded. That's right. You need to find a Yuanshan Supreme token, then find an opportunity to enter the secret treasure and seize those ancient dragon bones. If your Azure Heavens transforming dragon art obtains the ancient dragon bones, you will certainly be able to cultivate it to the peak. I can also reshape my physical body with an ancient dragon bone. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, old ancestor. I will definitely go to the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure and seize the ancient dragon bones. And Jun Xiaoyao and that slut Bai Yuer, just you wait. Xiao Chen laughed uproariously, finally seeing the dawn of his revenge. At the same time, inside the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace. Achoo! Jun Xiaoyao rubbed his nose. Is someone cursing me? Is it Xiao Chen? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. According to the usual tropes, at this point, he should have already obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, right? He should be thinking about how to get revenge on him now. Xiao Chen, this time you gave me Dragon Chi and a fiancé. Next time I wonder what you'll send me, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. He actually hoped that more prodigy like Xiao Chen would appear. There are only worn-out leaks, never farmers who die of exhaustion. Xiao Chen's matter can be put aside for now. He probably won't amount to much for several years. It's better to prepare for the 10-year banquet first. I need to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. After all, it was his first public appearance, showcasing himself to many forces in the immortal domain. If his performance was subpar, it would be too embarrassing. When the news of Jun Xiaoyao entering seclusion spread, the entire Jun family was in an uproar. Oh my God, Divine Child is actually going into seclusion. I remember, Divine Child seems to have never been in seclusion since he started cultivating, right? His cultivation speed is already so fast without seclusion. What will happen if he does? Divine Child should break through to the true spirit realm, right? Discussions came from all directions of the Jun family. They were also very curious. How powerful would Jun Xiaoyao, who never entered seclusion, become if he emerged after a year of seclusion? Amidst such curiosity and anticipation, a year slowly passed. And within this year, news about the Jun family holding a 10-year banquet for Jun Xiaoyao also began to spread throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. Many forces paid close attention to this. After all, the 10,000 saints worship phenomenon 10 years ago was too terrifying. Many big shot and old ancestor were speculating about what heaven-defying physique the Jun family's mysterious divine child possessed. That divine child's father is the white-robed divine king, a forbidden existence. It's estimated that the divine child's physique won't be bad either. That's right, white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui, hailed as one of the people in the near-ancient era most likely to attain the Tao, or even touch the heavenly immortal domain, but unfortunately 10 years ago. Big shot from many ancient forces exchanged divine thought in the void realm. They were actually curious themselves. What astonishing performance would the Jun family divine child, born with the halo of his father, display on his first appearance in the world? Hong Province is one of the 3,000 Tao provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain, located within the sphere of influence of the ancient royal family's Zhu Long nest. Most of the 3,000 Tao provinces are occupied by various major forces. For example, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom occupies the entire Fire Province. And Hong Province is just one of the more than 50 provinces controlled by the Zhu Long nest. That's right, the Zhu Long nest, a lineage of the ancient royal family, alone possesses territory spanning over 50 provinces. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom only occupies one province. The gap between a first-rate force and an ancient royal family is thus imaginable. However, the Jun family is even more terrifying, occupying over 100 provinces, double that of the Zhu Long nest. Huang Province is merely the Jun family's main base of operations. At this moment, within a large city in Hong Province, many human-like beings of various appearances came and went incessantly. Some had black horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, some had scales on their foreheads, and some had beast-like eyes. These beings were all the primordial myriad races of the immortal domain, of various types. Ancient royal family beings were also among them. In the territories of some human race, ancient desolate family, and immortal imperial dynasty, humans were the majority. However, in the territories of the ancient royal family, or some immortal domain races and strange beings, the myriad races were the majority. Of course, normally, the myriad races, including humans, could generally coexist peacefully. On the city streets, the gazes of many beings were directed towards a blue-dressed woman wearing a hood. Although most of her face was concealed, it was evident that she was human race, and her figure was graceful. Within the ancient royal family's sphere of influence, it wasn't that there were no human race, but they were very rare. The blue-dressed woman slightly raised her head, revealing a charming and delicate face. It was none other than Lan Qingya, who had been expelled from the Jun family. At this moment, her gaze was fixed on a magnificent restaurant at the end of the road. It should be there. That big shot will be gathering there. I need to reveal the news that Jun Xiaoyao possesses the human race holy physique. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Linglong, I Lan Qingya, am indeed powerless to retaliate against you, but someone else can. Lan Qingya's face flashed with deep-seated resentment. After being expelled from the Jun family, her situation was extremely miserable. Accustomed to a life of luxury, she was now exposed to the elements, enduring great hardship. Lan Qingya would not reflect on her own actions. She would only attribute all of this to Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. On the top floor of that magnificent restaurant, a group of beings were gathered. Some had wings on their backs, some had scales covering their bodies, and some were as robust as bears and tigers. Yet this group of beings was currently surrounding one person, like stars, revolving around the moon. It was a young man dressed in golden splendid robes, his features carrying an arrogant and unruly air, and 2 dragon horns grew on his head. His eyes were like 2 great stars, emitting a dazzling cold light. Beneath his skin, golden dragon scales were faintly visible, appearing and disappearing. His entire aura was incredibly captivating. This young man was Dragon Hayashin, a prodigy of the current generation of the Zhu Long nest, one of the dragon sons. And his elder brother was Dragon Yashin, the forbidden pioneer of the Zhu Long nest, who possessed Emperor Dragon blood. The Zhu Long nest is an ancient royal family with extremely deep foundations. Their ancestors once had an ancient dragon who attained the position of ancient emperor, even overshadowing some human race great emperors, shaking the immortal domain for countless years. Dragon Yashin is one of the most brilliant prodigies of the Zulong nest, known as a taboo first generation. As for Dragon Hayashin, although his talent is not as prodigious as his brother Dragon Yashin, he is also extremely strong. Otherwise, how could he obtain the identity of a long child? The long child of the Zulong nest is roughly equivalent to a Jun family sequence. Congratulations, long child, on fusing a dragon core and greatly increasing your strength. Indeed, that was a dragon core. For an ordinary person, their body would have exploded, but Long Child was able to suppress and refine it. It's truly astonishing. Many creatures around him flattered him. Not at all, it's just a mere dragon core. Although it's already very good, my brother has already fused 3 dragon cores, Dragon Hayashin said with a proud smile. What 3 dragon cores? All the creatures present were utterly shocked. The so-called dragon core refers to the essence of flesh and blood left behind by some dragon clan supreme experts after their death. It not only contains rich dragon clan essence blood, but also condenses various innate divine abilities and rune imprints. Although such dragon cores are priceless, refining them is not that simple. Even some prodigies of the Zulong nest struggle to fuse 1 dragon core, and some might even explode. Dragon Hayashin being able to fuse 1 dragon core was enough for him to show off. But that Dragon Yashin had already fused 3 dragon cores. Seeing the shocked expressions of the surrounding creatures, Dragon Hayashin smiled proudly and said, "That's not all. My brother told me that his ultimate goal is to condense 7 dragon cores into 1 body. At that time, coupled with the Emperor Dragon blood, this generation's destiny will belong to my brother, and he will be the dominator." Dragon Hayashin had no jealousy towards Dragon Yashin. Instead, he admired and respected him greatly. Then congratulations in advance. However, I've heard that the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet is also approaching. A tall, burly young man with ox horns on his head said. He was a young expert from the ancient royal family power, New Mo Mountain. Although the strength and foundation of the ancient royal family are not as good as the ancient royal family, they are not far off and are enough to deter one side. Hearing the words Jun family divine child, many creatures present fell silent. Although Jun Xiaoyao had not truly appeared before the world until now. But 10 years ago, the scene of 10,000 saints' worship still caused a stir in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Afterward, although Jun Xiaoyao did not make any big news, no one dared to underestimate this low-key and mysterious Jun family divine child. After all, he is the descendant of the white-robed divine king. HMPH, the Jun family divine child, has not yet come out into the world. Who knows how capable he is? Although 10,000 saints' worship is impressive, when my brother was born, there was also an ancestral dragon phenomenon, which was not inferior to his. Furthermore, later on, I won't even need my brother to act. I can suppress him myself, Dragon Hayashin said with a disdainful and arrogant expression. The Zulong nest and the Jun family have had grievances for a long time. The most recent one was when the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui, while still in the saint realm, peeled the dragon's skin and extracted the dragon tendons of a quasi-supreme expert from the Zulong nest. For the Zulong nest, that was an utter humiliation, to be nailed to the pillar of shame in the Zulong nest's history. A quasi-supreme being completely defeated by a saint was simply too disgraceful. It was from that time that the Zulong nest and the Jun family truly became enemies. That's right. I believe that Jun family divine child will definitely not be a match for Long Child. A feathered race woman with snow-white wings on her back laughed. Alas, I just don't know what kind of physique that Jun family divine child possesses. An ancient royal family creature shook his head slightly. And just then, a female voice suddenly came. I know what kind of physique the Jun family divine child has. Who, the group of creatures all looked over. At the entrance of the pavilion, a blue-dressed woman walked up the stairs. And why is a human race here? The young strong man from New Mo Mountain frowned. Although their ancient royal family wouldn't kill humans on sight, they didn't have much goodwill either. Calm down. Dragon Hayashin raised his hand to quiet them, and the surrounding creatures became silent. Dragon Hayashin scanned Lan Qingya with his gaze and said with a slight interest, You said you know what kind of physique the Jun family divine child has. That's right, I know, because I used to be a follower of a Jun family sequence, Lan Qingya said with certainty. What? These words stunned all the creatures. A Jun family sequence follower actually came to find their ancient race. Next, Lan Qingya briefly explained her grievances with Jun Xiaoyao and the others. I see, then tell me, what kind of physique does the Jun family divine child have? Dragon Hayashin asked. The ancient sacred body, Lan Qingya said. As soon as she spoke, the entire pavilion fell silent. All the creatures' expressions froze, and then they burst out laughing. Haha, ridiculous, is what you said true? The ancient sacred body, haha, the former human race sacred body, now a useless physique. Dragon Hayashin was also a bit surprised. His dragon eyes widened, and evil chi surged as he said, Do you know the consequences of deceiving this long child? How could a useless physique receive such importance from the Jun family? This is absolutely true. That Jun Xiaoyao is indeed an ancient sacred body, but he is an ancient sacred body that has broken a lock, Lan Qingya continued to reveal. What broke a lock? How is that possible? He actually has that ability. Lan Qingya's words made the smiles on the faces of the group of ancient creatures stiffen, and their complexions turned slightly pale. A human race sacred body that has broken a lock is no ordinary matter. It can be called terrifying. Dragon Hayashin's expression didn't change much. He mused, with the Jun family's foundation, it's not impossible to forcibly pile resources to make him break a lock, but this method is fundamentally unfeasible. At most, he can break 3 locks, and then Jun Xiaoyao's path will be completely sealed, Dragon Hayashin said with a sneer. If the locks of the ancient sacred body were that easy to break, it wouldn't be called a useless physique now. Probably, Lan Qingya nodded. She only thought that Jun Xiaoyao had broken 1 lock. But she couldn't imagine that Jun Xiaoyao had already broken all 10 locks at birth. Haha, this is interesting. It seems I might have to participate in this Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet. Dragon Hayashin laughed heartily. At that time, at the 10th birthday banquet hosted by the Jun family, he would trample the Jun family divine child underfoot. That kind of scene. Tusk. Just thinking about it was incredibly exciting. Hee with long child taking action. That Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet will turn into a banquet of humiliation. The Jun family also deserves to lose some face. The entire pavilion was filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Jun Xiaoyao, you forced Qingya to do this. Don't blame me then. Lan Qingya's beautiful eyes narrowed, flashing with cold light. At that time, she would also follow Dragon Hayashin and witness the moment Jun Xiaoyao and the others were humiliated. Not long after Lan Qingya revealed the secret. From the Huang province Jun family, invitations bound to golden flying swords turned into dense streams of light, surging in all directions of the desolate heaven immortal domain. Those are the Jun family's sword transmissions. They are invitations. Is that mysterious divine child of the Jun family finally going to enter the world and reveal himself to everyone? In an instant, the desolate heaven immortal domain, which had been silent for a long time, once again became hot and boiling because of the Jun family's sword transmissions. The Jun family, as a top power in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Its every move would bring changes to the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Not to mention that the protagonist of this banquet was the mysterious Jun family divine child. As the son of the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui, Jun Xiaoyao naturally received attention from all sides. And this 10th birthday banquet was Jun Xiaoyao's first appearance in the world, so it was impossible not to cause a sensation. One of the 3,000 Dao provinces, Qing Province. Qing Province was the ancestral land of the ancient desolate family, the Jiang family. The Jiang family was the family of Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ru. Jiang Ru was once the divine maiden of the Jiang family, holding a rather high status. At this moment, within the Jiang family's ancestral land, in a blessed land enveloped in mist and rising auspicious colors, a peerlessly beautiful young woman in snow-white clothes was waiting for something there. She was flawless and pure, with an ethereal and graceful posture and a tall, slender, pristine jade body. Her dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her perky buttocks. Her face was like a painting with gracefully curved eyebrows, eyes like autumn water, vibrant red lips, and glistening, pearly teeth. At a glance, she seemed like a fairy descending to the mortal world, exquisitely beautiful and pleasing to the eye. My nephew is holding his 10th birthday banquet, and I've never seen him before, the woman murmured, then suddenly smiled faintly. This woman was a distant cousin of Jiang Ru. Although they weren't closely related by blood, she was Jun Xiaoyao's nominal aunt, named Jiang Shengyi. In Jiang Ru's lineage, Jiang Shengyi was the youngest at only 24 years old in the prime of her beautiful youth, a sight to behold. Just then, a clear bell-like voice came from afar. "Sister Shengyi, why did you call me here?" As the voice echoed, a young girl about 12 years old glided through the void realm with light steps, arriving. She was petite and nimble, her dark hair tied into twin ponytails that bounced lively with her movements. Her eyelashes were long, her large eyes spirited, her nose delicate and shapely, and her lips like cherry blossoms. When she smiled, two tiny canine teeth would show, and her pretty face had two dimples, making her look quite mischievous and adorable. This girl seemed to embody the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, a sprite of the world, cunning and intelligent. Jiang Luoli, you possess the primal spirit Tao body, which is the physique closest to the heavenly Tao origin. Why aren't you cultivating properly? Jiang Shengyi gave Jiang Luoli a sidelong glance, then reached out a slender jade finger and tapped Jiang Luoli's forehead. Hehe, Sister Shengyi, you are the divine maiden of our Jiang family, possessing the innate Tao embryo. With you around, what does Jiang Luoli need to cultivate? Jiang Luoli covered her forehead with her small hand, blinked, and smiled playfully. Jiang Luoli was indeed the cherished darling of the Jiang family that Jiang Ru and Jun Xiaoyao spoke of. You little imp, all right, I called you here for something serious. In a while, come with me to the Jun family to attend the 10th birthday banquet, Jiang Shengyi said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli asked, "Is it the Jun family divine child's banquet?" Jiang Shengyi smiled. "That's right, you finally get to meet your future Tao companion." "What Tao companion? Sister Shengyi, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Luoli stomped her foot, her small face flushing slightly. She hadn't even met that Jun family divine child yet. How could she be so hasty? "My nephew is certainly a remarkable person. You're so quick to object, don't regret it later," Jiang Shengyi teased. "HMPH, I object to arranged marriages. I, Jiang Luoli, would rather die, rather jump off a mountain than randomly get engaged." Jiang Luoli puffed out her cheeks, declaring with certainty. Jiang Shengyi covered her mouth and chuckled. "All right, I think I heard cousin Jiang Ru say that my nephew is handsome and refined, aloof and extraordinary like a banished immortal." "Really?" Jiang Luoli's eyes rolled, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "I was just teasing you, I don't know either." Jiang Shengyi burst into laughter. She knew that Jiang Luoli was a face dog, with very high standards for appearance. People who weren't handsome simply couldn't catch Jiang Luoli's eye. Perhaps this was also due to the primal spirit Tao body's pursuit of perfection. "HMPH, the man who can be favored by my Jiang Luoli must be the most handsome in the immortal domain." Jiang Luoli puffed out her small chest and pouted. She was also wondering in her heart, just how handsome could that mysterious Jun family divine child be? "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Jiang Shengyi said, patting Jiang Luoli's small head with her jade hand. Those invited by the Jun family included not only the Jiang family, but also other ancient desolate families, supreme great clans, immortal imperial dynasties, and so on. Slightly lesser first-tier powers would also receive invitations, though not as formal. As for even lower second-tier powers, they had no qualification to be invited at all. Of course, the Jun family would not refuse them from actively participating, but they were not qualified to enter the main hall and could only watch from outside. As time passed, the entire 3,000 Tao provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain began to buzz with excitement. A year finally passed, and the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet finally officially began. On this day, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain rumbled. Ancient warships, flying boats, mounts, and more from countless powers all soared into the sky, transforming into myriad streams of light. Their direction was singular, the Huang province Jun family. The Great Shang dynasty was an ancient imperial dynasty of the human race, with profound heritage and a long legacy. One magnificent building after another soared into the sky, heading towards Huang province. "Oh, that's the Great Shang princess's building. She's actually going to attend the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet." Indeed, this 10th birthday banquet is also an opportunity. Who wouldn't want to climb the high branch of the Jun family? That's true. Generally speaking, after turning 10, one could begin to seek a Tao companion. Although the Jun family divine child had never shown his face, his status and identity alone were enough to make many imperial princesses, and heavenly prodigies feel moved and offer themselves. If one could be favored by the Jun family divine child, it would undoubtedly be a meteoric rise, and the power behind them would also benefit greatly. Therefore, many beautiful women from various powers prepared to attend the banquet to try their luck. The Great Yan Holy Land also had carriages ascending into the Void Realm, preparing to head to the Jun family. The last time the Jun family held such a grand 10th birthday banquet was for that first sequence, but now the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet is even grander. The ancient Yi family had divine birds pulling carriages into the sky. I heard Zhang Luoli will also be there. In that case, I naturally can't be absent. Inside the carriage, a handsome young man in a blue robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes chuckled softly, a glint in his eyes. The Jiang Luoli he spoke of was the cherished darling of the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli. Young Master Xingyun, the master has instructed us to attend the banquet, not to cause trouble. If young master acts recklessly at the Jun family banquet, the master will not let you off. Beside him, an old man with a goatee spoke with a serious expression. His body faintly exuded the chi of a quasi-saint. With a quasi-saint as a servant, this young man's identity was clearly not low. Haha, Uncle Fu, rest assured, I naturally know my limits. I'm going to find Jiang Luoli, not to provoke the Jun family divine child. The young man laughed heartily. His name was Yi Xingyun, a top prodigy of the ancient Yi family. He possessed the Star King body, a powerful physique ranked among the top 500 of the 3,000 physique, capable of containing the power of the 9 heaven stars within himself. Yi Xingyun had once met Jiang Luoli during a secret realm training. To this day, he could not forget that lively and beautiful girl who was like a sprite. He just never had the chance to see her again. This Jun family banquet was a good opportunity to strike up a conversation. Jiang Luoli, you will definitely be my woman. Yi Xingyun's eyes flashed with firm confidence. Huang Province, outside the Jun family mountain gate. Countless birds and beasts, covering the sky, pulled various splendid carriages. Huge flying ships traversed the Void Realm. At this moment, the Jun family mountain gate was wide open, welcoming guests from all directions. As for someone potentially causing trouble, the formation, faintly shimmering in the Void Realm, emitted an aura that even saints would dread, enough to deter those with impure intentions. No one or no force dared to cause trouble at the Jun family banquet. Daejishan sect has arrived, presenting the divine child's congratulatory gift, 9 scrolls of Tao scriptures. It's Daejishan sect, that old Taoist from Daejishan sect is quite famous. Some people from various forces discussed. Great Yan Holy Land has arrived, presenting the divine child's congratulatory gift, 1 bottle of spirit-gathering jade marrow and 100 peerless grade godly sources. Oh my God, Great Yan Holy Land even brought out spirit-gathering jade marrow. This is a wonder that can nourish the true spirit within the divine palace. Many people's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Each of these gifts, if taken out, would be enough to make people flock to them. But now, they were all freely presented to the Jun family divine child as congratulatory gifts. This couldn't help but make people envious and jealous. Great Shang dynasty has arrived, presenting the supreme treasure, a painting of mountains and rivers. As the announcement fell, a radiant and charming woman arrived with a landscape scroll, smiling sweetly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It's the great Shang princess, what a beauty. Alas, such a beautiful woman, we can only admire her from afar, yet she wants to give herself to the Jun family divine child. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Many male prodigies from various forces sighed inwardly. They were not qualified to pursue the great Shang princess, yet this princess only wished to be noticed by that divine child. Subsequently, numerous forces arrived one after another, presenting congratulatory gifts. There was the Snow Wind Empire from the far north, and the Tiania Dao Academy from the southernmost tip. It could be said that every force that received a sword-transmitted message dared not to come. These forces were all first-rate or above, and were qualified to enter the Jun family mountain gate. As for those second-rate forces that weren't even first-rate, they could only present gifts and then stay at the banquet outside the mountain gate. These forces had no complaints, as they truly weren't qualified. Ancient Desolate Family Jiang family has arrived, presenting 1 ancient saint weapon, 3 undying medicine, 100 top-grade saint pills, 1,000 peerless grade godly sources. The Jun family attendant kept announcing. Such a grand gesture also shocked many forces present. Isn't this gift too generous? Have you forgotten? The Jiang family and Jun family have been intermarrying for generations. The Jun family divine child's mother is from the Jiang family. How could the mother's family not bring many congratulatory gifts? The Jiang family is considered the most closely allied immortal force with the Jun family. The two families have been intermarrying for generations, almost as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. Two exquisite figures directly entered the Jun family mountain gate. The guests present looked on, their expressions involuntarily stunned, some even infatuated. These two beauties, one older and one younger. The elder one, in flawless white snow, possessed a graceful, ethereal bearing and exquisite, beautiful features, like a fairy descended to the mortal realm. The younger one was delicate and charming, her eyes lively and sparkling, her temperament refined and elegant, like a beautiful elf. These two women, though different in style, were both unparalleled beauties, causing heaven and earth to dim in comparison. How beautiful these two are! The older beauty must be Jiang Shengyi, the divine maiden from the Jiang family who possesses an innate Tao embryo. The younger one should be Jiang Luoli, the Jiang family's cherished daughter, who possesses an primal spirit Tao body. Looking at the two beauties, one older and one younger, the men present couldn't take their eyes off them. And almost at the same time, another voice came out. Ancient Yi family has arrived, presenting 10 top-grade saint medicines, 100 godly sources, and 3 marquee weapons. Upon hearing this voice, many people secretly whispered. The ancient Yi family also had a considerable reputation, but their gifts were rather ordinary. Not to mention comparing them to the Jiang family just now, even compared to first-rate forces, they seemed a bit shabby. However, the relationship between the Yi family and the Jun family was just so-so, plain and unremarkable, so it was only natural for them to send such a small gift. Haha, Jiang Luoli, please wait. Two figures entered the Jun family mountain gate. One was a goateed old servant, and the leading blue-robed youth was none other than Yi Xingyan. It's Yi Xingyan, that top-tier prodigy from the Yi family who possesses the Star King body. Who are you? Jiang Luoli turned around, glanced at Yi Xingyan, and felt confused. Yi Xingyan's smile stiffened slightly, a bit embarrassed, and then he said, Jiang Luoli, have you forgot? In the falling moon's secret realm. Jiang Luoli barely managed to recall, her small face calmly saying, Oh, you're that person. I am Yi Xingyan of the ancient Yi family. Yi Xingyan felt even more awkward. Could it be that Jiang Luoli had no impression of him at all? Oh, it's you. Sorry, Jiang Luoli usually doesn't remember people with ordinary appearances. Jiang Luoli pouted her small lips. As soon as these words came out, the entire scene fell silent. Yi Xingyan was even more mortified. To be honest, Yi Xingyan's appearance wasn't bad. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, very handsome, and most women would find him very pleasant and attractive. Yet in Jiang Luoli's mouth, he became ordinary-looking. However, Yi Xingyan was quite thick-skinned and still managed a forced smile, saying, Jiang Luoli, long time no see. I wonder if we could sit at the same table later. Upon hearing this, some people present also understood. It seemed Yi Xingyan's true intention was not the banquet. He wasn't primarily here to attend the banquet, but to flirt with a girl. Beside them, Jiang Shengyi slightly furrowed her brows. Jiang Ru had always wanted to set up Jiang Luoli and Jun Xiaoyao. Was this Yi Xingyan trying to poach her? Jiang Luoli, let's go find cousin Jiang Ru. Jiang Shengyi pulled Jiang Luoli's small hand. Oh, Jiang Luoli nodded slightly, no longer paying attention to Yi Xingyan. Yi Xingyan took a deep breath, still maintaining a composed smile on his face. It's okay, I still have a chance. Yi Xingyan comforted himself mentally. On the other side, a magnificent hall of the Jun family opened. Only the most distinguished guests, and those from top-tier Dao lineages, were qualified to enter. The other first-rate forces were all seated on other divine islands. The Jiang family, Yi family, and some other ancient desolate families, supreme great clans, and people from top-tier dynasties also took their seats. Various fine wines and delicacies, jade plates of rare and exquisite dishes were brought to the tables, the cuisine splendid and abundant, all rare treasures. Haven't some big shots of the Jun family arrived yet? Where is the divine child? An elder from a top-tier Dao lineage looked around. At this moment, two powerful figures, one male and one female, appeared. One of them, a black-robed youth, had a sharp sword-like aura. It was Jun Xiaoyao, the 10th of the Jun family 10 sequences. He had specially come out of seclusion to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet. Beside him was a woman in a light blue tasseled long dress, with cold qi seemingly surging around her. Her pupils were icy blue, Her dark hair was tied with an icy blue phoenix hairpin, and her skin was like ice and snow, making her resemble a beautiful ice sculpture. That is Jun Xiaoyao, the seventh of the Jun family 10 sequences. She possesses an ice spirit body, and it is rumored that with a single thought, she can freeze 1,000 miles of territory and make snow fall across the land. Many figures from various forces observed Jun Xiaoyao. Each of the Jun family 10 sequences was extraordinary. Among them, there were naturally outstanding female heroes, and Jun Xiaoyao was one such existence. I didn't expect you to specially come out of seclusion to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. The Jun family 10 sequences were either in seclusion or traveling the world, exploring various secret realms. Only a few had specially come to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet. Jun Xiaoyao pursed her lips and said calmly, "I just wanted to see how powerful that divine child who could defeat you at 3 years old truly is." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's expression immediately became unnatural. She was practically rubbing salt in the wound. Just then, another figure walked into the great hall. "Is it him?" Upon seeing this figure, both Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao felt a chill in their hearts, their expressions solemn. The existence that could make the two Jun family sequences look solemn was, predictably, only a stronger sequence. Walking into the main hall was a young man dressed in silver battle armor. His face was square, his temperament cold and powerful, and there were crisscrossing scars on his cheeks, adding a touch of sharpness to his demeanor. The young man's eyes were like two pools of lightning, and as they opened and closed, lightning flashed, and the profound truth of lightning manifested around him. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come too." Seeing this young man, many prodigies from major forces had solemn expressions. Even Yi Xingyun's eyes showed solemnity as he said, "He actually came too, Jun family's 5th sequence, Jun Wanji." Jun Wanji was definitely a legendary prodigy. He was born into a collateral branch of the Jun family. His status was not high, and he suffered much cold treatment and hardship. These people from the Jun family's collateral branches would generally be dispatched to various Dao provinces to manage the Jun family's properties after they came of age. And Jun Wanji was originally one of them, until he unexpectedly obtained a supreme cultivation technique, the legacy of undergoing tribulation heavenly cultivation. Because of this, Jun Wanji even awakened a top-tier physique he had never noticed before, the Thunder Tribulation War Body. The Thunder Tribulation War Body, among the 3,000 physiques, could rank among the top 300, or even among the top-tier physiques, and its combat power was extremely strong. Jun Wanji also, therefore, forcefully became the Jun family's 5th sequence. Although the Jun family 10 sequences were all outstanding individuals, there was still a certain gap in their strength. Being able to rank among the top 5 in the 10 sequences was enough to prove Jun Wanji's formidable strength. However, his arrival caused both Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao to frown tightly. The reason was simple, perhaps because Jun Wanji was born into a collateral branch and had suffered cold treatment since childhood. His personality was very cold and overbearing, and his relationship with the other sequences was not very good. With his personality, it's strange that he would come to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet, Jun Xiaoyao muttered, clearly not too fond of Jun Wanji. Perhaps he wants to witness the divine child's strength. After all, in the future, the divine child is very likely to join one of the 10 sequences, Jun Xiaoyao speculated. They still didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao was actually the predetermined 0 sequence. After Jun Wanji arrived, he directly chose a seat and sat down alone. No one else dared to approach him. With the arrival of the 3 Jun family sequences, the atmosphere in the entire main hall became even more heated. And at this moment, powerful auras arrived, and everyone from the various forces and Dao lineages felt their hearts tremble looking over. A group of Jun family elders arrived, each with a flourishing aura inspiring awe. And Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Jiang Ru, also arrived. "Everyone, thank you for coming to my grandson's 10th birthday banquet. This old man thanks you here," the golden-robed old man in the center, who was Jun Xiaoyao, said as he cupped his hands. "You're too kind. It's our honor to be able to glimpse the divine child's true appearance." Everyone present smiled and returned the gesture with cupped hands. An elder from a Dao lineage hesitated and said, "May I ask where the divine child is now?" As soon as these words were spoken, many people's ears perked up. The banquet had already begun, but the main guest had not yet appeared, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Moreover, a large part of the reason these people came was to see the true face of the Jun family divine child. Apologies, everyone. My grandson has been in seclusion and has not yet come out, but it should be soon. Just as Jun Janshan's voice fell, from the depths of the Jun family's heavenly emperor palace, a rumbling sound suddenly came. Above the 9 heavens, thunder surged, with 10,000 rays of light and 1,000 auspicious streaks. What kind of phenomenon is that? It looks like someone is undergoing tribulation. Is it the divine child? But this aura of breakthrough, isn't it a bit too terrifying? The strong experts from various forces in the main hall, sensing that chi fluctuation, were all dumbfounded and took a deep breath. The Jun family divine child, by all accounts, was only 10 years old. Boom! In the distant heavenly emperor palace, a brilliant light burst forth, with 10,000 golden rays. Vaguely, a phantom of an ancient divine elephant seemed to appear, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What kind of cultivation technique is that it makes even me feel a little trepidation? Yi Xingyun's expression changed slightly as he felt the pressure of the ancient divine elephant. He was quite arrogant, bearing the Star King body with extraordinary talent enough to suppress all directions. But that ancient divine elephant actually made Yi Xingyun feel a sense of dread. This made Yi Xingyun frown. He didn't like this feeling. Just as the guests were surprised, a giant hand appeared in the distant sky, pressing down from the firmament, isolating all the phenomena, preventing outsiders from prying. That hand, could it be, supreme? Seeing the giant hand that casually erased the phenomena, all the strong experts from the various forces present secretly swallowed their saliva, their hearts trembling with fear. The one who made the move was, without a doubt, a supreme expert. Could it be the Jun family's 18th ancestor? Some people guessed in their hearts. Just as many forces were making various conjectures because of that phenomenon. The gate of the heavenly emperor palace was finally opened. Amidst a burst of dazzling light, a peerless figure in white slowly appeared. At this moment, between heaven and earth, countless gazes, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, fell upon the figure stepping out of the heavenly emperor palace. It was a slender young man, enveloped in a hazy immortal glow, dressed in white robes whiter than snow, like a banished immortal who had not fallen into the mortal world. His hair strands glowed with crystal-clear light, and his body was like the finest immortal jade, imbued with divine light. His face was shrouded in a seemingly present yet absent immortal misty haze, but one could still vaguely see it. His features were divinely formed and naturally beautiful, so handsome that it gave people an unreal feeling, making people feel a sense of doubt at first glance. Is this a person, or an immortal who accidentally descended to the mortal world? At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Many women even seemed to stop breathing. Even some Jun family young women who had seen Jun Xiaoyao before felt a sense of suffocation at this moment. After a year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao's temperament had sublimated, becoming even more profound. A gentleman like Jade, a divine child unparalleled in the world. A Jun family young woman, as if infatuated and dazed, murmured such words. And at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the myriad gazes in the sky, his heart slightly surprised. Has it already reached my 10th birthday banquet? Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he had been in seclusion for a year in the blink of an eye. Now his strength had also sublimated again, reaching the peak of true spirit 9 heavens. Far exceeding his original goal of breaking through to the true spirit realm, it was considered an overfulfillment of the task. It could be said that, looking across the desolate heaven immortal domain, there were very few people, from ancient times to the present, who could reach true spirit 9 heavens at the age of 10. Divine child, the banquet has already begun. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao emerge from seclusion, Jun Linglong, who had been waiting outside the palace, stepped forward and said, as for Bai Yuer, she had already returned to the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom. Let's go to the main hall first. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, walking through the air like an immortal. It wasn't until Jun Xiaoyao's figure had gone far that those observing gazes came back to their senses. I don't know how strong the Jun family divine child is, but in terms of appearance and temperament, he is the first in the immortal domain. A saintess from a major force who came to the banquet murmured to herself, infatuated. At this moment, inside the main hall, many people also knew that the Jun family divine child had emerged from seclusion. After a moment, a calm and gentle voice came from the entrance of the hall. "Thank you all for coming to Jun's banquet." As the words fell, an ethereal figure dressed in robes whiter than snow leisurely walked into the hall. All the clamor ceased at this moment. Everyone present was entranced by Jun Xiaoyao's appearance and demeanor. All the women's beautiful eyes were dazed, their souls seemingly captivated by the handsome, immortal-like young man before them. Jun Xiaoyao was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. His aura was too transcendent and ethereal. Is this the Jun family divine child? Hearing about him is one thing, but seeing him is another. He truly is a divine being, everyone thought with emotion. Amidst this silence, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. "Wow, wow, wow, are you the Jun family divine child, Jun Xiaoyao?" A graceful and intelligent young girl cried out, her beautiful eyes sparkling and glistening drool flowing from the corners of her tender red lips. And you are?" Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, looking at the graceful and intelligent young girl. His first impression was, "Short. That's right." Although Jiang Luoli had bright eyes and white teeth, and was charming and lovely, with 2 dimples appearing on her rosy cheeks when she smiled. However, her build was quite petite, appearing to be only about 1.5 meters tall. My name is Jiang Luoli." Jiang Luoli's pretty face flushed slightly. "Jiang Luoli." Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. "No, it's Jiang Luoli. No, it's Jiang Luoli." Jiang Luoli's face was red and her heart pounded, making her somewhat incoherent. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. So it was someone from his mother Jiang Ru's family. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled slightly at Jiang Luoli and said, "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for gracing us with your presence at the banquet." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face, enveloped in immortal radiance and faintly smiling, Jiang Luoli felt a tingling sensation all over, as if she had been struck in the heart by Cupid's arrow. For a face lover like her, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance simply hit all her excitement points. This was truly the face of a real immortal. Meanwhile, Jiang Shengyi, looking at her nephew, whose handsomeness was almost inhuman, felt her mind slightly shaken. She had originally intended to tease Jiang Luoli, but now she herself was somewhat stunned. Because the moment Jiang Shengyi saw Jun Xiaoyao, an indescribable emotion surged within her. Her innate Dao embryo physique actually felt a faint stirring. "What's going on?" Jiang Shengyi was startled, touching her slightly flushed, fair, jade-like face. "Xiaoyao, come here. This is mother's distant cousin, your aunt, Jiang Shengyi. And Jiang Luoli, she is the Jun family's treasured daughter. It's a good chance to get to know each other." Jiang Ru smiled, calling out to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. So that short little girl was the treasured daughter of the Jiang family, whom Jiang Ru and Jun Zhanshan had been constantly talking about, wanting him to form a marriage alliance with. Aunt, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "That address makes me sound old. You should call me sister." As if to hide the unusual feeling in her heart, Jiang Shengyi feigned a relaxed demeanor, revealing her pearly teeth, her smile captivating, and teased him. At the same time, she was observing Jun Xiaoyao, wondering what kind of physique he possessed. And Jiang Luoli, ever since Jun Xiaoyao appeared, her face had been flushed. Normally lively and charming, she now felt somewhat reserved. This scene, falling into the eyes of other guests, brought expressions of admiration to their faces. It seemed that the treasured daughter of the Jiang family was already quite smitten. A face lover truly so superficial. At one of the seats, Yi Xingyun looked at the shy-faced Jiang Luoli, his body trembling slightly with anger, his face extremely pale. How could this happen? A dark cloud subtly gathered between Yi Xingyun's brows. To be honest, he didn't actually want to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. But seeing this scene before him, Yi Xingyun felt a deep pain. Jiang Luoli was the woman he had set his sights on. Aside from appearance, Yi Xingyun believed that in terms of talent, strength, or family background, he was not inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, he had had some interactions with Jiang Luoli in the Fallen Moon secret realm before. But now Jun Xiaoyao had done nothing, and merely by his face he was about to make Jiang Luoli fall for him. Is there any justice in this world? Is being handsome such a big deal? On the other side, Jun Zhangjian exclaimed, "Only a few years have passed, and Jun Xiaoyao has already grown to this extent." Jun Zhangjian now felt somewhat fortunate that he had not offended Jun Xiaoyao back then, but instead had produced the Yuanshan Supreme Token and befriended him. That could be said to be the wisest decision Jun Zhangjian had ever made. Beside him, Jun Zuwang gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, her icy blue eyes momentarily losing focus. However, she was not a complete face lover like Jiang Luoli. This divine child truly lives up to his reputation. His aura is unfathomable, Jun Zuwang said, shaking her head slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in a divine glow and mist, making him inscrutable. Their peripheral vision also noticed Jun Wanji. Ever since Jun Xiaoyao appeared, Jun Wanji's gaze had been fixed on him. In his eyes, there was a faint hint of scrutiny and indifference. Evidently, Jun Wanji, born into a branch family and subjected to much disdain, must have felt extremely displeased with such a direct-line prodigy born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Why do you naturally possess what I have to strive so hard to obtain? It seems Jun Wanji is somewhat displeased with Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian murmured. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous of this divine child's status and treatment, Jun Zuwang said, shaking her head. Fortunately, Jun Wanji was currently just observing with cold eyes, without any further actions. Next, the banquet officially began. Most people's attention remained on Jun Xiaoyao. The great Shang princess gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with dazed eyes, but then shook her head slightly and whispered, "This princess is unworthy of the divine child." Her words astonished the various forces around her. The renowned great Shang princess actually muttered that she was unworthy of the Jun family divine child. Who knows how much strength that Jun family divine child truly possesses? Perhaps he merely has a good appearance. At this moment, a voice spoke softly, heard by only a few who looked in its direction. "It's the Star King body from the ancient Yi family," some people's eyes flashed. Is he subtly expressing dissatisfaction? But the Jun family divine child doesn't seem to have provoked him. "Young master, you mustn't speak carelessly." Beside Yi Xingyun, the quasi-saint old servant's face changed, and he whispered. HMPH, Yi Xingyun's expression became even more sullen. He, a prodigy of the ancient Yi family, couldn't even speak a word. Here, Jiang Ru pulled Jun Xiaoyao, continuously introducing Jiang Luoli. "Xiaoyao, you're not young anymore. It's time to consider letting your mother hold a grandson," Jiang Ru said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a slight sweat. "What the hell do you mean, not young anymore?" Although Jun Xiaoyao appeared tall and slender, like a 14 or 15-year-old boy, he was actually only 10 years old. And looking at that little girl, Jiang Luoli, Jun Xiaoyao genuinely felt nothing. If they truly formed a marriage alliance, Jun Xiaoyao would have the illusion of committing a crime. Jiang Luoli, meanwhile, had a perpetually flushed face, not daring to look directly at Jun Xiaoyao. Tusk, who was it that said, "Even if I die, even if I jump off a mountain, I would absolutely never compromise on an arranged marriage." Jiang Shengyi chuckled charmingly, teasing her. "Sister Shengyi, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say such a thing?" Jiang Luoli puffed out her rosy cheeks, shaking her head like a rattle drum, quickly denying it. "As long as I don't admit it, it means I didn't say it. However, he really is the most handsome person I've ever seen," Jiang Luoli secretly thought with infatuation. She now felt that an arranged marriage seemed quite good. It's really good." Watching Jun Xiaoyao with Jiang Luoli and the others, Yi Xingyun on this side was practically consumed by jealousy. Clang! Yi Xingyun's wine cup landed heavily on the table. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. "Jun family divine child, I am Yi Xingyun of the ancient Yi family. May I be so honored as to ask for some pointers from the divine child." Yi Xingyun's words instantly silenced the lively atmosphere in the entire hall. Many big shots from various powerful factions looked at Yi Xingyun with bewildered expressions, as if he were an idiot. "It's the Star King body from the ancient Yi family. What is he trying to do?" "Exactly, this is the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet, and he dares to say such things. I heard that Yi Xingyun seems to be quite fond of the Jiang family's cherished daughter." Many guests around were discussing in hushed voices. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, the Yi family is also a well-known ancient desolate family, with strong foundations and legacy spanning countless years. It was best for them not to get involved in such conflicts. The old servant beside Yi Xingyun also changed his expression dramatically upon hearing Yi Xingyun's words. "Young master, don't be reckless." "Enough, Butler Fu, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just saw the Jun family divine child and felt a bit excited to challenge him." Yi Xingyun directly interrupted the old servant's advice. He could no longer tolerate the person he cared about showing such a doting expression towards Jun Xiaoyao. How about it, Jun family divine child? I wonder if Jun has this honor. Yi Xingyun suppressed the jealousy and anger in his heart, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. He wasn't foolish. Speaking disrespectfully or without restraint at a Jun family banquet would be suicidal. However, if it was just a friendly spar, Yi Xingyun believed the Jun family wouldn't do anything to him. As expected, upon hearing Yi Xingyun's words, Jun Jianchen and the others merely frowned slightly but said nothing. This wasn't because Yi Xingyun was backed by the ancient Yi family, but because Jun Jianchen and the others also wanted to know what progress Jun Xiaoyao had made during his year of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained indifferent. Yi family Yi Xingyun said, looking directly at Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, you are the Star King body, Jun Xiaoyao realized. He had some understanding of the young prodigy from certain ancient desolate family. The most famous forbidden talents of the ancient Yi family should be the legendary reincarnation of the sword demon, Yi Guchen. He was an unparalleled sword Dao prodigy who wielded the emperor slaying sword and swept through the younger generation of the immortal realm without a rival. It was rumored that when he fought against prodigy of the same generation, he never used a second sword, because no one could withstand his first sword. As for Yi Xingyun, possessing the Star King body, he was not bad, but he couldn't be compared to Yi Guchen at all. If Yi Guchen were here, Jun Xiaoyao might show some interest. As for Yi Xingyun, Jun Xiaoyao truly couldn't be bothered. No need, Jun's strength is quite ordinary, there's no need for a spar. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, too lazy to make a move against Yi Xingyun, and casually found a clumsy excuse. Upon hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, some big shots from various factions showed unusual expressions. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's appearance had indeed shocked them. His aura was profound, and his demeanor was transcendent, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. But now, facing Yi Xingyun's provocation, Jun Xiaoyao actually refused to act, instead claiming his strength was ordinary. Could it really be true? Was the Jun family divine child just a flashy but useless person? Meanwhile, Jun Zhangjian and the others, who heard this, were covered in cold sweat. What the hell is ordinary? If Jun Xiaoyao is ordinary, then wouldn't I have to smash myself with a block of tofu? Jun Zhangjian thought, feeling ashamed. However, Yi Xingyun did not know Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. Previously, the phenomenon of Jun Xiaoyao's breakthrough could at most make Yi Xingyun take him slightly more seriously. Now seeing Jun Xiaoyao unwilling to act, Yi Xingyun grew anxious. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't make a move, how could he show off in front of Jiang Liuali? After thinking for a moment, Yi Xingyun said, Divine child, there's no need to be modest. If it's because your realm isn't high enough, then I can suppress my realm to the peak of the divine palace realm to fight you. In Yi Xingyun's view, a 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao, no matter how much of a prodigy, would at most have the cultivation of the divine palace realm. As for Yi Xingyun himself, at 16 or 17, he was already a master of the true spirit five heavens. Upon hearing Yi Xingyun's words, everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao still didn't agree, it would inevitably invite criticism. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. He was too lazy to slap faces, yet someone insisted on offering their face to be slapped. He glanced at Jiang Liuali beside him, and roughly understood the reason for Yi Xingyun's actions. A beauty causing trouble. Aren't you annoying? Why do you keep bothering Brother Xiaoyao? The little girl Jiang Liuali was displeased. She still wanted to chat and bond with Jun Xiaoyao. But this Yi Xingyun, unaware of what was good for him, interfered. Jiang Liuali, I just want to. Yi Xingyun's face turned green. Jiang Liuali was even calling him Brother Xiaoyao now. Jiang Liuali said impatiently, Want what? If you hurt Brother Xiaoyao's face, will you compensate him? Yi Xingyun choked, his face flushed, almost unable to stop himself from cursing. Does being handsome make one superior and able to do whatever they want? Yi Xingyun felt even more jealous. Jun Xiaoyao was also speechless. Jiang Liuali could practically be the president of the Looks Appreciation Society. No need, since you insist on sparring with Divine Child, then make your move. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, with one hand behind his back. Brother Xiaoyao, you? Jiang Liuali hesitated. She was also a bit worried that Jun Xiaoyao might be suppressed by Yi Xingyun. Tisk, Jiang Liuali is already worrying about her future husband. Jiang Shengyi beside them showed her pearly teeth and chuckled softly. No way, Zhang Luoli's pretty face flushed. Yi Xingyun's expression was grim, eager to prove himself. He suppressed his cultivation to the divine palace realm 9 heavens. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, "You can make the first move, and there's no need to suppress your realm." "No need," Yi Xingyun flatly refused. He knew that if he really did that, Jun Xiaoyao would have an excuse for his failure. That way he wouldn't achieve the effect of showing off and slapping faces, and how could he impress Zhang Luoli? Sighed Jun Xiaoyao sighed. He said nothing more, and directly activated the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. During this year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao had once again awakened 10,000 giant elephant particles. This meant that the current Jun Xiaoyao had awakened a total of 40,000 giant elephant particles, which was equivalent to 400 million caddies of immense power. What was the concept of 400 million caddies of immense power? One palm was enough to shatter ancient mountains and strike down the 9 heaven stars. Rumbled. Inside Jun Xiaoyao's body, golden holy blood surged. Surging golden chi and blood erupted from his body, faintly forming a phantom image of an ancient divine elephant, suppressing the heavens and the firmament. Jun Xiaoyao simply pushed out a hand. It was as if the hand of an ancient god was opening up new territories, its terrifying power causing the void realm to tremble, and the entire hall to let out a violent roar. Everyone present at the banquet, whether young prodigy or older generation figures, couldn't help but stand up, their faces agape. That terrifying pressure of power made many older generation figures feel a sense of dread. As for Yi Xingyun, he was struck by lightning at this moment, his face changing dramatically in fright. "How is this possible, your strength?" Yi Xingyun roared. Feeling the power emanating from Jun Xiaoyao, his scalp felt like it was about to explode. Terrifying. Shocking. Unbelievable. Can this even be called ordinary? Yi Xingyun almost wanted to curse. Not only him, but all the surrounding guests were also petrified. Jun family divine child's phrase ordinary was truly inspired. Yi Xingyun's heart trembled, but no matter what, he was still a prodigy of the ancient desolate Yi family, and his psychological fortitude was not bad. He immediately reacted. Star-plucking hand. Yi Xingyun held nothing back, directly unleashing his powerful technique. He had originally wanted to test the waters, but now there was no need. Yi Xingyun extended his hand, and surging star chi condensed into a giant, shimmering hand, its starlight dazzling, as if imprinted with the trajectory of the stars. This was a martial divine ability that only a star king body could display, and its power was immense. This giant star hand collided with Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Golden chi surged mightily, directly breaking through the giant star hand and striking Yi Xingyun. Crack! Accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, Yi Xingyun was directly sent flying out of the main hall, leaving a trail on the ground. The entire hall was silent. Looking at Yi Xingyun, who was lying outside the main hall, coughing up blood, many prodigies felt their hair stand on end. Then their gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao even carried a hint of fear. Monster! A true, genuine little monster. Yi Xingyun was no nobody. He was a prodigy of the ancient desolate family Yi family, not to mention possessing a star king body. For such a young prodigy to be sent flying by a single palm from the 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao, what else could he be but a monster? Not to mention these people, even Zhang Luoli, Jiang Shengyi, and others were staring with their red lips agape, somewhat disbelieving. But then a series of strange lights flashed in Zhang Luoli's clear, beautiful eyes. Her standard for a partner, first and foremost, was naturally to be handsome. This was the most important. If, on the premise of being handsome, his strength was also high, then it would be even more perfect. Jun Xiaoyao perfectly fit the image of the true destined one in Jiang Luoli's heart. As for Jiang Shengyi, a strange look also flashed in her clear eyes. That golden chi and blood is indeed the ancient sacred body, Jiang Shengyi mused inwardly. Not just her, but many big shots present also had their eyes flash, having discerned it. So it really is the ancient sacred body. No wonder it could trigger the 10,000 saints worship phenomenon 10 years ago. After all, it's the human race's sacred body, but wasn't it rumored that the ancient sacred body had become a useless, chicken-ribbed physique? Why is Jun family divine child still so formidable? Could it be that the Jun family spent massive resources to help Jun family divine child break through some shackles? Very likely, but even so, the path of the ancient sacred body won't last long. With Jun Xiaoyao's display, almost everyone present confirmed that his physique was the unparalleled ancient sacred body. In the ancient desolate era, the ancient sacred body could be called king, comparable to great emperors and capable of fighting ancient emperors. But in the recent era, the status of the ancient sacred body seemed very awkward. Although among the 3,000 physique, the ancient sacred body still ranked among the top 10. However now, the deterrent power of the ancient sacred body was far less potent than it was in the ancient desolate era. You are actually the ancient sacred body. Outside the main hall, Yi Xingyun struggled to his feet, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. However, he was still a star king body, and his physique was far stronger than that of ordinary prodigies. I said there was no need for a spar because the outcome was never in doubt, Jun Xiaoyao said, shaking his head slightly. It's not over yet, I wasn't ready before. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth. He was naturally unwilling to give up so disgracefully. Young master, you? Yi Xingyun's old servant, Butler Fu, hesitated. Chaotic star finger. Yi Xingyun immediately erupted, pointing a finger. In an instant, star power gathered, transforming into an ancient finger as if it could crush outer space stars. Boring, Jun Xiaoyao again extended his hand and slapped. Golden chi and blood surged out, transforming into a giant golden dharma palm, directly breaking that finger. Then Jun Xiaoyao extended his hand and grabbed, dharma power surging, condensing into a purplish-black long spear, burning with hell nether flame. It was the ultimate technique from the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, the nether god spear. Jun Xiaoyao threw the nether god spear. The void realm let out a sharp whistle, vibrating with ripples. Nether flame surged, and the sharp nether god spear directly pierced towards Yi Xingyun. Feeling the power of the nether god spear, Yi Xingyun's face changed drastically again. Heavenly Star Shield. Yi Xingyun conjured a marquee weapon, which was a shield sparkling with starlight. However, what made people gasp was this. The nether god spear, empowered by 400 million caddies of immense force, landed on the heavenly star shield, directly piercing through it and shattering it into pieces. Fear appeared on Yi Xingyun's face. Jun Xiaoyao's techniques made him feel a chill down his spine, his back bristling with fear. Star-devouring black hole palm. Yi Xingyun unleashed his ultimate trump card. His Danshan's special star spiritual sea was pushed to its limit. He slammed out a palm, as if manifesting a black hole. The nether god spear was directly swallowed into the black hole. However, Yi Xingyun also suffered a backlash, retreating dozens of steps, spitting out blood, and his palm-striking arm trembled violently. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao once again unleashed the soldiering art. Endless golden light surged, transforming into 10,000 divine weapons, swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, yue, hooks, and forks, densely packed, roaring like a torrent, tearing through the void realm. This power made the young prodigies of many forces change color, their hearts filled with dread. Star true body. Seeing this, Yi Xingyun roared to the sky, no longer suppressing his realm. His true spirit realm 5th level cultivation burst forth. He knew that if he continued to suppress his realm, he might truly be suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not waver in the slightest. He also completely revealed his cultivation. Boom! His true spirit realm 9 heavens cultivation surged out, golden dharma power rising like burning flames. This is true spirit realm 9 heavens. How is this possible? Jun family divine child is only 10 years old. When Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation fully erupted, everyone in the entire main hall was greatly shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Xingyun himself had a frozen expression, his heart growing cold. Jun Xiaoyao was younger than him, and his realm was higher than his. Most importantly, he was also more handsome than him. Just ask Yi Xingyun if he was angry or not. Boom! As the two exchanged moves, the result was no surprise. The ancient sacred body could firmly suppress Yi Xingyun's star king body. Jun Xiaoyao's realm was also higher than Yi Xingyun's. Finally, Yi Xingyun coughed up blood, his sternum shattered, and his entire body was covered in bleeding wounds like a broken rag sack. He was sent flying, once again crashing out of the main hall. Young master, Butler Fu's expression changed, and he quickly checked on Yi Xingyun's condition. After checking, Butler Fu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although Yi Xingyun was severely injured, his foundation was not damaged. Yi Xingyun's face was pale, and he looked at Jun Xiaoyao with an unwilling expression. Brother Xiaoyao is so handsome. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes sparkled with little stars, and she stared at Jun Xiaoyao like a little fangirl drooling. She didn't even spare Yi Xingyan a second glance. Seeing this, a mouthful of blood surged into Yi Xingyan's heart, rushing to his brain, and he directly fainted. At the moment of fainting, Yi Xingyan's consciousness seemed to arrive at a peculiar place. Looking around, a magnificent and grand star palace stood amidst the stars of the universe. And before the star palace, a figure clad in the sun, moon, and stars with his back to him seemed to stand above all heavens. However, before Yi Xingyan could examine it carefully, his consciousness completely fell into darkness. The atmosphere in the entire hall was dead silent. Yi Xingyan, the prodigy of the ancient Yi family, was now so enraged that he coughed up blood and fainted. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Jun Xiaoyao, only 10 years old, could defeat Yi Xingyan so easily. Moreover, the most important thing was that compared to Yi Xingyan's disheveled state, Jun Xiaoyao's white robes were spotless, without even a single wrinkle. This was no longer a mere spar, it was a complete and utter rolling. The Jun family divine child is terrifying. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. An old Taoist with an immortal aura and a white beard also sighed, saying, "With the arrival of the great era, the Jun family divine child will be one of the most brilliant rising stars of this generation, destined to be remembered in history." The one who spoke is the old Taoist from the Daejishan sect, who once lectured in Beishan. He actually has such a high evaluation of the Jun family divine child. Hearing the evaluation from the white-bearded old Taoist, who was the old Taoist from the Daejishan sect, everyone felt even more astonished. And the beautiful Great Shang princess of the Great Shang dynasty also had a dazed look in her beautiful eyes, murmuring to herself, "Seeing the divine child ruins all other men. No other man can ever enter my eyes again." The Great Shang princess's words also made many men hear the sound of their own hearts breaking. The Great Shang princess's words meant that after seeing the Jun family divine child, no other man could ever catch her eye again. What kind of transcendent and outstanding existence could make a princess of a dynasty utter such words? Everyone's gaze was now tightly focused on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao himself, however, was very calm and composed. Defeating a Yi Xingyan was truly nothing to him. "Thank you, divine child, for showing mercy. Our young master was just too impulsive and excited to see a worthy opponent. He had no other intentions." Yi Xingyan's old servant, Butler Fu, quickly explained, fearing that Jun Xiaoyao might misunderstand. Although they had the ancient Yi family backing them, they definitely did not want to offend the Jun family. I naturally know. It was just a simple spar and exchange," Jun Xiaoyao said with a polite, faint smile. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, and then looking at Yi Xingyan, who was covered in injuries, coughing up blood and unconscious. Could this really be called a spar and exchange? He nearly beat the man to death. Even Butler Fu's mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile on his old face, saying, "The divine child is magnanimous. This old man will take the young master and leave first." But Jun Xiaoyao nodded casually. Yi Xingyan was, after all, a member of the ancient Yi family. Although Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid, he didn't intend to do anything to him. He was just a fool who acted impulsively for a woman. Afterward, Butler Fu took the unconscious Yi Xingyan and left the Jun family in a dejected manner. I apologize for spoiling everyone's mood. Jun will offer a toast here." Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept around. Then he raised his wine cup and drained it. "Not at all, not at all. The divine child is too kind." Exactly. Such a spectacular battle truly opened our eyes. Everyone from all the forces present, whether young or old, rose to toast in return. No one dared to remain seated. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang also rose to toast. However, there was one figure who remained seated, not rising, nor intending to return the toast. It was Jun Wanji. At this moment, Jun Wanji's expression was cold, and deep within his dark eyes, it seemed as if lightning tribulation chi was intertwining. A hint of solemnity appeared in his eyes. He had witnessed Jun Xiaoyao's battle with Yi Xingyan. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's strength far exceeded his expectations. To possess the combat power of a top prodigy at such a young age, what would he become in a few more years? Jun Xiaoyao also noticed Jun Wanji. Is that the fifth sequence, Jun Wanji? Born into a collateral branch, subjected to cold stares, he later unexpectedly obtained a supreme cultivation technique. The undergoing tribulation heavenly cultivation technique awakened the thunder tribulation war body and rose powerfully to become the fifth sequence. Why does this script seem so familiar? Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Isn't this the typical story of a nobody picking up an ultimate cultivation technique and achieving an underdog comeback? It's even older than Xiao Chen's Old Man in the Ring template. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay too much attention. As long as Jun Wanji didn't provoke him, he wouldn't actively target him. Brother Xiaoyao, you look so handsome when you made your move just now. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with fervent admiration, liking him more and more the longer she looked. It was all right, Jun Xiaoyao said, sipping his tea. He wasn't particularly interested in such a young girl. Not to mention that he was an ancient sacred body, and the ability of his kidney divine treasure was exceptionally strong. Jiang Ru smiled beside them, saying, "Is the girl smitten? Should we settle it now?" Hearing this, Jiang Luoli's pretty face flushed slightly, and she twirled her jade fingers, saying with some embarrassment, "Mother." Cough. Jun Xiaoyao nearly spat out a mouthful of tea. However, for the sake of his image, he swallowed it down and coughed twice. "Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Your mother thinks Jiang Luoli is very good," Jiang Ru said. "Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Jiang Luoli is 1.5 meters tall." Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. "What, Brother Xiaoyao, you actually called me short." Jiang Luoli's pretty eyes widened, and she raised her fair neck, looking up at Jun Xiaoyao. She was only 12 years old, 2 years older than Jun Xiaoyao, but her height only reached his chest. It was simply the cutest height difference. "Isn't it?" Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. Jiang Luoli ground her clear little canine teeth, puffed out her rosy cheeks, and her dark eyes rolled, revealing a hint of cunning. Then she directly opened her cherry-like mouth and bit Jun Xiaoyao's arm. She wanted to leave a mark on Jun Xiaoyao's body. A mark exclusively belonging to her, Jiang Luoli. That way, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't ignore or forget her. Then, after taking a bite, "Oh, it hurts." Jiang Luoli cried out in pain. One of her little canine teeth had chipped, and she clutched her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes from the pain. "You knew I was an ancient sacred body and still bit me. Are you a dog?" Jun Xiaoyao said, exasperated. He was an ancient sacred body. His physical body was comparable to a divine weapon. At this stage, he could resist or even shatter marquetier weapons with his bare hands. How could Jiang Luoli possibly leave a tooth mark on him? With a casual movement, Jun Xiaoyao grabbed Jiang Luoli's waist, then slapped her bottom. To deal with such a mischievous little girl, you had to make her submit. Slap. A crisp sound. Jiang Luoli froze, her moist pretty eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang Shengyi's expression also solidified. Jiang Ru, on the other hand, had a proud expression, as if saying, "As expected of my son." Everyone from all the forces present awkwardly averted their gaze. Thankfully, Yi Xingyan had already fainted and been taken away. Otherwise, if he saw his goddess being treated like that by Jun Xiaoyao, wouldn't he be so enraged that he'd literally send one Buddha to the world and 2 Buddhas to heaven? Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses and also felt that doing so in public was somewhat inappropriate, so he let go of Jiang Luoli's waist. Jiang Luoli's small face was so red it looked like it was about to drip blood, and she was utterly mortified. "Woo-woo," Jiang Luoli directly threw herself into Jiang Shengyi's arms, burying her head like a small ostrich. She was the Jun family's treasured daughter, a young maiden, and being treated like this naturally made her feel ashamed. Jiang Shengyi stroked Jiang Luoli's small head and couldn't help but give Jun Xiaoyao a charming glare. Her nephew, though he looked like an immortal with his ethereal beauty, seemed to be a little mischievous. Being glared at by Jiang Shengyi, Jun Xiaoyao noticed his nominal aunt. That fluctuation, is it really an innate Tao embryo?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, muttering to himself. Before this, Jiang Ru had already told Jun Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli was the Jiang family's treasured daughter, possessing the rare primal spirit Tao body, which was enough to rank among the top 100 of the 3,000 physique. As for Jiang Shengyi, she was the Jiang family goddess, possessing an even rarer innate Tao embryo. This physique was actually not much weaker than the ancient sacred body. Ancient sacred body, innate Tao embryo. Legend has it that long ago, a great emperor who touched the immortal Tao domain possessed a supreme physique, the congenital holy body Tao embryo. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, but he didn't think any further. At this moment, Jun Jianshan took a step forward, cleared his throat, and said, Thank you, seniors, for attending my grandson's banquet. Today, at this banquet, our Jun family has another matter to announce. As he said this, Jun Janshan's expression became solemn, very formal. What exactly is it? Seeing Jun Janshan's serious expression, everyone showed surprise. I presume you all know that my Jun family has 10 sequences, each a peerless prodigy, but above the 10 sequences, there is still one position. Jun Janshan's words made everyone in the hall freeze, and then, as if they had thought of something, their expressions suddenly changed. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang, the two sequences, also seemed to have realized something, suddenly rising to their feet, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Jun Wanji's expression became even more solemn. My Jun family divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, will be the Jun family's 0 sequence, a position above the 10 sequences. Upon these words, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone understood what 0 sequence meant. Because the previous generation's 0 sequence of the Jun family was precisely Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-clad divine King Jun Wuhui. The news announced by Jun Janshan was like a giant rock falling into the ocean, stirring up monstrous waves. It was imaginable that once this news spread today, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain would be shaken. After all, the Jun family's 0 sequence held extraordinary significance. If there were no accidents once he grew up, he would be the most core figure of the Jun family and a pillar-like existence. Even the first sequence, in terms of status, was slightly weaker than the 0 sequence. Jun Xiaoyao is already the predetermined 0 sequence. Jun Zhangjian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He had previously thought that after Jun Xiaoyao turned 10, he might join the sequence competition. But now, he didn't even need to join the competition. He was already predetermined to be the 0 sequence early on. Jun Zhangjian, though surprised, felt no jealousy. After all, he had personally experienced Jun Xiaoyao's strength, and indeed had the qualifications to become the 0 sequence. To think that the divine child is already the 0 sequence, Jun Zuwang's chest heaved, equally surprised. And that Jun Wanji, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes seemingly interwoven with vast lightning tribulation, indicating the turmoil within him. Why, Jun Wanji thought coldly to himself. Why did he have to go through countless hardships to obtain something that Jun Xiaoyao could obtain effortlessly? A divine child identity was one thing, but now even the supreme 0 sequence identity was directly bestowed upon Jun Xiaoyao. For a prodigy like Jun Wanji, just competing for a sequence identity involved numerous arduous trials, and only then did he stand out among the Jun family prodigy. Jun Wanji's heart was filled with unwillingness, injustice, and resentment. Jun Janshan's gaze swept across, looking at the shocked and reverent expressions, and he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. After the 10-year banquet, Jun Xiaoyao should also enter the world. And before entering the world, the Jun family needed to build momentum for Jun Xiaoyao. The 0 sequence identity was undoubtedly the fastest way to establish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Is this to inherit his father's legacy? Many people's gazes towards Jun Xiaoyao began to change. Jun Xiaoyao's father, Jun Wuhui, was the previous generation's 0 sequence, and now he too had become the 0 sequence. Just a divine child identity made Jun Xiaoyao incredibly noble. Now, with the addition of the 0 sequence identity. With these dual identities superimposed, probably not many people would dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao is actually also the 0 sequence. Jiang Luoli poked her small face out from Jiang Shengyi's embrace, blinking her eyes. One of the people she admired most was Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui. Now that Jun Xiaoyao had inherited his father's legacy, it made Jun Xiaoyao even more charming, as if he were the next white-robed divine king. But Brother Xiaoyao actually spanked me and called me short, how mean? Jiang Luoli mumbled. Although she was a little miffed at Jun Xiaoyao, she couldn't resist how truly handsome Jun Xiaoyao was. Regardless of his strength, identity, background, or looks, he was almost unparalleled in this era. Jiang Luoli was absolutely unable to escape the law of true fragrance. Jiang Ru's eyes showed a hint of recollection and emotion, and she murmured, Jun Wuhui, did you see? Our child has now also become the 0 sequence. Just as all the factions were in shock. A cold voice, however, rang out. Elder, I have a question. Hearing this voice, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang, the two sequences, both changed their expressions. Jun Xiaoyao also looked over, then secretly frowned. The person who spoke was none other than the fifth sequence, Jun Wanji. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze also swept over, expressionless. He absolutely wanted the zero sequence identity. If Jun Wanji was ignorant, Jun Xiaoyao would not back down. "What is your question?" Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao participated in the sequence competition?" Jun Wanji asked in a deep voice. "He did not," Jun Xiaoyao replied. "May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao has made any significant contributions to the family?" Jun Wanji continued to ask. "He has not," Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened. Jun Xiaoyao had not yet entered the world, so how could he have created achievements for the Jun family? "May I ask if Jun Xiaoyao passed 5 trials, slew 6 generals, and personally won the sequence position?" Jun Wanji posed 3 consecutive questions. "He has not," Jun Xiaoyao's voice grew slightly cold. If it were someone from another faction questioning like this, Jun Xiaoyao would have slapped him away long ago. But the person speaking was the Jun family's 5th sequence. If he were to act against him, the Jun family's reputation would be tarnished. If that is the case, what virtue and ability does Jun Xiaoyao possess to become the zero sequence without reason? Jun Wanji suddenly stood up, questioning sharply. Violent lightning tribulation flashed in his eyes, revealing the turmoil in his heart. All around, the atmosphere was dead silent. Even Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily speechless. And in this dead silence, Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward, standing with his hands behind his back, like a white-robed heavenly immortal descending to the mortal realm. "Since you have so many questions, then I, Jun, shall tell you. The zero sequence identity was bestowed by the 18th ancestor, and he did so because he trusts me. With me here, why should the Jun family worry about no great emperor emerging? With me here, why would the Jun family worry about not producing a great emperor?" Jun Xiaoyao's words were grand and imposing, as if he could swallow mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The entire hall and even the whole Jun family seemed to echo Jun Xiaoyao's words. Immediately, the expressions of all the individuals from various major forces who came to the banquet solidified in unison. Rumbled. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed color, and thunder rumbled, as if echoing Jun Xiaoyao's words. Words are not to be spoken lightly. Some words will bear great karma. The Jun family divine child has an invincible aura. Listening to the divine child's words, could it be that he is confident in attaining the position of great emperor? This generation's Emperor Road will be interesting. Many old generation powerhouses sighed, and the beautiful women from various major forces also had their hearts swayed by Jun Xiaoyao's words. Which beauty doesn't wish to be paired with a hero? A true man should be like this, the great Shang princess sighed, her heart already completely captivated. As for Jiang Luoli, saliva was almost drooling from the corners of her mouth, completely losing the image of the Jiang family's treasured pearl. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay attention to the gazes of others, but instead looked down at Jun Wanji from above and said indifferently, "Are you satisfied with this answer?" Jun Xiaoyao's rhetorical question made Jun Wanji's throat catch, and his face sank, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. Because just now, even he was almost intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao's invincible aura. And at this moment, from deep within the Jun family, an old voice faintly spoke a single word. "Good." One word made everyone's expressions change drastically. "Its 18th ancestor," Jun Xiaoyang's voice even trembled slightly. 18th ancestor is an old ancestor-level figure of the Jun family, rarely showing himself. The last time he appeared was when Jun Xiaoyao was born. This time, although 18th ancestor still didn't appear, that single word, "good," was clearly in praise of Jun Xiaoyao for having a grand aura. To prove the Tao and become an emperor is not something anyone dares to boast about so brazenly. Even some top prodigies would feel a sense of unease and lack of confidence. Hearing that even 18th ancestor had spoken, what else could Jun Wanji say? No matter how cold, arrogant, and domineering his personality, even if he were given 100 more guts, he wouldn't dare to contradict 18th ancestor. It was Wanji's disrespect. "I have other matters, so I'll take my leave." Jun Wanji gave Jun Xiaoyao a cold glance, then without any hesitation, turned and left. Continuing to stay here would only add to his frustration. Jun Xiaoyang's expression softened slightly upon seeing this. Although Jun Wanji's personality was somewhat eccentric and arrogant, Fortunately, he wasn't a fool and still understood the bigger picture. If he were unwilling and ended up fighting Jun Xiaoyao on the spot, that would truly disgrace the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao watched Jun Wanji's retreating figure, recalling his cold gaze from earlier. He knew that Jun Wanji was still unwilling. Even if they temporarily stopped now, he would still cause trouble for him in the future. Jun Wanji, I hope you're not as stupid as Xiao Chen. Otherwise, even if you're a Jun family, I won't hold back in the slightest. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Any obstacle that stands in his way, he will clear away, regardless of whether this obstacle comes from outside or from within the family. With Jun Wanji's departure, the atmosphere in the entire hall returned to normal. Congratulations, divine child. Jun Zuwang rose and raised her cup to Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't harbor the same hostility towards Jun Xiaoyao as Jun Wanji. At most, it was just a little envy. Thank you, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and raised his cup in return. He always appreciated those who understood the bigger picture. Congratulations, divine child. Jun Zhangjian also rose to congratulate him. He no longer addressed Jun Xiaoyao as Jun Xiaoyao, because he knew he no longer had that qualification. The identity of divine child plus 0 sequence. Among the younger generation of the Jun family, no one's status is higher than Jun Xiaoyao. Even the first sequence who has been in seclusion, or the second sequence and third sequence who are training outside, their status is not as high as Jun Xiaoyao. I really don't know what attitude those few will have if they learn that Jun Xiaoyao has become the 0 sequence, Jun Zhangjian thought to himself. Although they were both Jun family sequences, Jun Zhangjian didn't even have the courage to draw his sword against the top-ranked sequences. Those who can become the top few sequences of the Jun family are not simple individuals. They either possess heavy pupils or some kind of forbidden legacy. Jun Xiaoyao naturally knew that those sequences were not simple. However, he believed that with his talent and strength, any trouble would be resolved. Next, the banquet continued. Jun Xiaoyao was contemplating why the system hadn't prompted him to sign in yet. And at this moment, in the sky outside the Jun family's mountain gate, a voice filled with arrogance and cold mockery suddenly rang out. Jun family divine child, your tone is indeed arrogant, but I wonder if your strength matches your tone. Hearing this voice, everyone in the hall trembled. Whose voice was that? To dare to say such words at the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet. Even if one wanted to die, this wasn't the way to do it. Outside the hall, many people from various forces looked towards the sky outside the hall. They saw a flood dragon with green wings on its back soaring across the sky in the distance, with a group of people standing on it. Some had 2 horns on their heads, some had 2 wings on their backs, and some had scales on their bodies. At a glance, they didn't look like human race. The leading young man was dressed in golden, luxurious robes, with 2 dragon horns growing on his head, his demeanor arrogant and unruly. The words just now came from his mouth. That is the ancient royal family, the dragon son of Zhu Long Nest. An elder from a major force took a deep breath and said, the ancient royal family, that is a super force comparable to an ancient desolate family, a supreme great sect, or an immortal dynasty. The ancient emperors of the ancient royal family are comparable to the human race great emperors. In fact, in certain eras, ancient emperors dominated the immortal realm, standing above billions of living beings. Zhu Long Nest is a top force among the ancient royal family, on par with other top royal families like Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain and Qilin Ancient Cave. And now, the dragon son of Zhu Long Nest has actually come to the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet. Anyone who isn't a fool should know that Zhu Long Nest comes with ill intentions, and those with good intentions do not come. Some people recalled the grievances between Zhu Long Nest and the Jun family, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker with light. It seems today another good show will be seen. Zhu Long Nest, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He had heard Jun Zhangjian mention this force before. Zhu Long Nest is considered an enemy force of the Jun family. In this generation, Zhu Long Nest produced a forbidden first generation, Dragon Yashin, who possessed Emperor Dragon blood and had once crushed several young prodigies of the Jun family. Of course, the Jun family sequences had also massacred prodigies from Zhu Long Nest. The 2 forces are incompatible. Even his father, the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui, when he was in the Saint Realm, had massacred a quasi-supreme from Zhu Long Nest. That was Jun Wuhui's famous battle. HMPH, how unlucky. Jun Xiaoyao's face sank. They would naturally not invite Zhu Longnest to the banquet. What does the dignified ancient desolate family, Jun family, not even dare to let people in? Dragon Heishan said with an arrogant demeanor and unruly tone. As soon as these words came out, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zhuwang, and other sequences all felt anger ignite in their hearts. This Zhu Longnest dragon son is truly arrogant. Grandpa let them in, they're just a few mud loaches. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and indifferent. Jun Xiaoyao did not shy away, but spoke directly. As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators present were stunned, and then sighed with emotion. As expected of the Jun family divine child, he dared to call the long child of the Zhu Longnest a loach. Dragon Heishan was not deaf, and obviously heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of cold light flashed. His purpose in coming this time was to discuss the Jun family, to trample the Jun family divine child underfoot at the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet, and to raise the prestige of the Zhu Longnest. After all, before this, the reputation of the Zhu Longnest had never been very good. The matter of Jun Wuhui tearing a quasi-supreme of the Zhu Longnest with his bare hands in the Saint Realm made the Zhu Longnest a laughing stock in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Although no force dared to discuss it in front of the people of the Zhu Longnest, behind their backs, they were all mocking the Zhu Longnest. Therefore, Dragon Heishan also wanted to retaliate in kind, trampling Jun Wuhui's descendant underfoot. Moreover, Dragon Heishan also had this confidence. He had fused a dragon core, and although it had not been completely refined, it was enough to stand at the peak of the younger generation. Except for a few prodigy supreme, he feared no one. With Jun Xiaoyang's tacit approval, the Jun family's gatekeepers did not stop Dragon Heishan and others from entering. In addition to Dragon Heishan, some young prodigies of the ancient royal family also followed. Although the ancient royal family's foundation was slightly weaker than the ancient royal family, they were also top forces. Unlike Dragon Heishan, these ancient royal family beings were still a bit nervous. After all, the Jun family, as an ancient desolate family, was well known, and one of the most famous and prosperous ancient desolate families. Their actions were tantamount to provocation, so it would be strange if they weren't nervous. However, with Dragon Heishan standing in front, these ancient royal family beings settled their minds. When the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. What were they afraid of? Here, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was indifferent, sweeping over Dragon Heishan and the others. Suddenly, he discovered a somewhat familiar figure. A woman in a blue dress with a charming face followed behind Dragon Heishan, her eyes subtly filled with resentment, staring at Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. "It's her." Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw a figure he thought he would never see again. "It's you, Lan Qingye, what's going on?" On the other side, after Jun Zhangjian's gaze swept over, his face also showed a slight look of surprise, and he couldn't help but shout. Didn't he expel Lan Qingye from the Jun family? But why was she now by Dragon Heishan's side? Hearing Jun Zhangjian's scolding, the corner of Dragon Heishan's mouth suddenly curved into a playful smile. In front of Jun Zhangjian, he reached out and lifted Lan Qingye's fair chin with a provocative look in his eyes, saying, "What are you talking about? She is my female slave now, isn't that right?" "Yes, Qingye is Long Child's female slave," Lan Qingye said obediently. "You slut!" Jun Zhangjian's black hair fluttered, his face was stern, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Because he cherished their past affection, he only drove Lan Qingye away and did not make things difficult for her. As a result, Lan Qingye now brought people from the Zhu Longnest. One must know that her previous identity was Jun Zhangjian's follower. With such a thing happening, how would the Jun family's high-ranking elders view him? Coupled with Dragon Heishan using Lan Qingye to slap the Jun family's sequence in the face. Where would Jun Zhangjian put his face? At the thought of this, Jun Zhangjian's heart sank. The corner of his eye had already vaguely seen that the faces of several Jun family elders were somewhat solemn. In this kind of competition among the younger generation, the older generation found it difficult to intervene, as it would tarnish their reputation. Damn it, if this matter is not handled well, my sequence status might not be maintained. Jun Zhangjian clenched his fists tightly. Just as Jun Zhangjian's expression fluctuated, Jun Xiaoyao stepped out, his tone indifferent. "I didn't expect that the long child of the Zhu Longnest would have such a hobby." "A hobby?" Dragon Hayashin frowned, looking at Jun Xiaoyao. This impossibly handsome young man was his target to trample underfoot today. I didn't expect you to have a hobby of picking up old shoes. Someone my Jun family sequence doesn't want. You're willing to accept and tolerate, truly an old scapegoat. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was light and understated. But upon hearing these words, Dragon Hayashin's eyes widened. His face immediately turned green, becoming extremely unsightly. Didn't this mean that he, Dragon Hayashin, was picking up trash that others didn't want? Lan Qingya's face was also ashen, so ashamed and angry that her fingers trembled. No woman would want to be called an old shoe. Jun Xiaoyao's simple 2 sentences immediately turned the situation around. Originally, Dragon Hayashin wanted to humiliate the Jun family sequence, but now he was instead mocked. Although the people from the surrounding forces did not dare to openly mock Dragon Hayashin, their eyes revealed mockery and disdain. Divine child, Jun Zhangjian's heart trembled. Jun Xiaoyao was helping him out of a difficult situation. At the thought of this, Jun Zhangjian's gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao subtly carried a hint of gratitude. Jun Xiaoyao's single sentence resolved his embarrassment and crisis. We're all family, no need for extra words, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Jun Zhangjian nodded heavily, but he had already made a decision in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao was worthy of his loyalty and allegiance. The divine child is indeed unfathomable. With just a few words, he resolved Jun Zhangjian's predicament. Jun Zuwang murmured in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's quick-wittedness in such situations was simply not something a 10-year-old should possess. Wow, I've seen another side of brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli exclaimed. Jun Xiaoyao was not only as beautiful as an immortal and immensely powerful, but his emotional intelligence and wisdom were also outstanding. With just a few words, he left the Zhu Long Nest's long child humiliated and speechless, completely losing face. HMPH, do Jun Wuhui's descendants only know how to use their tongues? That's a bit disappointing. Dragon Hayashin's face was as gloomy as water. That's right, isn't it just an ancient sacred body? Do you really think you're invincible? In front of Long Child, you're nothing more than that, Lan Qingya also said acerbically. With Dragon Hayashin backing her, she dared to speak. Just a mere insect daring to make noise, Jun Xiaoyao said with an indifferent gaze. In his eyes, Lan Qingya was already a dead person, just a matter of dying sooner or later. Since Lan Qingya was so eager to reincarnate, Jun Xiaoyao could only grant her wish. Rumbled. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and endless golden divine energy surged, transforming into a giant palm that directly suppressed Lan Qingya. This sudden action caught everyone by surprise. Daring to act in front of me, aren't you too presumptuous? Dragon Hayashin's eyes immediately stood up, like golden dragon eyes. He wanted to make a move to protect Lan Qingya. If Divine Child wants to kill someone, no one can stop him. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was as cold as a deity's. He raised his other hand, and thousands of divine weapons surged out. It was precisely the soldiering art. The torrent of divine weapons poured towards Dragon Hayashin, causing his expression to change abruptly. Jun Xiaoyao's strength exceeded his expectations. Rumbled. In the eyes of many forces from all directions, Dragon Hayashin's figure suddenly retreated violently. His arms trembled violently, and a hint of horror appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the giant golden magic palm had already covered Lan Qingya's head. No, Long Child, save me. Lan Qingya's face was ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with extreme terror, letting out a shrill scream. But as the golden giant palm crashed down, the scream abruptly stopped. Bang! The massive golden Dharma power palm, like a corner of the sky, pressed down. Accompanied by a hair-raising cracking sound, fresh blood splattered from under the golden giant palm. The blood even splattered onto Dragon Hayashin's body, covering him in it. Dumbfounded. Astonished. At this moment, everyone present from all forces was silent. They hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to be so overbearing, directly attacking and killing Lan Qingya with a single palm when a disagreement arose. And it was right in front of Dragon Hayashin. Many observant people also noticed that Jun Xiaoyao easily repelled Dragon Hayashin with a casual move. Although Dragon Hayashin being caught off guard was a factor, being repelled by a single blow clearly indicated some issues. As the massive Dharma power palm dissipated, only a bloody, pulpy mess remained in its place, making one sick to their stomach. One moment she was a beauty, the next she had turned directly into a pile of minced meat. This contrast was too stark. Many people looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a sense of awe. This divine child is truly decisive in his killing. Even women are not spared. Only then can he have the demeanor of a divine child. If he were someone who showed mercy to women, he would be looked down upon. Some old geezers from major forces whispered among themselves. Jun Xiaoyao's performance certainly lived up to his identity as the Jun family divine child and zero sequence. You deserve to die. Dragon Hayashin's eyes blazed with fury, and at the same time there was a hint of horror in his gaze. Just now, Jun Xiaoyao had merely casually stopped him, but Dragon Hayashin felt a divine power that was almost irresistible. As the long child of the Zhu Long nest, he was unparalleled in physical body among the top prodigies. Yet Jun Xiaoyao's casual blow made his arms tremble violently, almost feeling as if they were about to shatter. Even if this Jun Xiaoyao has an ancient sacred body, his physical body couldn't possibly be this strong. Dragon Hayashin's expression was grim, and he thought coldly in his heart. At this moment, several ancient royal family prodigies who had followed Dragon Hayashin stepped forward and shouted angrily. Jun family divine child, you are truly despicable. How dare you launch a surprise attack? Exactly. If it wasn't for your sudden attack, how could Long Child have been repelled? Evidently, these ancient royal family prodigies were trying to salvage Dragon Hayashin's face. Presumptuous. How can the Jun family divine child be criticized by mere ants like you? Jun Zhangjian's hair fluttered, and the longsword on his back soared into the air, landing in his hand. A terrifying sword intent spread out. To Jun Zhangjian, Jun Xiaoyao was now like a benefactor. Since Jun Xiaoyao had helped him out of a predicament, Jun Zhangjian naturally had to return the favor. Jun Zhuwang also took a light lotus step forward, and in her icy blue pupils, a chill seemed to permeate the air. You are not qualified to be presumptuous in my Jun family. For a time, the young prodigies of the ancient royal family confronted the Jun family sequences. Battle intent surged, killing intent permeated the air. On this side, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold, while Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang were filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. On the other side, Dragon Hayashin's chi and blood surged, his eyes filled with gloom. The surrounding group of ancient royal family beings were also highly motivated. Let me Niu Dingshan see just how capable this much-praised Jun family divine child truly is. A tall, burly young man with a broad back stepped forward. He had 2 black ox horns on his head, and with every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. That's Niu Dingshan, the young powerhouse from Niu Mo Mountain of the ancient royal family. Rumor has it that he once fought 10 human race prodigies alone and blocked them. Many young prodigies from various forces whispered. This was a rather famous ancient royal family prodigy. You are not qualified to fight with the divine child. Jun Zhangjian's figure flashed, and a sword swept across the sky. HMPH, what if he's the Jun family divine child? What if he's the zero sequence? Today's banquet will be a disgrace to your Jun family. A beautiful woman with wings on her back attacked. She was a prodigy of the feathered human race, an ancient royal family. My Jun family is not something just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can challenge. Jun Zhuwang's tone was indifferent. She raised her jade hand. An endless cold chi gathered around her, forming long ice spears. In addition, some other well-known ancient royal family beings also attacked simultaneously. For a time, Dharma power surged. Divine light streaked across the void realm exploded, and the 4 directions trembled. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang, 2 Jun family sequences, blocked a group of ancient royal family prodigies. 9 swords of the rising sun. Jun Zhangjian possessed a clear sword heart, allowing him to cultivate any sword technique to a state of perfection. His 9 swords broke through the void realm, like 9 divine lights slashing down. An ancient royal family being was instantly torn into 4 pieces, dying on the spot. Round Jun Zhuwang, cold chi flowed, and ice spears pierced through, causing a royal family being to scream as his entire body was pierced. The Jun family sequences are so strong. Many guests from various forces couldn't help but exclaim. The most eye-catching person at this banquet was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. But Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang, these Jun family sequences, were also radiating dazzling light at this moment. This Jun Zhangjian ranks 10th among the Jun family 10 sequences, and that Jun Zhuwang only ranks 7th, not very high, but even so their strength is astonishing. Tusk tusk, I heard that among the top 5 sequences of the Jun family, there are those with dual pupils and prodigy supremes who have obtained forbidden legacies. Their strength is heaven-defying. Alas, if an ordinary force had one such prodigy, they would be proud enough, but the Jun family has 10 of them. Not to mention the existence of the Jun family divine child, an anomaly. The zero sequence hasn't appeared for a long time. This is the foundation of an ancient desolate family, something to be envious of. Some old geezers from first-rate forces sighed with emotion, and at the same time they were very envious. This was the Jun family, an extremely glorious, immortal, and indestructible top-tier ancient desolate family. Watching the bleeding ancient royal family prodigies, Dragon Hayashin's expression was very grim. He had come this time to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot. Yet now Jun Xiaoyao was safe and sound, while his own people were almost all dead. Immortal sword body, myriad swords returned to one. Jun Zhangjian unleashed the power of his immortal sword body, and 10,000 sword chi emerged, sweeping across the void realm, finally converging into a heaven-shattering sword. Niu Dingshan, the young prodigy from Niu Mo Mountain, was directly cut in half by a single sword, blood splattering out. Ice Heaven Snow Lotus. Jun Zuwang held up her pure white jade hand, and endless ice dharma power gathered to form a beautiful ice lotus. It looked beautiful, but it seemed to contain the power to freeze all ages. Go! Jun Zuwang threw the snow lotus towards the proud daughter of the feathered human race. Not good, the proud daughter of the feathered human race's face turned pale. Feeling that powerful cold chi, she knew she couldn't block it at all. And just at this critical moment, a figure burst out like a fierce dragon breaking free from its shackles. It was Dragon Hayashin. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his golden dragon eyes held fury. Dragon Hayashin simply couldn't stand it anymore. Boom! Dragon Hayashin reached out, and vast dharma power surged, subtly forming a golden dragon claw, possessing a mighty power that seemed to tear the sky and earth and shake the universe. It's the Zulong Nest's top martial divine ability, Dragon Intercepting Hand, many guests exclaimed. This was a powerful divine ability of the Zulong Nest that was not passed down to outsiders. Bang! The golden dragon claw directly crushed the snow lotus, and then continued its momentum, undiminished, towards Jun Zuwang's chest. Not good, be careful. Jun Zhangjian saw this and let out a low cry. He wanted to rescue her, but it was too late. Jun Zuwang was also slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Dragon Hayashin to suddenly intervene. As the long child of the Zulong Nest, and having attacked with full force, the power of this dragon intercepting hand was extremely formidable. Even Jun Zuwang found it difficult to dodge. Just as the golden dragon claw was about to strike Jun Zuwang's chest, a figure flashed out at an extremely fast speed, blocking in front of Jun Zuwang. The golden dragon claw, without deviation, directly struck the person's chest with great force. Divine child, Jun Zuwang's expression suddenly changed. Boom! A violent collision rumbled. Smoke and dust rose everywhere, and the heavens and earth shook. All the guests at this moment were as silent as cicadas in winter, staring blankly at the white-clothed figure struck by the dragon's severing hand. If Dragon Hayashin's sudden move was unexpected, then Jun Xiaoyao's extremely fast reaction speed was even more surprising. However, what Dragon Hayashin unleashed was the Zulong Nest's top divine ability, the dragon's severing hand. Once this great divine ability was unleashed, even with a marquee weapon for protection, one would be severely injured, let alone directly withstand this blow. Dragon Hayashin had once used this great divine ability to kill a double-digit number of top Dao lineage prodigies. Divine child, Jun Zuwang's face quickly turned pale, devoid of color. If Jun Xiaoyao were severely injured or had any problems because of her, Jun Zuwang would be eternally culpable, because her importance to the Jun family was far less than Jun Xiaoyao. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's pretty face also changed color. And Jiang Ru, Jiang Shengyi, Jun Zhanshan, and others, their expressions also changed simultaneously. Currently, Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be the most important core figure of the Jun family's younger generation. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. This could the Jun family divine child's 10th birthday banquet turn into a bloodbath. Is the legend of the Jun family divine child going to end before it even begins? In all directions, all the guests who came to the banquet had frozen expressions. If this were truly the case, the Jun family's reputation would plummet. The Zhu Long nest, on the other hand, would gain great renown. At this moment, the world was silent, and countless eyes converged on that peerless figure in white. That state, it's not right," the old Taoist of the Daijishan sect lightly exclaimed. Logically speaking, if struck by Dragon Heoshin's dragon-severing hand, even if one's body wasn't shattered, one would at least vomit blood and fly backward. But Jun Xiaoyao remained motionless, without any expression on his face. Only a pair of deep, ancient well-like pupils held an extreme sense of indifference. At this, everyone noticed something was amiss. Jun Xiaoyao's reaction was too normal. His body didn't even move a muscle. "Is the divine child enduring?" some people observed, muttering in their hearts. However, only Dragon Heoshin himself could most personally feel Jun Xiaoyao's state. Your physical body." Dragon Heoshin's dragon eyes were filled with shock. He struck Jun Xiaoyao's chest with one hand, feeling as if he had hit a piece of primeval immortal gold. Not only did it not budge Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest, but his own palm was shaken with pain. One must know he was a Dragon Clan member. The Dragon Clan's physical body was unparalleled in the current world. This was basically a consensus in the immortal domain. But now Jun Xiaoyao just stood there letting him strike, yet he couldn't injure him. How was this possible? "Is that all?" Jun Xiaoyao slightly tilted his head, seemingly without a single insulting word. But it just made Dragon Heoshin's face flush red, and anger flared in his heart. "What's wrong with you? Could it be that you can't bear to lose face and are forcefully suppressing your internal injuries?" This was the only possibility Dragon Heoshin could think of. You're overthinking." As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, a cold glint suddenly burst forth from his eyes. He extended his hand, directly grabbing Dragon Heoshin's arm that had struck his chest, and 4,000 giant elephant particles within his body erupted simultaneously. Instantly, 400 million catties of immense power surged forth. "Rip!" Jun Xiaoyao twisted his wrist and pulled fiercely. Accompanied by a scream, Dragon Heoshin's arm was forcibly torn off by Jun Xiaoyao. Blood spurted, dragon blood splattered. Dragon Heoshin retreated sharply, covering the severed arm, his face pale and full of disbelief. Not only Dragon Heoshin, but all the guests in the audience were speechless. This reversal was something no one had expected. After directly withstanding Dragon Heoshin's dragon-severing hand, Jun Xiaoyao was not only unharmed, but also, with an extremely fierce posture, tore off Dragon Heoshin's arm. Who could have imagined this? "The Jun family divine child's aura is stable. He indeed doesn't look injured," the old Taoist of the Daijishan sect said. Hearing his words, many powerhouses suddenly realized, then looked at Jun Xiaoyao as if they were looking at a monster. After all, in the desolate heaven immortal domain, the prodigies who could withstand a dragon son of the Zhu Long nest's dragon-severing hand were few and far between. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao didn't just withstand it or get injured, he was completely fine. The ancient sacred body, even when restricted by the heavens and earth, is still terrifying to this extent. Many young prodigies were shaken in their hearts. "Divine child!" Jun Zuwang also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jun Xiaoyao with gratitude. "You may withdraw first. Leave this mud loach to me," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "Yes," Jun Zuwang respectfully nodded. At this moment, she no longer seemed like the high and mighty seventh sequence of the Jun family, but rather like Jun Xiaoyao's maid. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Dragon Heoshin's face turned green. He covered the severed arm, his eyes filled with apprehension. By now, if he still underestimated Jun Xiaoyao, he would truly be a fool. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head faintly. Beneath his skin, a faint green light surged. Jun Xiaoyao had absorbed and refined Xiao Chen's dragon qi, allowing him to condense dragon-scale inner armor within his body. Coupled with his inherently formidable ancient sacred body, Jun Xiaoyao was able to block Dragon Heoshin's dragon-severing hand without injury. He even bothered to not even use the Nether God's guard from the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. HMPH, Jun Xiaoyao. Although I don't know what method you used to withstand this move, if you think you've won with this, you're too naive. Dragon Heoshin said coldly. From within him, a vigorous and powerful surge of blood, qi suddenly erupted. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, the flesh at the severed arm began to squirm, and then a new arm slowly grew out. "This is possible," some young prodigies were speechless. Was this Dragon Heoshin immortal? No, even if the dragon clan's blood chi is abundant, it's impossible to directly achieve rebirth of a severed arm. At least, this dragon Hayashin shouldn't be able to do it yet. I understand. It is rumored that this dragon Hayashin underwent a fusion with a dragon core. Could it be because of the dragon core? At this, everyone suddenly realized that Dragon Hayashin had used the advantage of the dragon core. Oh, dragon core, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. He looked at Dragon Hayashin as a hunter stares at his prey. Courting death. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, Dragon Hayashin's anger blazed. He had always treated the human race as prey. How could a human race member treat him as prey? Boom! Dragon Hayashin punched out, and overwhelming blood chi surged. Everyone seemed to hear a dragon roar, and a giant dragon phantom entwined with Dragon Hayashin's fist light shattered the void realm, striking towards Jun Xiaoyao. That powerful fluctuation was like a true dragon emerging, fighting in the sky. This was another great divine ability of the Zhu Long Nest, equally famous as the dragon severing hand, called Dragon Fist. As expected of the Zhu Long Nest dragon son, his strength is astonishing. As soon as Dragon Hayashin made his move, he awed many of the younger generation. Although they disliked Dragon Hayashin's arrogance, his actual strength was undeniable. Jun Xiaoyao saw this, and a cold smile curled on his lips. He extended his hand, forming a hand seal, and golden divine power surged. Behind him, a vast figure, seemingly reaching the heavens and earth, appeared. That is... Many guests seeing this, their pupils collectively contracted. That vast and mighty presence made their hair stand on end, sending shivers down their spines. Jun Xiaoyao reached out, forming a hand seal. Behind him, a majestic figure stood tall between heaven and earth, like an emperor suppressing the world. That's the Jun family's martial divine ability, King's Seal, an old man exclaimed. As an ancient desolate family, the Jun family had been passed down for countless years, possessing astonishing foundations. Their various martial divine powers, cultivation techniques, and secret arts were as vast as the sea. Over the years, it was naturally impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to have only cultivated the soldiering art. The King's Seal was one of the top-tier martial divine powers that Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated. With his prodigy aptitude and comprehension ability, he naturally mastered it with ease, quickly succeeding in his cultivation. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the King's Seal. With one seal, heaven and earth were subdued. The King's phantom behind him seemed to carry the grand aura of suppressing the sun, moon, and sky. Jun Xiaoyao, wielding the King's Seal, moved like a banished immortal, suppressing the heavens with one seal, overturning the sun and moon. Dragon Hayashin also unleashed his dragon fist, its punch light astonishing the world, illuminating the sky, accompanied by a dragon-shaped phantom. Boom! The two moves collided like two great stars crashing, or like meteors annihilating each other. The void realm trembled, and the magical power fluctuations spread like ripples in all directions. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao, who was nearby, extended a hand. The surrounding void realm seemed to be confined, turning into a heaven and earth cage, isolating all fluctuations. A saint realm great power, none of the Jun family elders are weak. Some old fogies from various forces were inwardly startled. Those who reached above the saint realm were known as great powers. Usually, a force with one saint realm great power could become a first-rate force. However, no one knew how many elders there were in each branch of the Jun family. Perhaps even the Jun family itself didn't know clearly. Here, the fierce magical power fluctuations were contained, churning endlessly in the void realm. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the scene. Cough, cough. A coughing sound accompanied by blood was heard, as a figure staggered backward, none other than Dragon Hayashin. His pupils were wide with disbelief at this moment. His punching arm was cracked, blood continuously flowed, and his entire arm was trembling. With that single collision, Jun Xiaoyao almost crippled his arm again. Even if Dragon Hayashin possessed dragon essence, he couldn't endlessly regenerate a severed arm. Your strength, Dragon Hayashin gritted his teeth, his heart sinking completely. He had completely underestimated this 10-year-old Jun family divine child. Jun Xiaoyao still held the hand seal with one hand, while the other was clasped behind his back. His white robes were whiter than snow, and his aura was extraordinary. He resembled a true immortal who had not fallen into the mortal world, his presence serene. He didn't look like he had just been through a major battle at all. He was incredibly sacred. So handsome, Zhang Luoli, that girl, drooled as she watched. In her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was simply a heavenly immortal, wasn't he? Not just her, but many proud daughters and princesses from various forces present also had their beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. With every move, he overshadowed the Zhu Long Nest's dragon son. One might ask, among the younger generation in the world, how many could possess such a demeanor? Dragon Hayashin's face was unprecedentedly grim. He had come this time to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot, thereby asserting the prestige of the Zhu Long Nest. Now, instead of succeeding in showing off, he had been humiliated. No matter what, I cannot be defeated today. Dragon Hayashin took a deep breath. A terrifying power slowly emanated from within him. As this power diffused, Dragon Hayashin's cultivation realm directly broke through from the true spirit realm to a new realm. Divine Bridge Realm. Cultivators who reached this realm would construct a divine bridge within their bodies. This would connect their Danshan spiritual sea with their brain's divine palace. Their strength was clearly a significant step above true spirit realm cultivators. I originally wanted to lay a good foundation before breaking through, Jun Xiaoyao. It's all because of you. Dragon Hayashin's aura surged, his expression terrifying, his gaze like a sharp sword that pierced the soul. He officially stepped into the divine bridge realm by utilizing the power of his dragon essence. Originally, Dragon Hayashin had planned to return to the Zhu Long Nest after this battle to safely break through. But now, due to Jun Xiaoyao, he had breakthrough earlier. Because if he didn't break through, he simply couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao. This would cause Dragon Hayashin's realm to be somewhat unstable, which was detrimental to his cultivation. It was clear how much hatred Dragon Hayashin harbored for Jun Xiaoyao at this moment. Originally, he only wanted to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Now, he even had the desire to kill him. True dragon entrapment technique. Dragon Hayashin's aura was magnificent, like a true dragon breaking free from its shackles. Within him, a scorching core seemed to manifest, radiating immense power. It's the dragon essence. Dragon Hayashin has not only breakthrough to the divine bridge realm, but he has also activated the power of his dragon essence. Not only that, could his move be an attack method evolved from the true dragon great divine power. Feeling Dragon Hayashin's aura at this moment, many young prodigies from major forces felt a chill throughout their bodies. If it were them facing Dragon Hayashin now, let alone fighting, his aura alone would be enough to completely suppress them. The true dragon entrapment technique should be an offensive divine ability evolved from the true dragon great divine power. It's too terrifying. Not to mention the young prodigies, even some older generation figures felt a chill. The true dragon great divine power, that was the Zhu Long Nest supreme method. It was definitely one of the top-tier divine abilities in the desolate heaven immortal domain. What Dragon Hayashin was displaying now, though not the true dragon great divine power, was a secondary divine ability derived from it, and it was equally powerful. Roar! A true dragon phantom coiled around Dragon Hayashin, then soared into the sky. Its scales were sharp, its dragon horns keen, and it raised its massive dragon claw, crushing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Wherever the dragon claw passed, space vibrated like ripples. Too strong. The jaws of some prodigies from various forces were trembling, feeling as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. The Zhu Long Nest's dragon son, Dragon Hayashin, now possessed an invincible aura. Divine Child. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang showed signs of tension. Dragon Hayashin's current offensive made them feel a sense of danger. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli also couldn't help but become nervous. Jiang Shengyi's beautiful eyes also showed worry, as did Jiang Ru's. Even Jun Zhanshan, who knew Jun Xiaoyao's strength best, tightened his grip, fully prepared. Should there be any slight accident, he would directly intervene. The Jun family's reputation was not as important as Jun Xiaoyao's life. Jun Xiaoyao die? Dragon Hayashin's face was ferocious, as if he already saw Jun Xiaoyao bleeding. This is rather interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He remained unfazed even when Mount Tai collapsed before him. Just as he was about to activate his holy body phenomenon to fight, the system's mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, already at the 10-year-old banquet, does the host wish to sign in? A glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and a smile touched the corner of his lips. I thought the system was out of order, but it's perfect. Better late than never. Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao thought inwardly. He wanted to see what good things he could sign in for this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 7-star reward, Supreme Bone. As the system's voice faded, Jun Xiaoyao's chest suddenly glowed, erupting with a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. Inside Jun Xiaoyao's chest, an extremely terrifying energy was gathering like a blazing sun. Within it, a crystal-clear bone, interwoven with countless complex Tao patterns, was being nurtured. Supreme Bone. Among the 3,000 physique, it was also a terrifying physique ranked within the top 30. The so-called 3,000 physique did not only refer to king physique, divine physique, or sacred body. Talents such as the Supreme Bone, double pupils, innate Tao embryo, and 7-orifice exquisite heart could all be considered special physiques. And the Supreme Bone, as its name suggests, was extremely extraordinary. Among the 3,000 physique, it ranked within the top 30, an extremely high ranking. It could be said that even if Jun Xiaoyao did not possess the ancient sacred body, just this one Supreme Bone would be enough to make him stand at the peak of prodigies, sweeping across the 8 directions. 7-star reward, it seems my luck is quite good. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This anomaly of Jun Xiaoyao also attracted the attention of everyone present. What's going on? The Jun family divine child's chest is glowing. What a terrifying aura, it feels like facing a supreme. I'm almost on my knees. A young prodigy's face was pale, his legs trembling. At this moment, a blazing radiance erupted from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, with various runes and great Tao imprinted in the void realm. That aura was like facing an unrivaled supreme, inspiring awe. Many young prodigies could not withstand that terrifying aura and directly knelt down on the spot. Could that be the Supreme Bone? The old Taoist of Daejishan sect couldn't help but exclaim. His old eyes widened like copper bells. He had cultivated the Tao for many years. His heart nature was calm, but at this moment he couldn't help but lose his composure, exclaiming in surprise. The Jun family divine child, besides the ancient sacred body, actually also possessed a Supreme Bone in his chest. This was simply horrifying, making one disbelieve their own eyes. Ancient sacred body, Supreme Bone. Any one of these talents alone was enough to make a person stand at the peak of prodigies. But now, the Jun family divine child actually possessed 2 top-tier talent physiques. Who would dare to believe this? Xiaoyao actually has the Supreme Bone. Not to mention outsiders, even close relatives like Jun Xianshan and Jiang Ru were utterly bewildered at this moment. Even they didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao possessed the Supreme Bone, let alone outsiders. Supreme Bone, how is this possible? Dragon Hayashin, who was fighting towards Jun Xiaoyao, felt the astonishing aura erupting from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, and his dragon eyes widened. He could not believe it. Lan Qingye had never told him that Jun Xiaoyao also possessed a Supreme Bone. One must know that the Supreme Bone was different from the ancient sacred body. The ancient sacred body was once known as a useless physique in recent history and had declined. But the Supreme Bone was still one of the most top-tier talent physiques. Just a single bone could create an invincible young supreme. So what if it's the Supreme Bone? I'll just kill you. Dragon Hayashin's heart turned ruthless, deciding to directly blast Jun Xiaoyao to death. As for a retreat, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the Jun family alone. Someone would protect him from behind. As long as he could kill Jun Xiaoyao, everything he sacrificed would be worth it. Thinking of this, Dragon Hayashin further activated the power of the dragon essence within his body, pouring it all into the true dragon entrapment technique. The lifelike true dragon phantom directly tore through the air, pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao stood still, a faint smile on his lips. He had changed his mind. He would no longer use the power of the ancient sacred body's phenomena. I should try the power of this Supreme Bone, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. He activated the golden spiritual sea within his body, and a surging tide of magic power poured into the Supreme Bone in his chest. Instantly divine light blazed, and radiance shone. From Jun Xiaoyao's chest, it was as if a great sun had manifested. The brilliant divine light illuminated the void realm, shaking the 9 heavens and shattering the clouds in the sky. All the prodigies felt their hearts tremble in awe, unable to stop themselves from shivering, almost falling to their knees. Even some older generation powerhouses felt their hearts pound. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who had unleashed the divine ability of the Supreme Bone, was like an ancient true immortal descending, cleansing the world with divine light. This brilliant divine light was precisely the first terrifying great divine ability contained within this Supreme Bone. heavenly tribulation light of the Azure. It was as if the Azure had sent down a divine tribulation, annihilating the world with divine light. This divine ability was too terrifying, causing many guests to shiver, feeling a tremor at the soul level. Many prodigies, just by looking at it, had already lost any intention of comparison. There was simply no comparison. Dragon Hayashin's face was also filled with terror and boundless shock as he felt this power. Boom! The ultimate moves collided. The true dragon entrapment technique and the heavenly tribulation light of the Azure met. Without any suspense, that terrifying tribulation light, which seemed capable of penetrating everything, directly annihilated the true dragon phantom and then swept towards Dragon Hayashin. No! Dragon Hayashin was horrified, fully activating his dragon essence, as a layer of light golden scales spread across his body, and he quickly dodged. But how could he escape the speed of light? Dragon Hayashin only dodged half a step before being struck by the heavenly tribulation light of the Azure. Half of his body, along with an arm, was directly severed, and dragon blood flowed, splattering across the sky. Ugh! Dragon Hayashin's eyes were bloodshot as he howled towards the sky. When had he ever experienced such pain? As a dragon child of the Zulong nest, he had always only abused and killed others. No one had ever been able to threaten him. But now Dragon Hayashin had half of his body severed, and even with his dragon essence, it was impossible to recover in a short time. His gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao already carried a hint of fear. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, however, remained indifferent. He activated the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and demonic wings extended from his back. With a flap of his wings, he instantly appeared beside Dragon Hayashin. He grabbed Dragon Hayashin's remaining arm and viciously tore again. Blood splattered, accompanied by Dragon Hayashin's roars. Seeing this scene, the entire place fell silent. The Jun family divine child tearing apart the Zulong nest dragon child was not a metaphor, but a true tearing apart. First, there was the white-robed divine King Jun Wuhui, who pulled out the dragon tendons and peeled the dragon skin of the Zulong nest quasi-supreme. Now there is the Jun family divine child Jun Xiaoyao tearing apart the Zulong nest dragon child. Is this a family tradition? Some older generation figures were stunned. Are the people of the Jun family all dragon-slaying warriors? Like father, like son, the Jun family divine child does not tarnish his father's prestige, many cultivators sighed in their hearts. And the only remaining feathered human race proud maiden watched with a pale face, as if she had lost her soul, her legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao stared at Dragon Hayashin as if he were meat on a chopping block. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's dangerous gaze, Dragon Hayashin's face turned pale. While frantically retreating, he sternly shouted, "Jun Xiaoyao, how dare you? What does divine child dare not do?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled, and as he extended his hand, golden magic power surged like a tide, striking towards Dragon Hayashin. The Jun family divine child is going for the kill. Everyone present gasped in unison. They didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would actually kill Dragon Hayashin. He was the dragon child of the Zulong nest, and also the younger brother of Dragon Hayashin, the Zulong nest's forbidden first generation. If Dragon Hayashin were killed, it would cause a huge stir, shaking the desolate heaven immortal domain. But they still underestimated Jun Xiaoyao's methods. Not only did Jun Xiaoyao want to kill Dragon Hayashin, but he also wanted to extract the dragon essence from his body. Just as Jun Xiaoyao made his move, from the distant azure sky, a majestic and powerful voice with a cold and stern tone resounded. "Jun family Jr., how dare you?" That voice caused the universe to tremble and the heavens and earth to shake. A terrifying dragon might press down, under the horrified gazes of everyone from all forces. A huge dark dragon claw with bulging muscles pressed down from the sky. The dark scales gleamed with a cold light, and as the claw descended, it tore cracks in the void realm, creating terrifying fluctuations that made people shudder. That power, at least a quasi-supreme, some older generation powerhouses exclaimed in shock. The supreme realm was already at the peak level of the immortal domain, and a quasi-supreme was the number one below a supreme. Even among some immortal forces, a quasi-supreme was an absolutely top-tier figure, a foundational existence. And now a quasi-supreme had appeared, startling everyone. No wonder Dragon Hayashin was so fearless. It turns out he had someone backing him. Naturally, he wasn't afraid, some people realized. No matter how arrogant Dragon Hayashin was, he couldn't possibly come to the Jun family alone. Just like a Jun family prodigy wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke the Zhu Long nest alone. Dragon Hayashin had someone backing him and protecting his Dao. Excellent, Elder Yulong has made his move. Dragon Hayashin's face showed a smile of relief at escaping a desperate situation. As long as he had one life left, there was a chance to rise again. The humiliation of today might not be without a chance to be avenged in the future. What, could the newcomer be Yulong Supreme of the Zhu Long nest? Hearing Dragon Hayashin's words, some older cultivators showed signs of shock. Yulong Supreme was an extremely powerful quasi-supreme from the Zhu Long nest, whose true form was a black dragon. He once resisted a human race peerless supreme with his quasi-supreme cultivation, gaining widespread fame throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces of the immortal domain. However, he later secluded himself within the Zhu Long nest. Now that he reappeared, his power still shook the heavens and earth. Youngster of the Jun family, don't be too ruthless. Let's stop here today. Yulong Supreme's tone was indifferent and lofty. It was clearly Dragon Hayashin who first caused trouble, coming to the Jun family, attempting to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot to gain fame. Yet now, Yulong Supreme wanted to dismiss it with a single sentence. Of course, all Yulong Supreme could do now was take Dragon Hayashin away. Trying to kill Jun Xiaoyao within the Jun family's territory was simply like a fantasy. Not to mention he was only a quasi-supreme. Even if a true Zhu Long nest supreme arrived, he couldn't kill Jun Xiaoyao on the Jun family's grounds. Hearing Yulong Supreme's words, Dragon Hayashin finally breathed a sigh of relief. But his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao was filled with cold resentment. For the first time in his life, he had suffered such a miserable defeat. In the end, he even needed a senior from his clan to swallow his pride and save him. It could be said that Dragon Hayashin had never experienced such humiliation. His hatred for Jun Xiaoyao was imaginable. Looking at Dragon Hayashin's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. What are you going to say? 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river as well. HMPH, my older brother Dragon Hayashin will make you taste a crushing defeat, Dragon Hayashin said with a chilling tone. He no longer dared to speak of personal revenge. After all, the ancient sacred body combined with the supreme bone was simply too powerful. It was not something he could deal with. Unfortunately, no matter what, you won't see it. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, and under Dragon Hayashin's shocked gaze, he continued to suppress him with one hand. Jun Xiaoyao, are you crazy? You still dare to attack me? Dragon Hayashin's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly. How dare you? In the sky, Yulong Supreme's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even a quasi-supreme like him had personally spoken, yet Jun Xiaoyao ignored him. Rumbled. A massive dragon claw reached down directly from the sky. In the void realm, numerous runic lights flickered. These were the Jun family's defensive formations, which, sensing the magical power fluctuations, manifested and operated on their own. Every ray of light within them was enough to cause a saint to fall. But now they couldn't stop the dragon claw descending from the sky. Wherever the dragon claw passed, numerous runic formations exploded. Yulong Supreme made his move, not to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but to take Dragon Hayashin away. Bang, bang, bang. The dark dragon claw tore through the void realm, and streaks of formation runes exploded directly. The might of a quasi-supreme was truly formidable. This isn't the Jun family reacting at all. Feeling this terrifying power, many people quickly dispersed, while also looking at Jun Xiaoyao and the other clan elders. Even in Zhu Long Nest, quasi-supreme had made a move, yet they still looked so calm and composed. Some observant individuals noticed that Jun Xiaoyao and the other clan elders had a cold, mocking smile on their lips. The powerful might of the quasi-supreme pressed down, concentrating on Jun Xiaoyao. If it were an ordinary young prodigy, they would have probably been suppressed by this pressure and unable to move. But Jun Xiaoyao ignored it and continued his attack. He grabbed at the void realm, and another god spear condensed, which he directly hurled at the fleeing Dragon Hayashin, piercing through his chest. Then, using the extreme speed of the devil wings, he raised his hand and struck Dragon Hayashin with lightning speed. Crack! A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, making one's teeth ache. Dragon Hayashin vomited blood, his entire skeleton shattered, and he fell to the ground on his last breath. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao directly stomped down from midair, a kick imbued with 40,000 giant elephant particles, directly crushing Dragon Hayashin's chest. A large mouthful of blood, mixed with shattered organs, spurted from Dragon Hayashin's mouth. Even with his Dragon Clan physical body, he couldn't withstand such immense force. Dragon Hayashin's eyes bulged, his face filled with shock, anger, disbelief, and a hint of regret. "Brother won't let you go." Dragon Hayashin's eyes widened, his words slurred, and then his breath ceased, dying with eyes wide open. The Zhu Longnest dragon son fallen. And all of this happened in just a brief instant. Even Yulong Supreme hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to act so decisively. "Damn it!" A furious roar, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yulong Supreme was enraged. A vast pressure poured down like a tide, causing the earth to crack, and some guests affected nearby were directly pressed to the ground. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome face, with its immortal and divine grace, was as calm as an ancient well. It was as if he was not facing a quasi-supreme whose strength was unparalleled, but merely an ordinary person. It was at this moment that a cold snort came from the deepest part of the Jun family. Since when does a mere quasi-supreme dare to act so presumptuously in my Jun family? As the words fell, a majestic and dazzling sword chi shot forth from the depths of the Jun family, tearing through the void realm. The sword chi shone brightly, as if reflecting a terrifying scene of countless immortals falling. The void realm directly split open into a dark rift. Dark spatial turbulence roared along with the sword chi. With one sweep of the sword, Yulong Supreme let out an angry roar. A massive dragon arm, along with dragon blood, fell from the depths of the sky. One sword cut off one of Yulong Supreme's dragon arms. Everyone around felt their scalps tingle. The power of that sword chi was as if it wanted to annihilate all the heavens and myriad realms. It's the Jun family's immortal slaughtering swordplay, one of the 5 great divine secrets. The one who attacked is the Jun family 18th ancestor, someone exclaimed. Jun family 18th ancestor, you wait. In the sky, Yulong Supreme's voice carried a chilling intent. Since you've come, then stay. The 18th ancestor's voice sounded again. Immediately, 2 more sword chi from the immortal slaughtering swordplay slashed across the sky from the depths of the Jun family. No, do you intend to start an immortal battle between the Zhu Longnest and the Jun family? In the void realm, Yulong Supreme's voice carried an unprecedented sense of terror. If the 2 great immortal forces truly ignited an immortal battle, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain would plunge into an unprecedented turmoil. What if it's an immortal battle? My Jun family has stood in the immortal domain for countless years, and when have we ever feared anyone? The 18th ancestor's tone was infinitely domineering. Above the sky, 2 sword chi swept across consecutively. Blood rained down in torrents. The heavens and earth wept together, and the universe shook. A massive black dragon corpse fell from the distant sky, like a fallen deity. The Jun family 18th ancestor, with 3 swords, annihilated and Zhu Longnest quasi supreme. Heaven and earth were silent, and all were hushed. Hundreds of thousands of forces came to attend Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet. And at this moment, the people of these forces all witnessed the fall of a quasi-supreme from the Zhu Longnest. Moreover, the one who fell was not an unknown quasi-supreme, but an existence who was once able to contend with the human race's supreme. But such a powerful existence was actually annihilated by the Jun family 18th ancestor with 3 swords. What kind of concept is this? A quasi-supreme can be regarded as the foundation of an immortal Dao lineage. He can even single-handedly create a top Dao lineage. But such an existence was annihilated by the 18th ancestor with 3 swords, like slaughtering a dog. The Jun family 18th ancestor should not be an ordinary supreme expert, right? A young prodigy swallowed hard and said, Legend has it that the most mysterious place in the Jun family is the ancestral hall, and no one knows how many old ancestors are buried there. Some old people who knew a little about the Jun family's deeds spoke in a deep tone. The Jun family has stood in the immortal realm for countless years, reaching extreme glory, and its foundation is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Just any old ancestor buried in the ancestral hall, if he were to walk out and stomp his foot, he could make the immortal realm tremble. Not to mention the rumors that there might still be an emperor in the Jun family. In the near-ancient era, the last great emperor came from the Jun family, Emperor Kishan. Abandoned heaven great emperor Jun Kishan, a supreme existence who abandoned the heavens. Some old people whispered to each other, their words full of awe. There is a reason why the Jun family has been glorious in the immortal realm for countless eons. In the sky, blood rain was falling, as if all living beings were singing a dirge. The fall of a quasi-supreme was enough to trigger a heaven and earth anomaly. Xiaoyao, after the banquet, come see me. From deep within the Jun family, the 18th ancestor's voice came. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao cupped his hands in the air. To be honest, the 18th ancestor's methods also left Jun Xiaoyao amazed. Especially the immortal slaughtering swordplay, named after slaughtering immortals. Its power was extremely strong, making Jun Xiaoyao feel a bit envious. Such a top-tier martial divine ability could not even be found in the Jun family's martial arts pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao was contemplating whether he should ask the 18th ancestor for the legacy of the immortal slaughtering swordplay when he met him later. Currently, almost all of the ancient royal family who came to provoke the Jun family were wiped out. From Yulong Supreme down to the prodigies of those ancient royal family. Oh right, I forgot one. Jun Xiaoyao slightly raised an eyebrow and looked at the shivering feathered human race prodigy girl who was slumped on the ground. She was almost killed by Jun Zhuwang earlier, but Dragon Hayashin intervened, allowing her to narrowly escape death. But now, seeing such a scene, this feathered human race prodigy girl was utterly terrified, even wetting herself, her lower body drenched. She had previously thought that the Jun family divine child would definitely not be a match for Dragon Hayashin. But now, the scene of Jun Xiaoyao tearing Dragon Hayashin apart replayed in her mind like a nightmare. You go on your way with them? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was indifferent. No, please spare my life, Jun family divine child. Yuzhu is willing to be your servant to serve divine child for life. The feathered human race prodigy girl kept kowtowing and pleading. It must be said that some ancient royal family, or Yao race women, indeed possess a charm that human race women do not. For example, this Yuzhu, with her snowy white wings on her back, translucent skin, and beautiful appearance. Even if she were put up for auction, she could fetch a sky-high price. Jun Xiaoyao said coldly, "To be my female slave, are you worthy?" Even Bai Yuer, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom princess, was merely his female slave. What qualifications did a mere feathered human race prodigy girl have to be his slave? Jun Xiaoyao struck down with his palm. No, Yuzhu shrieked, completely not expecting that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes she didn't even qualify to be a slave. The last ancient royal family prodigy girl also fell. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who showed no mercy in his actions, some guests wiped the sweat from their foreheads. The Jun family are all ruthless people. However, something even more ruthless was yet to come. Jun Xianshan and several other clan elders directly carried over the corpse of the Yulong Supreme. They immediately refined it with Dao fire on the spot and began to roast black dragon meat. The surroundings were stunned. Everyone had a look of astonishment, somewhat dumbfounded. The corpse of Nzu Longnest Quasi-Supreme, used for barbecue. Although for the human race, anything that isn't humanoid can be eaten. But this was the flesh and blood of Nzu Longnest Quasi-Supreme, who would dare to eat it. Even if it was placed in front of the people of these forces, they wouldn't dare to touch their chopsticks. If the Zhu Longnest held a grudge, they could flatten these forces in minutes. After all, they were not ancient desolate family like the Jun family, Jiang family, or Yi family, and could not withstand the wrath of the Zhu Longnest. Everyone, please help yourselves. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly, not thinking there was anything wrong with this. Wah, we can eat dragon meat, the little girl Jiang Luoli cried out excitedly. Although she was the pampered daughter of the Jiang family, she couldn't casually eat dragon meat, let alone quaise a supreme-level dragon meat. Moreover, with the Jiang family backing her, she wasn't afraid of the Zhu Longnest's retaliation. Jun Xiaoyao would also eat, but before that, he had one more thing to deal with. He walked to Dragon Hayashin's corpse, raised his hand, and vast golden magical power surged out, beginning to extract the dragon chi from Dragon Hayashin's corpse. Generally speaking, once dragon chi is completely refined, it's impossible to extract it. However, this Dragon Hayashin had not completely digested the dragon chi, so it could still be extracted. A moment later, a ball of golden dragon chi was extracted, within which a miniature little dragon seemed to be roaring and howling at Jun Xiaoyao. A mere dragon chi, can it stump divine child? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curved into a cold arc. He raised his hand and once again activated the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, this time with a different change. A black furnace manifested above his head, carrying a terrifying aura of refining all things in heaven and earth. What kind of method is the Jun family divine child displaying? Why do I feel like my soul is about to be sucked into that furnace? A group of young prodigies trembled, feeling apprehension. During his year of seclusion, Jun Xiaoyao's divine elephant-suppressing prison strength had advanced further. The strongest attack was the Nether God's spear. The strongest defense was the Nether God's guard. The strongest speed was the devil's wings. Now what Jun Xiaoyao was displaying was the fourth transformation of the divine elephant-suppressing prison strength. The strongest refining hell furnace. The hell furnace can refine all things. Whether used for combat or refining heaven and earth treasure, it was very practical. That dragon chi was absorbed into the hell furnace with almost no resistance and began to be forcibly refined. A dragon chi is condensed from the lifelong essence of blood and flesh, and the rune divine ability of a dragon clan expert. Even Dragon Hayashin had only barely refined it and had not completely achieved fusion. But now Jun Xiaoyao easily refined it without any difficulty, and it was impossible for his body to burst. There was no energy that could make the ancient sacred body's body burst. And at the moment Jun Xiaoyao refined the dragon chi, his aura also uncontrollably surged again. Rumbled. Calamity clouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder rolled. Could it be the Jun family divine child is going to break through again? Jun Xiaoyao, at only 10 years old, was already a 9 heavens expert of the true spirit realm, which was enough to shock all sides. But now, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's aura rising again, everyone present was dumbfounded and wide-eyed. Is he about to break through again? Not good. Could it be the heavenly tribulation of the ancient sacred body? Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, his brows furrowed. Ordinary cultivators, if they break through from the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm, will not have any heavenly tribulation. But the ancient sacred body is different. This physique, incompatible with heaven and earth, is limited by 10 innate shackles. Whenever the ancient sacred body's realm makes a major leap, heaven will send down a tribulation. And the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm is a major leap. Seeing such a scene, not only Jun Xiaoyao, but also the other guests noticed it. Is that the heavenly tribulation of the ancient sacred body? That's right, it is rumored that the ancient sacred body will suffer heavenly tribulation when crossing a major realm. This time, Jun family divine child is in some trouble. For cultivators, the most dreaded thing is undergoing tribulation. One careless mistake, and one's body and Tao will perish, and all achievements will turn to naught. And for a physique like the ancient sacred body, the heavenly tribulation it attracts is even stronger than ordinary heavenly tribulations. An ordinary prodigy might not be able to withstand a single strike. Xiaoyao, don't worry, Grandpa and others will protect your Tao. Jun Xiaoyao and a group of clan elders stood out, emitting the aura of Saint Realm great experts. In the past, there were also some forces that wanted to cultivate the ancient sacred body. And every time the ancient sacred body underwent tribulation, a group of strong individuals would protect their Tao, assisting them in passing the heavenly tribulation. However, Jun Xiaoyao's immortal-like handsome face was as calm as water, his eyes unwavering. Grandpa, there's no need. A mere heavenly tribulation is nothing to mention. Let your grandson handle it alone. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were stunned. The faces of many cultivators around also froze. Just then, the lightning tribulation finally transformed into a torrent of lightning and descended. That terrifying tribulation power was horrifying. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the void realm, his black hair like silk, flowing with divine radiance, gently fluttering in the wind. His white clothes were like snow, his sleeves fluttering, like a banished immortal about to ride the wind away. Jun Xiaoyao raised one hand, and the hell furnace reappeared. The torrent of lightning directly crashed into the hell furnace. In an instant, Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled. Within him, endless golden chi and blood surged, and a golden primordial divine elephant phantom suddenly appeared, carrying a vast power that could suppress all heaven and earth. The elephant's trunk sucked towards the sky, and all the rolling thunder poured into Jun Xiaoyao's body. 100,000 lightning tribulations, forge my indestructible sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao not only did not fear the lightning tribulation, but instead used it as a means to temper his ancient sacred body. Rumbled. The thunder kept falling, but it could not harm Jun Xiaoyao. At most, it could only shake him back. This is simply a monster. Many people from various forces were speechless, unable to utter a word. Which prodigy undergoing tribulation isn't trembling with fear of perishing? And Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, treated the heavenly tribulation as a resource to temper himself. Alas, it seems I still underestimated Xiaoyao. Jun Jianshan and the other clan elders all shook their heads with bitter smiles. Sometimes Jun Xiaoyao's talent made even them, these Saint Realm great experts, feel as if their Tao heart was collapsing. Even they felt this way, so the feelings of the young prodigies who came to the banquet can naturally be imagined. I feel like I'll never catch up to Jun family divine child in my life. That's right, this era of great contention seems to be the stage for Jun family divine child alone. Some top prodigies from major forces spoke like this, their Tao hearts beginning to show cracks. In the end, the lightning tribulation could not harm Jun Xiaoyao. Disperse for me. Jun Xiaoyao pushed out with one palm, and the primordial divine elephant phantom roared towards the sky. The lightning rolled back into the sky, and the dark tribulation clouds were all dispersed. Heaven and earth finally returned to light, and Jun Xiaoyao's gains were also gratifying. First, his cultivation breakthrough to the divine bridge realm, and not only that, he directly breakthrough to the divine bridge realm late stage. The divine bridge realm is divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection. After reaching great perfection, the divine bridge within the body is successfully built. Then comes the Gi realm, where spirit and physical body merge, becoming perfectly unified. After that, it is about finding some Tao seeds, immortal seeds, etc., and integrating them into oneself, which is called Hedao. After Hedao, it is the Nirvana realm, where one finds a fire seed to baptize the divine palace in the brain, causing the true spirit to transform into a primordial spirit. After Nirvana, one's strength greatly increases, reaching the Tongshan realm. Finally, one ignites the divine fire, opening the ladder to the Saint realm. Divine Bridge Gi, Hedao Nirvana Tongshan Divine Fire. These are the middle stage cultivation realms. Further up are the Saint realm levels. And Jun Xiaoyao, at only 10 years old, had already reached the Divine Bridge realm late stage, which was absolutely a prodigy. Usually, prodigies of his age were still lingering in the Divine Palace realm and True Spirit realm. The previous Dragon Hayashin only barely stepped into the Divine Bridge realm by relying on the power of Dragon Essence. In addition to his realm, Jun Xiaoyao, with the help of the Lightning Tribulation and Dragon Essence energy, awakened another 10,000 giant elephant particles within his body. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's physical body strength now reached a full 500 million catties. This was simply horrifying. An ordinary prodigy's physical body strength was at most a few 100,000 catties. Even those top prodigies only had a few million or tens of millions of catties. Jun Xiaoyao had a full 500 million catties of divine power. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao discovered that his supreme bone in his chest was also absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation and dragon essence. It seems that the heavenly tribulation light of the azure is not the complete form of this divine ability. I need to find a way to nourish this bone more in the future, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. The supreme bone, like the ancient sacred body, possesses infinite potential and will always accompany Jun Xiaoyao. But similarly, these two special physiques also greatly need various heaven and earth treasures to nourish them. They are simply two bottomless pits. Fortunately, I was born into an ancient desolate family. If I were born into a small family, even resources would be stretched thin, let alone cultivation. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh again, feeling that choosing one's birth was truly an art. Oh, I almost forgot about the Quasi-Supreme's flesh and blood, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Come, brother Xiaoyao, eat dragon meat. Jiang Liuali, intelligent and elegant, with a wise light flowing on her snowy forehead, was very clever and had been observing Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, she brought a plate of roasted dragon meat and handed it to Jun Xiaoyao, blinking her watery eyes, looking very well behaved. Thank you, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. His manner of eating was even more composed and elegant than Jiang Liuali's. It must be said that the life essence of Quasi-Supreme level dragon meat was simply astonishing, and his supreme bone in his chest was also desperately absorbing it. Jun Xiaoyao was also looking forward to the day his supreme bone transformed. The heavenly tribulation light of the azure alone was so powerful. If it transformed again, to what extent would his supreme bone be powerful? After the 10-year-old banquet sign-in, there's also the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure sign-in. It seems I need to start preparing for that, Jun Xiaoyao thought. The sign-in rewards were truly abundant. The major achievement Ancient Sacred Body, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, and Supreme Bone all greatly helped him. Jun Xiaoyao was very curious. What rewards would he get from signing in at the Yuan Tian Supreme Secret Realm? And that Xiao Chen, I wonder if he still has any value for me to harvest, Jun Xiaoyao thought. After the 10-year-old banquet, Jun Xiaoyao could finally enter the world and travel through the immortal domain. He was also very much looking forward to this vast and boundless immortal domain. In this era of great contention, I hope it won't be too boring for me. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, sighing towards the sky. He had a sense of invincible loneliness. Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet concluded amidst such dramatic and shocking events. The sect masters, elders, and young prodigies of various major forces still had expressions of shock and awe on their faces as they left the Jun family. In their opinion, what they had witnessed at the Jun family this time had simply shaken their souls. In particular, the Jun family divine child was like a young great emperor, possessing an invincible aura. Whether it was the ancient Yi family's star king body or the Zhu Long Nest's dragon son, in his hands, they were like soft persimmons, easily kneaded at will. Some young prodigies, when compared to the Jun family divine child, could not help but sigh with despair. With the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, Jun Xiaoyao's talent could no longer be described as a prodigy. He was simply born with the bearing of a great emperor. With Jun Xiaoyao present, where would there be room for anyone else in this generation? Even some older generation figures sighed, wondering if at Jun Xiaoyao's current cultivation speed, he would surpass them, these old seniors, in a few more years. Of course, besides Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang also performed admirably, capable of effortlessly slaying the prodigies of the ancient royal family. And the most shocking was naturally the Jun family 18th ancestor, who had never revealed himself from beginning to end. An old ancestor-level figure who had been buried in the Jun family ancestral shrine for countless years. 3 sword strikes annihilated a quasi-supreme from the Zhu Long Nest, leaving a group of people utterly stunned. Everyone knew that after this 10th birthday banquet, the desolate heaven immortal domain, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to be stirred into a storm. Not long after the Jun family banquet ended. Far away in Hong province, in the Zhu Long Nest's main camp, an angry roar of a dragon echoed, shaking the universe and causing stars to fall. All living beings in Hong province seemed to feel a vast, world-ending heavenly might. It's the Zhu Long Nest supreme being, why is he so angry? A living being from Hong province said with a pale face. News of the Jun family banquet would take some time to spread, so they were unaware of the matter. Inside the Zhu Long Nest, many powerful divine thoughts were communicating. Cease your thunderous rage for now. What good is such anger? Are you planning to attack the Jun family? That little Jun family prodigy dared to kill the dragon son of my lineage. He deserves to be executed. And that Jun 18th ancestor, he actually dared to lay a killing hand on you Long. Does he truly not fear my Zhu Long Nest at all? The angry voice from before said coldly. Jun 18th ancestor, he is a madman. It's too difficult to kill him. Does this matter need to be told to Dragon Yashin? Another strong Zhu Long Nest member transmitted a divine thought. No need. Dragon Yashin is in seclusion, refining the 5th dragon core. Once he finishes refining all 7 dragon cores, coupled with the Emperor Dragon blood, he will be able to sweep through the younger generation of the immortal domain, and even that Jun family divine child can be easily slain. Good, this supreme being awaits the day Dragon Yashin slays the Jun family divine child. And the Jun family in the future, they will certainly pay for their blood debt. On the other side, in the Void Realm, a divine bird pulled a carriage through the air. Inside the carriage, a young man in a blue robe with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes slowly woke up. It was Yi Xingyun. His so painful. As Yi Xingyun moved his body, he felt as if he was about to fall apart, his face turning pale from the pain. Young master, you're awake, beside him, old Fu said. Yi Xingyun was first bewildered for a long time, and then finally recalled everything from the banquet. A strong sense of humiliation permeated his heart nature. As a prodigy of the ancient Yi family, when had Yi Xingyun ever suffered such a loss? Not to mention losing face in front of his goddess. Jun Xiaoyao. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Young master, that Jun family divine child is not to be provoked. This old servant received news that the divine child not only possesses the ancient sacred body, but also a naturally born supreme bone, and even the dragon son of the Zhu Long Nest was easily slain by him, old Fu sighed. What, there's such a thing? Yi Xingyun was stunned, hardly believing his ears. When Jun Xiaoyao fought against him, he had actually hidden his true strength, not even revealing his supreme bone. Yi Xingyun felt an even greater sense of humiliation. Jun Xiaoyao had simply not taken him seriously. Hateful, Yi Xingyun was both resentful and humiliated. Suddenly, a blurry memory flashed through his mind. He seemed to see a magnificent star palace, and a grand figure draped in the sun, moon, and stars with his back to him. What was that? Was it a dream, or? Yi Xingyun muttered in his heart nature. He knew that in this world, there were some saints who had undergone reincarnation, and even great emperors who had undergone reincarnation. Those reincarnated prodigies were truly cheating existences, their insights and cultivation far surpassing ordinary prodigies. For example, their ancient Yi family's forbidden talents, Yi Guchen, was rumored to be the reincarnation of the ancient sword demon, Dugu Wubai. That sword demon, according to historical records, once killed a quasi-emperor with the emperor's slaying sword, incredibly fierce. Could it be that I, like Yi Guchen, am the reincarnation of a certain supreme expert, and that Star Palace is the treasure trove of opportunity left for me? Yi Xingyun couldn't help but think. This possibility was very high. As time passed, he would awaken more memories, and then he might be able to find that Star Palace and inherit all the opportunities of that supreme expert. Jun Xiaoyao, the tables will turn. Once I awaken my memories, I will rise powerfully. And Zhang Luoli, I will make you understand who is most worthy of you. Yi Xingyun cheered up again. He felt that he was about to take off. Meanwhile, at the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, who had finished the banquet, was being frantically harassed by Jiang Luoli. Although she should have returned to the Jiang family, Jiang Luoli stubbornly refused to leave. The girl Yi Xingyun dreamed of obtaining had, for Jun Xiaoyao, become a persistent nuisance he couldn't shake off. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to serve tea and water? I have Linglong. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to wash clothes and fold quilts? I have Linglong. Brother Xiaoyao, do you need a maid to warm your bed and serve you? I have Linglong. Cough asterisk, what are you saying? Jun Xiaoyao coughed, utterly exasperated. Finally, even Jiang Ru began to urge marriage. Mother 18th ancestor still wants to see this child, so I'll take my leave first. Jun Xiaoyao, unable to endure the harassment and clamor of the women, simply made a swift exit. HMPH, Brother Xiaoyao, Zhang Luoli will not give up, Zhang Luoli said, clenching her small fists just like a little fangirl chasing a star. Here, Jun Xiaoyao also arrived at the deepest ancestral land of the Jun family and saw the 18th ancestor. The 18th ancestor, in a gray robe with white hair, sat cross-legged in the void realm. Around him, terrifying phenomena seemed to manifest. The rotation of the sun and moon, the silence of living beings, the collapse of all heavens, and the reversal of star rivers. His aura was incredibly powerful, making one feel as if they were facing the heavens. No wonder he possessed the ability to annihilate a quasi-supreme with 3 sword strikes. Jun Xiaoyao secretly sighed. None of the Jun family old ancestors were simple individuals. Not to mention, the Jun family seemed to have 17 more as powerful as the 18th ancestor. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao arrive, a rare smile appeared on the 18th ancestor's old face. Very good, the 18th ancestor said. He was clearly praising Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the 10th birthday banquet. Defeating Yi Xingyun was one thing, but tearing apart the Zhu Long Nest's dragon son definitely brought great honor to the Jun family. May I ask, old ancestor, why you summoned this junior? Jun Xiaoyao slightly cupped his hands, speaking calmly. Facing the 18th ancestor, even some clan elders would be somewhat trembling and very reserved. But Jun Xiaoyao was calm and composed, utterly at ease. This made the 18th ancestor even more satisfied. With the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, his talent was absolutely beyond words. But even more rare was Jun Xiaoyao's steady and composed heart nature, completely unlike a 10-year-old boy. Don't you want to learn the immortal slaughtering swordplay? The 18th ancestor said with a faint smile. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. Jun Xiaoyao had been longing for the immortal slaughtering swordplay. With a single sword strike, a terrifying vision of fallen immortals was reflected. The Zulong Nest's quasi-supreme was instantly killed with 3 sword strikes. While this was partly due to the 18th ancestor's exceptionally high cultivation, a significant reason was also the immense power of the immortal slaughtering swordplay. The 18th ancestor said, "In the desolate heaven immortal domain, there are countless sword arts, but those truly at the peak are the 5 great divine secrets. My Jun family's immortal slaughtering swordplay is one of the 5 great divine secrets." 5 great divine secrets, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Although he had long known that the immortal slaughtering swordplay was definitely not ordinary, he hadn't expected it to be one of the 5 great divine secrets. No wonder I couldn't find the immortal slaughtering swordplay in the Jun family's martial pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao realized. That's natural. This kind of sword art is mainly difficult to learn. Even if it were made available to ordinary clansmen, it might take over a decade to even get started, which would be a waste of time, the 18th ancestor explained. Jun Xiaoyao agreed. For those without extraordinary talent and comprehension ability, cultivating the immortal slaughtering swordplay would indeed be futile and a waste of time. But unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao happened to be a prodigy with astonishing talent and comprehension ability. Then old ancestor, this immortal slaughtering swordplay, Jun Xiaoyao stopped speaking. I didn't give it to you before because I was afraid it would hinder your cultivation. However, now that you are about to venture out into the world, you indeed need a trump card. Although the ancient sacred body and supreme bone are strong, martial arts and divine abilities are also indispensable, the 18th ancestor advised. Next, the 18th ancestor imparted the immortal slaughtering swordplay to Jun Xiaoyao. The immortal slaughtering swordplay is divided into 3 moves. The first move, Immortal Fall, is a sword of magical power, targeting the physical body. The second move, Immortal Annihilation, is a sword of the soul, targeting the divine palace primordial spirit. And the final move, Immortal Slaughter, is a sword that combines spirit and flesh, which was the move the 18th ancestor used to kill the quasi-supreme in 3 strikes. If you can master the first move within 3 years, you might be able to fully cultivate it, the 18th ancestor said with a faint smile. Yes, Jun Xiaoyao nodded, secretly thinking. 3 years, I can't wait that long. The 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke again. Xiaoyao, there are 2 more things I need to tell you. Old ancestor, please speak, Jun Xiaoyao said. When you have your 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony, I will tell you about the hidden secrets behind my Jun family, as well as matters concerning your father. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. The hidden secrets behind the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious. What kind of hidden stories were behind such a powerful and glorious Jun family? But most importantly, it was about his father, Jun Wuhui. The 4 words, White Robe, Divine King, had almost made Jun Xiaoyao's ears callous from hearing them so often. What kind of person was his father, and why did he leave and never return? What exactly happened back then? It's too early for you to know these things now. At your coming-of-age ceremony, I will tell you everything, the 18th ancestor said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, not pressing the matter. Currently, he indeed swept all before him among the young prodigies. But he still lacked the ability to delve into these secrets. For the following period, Jun Xiaoyao remained by the 18th ancestor's side, with the 18th ancestor personally explaining the immortal slaughtering swordplay to him. Back then, it took the 18th ancestor a year to master the immortal slaughtering swordplay, which was already incredibly prodigious. However, 3 months later, in the Jun family ancestral land, Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and vast golden magical energy surged forth. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and a brilliant, dazzling sword light shot across the sky, as if immortal and divine phantoms were manifesting around it. The sword light swept forth, as if intending to cleave stars beyond the heavens. The void realm trembled and the clouds in the sky collapsed. Rumbled. After the sword light swept past, a large expanse of clouds was cut in half, and the residual sword chi burst out in all directions, alarming many Jun family elders and big shots. That's the aura of the immortal slaughtering swordplay. Could it be the 18th ancestor? No, although this sword light is astonishingly powerful, it hasn't reached the 18th ancestor's level. It's the divine child. Many Jun family elders and disciples were dumbfounded. Only 3 months had passed, right? Not only had Jun Xiaoyao mastered it, but he could even directly unleash the first move of the immortal slaughtering swordplay. Within the ancestral land, the 18th ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao and was momentarily stunned, unsure what expression to show. The first move actually took 3 months. This immortal slaughtering swordplay is truly difficult to learn, Jun Xiaoyao sighed, shaking his head. It wasn't that he was deliberately putting on an act. It was just that Jun Xiaoyao had never spent more than 7 days cultivating any martial art or divine ability before. In comparison, taking 3 months to cultivate the first move of the immortal slaughtering swordplay was indeed slow. Cough, the 18th ancestor's expression was unnatural. "Old ancestor, what's wrong?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "No, nothing. I just want to lie back in my coffin and sleep for a bit," the 18th ancestor said. Being with Jun Xiaoyao, even the 18th ancestor's Tao heart was starting to become unstable, and he needed to calm his emotions. "Thank you, old ancestor, for imparting the move." Xiaoyao bids farewell. Jun Xiaoyao was also tactful and didn't disturb the 18th ancestor further. After leaving the ancestral land, Jun Xiaoyao headed straight for the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He breathed a sigh of relief that Jiang Luoli had finally left. He truly had no interest in such a young girl. When Jun Xiaoyao stepped into the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he found Jun Xiaoyao waiting for him. "Have you learned the immortal slaughtering swordplay?" Jun Xiaoyao inquired. "Barely, just the first move," Jun Xiaoyao replied. "What a little monster," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, then said aloud, "Grandpa never expected that you still possessed a supreme bone hidden deep within." Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, but he secretly thought this was simply a bone obtained through the system's sign-in. However, once obtained, it was essentially no different from a naturally born bone for Jun Xiaoyao. "Is there something, Grandpa?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't come to him without reason. Jun Xiaoyao said, "Xiaoyao, although you possess 2 top-tier physiques, cultivating them requires double the effort. Especially the ancient sacred body, you awaken the first holy body phenomenon, 10,000 saints worship at birth. But the ancient sacred body actually possesses 6 major holy body phenomenons." Jun Xiaoyao's words made Jun Xiaoyao fall into contemplation. Indeed, cultivating the ancient sacred body was even more difficult than the supreme bone. Awakening holy body phenomenons was not a simple matter. Although Jun Xiaoyao's talent was prodigious, there still had to be a process. "Grandpa might know where you can possibly accelerate your comprehension of the second holy body phenomenon," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Oh," Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. "Such a place existed." "Have you heard of the Panwu Divine Dynasty?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "The Panwu Divine Dynasty. That seems to be a top-tier power of immortal dynasty level," Jun Xiaoyao replied. In his leisure time, he had read ancient texts and had some understanding of the various powers in the desolate heaven immortal domain. "That's right. The founder of the Panwu Divine Dynasty was a great emperor named Panwu Great Emperor, but that's not important. What's important is that it's rumored he also possessed the ancient sacred body. There are rumors that deep within the Panwu Divine Dynasty's imperial palace, there is a Panwu burial mound, which may be related to Panwu Great Emperor." Just as Jun Xiaoyao's voice fell, the system's mechanical voice echoed in Jun Xiaoyao's mind once more. "Ding, congratulations to the host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at Panwu Burial Mound." Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, but he was somewhat surprised internally. He hadn't expected a new check-in location to be refreshed. However, this Panwu Burial Mound was clearly not like the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. It was the private secret place of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. How could outsiders be allowed to enter? "Grandpa, the Panwu Divine Dynasty probably won't let others enter their secret place, right?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. That's true, but nothing is absolute. I'm just telling you this path exists. If it's really impossible for the sake of your future, it's not out of the question to force your way in," Jun Xiaoyao said domineeringly. "Let's talk about this later," Jun Xiaoyao said, speechless. The Jun family's domineering nature seemed to be innate. However, if possible, Jun Xiaoyao still wanted to resolve these matters himself. "Panwu Great Emperor was an ancient sacred body. If I can get some information, it might save me a lot of detours," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. "The ancient sacred body is extremely rare. It's difficult for even a few to appear in one era. And an ancient sacred body who has attained the Tao to become an emperor is even rarer. Not everyone is like Jun Xiaoyao, with the ability to cheat, breaking the 10 layers of shackles right after birth. In Panwu Great Emperor's era, perhaps cultivating the ancient sacred body was not as difficult as it is now, but it was absolutely impossible to easily break through to the great achievement saint body. Panwu Burial Mound, huh? If I have the chance in the future, I really should go and see it, Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao continued to cultivate in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. He had a faint premonition that the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure was very likely to open within the next few years. Therefore, before that, Jun Xiaoyao needed to continue improving his strength. Time flew by. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Jun Xiaoyao was 11 years old, but from his appearance, he looked like a 15 or 16-year-old youth. His figure was tall and slender, his features were as handsome as an immortal, and his temperament was ethereal, making anyone who saw him feel a sense of inferiority, fearing that their gaze would defile Jun Xiaoyao's sacred and transcendent presence. Within this year, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the divine bridge realm, which seemed like a small improvement. But the main reason was that he had expended all his effort on cultivating cultivation technique, divine ability. He had completed the second form of his immortal slaughtering swordplay. Even the 18th ancestor would be astonished by this speed, sighing repeatedly. His supreme bone, after absorbing many divine essences, had also once again transformed into a complete great divine power, the Hand of Azure Heaven. This was the complete version of the heavenly tribulation light of the Azure. Also, the Dragon Yuan had been completely digested by Jun Xiaoyao, and the majestic dragon clan Qi and blood caused Jun Xiaoyao to once again awaken 20,000 giant elephant particles. Now he had awakened 70,000 giant elephant particles, which was 700 million catties of immense strength. One must know that this did not even account for the strength of the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao had always been using the strength of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. As for the ancient sacred body's inherent ability, it was more reflected in the aspect of the physical body's indestructibility. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao were to truly use the power of the ancient sacred body, it would only be even more terrifying. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also obtained the Dragon Intercepting Hand, Dragon Fist, True Dragon Entrapment Technique, and other martial arts divine ability from the stripped Dragon Yuan, all from the Zhu Long nest. The only thing he found a bit regrettable was that there was no true dragon great divine power within this Dragon Yuan. Sai always cultivating is a bit boring. I'm starting to miss Xiao Chen again, Jun Xiaoyao sighed slightly. He wondered if that Xiao Chen had fattened up yet. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see a lush green field of leeks. Kun Province is one of the 3,000 Dao provinces in the desolate Heaven Immortal domain. This province is located in a remote area, and its environment is barren, with rampant bandits and Yao beasts soaring through the sky, making it an extremely harsh living environment. No major forces occupy this province. It is clearly a forsaken land. However, precisely because this province is quite dangerous and has a harsh environment, it has instead become a somewhat famous place for tempering. Many young disciples from various Taoist sects and forces like to come to Kun Province for tempering. At this moment within Kun Province, in a rather dangerous mountain range, Azure Dragon's skyrending hand. A fierce shout was heard, and a figure resembling a half-dragon man, with azure dragon wings vibrating, transformed his palms into claws and reached out across the void realm. In an instant, hundreds of azure dragon light patterns surged out, as if transforming into skyrending hands, directly and ferociously tearing a Gi realm Yao beast in front of him into pieces. Blood rained down, and the Yao beast's flesh and blood fragments splattered everywhere. The azure dragon scales on this half-dragon man's body and the wings on his back retracted, revealing a clear and handsome young man who was Xiao Chen. 3 years had passed since he was embarrassingly driven out of the Jun family by Jun Xiaoyao. The young man from back then had also grown into a youth, although Xiao Chen's meridians had been crippled by Jun Xiaoyao. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Having cultivated the Azure Heaven's transforming dragon art, his strength was now even greater, having reached the middle stage of the divine bridge realm. He could even slay Gi realm Yao beasts when he used the Azure Dragon transformation. Not bad. To be able to cultivate the Azure Heaven's transforming dragon art to the 4th level in just a few years, you are indeed the son of national fortune of my Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Beside Xiao Chen, a phantom of an old man appeared in the void realm, wearing an azure dragon robe and with dragon horns on his head. He was the remnant soul of Green Dragon Ancestor, the founding old ancestor of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. His gaze towards Xiao Chen was filled with admiration. The azure heavens transforming dragon art was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even he had spent a lot of time cultivating it back then. But Xiao Chen's progress speed far surpassed his own back then. It could be said that, barring any accidents, Xiao Chen would definitely become a famous big shot in the 3,000 Dao provinces in the future. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's face showed no joy, but rather a hint of hatred and coldness. 30 years of prosperity in the east, 30 years of decline in the west. I told that Jun Xiaoyao that we would fight again in 3 years, but he treated me as a joke. Now that 3 years have passed, I will let that Jun Xiaoyao know who the real joke is. Xiao Chen was full of vigor and high spirits, as if he had already seen himself stepping on Jun Xiaoyao. And by Yuer, he would make that bitch regret it immensely. Just as Xiao Chen was fantasizing, a commotion came from a distance. Xiao Chen, there's movement over there, be careful. Green Dragon Ancestor returned to the dragon coiling ring and transmitted his voice. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow and cautiously moved forward. His gaze sharpened as he looked. He saw a woman dressed in a silk skirt with a white veil covering her face being pursued by a group of bandits. That group of bandits was the Devil Wolf Thieves, somewhat famous in Kun Province. Hee, beauty, run. Within the confines of Kun Province, no one can escape my Devil Wolf Thieves, the bandit leader sneered. His cultivation had also reached the Gi realm. Damn it, I can't use my cultivation, otherwise they'll detect it, and then I'll be taken back again. The veiled woman secretly fumed in her heart. She had snuck out, and if she used her legacy cultivation technique martial arts, it would be sensed by her guardian. Beauty, scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to help you, the bandit leader said with a wicked smile. And just then, a figure suddenly rushed out, accompanied by a cold remark. Let go of that girl. Xiao Chen used the Azure Dragon transformation, and Azure Dragon scales spread across his body. Azure Dragon wings extended from his back, and he punched out. Hundreds of Azure Dragon light patterns spread out with his punch. The leader of the Devil Wolf Thieves was directly blasted into a bloody mist with one punch. Damn it, how dare you attack our boss? Where did this idiot come from? Die. Next, there was a burst of fighting. Xiao Chen was like an azure dragon emerging from the sea. His moves were grand and sweeping, which even surprised the woman with her face covered by a white veil. She had seen countless young talents, inheritors of great sects and heaven's chosen prodigies. But a young man with such outstanding strength as Xiao Chen was rare. Moreover, Xiao Chen did not have the arrogance and haughtiness of those top Dao lineage prodigies. This made the white-veiled woman inexplicably feel a hint of fondness for Xiao Chen. Soon, Xiao Chen ended the battle. At this moment, the voice of Green Dragon Ancestor sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen, that woman's background is probably extraordinary. She has something on her that can even conceal my perception. She is definitely a heaven's chosen prodigy from an immortal Dao lineage. If you establish a good relationship with her, it will be very helpful for you to deal with the Jun family divine child in the future. Green Dragon Ancestor's words made Xiao Chen's heart stir. He asked himself, he was not the kind of despicable person who would use others. But in order to deal with Jun Xiaoyao and to wash away the humiliation of 3 years ago, he would do anything. Miss, are you all right? Xiao Chen stepped forward, revealing a smile. His clear and clean smile made the white-veiled woman feel even more at ease. And Xiao Chen was also sizing up the veiled woman. Although the woman's face was covered by a white veil, her eyes, like clear water, sparkled with charm, and her eyelashes were long. One could tell at a glance that she was a beauty with an exquisite appearance. This further strengthened Xiao Chen's resolve to win the favor of this woman. And then, naturally, it was a routine. The woman concealed her identity, only saying that she was out for cultivation. And Xiao Chen also briefly explained his own situation. So it's the first prince of the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, the veiled woman murmured in her heart. She knew about the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, one of the 4 symbols ancient kingdoms, which was considered a first-rate force. However, compared to the force behind her, there was no comparability, because the force behind her was an immortal dynasty. Next, Xiao Chen, and the veiled woman traveled together in Kun province for cultivation. Their relationship also grew closer. Although due to the difference between men and women, the veiled woman did not have any intimate actions with Xiao Chen. But in their conversations, they were already very good friends. Even Green Dragon Ancestor had to sigh. Xiao Chen was indeed a child of luck, a destined protagonist, and even in terms of his luck with women, he had such an opportunity. One late night, Xiao Chen was by the bonfire, roasting a chicken for the veiled woman. He also learned the veiled woman's name, Wu Minju. "Here, Minju, for you." Xiao Chen handed a sizzling, oily roasted chicken leg to Wu Minju. Wu Minju extended her jade hand to take it, then removed the white veil from her face. Instantly, a dreamlike, peerlessly beautiful face appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Her eyes were like autumn water, sparkling with charm, her skin was fair and her face beautiful, her grace was extraordinary. Even Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. "What are you looking at?" Wu Minju's jade face flushed slightly, and her jade fingers tore at the chicken leg meat, but her heart was pounding wildly. To be honest, compared to the young talents she had seen before, Xiao Chen did not have an advantage in background or appearance. But for some reason, she just liked Xiao Chen's straightforward and simple character. At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart also skipped a beat. Although that bitch Bai Yuer abandoned me, it led me to encounter someone better. Is this fate? Xiao Chen thought to himself, increasingly determined to win Wu Minju's favor. He deliberately sighed slightly, his expression uncharacteristically dejected. "Xiao Chen, what's wrong?" Wu Minju noticed and asked with concern. "Nothing, I just thought of my unfaithful fiancé." Xiao Chen sighed deeply, as if he was a deeply emotional person who had been betrayed. "So he's also a man with a story," Wu Minju murmured in her heart. Next, Xiao Chen embellished his story and began to recount his experiences. His deep love for Bai Yuer, only for Bai Yuer to betray him and fall into the embrace of his enemy. He went to seek an explanation, but was suppressed by that enemy, and eventually even had all his meridians crippled. Then he was alone, gritting his teeth and cultivating by himself, seeking an opportunity for revenge. This was simply the story of a destined protagonist in a novel. "Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a past." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wu Minju couldn't help but feel a hint of heartache for Xiao Chen. At the same time, she felt great disgust for the oppressive enemy he spoke of. "That enemy of yours is truly disgusting. Which force does he belong to? Does Minju need to help?" Wu Minju asked. Xiao Chen's heart secretly rejoiced. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Green Dragon Ancestor said that behind Wu Minju, there might be an immortal Dao lineage. In that case, they could definitely contend with the Jun family. But Xiao Chen didn't say it directly. Instead, he said with a resolute expression, "No need. My revenge must be carried out by myself. How can I rely on others?" Xiao Chen's words made Wu Minju admire him even more. It also further strengthened Wu Minju's resolve to help Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, no need to say more. No matter what identity or background your enemy has, Minju is not afraid of him. If he dares to use his power to oppress others, Minju will definitely make him understand what regret is." Wu Minju's tone rarely revealed a hint of nobility and dominance. What was her identity? The princess of an immortal dynasty, her background was astonishingly great. She was confident that even if Xiao Chen's enemy was a heaven's-chosen prodigy from an immortal Dao lineage, he would only be able to bow his head before her. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, there were not many prodigies whose status was higher than hers. "Minju, thank you so much." Xiao Chen showed a touch of emotion. Wu Minju nodded slightly. She had already made up her mind. If she had the opportunity to encounter Xiao Chen's enemy later, she wouldn't mind directly eliminating him. Huang Province, Jun Family Stronghold, Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Xiaoyao, who was cultivating, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. "Why do I feel like someone wants to harm me?" Jun Xiaoyao murmured. However, he then smiled. There were quite a few people who wanted to harm him. People from the Zulong Nest, Xiao Chen, Yi Xingyun, and even Jun Wanji were all possibilities. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't mind these. Anyway, no one could threaten him no matter what. Just then, outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Zhangjian's voice sounded. "Jun Zhangjian requests an audience with Divine Child." "Come in," Jun Xiaoyao said. A moment later, Jun Zhangjian walked in, with a hint of excitement on his face. Cousin Zhangjian, what happened? Jun Xiaoyao asked with a faint smile. Divine child, there's news about the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. Jun Zhangjian's face was filled with excitement. He had obtained the Yuanshan Supreme token several years ago, but it had never found a use. Now, finally, news of the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure had arrived. Oh, the secret treasure is about to appear. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was calm. He wasn't too surprised. This was within his expectations. That's right, Jun Zhangjian nodded. There's news that anomalies have appeared in southern Yuan province, with supreme qi permeating the air. If there are no surprises, it must be the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. All right, after some preparations, we can depart. Jun Zhangjian continued. Divine child, our Jun family should have 4 prodigies who obtained the Yuanshan Supreme token. 4, Jun Xiaoyao asked, puzzled. You mean Jun Zuwang and... Jun Zhangjian paused, hesitating slightly. Who? Jun Xiaoyao asked calmly. Jun Wanji, Jun Zhangjian exhaled, saying. He knew that Jun Wanji seemed to be quite at odds with Jun Xiaoyao. So it's him, no problem then, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. He possessed an invincible demeanor, reigning supreme among his peers. A mere Jun Wanji was not even in his eyes. Within a few days, news of the supreme secret treasure appearing in southern Yuan province began to spread throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces. A supreme secret treasure, that was the treasure trove of an peerless supreme expert, possessing a certain allure even for immortal Dao lineages, let alone lesser forces. For a time, the entire 3,000 Dao provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain were stirred up. It was conceivable that this would be a grand gathering of prodigies, a stage for various forces to contend. Outside a mountain range in Kun province, Xiao Chen and Wu Minju appeared. Xiao Chen had already found out that the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure had appeared in southern Yuan province. Green Dragon Ancestor had also been repeatedly urging him to obtain the ancient dragon bones within the secret treasure. So he was also preparing to head to southern Yuan province. Minju, do you want to go to southern Yuan province with me? Xiao Chen looked at Wu Minju, his gaze gentle and filled with tenderness. During this period, although there had been no substantial contact between him and Wu Minju, their relationship was already very harmonious. This made Xiao Chen believe that he was almost done conquering Wu Minju. Wu Minju's face was covered by a white veil, her bright, autumn water eyes looking at Xiao Chen, also carrying a hint of tenderness. However, she still slightly shook her head. Sorry, Xiao Chen, with the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure appearing, 4 major forces will gather. If I show up, it will be easy to expose my identity and be captured back. Wu Minju's words caused Xiao Chen's face to darken slightly. He now also knew Wu Minju's true identity. She was the princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, with an astonishingly high status. The reason she escaped alone was because she didn't want to face the matter of choosing a consort later. She didn't want her lifelong happiness to be intertwined with benefits and manipulated by others. Minju, one day, I will go to the Panwu divine dynasty to marry you. Xiao Chen, for some reason, blurted out, his head suddenly hot. Upon hearing this, Wu Minju's jade-like face instantly flushed with 2 rosy clouds, like morning glow reflecting on snow, incredibly beautiful. Xiao Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Wu Minju rarely showed a hint of shyness. They say women in love have no brains. Although Wu Minju wasn't completely smitten, she had already developed a good impression of Xiao Chen. However, she also understood that while Xiao Chen was capable, they were not of equal social standing. The Panwu divine dynasty would never allow their own princess to marry a mere prince from the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Don't worry, Xiao Chen, keep my word and will never break it. Xiao Chen smiled honestly, full of confidence. That confident and sunny smile gave Wu Minju a special feeling. Xiao Chen was different from the other young talents she had met, resolute and unpretentious. Afterward, though reluctant, Xiao Chen bid farewell to Wu Minju. Xiao Chen, though Minju cannot openly travel with you, she can assist you in secret. If you encounter any danger within the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure, Minju will help you. Wu Minju murmured in her heart. She had decided to follow Xiao Chen, hidden in the shadows. The reason for this was a faint premonition in her heart. This trip to the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure for Xiao Chen would likely be extremely dangerous. The Zhu Longnest's main base, Hong Province, within a mountain range stretching for 10,000 miles, where dragon qi gathered. A majestic voice resonated. Bichai that Yuan Tian Supreme, being arrogant and overbearing, took several priceless ancient dragon bones from my Zhu Long nest. With this secret treasure opening, go and retrieve those dragon bones. As the voice finished speaking, another woman, clad in azure armor, suddenly revealed herself. She had a beautiful face and a slender figure, her well-proportioned physique enveloped by the azure armor, making her appear heroic and valiant, like a female champion. But what was most striking about this woman were the two azure dragon horns protruding from her dark, silky hair, indicating that she was not of the human race, but an ancient royal family. This woman was named Dragon Bitch, a dragon maiden of extraordinary talent from the Zhu Long nest. In the Zhu Long nest, the status of a dragon maiden was equal to that of a dragon son. And Dragon Bitch, in some respects, was even more formidable than Dragon Hayashin, because her ancestral line had once produced a Kanglong ancient emperor. An ancient emperor of the ancient royal family was a supreme existence comparable to a human race great emperor. Thus, viewed this way, Dragon Bitch also possessed a trace of ancient emperor bloodline. Although through generations, the ancient emperor bloodline within Dragon Bitch had become so diluted that it was difficult to extract. Nevertheless, as a descendant of the Kanglong ancient emperor's lineage, her talent was beyond question. Yes, Bichai respectfully obeys old ancestors' command. I will certainly bring back the ancient dragon bones. Dragon Bichai clasped her hands, her demeanor heroic and not inferior to a man. Oh, and you must be careful of that Jun family divine child. With this secret treasure opening, he might also enter the world to contend, the majestic voice cautioned. Is that Jun family divine child truly that powerful? Dragon Bichai slightly furrowed her delicate brows. These past few days, she had heard so many stories about the Jun family divine child that her ears were almost calloused. An existence that can easily slay Dragon Hayashin, what do you think? The voice said. Dragon Hayashin's fusion of a dragon essence was indeed not weak, but Bichai has already fused two dragon essences and completely refined them. In terms of strength, Dragon Hayashin definitely cannot compare to Bichai. Dragon Bichai slightly raised her snow-white chin with a hint of confidence. They were all 1 in a million geniuses who would submit to whom. Before witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's power, even family members like Jun Xiaoyao would somewhat overlook and underestimate him. Much less Dragon Bitch, who belonged to a hostile force. Many times, before being truly defeated, these arrogant prodigies would not admit defeat in their hearts. If they were to fear from the beginning, it would mean their Tao heart had collapsed, and there would be no need to cultivate further. All in all, caution is best, the voice advised. Understood, Bichai takes her leave. Dragon Bichai slightly cupped her hands, not really taking the advice to heart, and directly departed, preparing to set off. The majestic voice also sighed slightly. Alas, to think my Kanglong ancient emperor's lineage once had a direct descendant sealed in a divine source. But now her whereabouts are lost, and the complete azure heavens transforming dragon art has also been lost with her. If we could find that direct female descendant, and have her break the seal and emerge, then my Zhu Long nest would produce another existence like Dragon Hayashin. At that time, with the Forbidden Dragon Son and Forbidden Dragon Maiden appearing together, what would that Jun family divine child amount to? The emergence of the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure in Nanyuan province caused quite a stir. In recent times, top Dao lineages and first-rate forces have been constantly rushing to Nanyuan province. Various carriages, flying ancient beasts, and sky ships traverse the void realm, creating a lively scene. However, people from these forces also knew that the immortal Dao lineages would still claim the largest share of the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure. This time, the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure would become a place for those immortal Dao lineages to train their junior disciples. For example, some saw the Zhu Long nest, where an azure-scaled flying dragon soared into the sky, with a heroic and dashing figure standing atop it. Someone recognized her as the famous dragon girl from the azure dragon lineage of the Zhu Long nest, whose strength was absolutely formidable. Others saw the ancient desolate family Jai family, with a golden divine steed crossing the sky, carrying a handsome and mighty young man whose right arm seemed to shimmer with brilliant divine light. It's that little sage of the Jai family, Jai Xuan, someone exclaimed in awe. Some ancient royal families also rushed over. Someone saw a golden nine-headed lion, powerful and majestic, treading across the sky. That was the most prosperous lineage among the ancient royal families, the nine-headed lion clan. It was rumored that the creatures of this clan were extremely rare, but their strength and foundation were exceptionally strong, almost touching the threshold of the ancient royal family. It was likely that in not many years, the nine-headed lion lineage would successfully ascend to the ancient royal family tier. There was also the swallowing heaven sparrow clan, all black, flapping its wings and arriving, leaving a trail of devastation and devoured living beings in its wake. In short, top forces like these emerged endlessly. People from other forces also knew that they could only pick up some scraps. Huang Province, Jun family. After a period of preparation, Jun Xiaoyao was also ready to set off. This would be his first entry into the world. His previous 10-year-old banquet, strictly speaking, could only be considered an appearance on stage, not a complete entry into the world. But this time, he was truly going to step out of the Jun family, bearing the double halo of the Jun family divine child and the zero sequence, and travel through the immortal domain. Xiaoyao, take these things. This protective divine talisman was refined by the 18th ancestor, and this great teleportation talisman can shift space at a critical moment. In short, if those old geezers dare to stoop so low as to attack you, our Jun family will definitely make them pay dearly, Jun Xiaoyao said. Thank you, grandfather, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. However, if you encounter prodigies of the same generation, you'll have to rely on yourself, as this is also a form of training, Jun Xiaoyao said. That's natural. If someone of my generation can defeat me, then I wouldn't need to represent the Jun family's prestige and travel through the immortal domain, Jun Xiaoyao said with a calm smile. These divine children, saints and saintesses who traveled outside represented the prestige of their respective forces. If they were defeated by others, their backing forces would also lose face. Xiaoyao, with your status and position, there will definitely be no shortage of people who want to step on you to rise to fame, Jun Xiaoyao warned. Step on me to rise, they'd have to have the life for it first, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly, hands clasped behind his back. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao and the others prepared to depart. This time, Jun Xiaoyao and other clan elders led the team. Outside the Jun family mountain gate, a carriage pulled by 9 white jade dragon horses was already prepared. These white jade dragon horses had extremely rare bloodline, possessing a trace of white dragon blood, capable of riding clouds and mists, and were exceptionally magnificent. If a top prodigy could obtain a white jade dragon horse, it would be enough for him to show off among his peers. But now, 9 white jade dragon horses were pulling a single carriage together. Clearly, this carriage was prepared for Jun Xiaoyao. Beside the carriage stood Jun Xiangjian and Jun Zuwang, 2 sequences. Some other young geniuses of the Jun family, who were undergoing training, had also been respectfully waiting here for a long time. Jun Xiaoyao walked out calmly, with Jun Linglong following beside him. Greetings, divine child. Including Jun Zuwang and Jun Xiangjian, everyone respectfully bowed to Jun Xiaoyao, their eyes filled with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao's performance at the 10-year-old banquet had already convinced these young Jun family members. They were also looking forward to what amazing achievements Jun Xiaoyao would create in this Yuanshan supreme secret treasure. No need for formalities. Oh, is someone still missing? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. Jun Xiangjian said, Divine child, it's Jun Wanji. He already left with his followers ahead of us. Is he dissatisfied with me? Jun Xiaoyao murmured, though he didn't care. Disobedient. Just beat him into submission. There was nothing that a fist couldn't solve. If not, then another punch. Afterward, the magnificent Jun family procession set off, heading towards Nanyuan province. At the same time, Xiao Chen was also rushing to Nanyuan province. After all, this Yuanshan supreme secret treasure was extremely important to him, leaving aside other rare opportunities. Just the ancient dragon bones alone were extremely important for him to cultivate the azure heavens transforming dragon art. Not to mention green dragon ancestor also needed ancient dragon bones to reshape his body. Therefore, Xiao Chen was determined to obtain this secret realm trip. Nanyuan province is one of the 3,000 Dao provinces of the desolate heaven immortal domain. It happens to be within the dominion of the top force, Daejishan sect. Daejishan sect had previously participated in Jun Xiaoyao's 10-year-old banquet. That old Taoist from Daejishan sect had even praised Jun Xiaoyao profusely. Currently in Nanshan City, Nanyuan province. This city is the closest city to the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure. Therefore, it has become extremely lively recently. Various forces, ancient royal families, strange creatures, and even the Yao race have appeared. It can be said to be a mixed bag. And at this moment, everyone noticed a group of green-robed figures appearing in the sky above Nanshan City. Those robes, they are Daejishan sect disciples and many elders. Why have they all appeared? The one leading them, could it be the old Taoist of Daejishan sect, whose status is even higher than the Daejishan sect master? Heavens, such a big shot is even out waiting. Could it be to receive some big shot? But what kind of big shot is worth the old Taoist of Daejishan sect receiving? As many cultivators and creatures in Nanshan City were exclaiming in surprise, a mighty procession arrived from the distant sky. There were sky ships crossing the sky, war chariots traversing, and carriages pulled by 9 white jade dragon horses, rumbling and crushing the sky. Banners fluttered, bearing the character Jun. Holy cow, it's the ancient Jun family. The Jun family has arrived. No wonder Daejishan sect is so cautious in receiving them. Even the old Taoist has appeared. By the way, has that rumored Jun family divine child come? I've heard so many rumors about him, my ears are calloused. Yes, I heard that the Jun family divine child is so handsome he doesn't look human, but rather like an exiled heavenly immortal descending to the mortal world. Many female cultivators also had bright, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation. Although Jun Xiaoyao was traveling outside for the first time, his name had already spread throughout the entire desolate heaven immortal domain. Almost no one was unaware of him. However, while many knew of Jun Xiaoyao, very few had actually met him. This curiosity made Jun Xiaoyao seem even more mysterious and anticipated by everyone. I didn't expect Elder Jun to come personally this time. It truly honors my Daejishan sect, the old Taoist of the Daejishan sect said with a smile, cupping his hands. Haha, old Taoist, you're too kind, Jun Xiaoyao said, stepping out, treading the void realm and laughing heartily. By the way, that divine child, the old Taoist's gaze swept around. To be honest, there were very few young people who could leave such a deep impression on him. Jun Xiaoyao was definitely the one who impressed him the most. I'm flattered that Senior still remembers Jun. From the carriage pulled by 9 white jade dragons, Jun Linglong gracefully pulled aside the beaded curtain with her delicate hand, and Jun Xiaoyao calmly stepped out. Dressed in white like snow, he had a slender figure like a clear breeze blowing through bamboo with an exceptional aura. His skin was as translucent as jade, his hair shimmered with light, and his entire body was enveloped in a hazy, immortal glow. His incomparably handsome face was also veiled by a seemingly present, yet elusive, immortal glow. This was not Jun Xiaoyao deliberately concealing himself, but rather his inherent physique coupled with his supreme bone, which caused his entire body to be enveloped in Tao rhythm, naturally accompanied by an immortal glow. Oh my goodness, is that the Jun family divine child? What kind of godly looks are these? I love it, I love it. Oh, I'm dead. The moment Jun Xiaoyao appeared, the entire Nanshan city erupted in commotion. All the female cultivators, gazes were drawn to Jun Xiaoyao like magnets to iron, tightly adhering to him. Even some male cultivators were slightly stunned. Heaven, why did you let me see the Jun family divine child's face? Now, for the rest of my life, which man could ever capture my eye? A heavenly prodigy from a first-rate Tao lineage looked up, her beautiful eyes lost in thought, feeling very distressed. Another saintess from a holy land coiled her long hair and murmured to herself, "My long hair is kept for Jun in this life. If I don't marry him, I won't cut my hair, and I'll spend my days with a lonely lamp and ancient Buddha, styling my hair within my chambers." Such scenes unfolded in every corner of Nanshan City. Even the men couldn't feel any jealousy, because the disparity was simply too great. Jun Xiaoyao, in terms of identity, status, appearance, and strength, every single aspect left them far behind. Jun Xiaoyao calmly glanced below. Those female cultivators reminded him of the fanatical idolizers from his previous life. Although Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was already shrouded in immortal radiance, even a fleeting, blurry glimpse was breathtakingly handsome, enough to make those female cultivators dizzy. Divine child, you're too kind. This old Taoist has already prepared your lodging. Everyone, please. The old Taoist slightly cupped his hands. Subsequently, led by the old Taoist, Jun Xiaoyao and the others departed. The entire Nanshan city erupted in endless uproar. It was clear that the appearance of the Jun family divine child had a far greater impact than the appearance of any other faction's prodigy. Meanwhile, in a residence within Nanshan City, a young man in silver battle armor sat cross-legged. His face was square and resolute, with intersecting scars on his cheeks, adding a touch of cold, biting aura. Around him, streaks of lightning coiled, and countless lightning runes manifested in the void realm, emitting powerful, destructive fluctuations. This man was naturally Jun family's fifth sequence, Jun Wanji. Before him, a follower shrouded in black mist was reporting the situation to him. Have they arrived already? Lightning tribulation intertwined in Jun Wanji's eyes. At the same time, his expression was cold. He had arrived in Nanshan City earlier, and only some disciples of the Daejishin sect had received him. Now, with the arrival of Jun Xiaoyao and the others, the entire Daejishin sect had mobilized, and all the disciples and elder had appeared. Even the old Taoist, whose status was higher than the sect master, had appeared to welcome them. This differential treatment was too obvious, although it also included the intention of receiving Jun Xiaoyao and other clan elder. Jun Wanji knew that the main reason was actually Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of the Daejishin sect, his importance, Jun Wanji, was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao. The follower shrouded in black mist also said indignantly, "Those Daejishin sect people are truly blind. How can a fledgling young man compare to Lord Wanji?" This follower was a prodigy Jun Wanji had subdued from outside, named Black Earth, from the Black Cloud clan. It was rumored that the ancestors of this clan were a black cloud that achieved Tao, reaching the realm of an unrivaled supreme. No one is born high and mighty, not even that Jun Xiaoyao. I will prove to the Jun family that he is unworthy of the zero sequence position, Jun Wanji said in a cold tone. He had gone through countless hardships, suffered untold injuries, and endured immense suffering just to obtain the fifth sequence position. Jun Xiaoyao, however, casually obtained the zero sequence position. Anyone in his shoes would have their mentality explode. Jun Wanji told himself that he was already very restrained. Alas, my lord is truly too aggrieved. Black Earth thought to himself, feeling indignant for Jun Wanji. Several days passed, and Jun Xiaoyao had settled in Nanshan City. Although the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure had shown signs, it was still several days away from truly appearing. During these few days, Jun Xiaoyao also departed to begin discussions with the leaders of other immortal Tao lineages. They wanted to unite and turn the entire Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure into a training ground for junior disciples. No older generation powerhouses were allowed to enter. Jun Xiaoyao, having nothing to do, leisurely rested in his residence. Jun Linglong smiled faintly and said, "Young master, I heard there's a local specialty in Nanyuan Dao Prefecture, the Clear Heart Spiritual Tea. Linglong will go buy some for young master now." Jun Linglong was intelligent, thoughtful, and considerate. She knew Jun Xiaoyao liked to drink tea and had specifically inquired about this local specialty. "Linglong is indeed thoughtful. Whoever marries you in the future will surely be blessed," Jun Xiaoyao said with a casual smile. Jun Linglong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she gave Jun Xiaoyao a charming, sidelong glance. She had already decided in her heart to follow Jun Xiaoyao her entire life and be his maid. How could she possibly marry someone else? As for Jun Xiaoyao marrying her, Jun Linglong knew her place. It was already very good to be able to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side as a maid. She would not proactively make such an excessive and unreasonable request. Of course, if Jun Xiaoyao was willing, Jun Linglong would naturally accept with joy. As for the age difference of over 10 years, for cultivators, it was practically negligible. Not long after, Jun Linglong left and arrived at a market in Nanshan City. Soon she found Clear Heart Spiritual Tea that was tens of thousands of years old. Just as Jun Linglong was about to purchase it, a young man shrouded in black mist appeared, his tone cold and playful. "Sorry, I'm taking this Clear Heart Spiritual Tea." Jun Linglong's graceful brows furrowed slightly, and her beautiful eyes looked over. She was, after all, a noble lady of the Jun family. Although her fame wasn't as great as Jun Xiaoyao's or the 10 sequences, she still had a modest reputation. Those who dared to target her were rare. This young figure shrouded in black mist was precisely Jun Wanji's follower, the prodigy of the Black Cloud clan, Black Earth. "You are from the Black Cloud clan," Jun Linglong frowned. She possessed a 7-aperture exquisite heart, was learned and knowledgeable, and recognized Black Earth as a Black Cloud clansman at a glance. However, she didn't know that Black Earth was Jun Wanji's follower. After all, Jun Linglong didn't pay attention to Jun Wanji. "I want this heart-cleansing spirit tea. Do you have an objection?" Black Earth's gaze swept over Jun Linglong, carrying a provocative intent. Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes sparkled. She also realized that this was not an accident. Instead, this Black Cloud Clan prodigy was deliberately provoking trouble. "Do you know my identity?" Jun Linglong said indifferently, exuding nobility and cold arrogance. Only in front of Jun Xiaoyao was she a docile and considerate maid. In front of anyone else, she was a high and mighty noble lady of the Jun family. "I am, after all, Lord Wanji's follower, so how could I not know the name of noble Lady Linglong?" Black Earth shrugged indifferently and chuckled. "So that's how it is." Upon hearing this, Jun Linglong instantly understood. No wonder this Black Cloud Clan prodigy was so fearless, even daring to provoke her. It turned out that fifth sequence, Jun Wanji, stood behind him. Given this, Black Earth indeed had no need to fear her. "This tea is for young master. Do you dare to obstruct?" Jun Linglong's tone was cold. "Apologies, my lord also wants to drink tea. Also, don't use the young master as a shield. My lord is not weaker than him," Black Earth said coldly. Just then, a sword light suddenly shot from afar towards Black Earth. At the same time, a cold reprimand came. "Where did this blind fool come from? Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Jun Wanji." Feeling the fluctuation of that sword light, Black Earth's expression suddenly changed. His figure suddenly vaporized, transforming into a ball of black mist. The sword light pierced through the black mist and slammed onto the ground behind him. Black Earth then reformed, but his face was pale. Vaporizing into mist was the racial talent of his Black Cloud Clan. However, each time it was used, it consumed a great deal of magical power. Not far away, a figure holding a sword appeared. It was 10th sequence Jun Xiaoyao. He had previously wanted to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower, but was rejected by Jun Xiaoyao. A sequence becoming a follower was indeed inappropriate. Although he was rejected by Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao had long since embraced the mindset of a follower. He just didn't have the title. 10th sequence Jun Xiaoyao, why are you? Black Earth's face was pale, and his eyes showed apprehension. If it were just Jun Linglong, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Although Jun Linglong was a noble lady, she hadn't reached the level of the 10 sequences. And this Jun Xiaoyao was a genuine sequence. Although his status and strength were not as good as his lord, Jun Wanji. But a sequence was a sequence and could not be humiliated. Black Earth was also full of doubts. How did Jun Xiaoyao feel like Jun Xiaoyao's follower? Who gave you the guts to provoke someone close to the young master? Was it that Jun Wanji? Jun Xiaoyao coldly reprimanded. Black Earth's face alternated between green and white. He was still a bit intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao. And just then, a cold, icy voice sounded from afar. "Jun Xiaoyao, you are also one of the sequences. How can you be willing to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower? What charm does he possess that makes all of you willing to submit to him?" When he heard this voice, Jun Xiaoyao's expression also changed slightly. This was Jun Wanji's voice. As expected, a figure enveloped in divine lightning light arrived from the distant sky. It was Jun Wanji. His black hair fluttered, his eyes shot out 3 feet of lightning, and lightning runes manifested throughout his body, as if he were a thunder god. "Is that Jun family's 5th sequence, Jun Wanji? What's going on? Are they going to clash?" Over there seemed to be Jun family's 10th sequence, Jun Xiaoyao, and also noble Lady Linglong. The Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure hasn't even opened yet, and the Jun family is already fighting internally. Many gazes were drawn over. "Jun Wanji, what are you doing?" Seeing Jun Wanji's explosive aura, Jun Xiaoyao's brows furrowed. Jun Wanji's temper was notoriously perverse and overbearing. Not to mention outsiders, he had disciplined many Jun family members. A dignified Jun family sequence actually became a follower. If you are truly willing to do so, then resign your sequence status as soon as possible. After saying that, Jun Wanji directly made his move. As he raised his hand, divine lightning light manifested. He cultivated the supreme Tao, the undergoing tribulation heavenly art, and awakened the thunder tribulation war body. Among the 3,000 physique, it ranked in the top 300. Moreover, this thunder tribulation war body possessed formidable offensive power and astonishing destructive force, far surpassing Yi Xingyun's star king body. Boom! Jun Wanji pushed out his palm, and rolling thunder seemed to turn into a torrent, crashing towards Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong. Not good. Jun Xiaoyao hastily drew his sword, and brilliant sword light spread out. Jun Linglong also made her move. However, even with both of them simultaneously attempting to block, it was difficult to withstand Jun Wanji's move. With a thunderous roar, both Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong's bodies shook, and they continuously retreated. Jun Xiaoyao was relatively fine. After all, he was the 10th sequence. Although he couldn't compare to Jun Wanji, the difference wasn't too great. Jun Linglong, however, was slightly weaker in cultivation. She retreated dozens of steps, her pure white and flawless jade-like face showing some paleness and a faint trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Jun Wanji swept a glance, and his expression was indifferent as he said, "Consider this a warning for today. Tell that Jun Xiaoyao to be more low-key in his actions from now on." After saying that, Jun Wanji turned and left. Regardless, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong were Jun family members. A slight lesson to suppress Jun Xiaoyao's arrogance would suffice. Jun Wanji had no intention of truly severely injuring them. Lord Strength is indeed unmatched in the world. Seeing Jun Wanji repel Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong with a mere raise of his hand, Black Earth's eyes showed deep admiration. He then looked at Jun Linglong, a playful smirk on his lips. "Tell your master that my lord is the true pillar and hope of the Jun family's younger generation." After speaking, Black Earth also followed Jun Wanji and left. Jun Linglong then spat out another small mouthful of fresh blood. "You are quite injured," Jun Xiaoyao said, his tone tinged with helplessness. Compared to Jun Wanji, he was indeed a step behind. "It's nothing. I still need to buy tea for young master." Jun Linglong had not forgotten her task of buying heart-cleansing spirit tea for Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh slightly at the sight. Even at this moment, what she was thinking about was still Jun Xiaoyao. However, Jun Xiaoyao also knew that Jun Xiaoyao was not someone who would swallow his anger. Having offended those close to him, Jun Wanji was likely in for a rough time. Not long after, Jun Linglong and Jun Xiaoyao returned to where Jun Xiaoyao was. "Young master, the clear heart tea has been bought back," Jun Linglong said with a slight smile on her pale jade-like face. "Good." Jun Xiaoyao had just nodded when he noticed the abnormality of Jun Linglong and Jun Xiaoyao. He frowned slightly, stood up, and walked in front of Jun Linglong. "Young master," Jun Linglong's expression froze, a bit flustered. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and gently wiped away a faint trace of blood from the corner of Jun Linglong's lips. Such an intimate gesture made Jun Linglong's face instantly turn red. "What happened?" Jun Xiaoyao asked in a faint tone. He didn't have much affection for Jun Linglong. At the very least, Jun Linglong was someone by his side. Attacking Jun Linglong was a provocation to him. "I apologize, divine child, I couldn't stop Jun Wanji," Jun Xiaoyao said, his voice filled with remorse. "Explain clearly," Jun Xiaoyao said. Next, Jun Xiaoyao told Jun Xiaoyao everything that had happened earlier. "You're injured and you're still thinking of buying me tea. Are you foolish?" Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. "If young master wants to drink it, Linglong must buy it." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, which seemed to contain a hint of pampering, Jun Linglong's heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. "Let's go," Jun Xiaoyao said, flicking his sleeve and clasping his hands behind his back. "Where to?" Jun Xiaoyao asked subconsciously. "Of course to find Jun Wanji," Jun Xiaoyao smiled. However, that smile carried a hint of coldness. What a gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. What we are all Jun family, the bigger picture is important. That doesn't exist. Revenge doesn't wait overnight. Since Jun Wanji had provoked him first, Jun Xiaoyao didn't need to give him any face. On the other side, at Jun Wanji's location, Black Earth said with a hint of unwillingness on his face, "My lord, since your strength is so powerful, why don't you directly suppress Jun Xiaoyao?" Seeing Jun Wanji's domineering display earlier, Black Earth's heart was filled with extreme admiration. He also believed that Jun Wanji could definitely defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Wanji, however, shook his head slightly and said, "Firstly, Jun Xiaoyao possesses the ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, so his strength is not weak. If I didn't have the advantage in age and realm, I might not really be able to deal with him. Secondly, the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure is about to open. If I were to waste my energy in an internal struggle with Jun Xiaoyao, it would affect my condition and might even lead to criticism from the clan elders." It had to be said that Jun Wanji, having risen from the bottom of the collateral branches, was not foolish. On the contrary, he was very shrewd. Earlier, he had only acted to suppress Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong, intending to slightly curb Jun Xiaoyao's momentum. It could be said that he stopped at just the right point, perfectly executed. This way, the desired effect was achieved. He wouldn't be blamed by the clan elders, and it wouldn't affect his participation in the supreme secret treasure competition. My lord's strategy is truly brilliant. This subordinate hadn't thought of that at all. Black Earth couldn't help but praise even more. And I can guarantee that Jun Xiaoyao will temporarily endure it. He will at least wait until after the supreme secret treasure matter is over before daring to attack me. A cold sneer played on Jun Wanji's lips. However, just as his voice fell, outside the pavilion where he was, a violent tremor suddenly came. What's going on? In the instant Jun Wanji was stunned. A seal, like a falling meteor, descended from the sky. It's the human king seal. Jun Wanji's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly flashed out. Black Earth also turned pale, transforming into a wisp of black smoke and darting out. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The pavilion where Jun Wanji resided was directly reduced to nothingness. A huge, deep pit appeared in its place, with large cracks spreading around it. Such a commotion attracted the attention of countless people nearby. What happened? Did someone start a fight? It seems like something happened with the Jun family's fifth sequence. Oh my God, someone actually razed Jun Wanji's residence to the ground. The entire Nanshan city was shaken and boiled over. One must know that it was the residence of the esteemed Jun family's fifth sequence. Let alone leveling it normally, even passing by required speaking in hushed tones. Look, that person, could it be the Jun family divine child? A cultivator looked up and suddenly pointed to the sky. Above the sky, 4 figures stood. Jun Linglong, Jun Zuwang, and Jun Xiaoyao stood slightly behind. And Jun Xiaoyao was at the very front. One hand was clasped behind his back, and the other hand had just released a seal. Clearly, that human king seal was cast by him. Jun Xiaoyao. A cold shout, accompanied by countless bolts of lightning, spread out. With a thunderous roar, a figure enveloped in lightning soared into the sky. It was Jun Wanji. His eyes were fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, as if 2 pools of lightning were churning within them, the thunder flashing incessantly. He hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to be so decisive. He had just said that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely not attack him before the supreme secret treasure ended. As a result, he was immediately slapped in the face the next moment. Beside him, Black Earth also appeared, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao. He had only heard of Jun Xiaoyao's name before, but had never seen him. This was his first time, but the impression was definitely profound. After all, their residence had been reduced to nothingness by a single strike from Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, what is the meaning of this? Jun Wanji suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Who gave you the guts to touch divine child's people?" Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, yet it exuded dominance. Jun Linglong's heart pounded uncontrollably. Many female cultivators around who were paying attention also felt their hearts surge, wishing they could take Jun Linglong's place. I merely disciplined them slightly. I didn't actually do anything to them. Is the divine child's magnanimity only this small? Jun Wanji's tone was extremely cold. You're right, my magnanimity is indeed very small. In that case. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Black Earth. Black Earth's heart instantly plunged into an icy abyss, sinking to the bottom. You were the one who started the trouble, weren't you? A brainless follower like you might as well be killed. As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, he raised his hand and reached out. Vast golden magical power erupted like a volcano, intertwining and condensing into a large golden rune hand. With one grab, it was as if the 5-finger mountain had descended, its might pressing down. No, how is this possible? Black Earth was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. This was his first time facing Jun Xiaoyao, so he naturally didn't know that Jun Xiaoyao's power was so formidable. It was almost like facing a young great emperor. Enough, stop. Jun Wanji also raised his hand, lightning divine light intertwined, transforming into a giant lightning hand, attempting to intercept Jun Xiaoyao. Can you stop divine child from killing someone? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and sighed. He extended his other hand, and dragon chi erupted, transforming into a golden dragon claw, colliding with Jun Wanji's move. It was precisely the divine ability he had extracted from Dragon Hayashin's dragon core, the dragon intercepting hand. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao continued to suppress Black Earth. Black Earth gritted his teeth and once again used the Black Cloud clan's unique method, turning into mist. The large golden rune hand directly dispersed the black mist, but it couldn't kill him. Heh heh, with zero sequence, he's nothing special. He can't even kill me, how can he compete with my lord? Black Earth's figure reconverged, his face pale, still feeling lingering fear, but a sigh of relief escaped his heart. It seemed that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Is he really brainless? Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, as if looking at a clown. He raised his hand again, activating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. The dark hell furnace directly suppressed from the sky, like a furnace refining gods and demons, erupting with endless suction. No, what is this? Black Earth was so scared that his soul nearly left his body, and he hurriedly used his mist transformation again. But all the black mist was instantly absorbed and refined by the hell furnace. From within, Black Earth's shrill screams could be heard. A moment later, the screams abruptly stopped. The world fell into a deathly silence. Watching Black Earth, who had been annihilated in 2 moves, all the cultivators around Nanshan City secretly gulped. Black Earth, as a prodigy of the Black Cloud clan, was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. His strength was even comparable to the young masters of some great sects and the prodigies of various Dao lineages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become Jun Wanji's follower. But now Jun Xiaoyao, with a flick of his hand, effortlessly annihilated a prodigy. This caused a ripple of shock in the eyes of the cultivators, who were witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's power for the first time. The Jun family divine child, Zero Sequence, truly lived up to his reputation. Jun Xiaoyao. A roar like a sudden clap of thunder exploded. It was Jun Wanji, his hair standing on end in fury, his eyes shooting out 3 feet of lightning, showing that his heart nature was enraged to the extreme. His own follower being killed right in front of him was a blatant slap in the face, and one that left no room for retaliation. Boom! Jun Wanji said nothing more. He could no longer endure it. He would deal with the consequences later. At this moment, Jun Wanji only wanted to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. He struck out with one hand, and terrifying lightning poured forth, transforming into 10,000 streaks of lightning, their power so formidable it was startling. This was a powerful lightning-type divine ability, 8 Desolation's Thunder Palm. With the enhancement of Jun Wanji's Thunder Tribulation war body, any divine bridge realm prodigy struck by this palm would either die or be severely injured. Divine child, be careful. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but call out a warning. Although he knew Jun Xiaoyao was very strong, Jun Wanji was not weak either. Previously, he and Jun Linglong had both failed to block a single move from Jun Wanji. However, as soon as Jun Xiaoyao spoke, his words caught in his throat and his pupils slowly widened. Jun Xiaoyao clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and threw a light, airy punch, without the slightest hint of effort, yet it seemed to unleash the roar of a dragon. A true dragon phantom, coiling around his fist, burst forth with a crash. It was precisely the Zhu Long Nest's divine ability, Dragon Fist. At the same time, inside his body, 70,000 giant elephant particles, imbued with 700 million caddies of divine power, surged out with this punch. With the double power superimposed, that fluctuation seemed as if it wanted to sweep across the heavens for 100,000 miles. Rumbles. Terrifying magical power ripples spread out, like a small nuclear bomb exploding, making the entire Nanshan City tremble 3 times. Under everyone's gaze, a figure like a kite with a broken string flew backward from the core of the collision, blood splattering across the sky. It was none other than Jun Wanji. As he flew backward, his punching arm was twisted in an odd posture, clearly indicating that his bones were broken. His face was pale, and his gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao held an unprecedented shock. Many things, if one does not experience them personally, but merely observes, one can never truly comprehend that despair. Jun Wanji now finally understood the despair that Yi Xingyun and Dragon Hayashin had felt back then. It was as if he wasn't facing a person at all, but a young great emperor. Jun Xiaoyao, your strength? Jun Wanji stopped his retreating figure, his pupils trembling slightly. Not just him, but everyone in Nanshan City was stunned. Jun Xiaoyao was utterly bewildered. He knew Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of Jun Wanji, but he never expected such a crushing defeat. Divine child truly possesses an invincible bearing. Jun Zhuwang sighed with emotion. Young master, Jun Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with adoration and admiration. This was her master. In this life, he was invincible. I don't believe it again. No matter what, Jun Wanji had risen from the bottom, so his heart nature was more resolute than those like Yi Xingyun. He clearly wouldn't admit defeat just like that. Lightning coiled around Jun Wanji's body, and his fractured arm made crackling sounds. Then his arm actually recovered directly. As expected of the Thunder Tribulation war body, it's rumored that this physique, tempered by heavenly tribulation, makes the physical body incredibly strong. Seeing Jun Wanji's arm restored to normal, many cultivators' eyes flickered. The Thunder Tribulation war body, ranked among the top 300 of the 3,000 physique, naturally had its extraordinary qualities. What if the physical body is strong? It was still shattered by a single punch from the Jun family divine child. It can only be said that compared to the ancient sacred body, the Thunder Tribulation war body is trash. Many female cultivators pouted disdainfully. At this moment, they had long become Jun Xiaoyao's crazy fans. One might ask, how many young prodigies in the entire desolate heaven immortal domain could rival his appearance and strength? At this moment, Jun Wanji stood in the sky, surrounded by lightning. His gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao no longer held the slightest trace of contempt. I cultivate the supreme Tao, possess the Thunder Tribulation war body, and shall execute punishment on behalf of heaven, controlling all forms of lightning tribulation. 8 thunders forbidden, desolate thunder god. Jun Wanji roared to the sky, and billions of lightning bolts erupted, intertwining in the void realm. Black tribulation clouds rolled, as if a thunder god was manifesting, a sight that shook the heart. Executing punishment on behalf of heaven, how laughable! Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Even heaven must bow before divine child, let alone you. Jun Xiaoyao's black hair fluttered, his cold words filled with boundless dominance. He activated the golden spiritual sea of the ancient sacred body, and vast magical power surged out, subtly condensing into a golden divine elephant that suppressed ancient and modern times. Divine elephant suppressing prison strength was pushed to its extreme. At the same time, he used his left hand to manifest the soldiering art. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, yues, hooks, and forks. Tens of thousands of divine weapons condensed from the void realm, carrying a world-shattering killing intent. And with his right hand, he used dragon chi to manifest a lifelike true dragon phantom, which was precisely the Zhu Long Nest's divine ability, true dragon entrapment technique, refined from the dragon origin. With both techniques unleashed simultaneously, the true dragon phantom surged into the sky, crashing heavily into the lightning god in the black tribulation clouds. The collision caused heaven and earth to collapse. The 10,000 divine weapons, meanwhile, charged towards Jun Wanji. How could this be? Jun Wanji was struck before he could react. Even with his full defense, he suffered a violent impact, couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, and his bones were broken and tendons snapped. Jun Xiaoyao summoned the wings of the demon, moving with extreme speed through the void realm, instantly appearing above Jun Wanji. He imbued divine power and stomped down, like a god-king descending. Boom! A spine-chilling sound echoed. His foot landed directly on Jun Wanji's chest. Both figures plummeted like falling meteors. Accompanied by a thunderous crash, Jun Wanji's body slammed heavily onto the ground, while Jun Xiaoyao's foot remained on Jun Wanji's chest, his other hand clasped behind his back. His robes fluttered, unstained by dust. This contrast was too immense, creating a sense of unreality. The Jun family's 5th sequence was now trampled under Jun Xiaoyao's foot, unable to move. Was Jun Wanji weak? Absolutely not. Everyone had witnessed Jun Wanji's power just now. Then there was only one conclusion. Jun Xiaoyao was simply too strong. Moreover, many people had noticed that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't even used his full strength. He hadn't even used his supreme bone or holy body phenomenon. Jun Xiaoyao, take your foot off. Jun Wanji's face turned purple like a pig's liver, and he roared, unable to maintain his composure. Boom! Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao stomped down heavily again, causing Jun Wanji to vomit blood and his sternum to shatter. Isn't it good enough to be the 5th sequence obediently? You just had to be so blind, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. I haven't lost yet as long as you give me time. Jun Wanji's expression was twisted, and he roared unwillingly. I have no interest in defeated opponents. Even if I gave you 100,000 years, you would only fruitlessly watch my back until you could no longer see it. Jun Xiaoyao's words were truly a blow to the heart. Jun Wanji's face turned red and then green, and he spat out another mouthful of heart's blood, his Dao heart on the verge of collapsing from sheer anger. In Nanshan City, in front of all the cultivators, he was trampled underfoot like this. Anyone would break down, let alone someone as arrogant as Jun Wanji. Coupled with Jun Xiaoyao's words, it was simply killing him and destroying his Dao heart. Jun Wanji felt his Dao heart crumbling inch by inch. He had gone through countless difficulties and dangers to climb to his current position step by step. As a result, he was kicked down again by Jun Xiaoyao. One can imagine this feeling. Jun Xiaoyao, you? Jun Wanji trembled all over, his mentality about to explode. The supreme cultivation technique you have, the heavenly tribulation cultivation technique, is somewhat useful to me. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he directly took out the jade slip imprinted with the heavenly tribulation cultivation technique from Jun Wanji. Jun Xiaoyao was not lacking in supreme cultivation techniques, but this heavenly tribulation cultivation technique was related to heavenly tribulation. He would have to undergo tribulation of the ancient sacred body in the future, and having the heavenly tribulation cultivation technique as a reference would also be somewhat helpful to him. Watching Jun Xiaoyao take the heavenly tribulation cultivation technique, Jun Wanji's chest surged with qi and blood, but he could only watch helplessly. You're not convinced, are you? Let me think, if I kill you directly, will the family punish me? Jun Xiaoyao slightly lowered his eyes, looking indifferently at Jun Wanji. His cold words, however, instantly froze Jun Wanji's face, which had been filled with unwillingness and anger. Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted to kill him. Moreover, Jun Wanji thought carefully. With Jun Xiaoyao's current status in the Jun family, what would happen if he killed him? The answer was absolutely nothing. Jun Xiaoyao's current status was far from what a fifth sequence like him could compare to. If Jun Xiaoyao killed him, the Jun family would at most give a superficial warning, and there would not even be any substantial punishment. Thinking of this result, Jun Wanji felt chills all over. Jun Xiaoyao killing him would not result in any punishment, but his life would be lost for nothing. As if seeing a hint of panic in Jun Wanji's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint arc. In this world, how many people are not afraid of death? But to be honest, unless necessary, Jun Xiaoyao was not willing to kill Jun Wanji. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but as the Jun family divine child, and the zero sequence, casually killing his own sequence would have a bad influence. At least the elders of other branches of the Jun family and other sequences might have opinions about him. Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid of trouble, but he was also too lazy to deal with these troubles. But Jun Xiaoyao would not let Jun Wanji leave and bury hidden dangers. So the only feasible way was, now I give you two choices: submit to me and have a soul imprint planted, or die. Jun Xiaoyao gave Jun Wanji a choice. Jun Wanji's face instantly turned pale, and he bit his teeth tightly. He knew that even if he died here today, no one would avenge him. But if he submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, his Dao heart would completely collapse, and he would only become Jun Xiaoyao's slave in the future. My patience is limited, I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Jun Wanji's body trembled violently, he struggled to get up, and then knelt down. He didn't want to die, because in his heart there was still an unfulfilled obsession. Oh, unexpected. Seeing Jun Wanji kneeling in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He had originally thought that with Jun Wanji's personality, he would rather die than yield. Jun Wanji is willing to submit to young master. Difficult words came out of his mouth. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, and within his divine palace in his mind, a wisp of soul slave imprint formed. Jun Wanji's divine palace was in an open state, and a slave imprint was directly planted. With this, Jun Xiaoyao could control Jun Wanji's life and death, without worrying about any hidden dangers. Of course, this kind of slave imprint had to be voluntary, otherwise, it would be difficult to forcibly plant. Your choice surprised divine child. Jun Xiaoyao looked directly into Jun Wanji's eyes. Jun Wanji's face showed a hint of dejection, but he finally sighed and said, replying to young master, I have a younger sister who was placed in the lower realm when she was young. I swore that I must bring her back to the immortal domain, so I cannot die. Jun Wanji's words made Jun Xiaoyao raise an eyebrow. So it was this kind of trope. Separated from his younger sister in childhood, then worked hard to become stronger to find his sister. Jun Xiaoyao knew that the entire world was divided into 9 heavens and 10 earths. 9 heavens refers to the 9 heavens immortal domain. Desolate heaven immortal domain is one of the 9 heavens immortal domain. And 10 earths refers to the 10 vast and boundless continents of the lower realm. Generally speaking, the boundary wall between the 9 heavens and 10 earths is difficult to break. To teleport a person to the lower realm requires a huge price, and there are also restrictions on cultivation realm. No wonder Jun Wanji was so determined to cultivate and become stronger, and then climb to a high position. It turned out he wanted to go to the lower realm to find his sister. Let's talk about this later. If Divine Child has the opportunity to go to the lower realm, it's not impossible to bring your sister back along the way, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Since Jun Wanji was already his servant, he posed no threat to him. Then why not give him a sweet date? Upon hearing this, Jun Wanji's originally dejected face immediately froze, and then a hint of excitement appeared. The unwillingness and resentment he had felt earlier dissipated at this moment. Nothing was more important than reuniting him with his younger sister. Thank you, young master. Before, Wanji was ignorant and overestimated himself. Jun Wanji heavily kowtowed to Jun Xiaoyao. If just now he was forced to submit due to the pressure of life and death, then now he was sincerely and truly submitting to Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang looked at each other and both took a deep breath. Jun Wanji, the most unruly and overbearing of the 10 sequences, was actually subdued like this. Young master's martial prowess and strategic means are both astonishing, Jun Linglong also sighed. Although she possessed a 7-orifice exquisite heart in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she always felt inadequate. An internal conflict within the Jun family was thus resolved. 5th sequence Jun Wanji completely submitted to Jun Xiaoyao, adding Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuhuang. 3 of the Jun family 10 sequences had completely pledged allegiance to him. Grandpa was always worried that other sequences would trouble me. Maybe it won't be long before all 10 sequences submit to me, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. However, he also knew that the truly powerful ones in the Jun family were the first few sequences. Those sequences were either in seclusion or training outside, and he hadn't met them yet. Among them were those with dual pupils and prodigies who had obtained forbidden legacy. They were far from comparable to Jun Zhangjian, Jun Wanji, and others. Let's go back and wait for the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure to open. Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve, like an immortal ascending on the wind. He was looking forward to the sign-in from the secret treasure. Chapter 52. The 3 Great Families' Little Sage Jiaixuan's Plan. After the matter of Jun Wanji concluded, this news spread throughout Nanshan City. Jun Xiaoyao's feat of casually suppressing and subjugating the 5th sequence was also widely circulated. Although this was considered an internal struggle within the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao's strength could be glimpsed from it. In the western area of Nanshan City, within an exquisite and luxurious pavilion, a group of young prodigies were gathered. These young prodigies came from various Dao lineage forces, and their auras were all formidable. However, among them, there was one young man who sat in the very center, like a moon surrounded by stars. This young man wore a golden robe, was handsome and valiant, with an attractive face and skin as fair as jade. The most striking feature about him was his right arm, which seemed to shimmer with divine light. If one observed closely, they could see numerous sacred runes imprinted and flowing on his arm bone. This young man was none other than Jiaixuan, a well-known prodigy from the ancient desolate family, the Jai family. At the banquet, a young prodigy complimented Jiaixuan with a smile. This time, for the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure, Brother Jiaixuan will surely take the top spot. That's right, Brother Jiaixuan is known as a little sage, and he is also a saint of the Sacred Spirit Academy. His status is not something other prodigies can compare to. Many young prodigies flattered him. Jiaixuan's status was enough for them to curry favor with him. Because Jiaixuan was not only a prodigy of the ancient Jai family, he was also a saint of the Sacred Spirit Academy. The Sacred Spirit Academy was an academy with extremely profound foundations in the desolate heaven immortal domain, with a legacy spanning countless years. The prodigies who emerged from its academy were spread across various forces in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Even many ancient desolate families and immortal dynasties would send some of their junior disciples to the Sacred Spirit Academy to cultivate. And in the Sacred Spirit Academy, only the most outstanding disciples could attain the status of a saint. Jaichuan's ability to obtain this status showed that his talent and strength far surpassed those of his peers. Some prodigies' gazes also secretly fell upon Jaichuan's faintly glowing right arm. It was rumored that Jaichuan's right arm had a section of a Saint King's hand bone fused into it. Among the Saint realm, a Saint King was an even more powerful existence than a saint. A Saint King was enough to dominate all directions and spread their prestige far and wide. And Jaichuan, currently only in the Gi realm, had already fused with a section of a Saint King's hand bone. It was imaginable how powerful his strength would be. Even at his current realm, he could not unleash even 1 or 2/10 of the Saint King's hand bone's power. But it was enough to make him stand proudly among his peers. It was precisely because of this section of the Saint King's hand bone that he earned the title of Little Sage. But speaking of status, it reminds me of that Jun family divine child, a prodigy said. As soon as these words were spoken, the lively banquet fell into an unusual silence. A subtle, oppressive atmosphere emerged. These days in Nanshan City, they naturally learned about Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanji's affairs. For these prodigies, let alone Jun Wanji, even Jun Zhangjian was an existence they had to look up to. And Jun Xiaoyao, who could casually suppress even Jun Wanji, was to them like the sun and moon in the sky, desirable but unattainable. Some people's gazes subtly turned towards Jaichuan. They had just said that Jaichuan's status was very high, but compared to Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed to be nothing. Jaichuan's expression, however, did not change much. He picked up a cup of wine, slowly sipped it, and his eyes were very deep. Jun family divine child, huh? Jaichuan murmured to himself. To be honest, when he learned that Jun Xiaoyao had appeared in Nanshan City, Jaichuan really wanted to compete with Jun Xiaoyao. For no other reason than for the family behind him. For the ancient desolate families in the desolate heaven immortal domain, there had always been a saying about the 3 great families. The so-called 3 great families referred to the 3 ancient desolate families with the most prominent reputation, the strongest foundations, and the most outstanding junior prodigies. Among them, junior prodigies were one of the important indicators for measuring the 3 great families. After all, only with a flourishing younger generation could the entire ancient desolate family's legacy continue. The Jai family was once one of the 3 great families, but now it had become the Jun family, the Jiang family, and the Yi family. The Jun family, needless to say, had always produced a wealth of talents. In the previous generation, just one Jun Wuhui was enough to establish the Jun family's position as one of the 3 great families. In the current generation, there were also the 10 great sequences and the anomaly prodigy Jun Xiaoyao. As for the current generation of the Jiang family, there was Jiang Shengyi, who possessed the innate Tao embryo, Jiang Luoli, who possessed the primal spirit Tao body, and several other top-tier royal body geniuses. As for the Yi family, there was no need to mention royal bodies like Yi Xingyan. Just one Yi Guchen, the reincarnation of a sword demon, was enough to extend the Yi family's luck for 10,000 years. Because of this, Jaichuan felt a little unfair. Did their Jai family not have geniuses? However, Jaichuan was not a fool. He knew that Jun Xiaoyao was not an easy opponent. But he possessed the Saint King's hand bone and was also a top-tier prodigy, so it was impossible for him to be directly afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Some people noticed that Jaichuan's mood was not quite right, and they forced a smile. Haha, why mention the Jun family divine child? Is Brother Jaichuan not as good as the Jun family divine child? Exactly, Brother Jaichuan has also surpassed the Jun family sequences, a young prodigy flattered. They weren't speaking without basis. Jaichuan had indeed clashed with Jun Zhangjian before. At that time, relying on his slightly higher realm, he gained a small advantage and won a few moves against Jun Zhangjian. Although Jaichuan's strength was stronger now, others wouldn't stand still. Jun Xiaoyao, if he doesn't provoke me first, I don't need to provoke him. Moreover, I previously found some secrets about Yuan Tian Supreme and that item in a damaged ancient scroll in the Sacred Spirit Academy. Jaichuan murmured in his heart. He had not come unprepared, because he had once, by chance, found an ancient scroll in the Sacred Spirit Academy's scripture repository. Inside, there was not only a Yuanshan supreme token, but also an ancient talisman. The ancient scroll vaguely recorded some of Yuan Tian Supreme's deeds and secrets. Within the Yuanshan Supreme secret treasure, there seemed to be a rare item hidden. If obtained, it could create an invincible young Supreme. After Jai Xuan obtained this opportunity, his heart was filled with excitement, and he had been patiently waiting for the Yuanshan Supreme secret treasure to appear. And now the time had finally come. As long as I can seize this opportunity, I, Jai Xuan, will soar to the sky and stand at the peak of the young generation in the desolate heaven immortal domain. At that time, I alone will sweep away all the young supremes of the three great families. Who can stop me? Thinking of the scene that might appear in the future, Jai Xuan took a deep breath, his eyes surging with brilliance. And at the same time, at the gate of Nanshan City, a figure wearing a cloak and a hood entered through the city gate. He raised his head, revealing a delicate and handsome face. It was Xiao Chen. After days of traveling and camping, Xiao Chen finally arrived at Nanshan City. As soon as he entered Nanshan City, he heard news about Jun Xiaoyao. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen's mind rumbled as if struck by thunder, and his face turned pale. Jun Xiaoyao was even stronger than before. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. For some reason, when facing Jun Xiaoyao, he always felt a sense of powerlessness, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Xiao Chen, steady your heart nature. Your current strength is not weak. If you can obtain the ancient dragon bone within the supreme secret treasure, it's not impossible to surpass that Jun Xiaoyao. The voice of Green Dragon Ancestor came from Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "Old Ancestor is right, this junior's heart nature was in disarray. I must seize this opportunity." Xiao Chen's heart nature was still acceptable, possessing an indomitable spirit, which was why he could persevere until now. However, Xiao Chen didn't know. Far behind him, a woman shrouded in a wide veil was following him from a distance. Her face was covered by a white veil, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water. It was Wu Minju, the Divine Dynasty Long Princess of Panwu Divine Dynasty, who had secretly snuck out. "It seems Xiao Chen won't encounter any danger for now," Wu Minju murmured to herself. Then she remembered Jun Xiaoyao, who had been the subject of discussion recently. That rumored Jun family divine child is truly powerful. He can suppress even the Jun family fifth sequence with ease. Wu Minju sighed in her heart. She was the princess of Panwu Divine Dynasty, holding an extremely high status. However, even she felt a sense of looking up to the Jun family divine child. Jun Xiaoyao's noble status was so high that even she, the Divine Dynasty Long Princess, felt she couldn't compare. It is rumored that the Jun family divine child's appearance is like an immortal descending to the mortal world. I truly wish to see what kind of peerless figure he is. Wu Minju couldn't help but feel curious. She wasn't a shallow person who only cared about looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a liking to Xiao Chen. It was just that Jun Xiaoyao was rumored to be so divine that her curiosity was piqued. In Nanshan City, within the Jun family's pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, adjusting his qi, waiting for the Yuanshan Supreme secret treasure to appear. Before long, Jun Xianshan and other elders returned. They had also learned about the matter between Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanji. "Xiaoyao, you did the right thing. Sometimes it is indeed necessary to use thunderous means so that your zero sequence position can be solidified." Not only did Jun Xianshan not show any blame, but he was very supportive. "Will other elders have any objections?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "Objections? Who would dare? You are the divine child sequence personally chosen by the 18th ancestor, coupled with your unparalleled talent. Let alone making Jun Wanji a slave, even if you really killed him, no one would dare do anything to you," Jun Xianshan said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. This was within his expectations. Regarding the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure, our major immortal Dao lineages have already discussed it, and the secret treasure is expected to open in a few days. At that time, our major forces will seal off the area, allowing only the younger generation to enter. The Supreme Secret Treasure will be your stage. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly and said, "Grandpa, rest assured, Xiaoyao will never disgrace the Jun family's reputation." "Haha, Grandpa believes in you," Jun Xianshan said with a happy laugh. He had absolute confidence in his grandson. After several days, 1,000 li outside Nanshan City, within the Taihuang Forest, a sudden tremor resounded. Supreme pressure spread out, and at the same time, wisps of strange black mist began to spread in the deepest part of the Taewong forest. Wherever the gray mist passed, various Yao beasts, ancient remnants and pure-blooded creatures all had red eyes and began to roar as if they had gone berserk. This doesn't seem quite right with the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. In the Void Realm, several figures appeared and disappeared intermittently. The speaker was the old Taoist of Daejishan sect. Nanyuan Daeju was the main base of Daejishan sect, and as the strongest person in Daejishan sect, the old Taoist naturally took on a role of overall planning. He looked at the gray mist spreading from the depths of the Taewong forest, and his grizzled brows furrowed slightly. Why does this gray mist feel somewhat similar to the dark matter from the exotic realm? A richly dressed old elder said hesitantly. He was an elder of the ancient Jai family, named Jai Bangyan, and also Jai Xuan's guardian this time. Upon hearing his words, the other big shots all felt a chill in their hearts. There are some similarities, but it's still far from comparable to true dark matter. Among the big shots was Jun Xiaoyao. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head slightly. Exotic dark matter was an extremely strange and terrifying existence. Even a slight contamination could cause creatures to fall into madness and mutation, or even directly lead to their demise. Although this gray mist was also strange, it was still incomparable to true dark matter. If your Jun family is scared, you can just be a coward. An old elder with green dragon horns on his head and wearing a sky-blue robe sneered coldly. He was an elder from the Azure Dragon lineage of Zhu Long Nest, who had come this time to guard Dragon Bitch. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly and said, "What, you green-skinned mudfish, do you want to follow in the footsteps of that black-skinned mudfish?" Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage's face turned green, and he snorted heavily but said no more. The Jun family 18th, ancestors' 3 swords that annihilated Yulong Supreme had severely deterred Zhu Long Nest. At least until Zhu Long Nest was ready, they could not break out into a large-scale conflict with the Jun family. In that case, should this trial continue? On the other side, a thin, tall old elder with a clear appearance asked. He was an elder of the ancient Jiang family, and this time he also brought the Jiang family's prodigy. And the one he brought was none other than the Jiang family goddess, Jiang Shengyi. Although Jiang Shengyi was Jun Xiaoyao's nominal aunt, she was only 24 years old and also a prodigy of the younger generation. Of course, it must continue. If they retreat at the slightest difficulty, then when the Emperor Road opens in the future, these prodigies won't need to participate, Jai Bangyan said as if it were a matter of course. But in reality, his true purpose was to make Jai Xuan of their Jai family famous. After some negotiation, the leaders of the major immortal Dao lineages all confirmed it. And in Nanshan City, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also sensed the commotion coming from the Taewong forest. Is it finally starting? Jun Xiaoyao stood up and walked out the door. He was dressed in peerless white, gazing into the distance. In another pavilion in Nanshan City, little sage Jai Xuan also stood up. His right arm, which had fused with the Saint King's hand bone, clasped behind his back, exuding a composed and confident demeanor. After all, he had already gained the upper hand, possessing not only the Yuanshan Supreme Token but also ancient talismans, and knowing some secrets within the secret treasure. Jai Xuan was one step ahead of everyone else. The reputation of my Jai family prodigy will be established by me in the Yuanshan secret treasure. Jai Xuan revealed a confident smile. In a restaurant in Nanshan City, Xiao Chen, who had eaten his fill and made all preparations, also set off. Supreme secret treasure, ancient dragon bone, I Xiao Chen am determined to obtain them. At the same time, on the other side of the Taewong forest, green-scaled flying dragons flapped their wings in the air. On the leading flying dragon, Dragon Bitch stood proudly. She wore green armor, which enveloped her slender and flexible body, and her face was beautiful yet heroic. 2 green dragon horns protruded from her hair, carved like jade, faintly glowing. The secret treasure is finally about to open. This dragon girl wants to see if that Jun family divine child has 3 heads and 6 arms. Dragon Bitch raised her heroic eyebrows. She did not underestimate Jun Xiaoyao, but she also did not believe that Jun Xiaoyao was invincible. After all, in this great era of contention, prodigies rise together and kings compete for hegemony. Who is qualified to call himself invincible? Since no one is, then Jun Xiaoyao cannot be invincible either. Dragon Bitch asked herself, Even if she couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao, she could at least retreat safely. And here, besides Dragon Bitch of the Zulong Nest, there was also the young king of the top ancient royal family, the nine-headed lion clan. There was a powerful existence from the swallowing heaven sparrow clan. Nanshan City, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were ready to depart. They stepped into the void realm, immediately attracting attention from all around. There was no other way. With Jun Xiaoyao's current popularity, as long as his identity was exposed and he was recognized, no matter where he went, he would attract all eyes. Jun Xiaoyao also didn't care. Just then, a soft female voice, like an oriole emerging from a valley, was heard. Xiaoyao, long time no see. Hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao stopped in his tracks and turned to look. A group of people arrived on a flying boat, and the young woman in white at the forefront, with her black hair flowing and her robes fluttering, looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her immortal face was radiant. As if emitting light, her eyebrows were like distant mountains veiled in mist, and her eyes held poetic essence, making her exceptionally beautiful, possessing a transcendent and refined beauty. Perhaps because she possessed the innate Tao embryo, she was naturally in harmony with the Tao, giving people an even more harmonious and natural feeling. Who else could this woman be but Jiang Shengyi? It's that divine maiden from the Jiang family. Many people's gazes also shifted. Many male cultivators had eyes filled with awe, slightly stunned. Little Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak. Jiang Shengyi let out a soft hum, as if reminding him of something. Sister Shengyi, Jun Xiaoyao said helplessly, changing his address. That's better, Jiang Shengyi smiled, her teeth gleaming like pearls. Although she was much more mature than Jiang Luoli, she was still a young woman in her prime, and her personality was not overly mature or rigid. Jun Xiaoyao hadn't expected that it would be Jiang Shengyi who came from the Jiang family, not Jiang Luoli. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's expression, Jiang Shengyi teased, "What, disappointed that you didn't see Jiang Luoli?" "No," Jun Xiaoyao replied truthfully. He didn't care about that short-legged girl. She's being forcibly kept in the family to cultivate. She's furious that she couldn't come to see you this time, Jiang Shengyi said with a smile. Then let her cultivate well. By the way, Sister Shengyi, are you traveling with us this time? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Jiang Shengyi was, after all, his mother's distant cousin, and if possible, he wouldn't mind looking after her. You're such a little adult. Who should be looking after whom? Jiang Shengyi gave Jun Xiaoyao a charming glare. It should clearly be her protecting Jun Xiaoyao, shouldn't it? All right then, I'll leave it to Sister Shengyi. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care, as he didn't need anyone's protection anyway. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was casually chatting and laughing with Jiang Shengyi, all the men present showed envious gazes. As for the female cultivators, they envied Jiang Shengyi for being able to converse with Jun Xiaoyao. For a moment, the people present didn't know who to envy. Just then, the voice of the old Taoist from the Daejeon sect resonated throughout Nanshan City. Everyone, with the opening of the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure this time, the immortal Tao lineages have sealed the heavens and locked the earth. Old generation cultivators are not permitted to enter. This secret treasure is extremely perilous. Those with weak strength retreat wisely and you may keep your lives. After his voice fell, a brilliant light projected into the sky, hovering above the Taehuang forest. It was a gigantic mirror, its surface like a clear pool of water. It's our Jun family's ancient saint weapon, the heaven-gazing mirror, Jun Zhangjian said. The heaven-gazing mirror can reflect the scenes of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao knew this was to prevent the prodigies of their immortal Tao lineages from directly perishing within the secret treasure. If there was danger with the heaven-gazing mirror, they could intervene and assist in time. Depart, Jun Xiaoyao said, flicking his sleeve. Yes. Behind him, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuwang, Jun Wanji, and Jun Linglong nodded in response, like respectful attendants and maidservants. Beside them, Jiang Shengyi also led some Jiang family prodigies to follow. Her eyes also held surprise. It seems my nephew's influence is just beginning to form. While Jun Xiaoyao and the others headed towards the Taehuang forest. The entire Nanshan city stirred. Although the old Taoist had warned that the Yuanshan secret treasure was very dangerous earlier, it still could not stop the fervent hearts of these cultivators. That was the secret treasure of a supreme expert. Even obtaining a single opportunity could help them rise. After all, these cultivators were not born into any major powers. They had to find all sorts of resources and opportunities themselves. Jai Xuan and others from the Jai family also set off with a group of prodigies. At the gate of Nanshan City, Xiao Chen, wearing a hooded cloak, looked up at the departing figures of Jun Xiaoyao and the others, his eyes revealing a hint of hatred and determination. Jun Xiaoyao, just you wait. Xiao Chen also rushed towards the Taiwang forest. Behind him, Wu Minju, hidden in the shadows, also followed. She was also uneasy about Xiao Chen cultivating alone in such a dangerous Yuanshan secret treasure. At the same time, from the ancient royal family, Dragon Bitch, the nine-headed lion, and the swallowing heaven sparrow all moved out. The entire area around the Taiwang forest was boiling. Nanshan City was only 1,000 li from the Taiwang forest. In just a quarter of an hour, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived outside the Taiwang forest. Jun Xiaoyao looked out, seeing an endless forest permeated by an eerie gray mist shrouded in an ominous aura. And in the deepest part of the forest, supreme aura diffused, and strange phenomena were visible. Undoubtedly, that was the location of the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. Only those with the Yuanshan Supreme Token could truly delve into the deepest part of the secret treasure. However, others could also pick up some scraps on the outside. Therefore, all the cultivators rushed into the Taiwang forest at this moment. And at the same time, within the Taiwang forest, ancient remnants roared and pure-blooded beings howled in fury. They were all beings corrupted by the gray mist, driven mad, and their combat power was stronger than usual. Soon, various battles erupted. Just then, Jai Xuan of the Jai family also arrived, his gaze distantly falling upon Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to sense it, turned his head, and also saw Jai Xuan. He should be that little sage from the Jai family, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. However, Jun Zhangjian, who was beside him, slightly gritted his teeth, his expression somewhat gloomy. HMPH, he once boasted about winning a few moves against me by relying on his realm, and then spread it everywhere, saying he defeated a Jun family sequence. Jun Zhangjian said coldly, feeling very displeased. Oh, so that's what happened, Jun Xiaoyao said. His attention, however, was focused on Jai Xuan's right arm. The Saint King's arm bone him. Should he snatch it? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jai Xuan as if he was looking at meat on a chopping block. Jai Xuan's gaze also fell on Jun Xiaoyao, with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in an immortal glow and mist, making him appear indistinct. But that hazy feeling made Jai Xuan even more wary. Afterward, his gaze shifted to Jun Zhangjian beside him, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Jai Xuan couldn't guarantee how he would fare against Jun Xiaoyao. However, he was confident when it came to Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuwang, and the others. I really want to press Jai Xuan into the ground and rub him. Seeing the faint, playful smirk on Jai Xuan's lips, Jun Zhangjian's face was shrouded in gloom. This guy didn't dare to provoke Jun Xiaoyao, so he turned to provoke him instead. Calm down, let's talk about it when we reach the supreme secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. If Jai Xuan had been more obedient, Jun Xiaoyao might have only taken his opportunity and not done anything to him. But if Jai Xuan insisted on jumping around in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao would have no choice but to teach him a lesson. Next, Jun Xiaoyao and the others delved deeper into the Taiwang forest. Naturally, those at the forefront were the top prodigies from their immortal Dao lineages. Following them were the prodigies from top Dao lineages and first-rate forces. The chief disciple of the Daijishan sect also set off, but he closely followed Jun Xiaoyao and the others. This was because earlier, an elder from the Daijishan sect had warned him that the safest way to avoid trouble was to stay by the Jun family divine child's side. Roar! A ghost-faced humanoid bear, tainted by gray mist, roared with its head raised. It stood upright, 3 zhang tall like a small black mountain, exuding a menacing evil chi. Its bare paws extended, directly crushing several divine bridge realm disciples from powerful forces into meat paste. But in an instant, a magnificent golden Dharma power palm print struck from the front. With a thunderous roar, this powerful ghost-faced humanoid bear also turned into a meat paste. Jun Xiaoyao calmly withdrew his hand and said, "Continue forward." Jun Zhangjian and the others were fine, as they already knew of Jun Xiaoyao's strength. However, the chief disciple of the Daijishan sect, who was following behind, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his eyes filled with shock. As expected of the Jun family divine child, he killed the ghost-faced humanoid bear, which is difficult for ordinary divine bridge realm cultivators to deal with a single palm strike, the chief disciple exclaimed. Of course, it wasn't just Jun Xiaoyao's decisive methods. It was the same for Jai Xuan. He also made his move casually, with sacred runes imprinted on his right arm, radiating divine light. With a casual push of his palm or a flick of his finger, streaks of light shot out, directly tearing apart the fierce Yao beast in front of him effortlessly. The Jai family's little sage also possesses an invincible demeanor, capable of suppressing powerful vicious beasts with every move. Of course, Jai Xuan's right arm has a section of a Saint King's hand bone integrated into it, so he doesn't even need to enhance his martial arts' divine abilities. A casual palm strike has astonishing power. Many geniuses from first-rate forces side with emotion. Prodigies born into immortal Dao lineages truly had different treatment. They could even integrate a Saint King's hand bone. Of course, in addition to these immortal Dao lineage prodigies, some astonishing dark horses also appeared. Oh, who is that cloaked figure? Their strength is astonishingly powerful. Some cultivators also noticed a figure wearing a cloak and a hood. He did not reveal his true appearance, but with a casual punch, azure dragon light patterns surged, easily shattering the vicious beast in front of him. This surprised many people, as they didn't expect such a dark horse to appear. Tusk, the leaks have indeed appeared. It seems they've grown well and are thriving, not disappointing me at all. Here, Jun Xiaoyao felt something and noticed the cloaked figure out of the corner of his eye. He immediately knew that it was Xiao Chen. But Jun Xiaoyao made no move. He knew that Xiao Chen wanted to hide his identity, avoid being discovered by him, then pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, gain opportunities in the secret realm, and finally increase his strength dramatically to defeat him. However, the ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. Xiao Chen thought he was on the second floor, and Jun Xiaoyao was on the first floor. Little did he know, Jun Xiaoyao was already on the fifth floor. The entire situation was under Jun Xiaoyao's control. Xiao Chen, I'll give you one last chance for your delusion. When it's time to cut the leaks, don't say I didn't give you any face. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Here, beneath the hood, Xiao Chen's face was resolute, with a hint of excitement. His chance to rise was finally coming. Jun Xiaoyao, once I integrate the ancient dragon bone and cultivate the azure heavens transforming dragon art to major achievement, I will step on you in front of everyone. The battle continued. The cultivators who had entered the Taiwang forest engaged in a bloody struggle with the Yao beasts within the Taiwang forest. Except for a few individuals like Jun Xiaoyao who could push through unimpeded. The prodigies from other major forces and some loose cultivators suffered heavy casualties. We are simply not on the same level as the inheritors of those immortal Dao lineages. A loose cultivator said bitterly, looking at the transcendent figures who had already delved deep into the forest, sighing endlessly. Jun Xiaoyao was like a white-robed divine king, possessing an invincible aura. All Yao beasts could not withstand more than 2 or 3 moves in front of him. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao and the others were the first to reach the deepest part of the Taiwang forest. Looking around, a huge dark crack lay across the depths of the forest, like a wound on the earth. Eerie gray mist emanated from it. Jun Zhangjian and the others protected themselves with Dharma power to isolate the gray mist. However, this consumed a great deal of energy. Moreover, they vaguely felt a sense of suppression within the gray mist. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He didn't use Dharma power to protect himself at all. Because he possessed the ancient sacred body, which was extremely rigid and pure yang, impervious to all evil. Even his blood was golden. The qi and blood physique of the sacred body had extremely strong resistance against various evil spirits and yin qi. It seems that the supreme secret treasure is beneath this great earth rift, but it seems to have undergone some strange changes, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Just as he finished speaking, another roar came. A terrifying black ape, completely black, with a single horn on its head and fleshy wings on its back, leaped over, collapsing a cliff dozens of zhang high with a single kick. It's an ancient remnants, the demon ape. Some cultivators who had ventured deep into the area couldn't help but exclaim. Ancient remnants possessed a trace of bloodline passed down from the ancient times, and their strength was far greater than that of ordinary Yao beasts. And this demon ape with its monstrous evil qi had already reached the Gi realm. Moreover, at the same realm, ancient remnants were stronger than humans. Even a Gi realm prodigy from an immortal Dao lineage would find it difficult to deal with this demon ape. And most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao's current realm was only at the divine bridge realm. Roar! The ancient remnant's demon ape let out a roar. After being contaminated by the gray mist, its ape eyes were blood red, and its already irritable temper seemed to have gone berserk as it charged towards Jun Xiaoyao. It crashed through several mountain ridges along the way. Everyone's eyes were tightly focused, and in the void realm above the Taihuang forest, the sky-gazing mirror also reflected the scene outside the supreme secret treasure. Your Jun family divine child might be in trouble, Elder Jai Bangyan of the Jai family said with a slight smile. Even Jai Xuan found it difficult to deal with the ancient remnants of the Gi realm. Not to mention Jun Xiaoyao, whose realm was even lower. Although Jai Bangyan didn't utter any mocking or derogatory words, his tone was not without a hint of watching a show. Jun Jianshan's aged face showed no change. He even smiled. He knew Jun Xiaoyao's strength better than anyone. Outside the supreme secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao's exquisitely handsome face showed no ripple of emotion as he watched the charging demonic ape. As he raised his hand, the endless golden spiritual sea within his body surged. His robust golden magic power, like a vast ocean, was immense and surging. In the void realm, magic power condensed into various divine weapons such as swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. This was precisely the Jun family's martial divine ability, the soldiering art. Go! Jun Xiaoyao pushed with one hand, and myriad divine weapons transformed into a golden torrent, charging towards the demonic ape. Seeing this, the demonic ape roared skyward, its body erupting with black evil chi, which actually condensed into black armor on its surface. Boom! An earth-shattering collision erupted, and the soldiering art shattered the black armor on the demonic ape's body, yet it did not inflict much damage to its physical body. As expected of an ancient remnant, Jun Xiaoyao murmured with a slight surprise. Seeing this, the demonic ape's forehead horn, a black single horn, glowed with dark runes, forming a destructive beam of light that shot towards Jun Xiaoyao. From all directions, some cultivators who had rushed to this place looked up. Jai Xuan, Xiao Chen, and Wu Minju, who had just arrived and were hidden in the shadows, also turned their attention. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as still water. He once again unleashed the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. A shadowy nether god's guard figure spread from his body. It was precisely the strongest defense within the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, nether god's guard. Bang! The dark beam of light struck the nether god's guard, creating ripples, but it could not break through the defense. Even the ferocious demonic ape's blood-red ape eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting that this human race, whose realm was lower than its own, could withstand its ultimate divine ability. Jun Xiaoyao's back sprouted demonic wings, boosting his speed, and he instantly flashed before the demonic ape. He formed a hand seal, and a magnificent figure, reaching the sky and descending to the 9 netherworlds, manifested between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura, capable of suppressing the universe, sun, and moon, surged forth from Jun Xiaoyao. He stood amidst the Emperor's phantom, like a divine child dominating heaven and earth. As soon as the human king seal appeared, it suppressed the universe. Boom! Like an archaic divine mountains pressing down, Jun Xiaoyao struck with a single seal, directly knocking the demonic ape to the ground, tearing its skin and flesh, and causing blood to flow freely. The demonic ape roared in fury, but Jun Xiaoyao struck down with another punch. The vast punch force seemed to form a spatial storm, shaking the 8 directions. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, this fiercely powerful ancient remnant completely ceased to breathe. The entire scene went silent. A dead silence, because this scene was truly too shocking. Jun Xiaoyao appeared ethereal and handsome, like an immortal untainted by the mundane world. But with one move, he was so violent, smashing an ancient remnant into a meat patty with 3 punches. Jai Xuan's gaze was unprecedentedly solemn. Xiao Chen tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness and a hint of faint dread. Jun Xiaoyao was too strong. Xiao Chen had thought that with his cultivation over the past few years, he had completely caught up to Jun Xiaoyao. But now it seemed that Jun Xiaoyao's strength still left him with a sense of despair. And Wu Minju, hidden in the shadows, also had shock in her clear autumn eyes. The saying, "a true master lives up to their reputation," was indeed true. in the void realm above the Taewang forest. Jai Bangyan wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Jun Xiaoyao stroked his beard and said cheerfully, "Ah, everything about my grandson is good, except he doesn't know how to be low-key." Upon hearing this, Jai Bangyan's face stiffened even further, feeling as if a bone was stuck in his throat, completely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Jai Xuan's performance was also not bad. Otherwise, Jai Bangyan would truly have been too embarrassed to stay there. In this era of great contention, it seems to be the Jun family divine child's stage alone, an elder from the Jiang family side with emotion. He had no other intentions. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was also Jiang Ru's son, making him half a Jiang family member. HMPH, the outcome isn't decided yet. It's too early to say such things, an elder from the Azure Dragon lineage said indifferently. And at this moment, near the supreme secret treasure, Dragon Bitch of the Zhu Long Nest arrived. Also, the Nine-Headed Lion clan and the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow lineage arrived from another direction of the Taewang forest. For a time outside this Yuan Tian supreme secret realm, various powerful individuals gathered, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Dragon Bichai's first glance fell upon Jun Xiaoyao. This was not intentional. It was simply that wherever Jun Xiaoyao stood, it was as if he was the center of the world, and everyone's gaze would involuntarily be drawn to him. "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" Dragon Bichai's gaze rested on Jun Xiaoyao, and she asked faintly. "You are," Jun Xiaoyao looked back indifferently. He naturally saw that the woman before him had dragon horns, indicating she was a prodigy from the Zhu Long Nest. "I am Dragon Bitch of the Azure Dragon lineage from the Zhu Long Nest." Dragon Bichai's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze became slightly strange. After a long moment, he said, "Truly a fragrant name." Dragon Bichai looked at Jun Xiaoyao in confusion, not understanding what he meant. In another direction, golden divine light shone, illuminating the heavens and earth. A majestic golden lion, mighty and robust, stepped through the air, causing the firmament to tremble. Its most unique feature was its 9 heads, with surging chi and blood like a surging tide. When its 9 heads roared simultaneously, it was like thunder shaking, its aura reaching an extreme. "It's the young supreme from the 9-headed lion clan." Many human race cultivators turned pale and exclaimed. The 9-headed lion clan was absolutely an extremely powerful ancient royal family. Legend has it that long ago, the 9-headed lion lineage caused chaos, unstoppable by anyone, until a Buddha emperor took action to subdue them, turning them into mounts and protector deities. In recent antiquity, though the 9-headed lion clan was rare in number, there was also a peerless supreme, known as the 9 Spirits Yuan Sage, who established the lineage's renown. If not for the extreme rarity of this clan, they would definitely rank among the ancient royal family. Could this young supreme be a descendant of that 9 Spirits Yuan Sage? A human race prodigy's eyes showed apprehension. The 9-headed lion looked at Jun Xiaoyao and spoke in human race tongue. "Indeed, young supreme of the human race, your strength is formidable. You are qualified to follow this king." Meanwhile, on the other side of the sky, a demonic wind suddenly stirred, and a colossal black bird blotted out the sun. Its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky, and its eyes, like 2 blood-red moons, floated. Wherever it passed, it carried a bloody stench, making many human race cultivators turn pale. The Swallowing Heaven Sparrow clan, another notorious ancient royal family. The human race isn't even qualified to be followers. They are only fit to be blood food. This Swallowing Heaven Sparrow spoke, its gaze fixed on Jun Xiaoyao, its eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glint. The Swallowing Heaven Sparrow clan was extremely ferocious, fond of consuming human race flesh and blood. And Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body was practically a great human medicine, like the flesh of a Tang monk. However, this Swallowing Heaven Sparrow also knew that Jun Xiaoyao had a protector, so it didn't fantasize about devouring Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at these 1 or 2 ancient remnants speaking wildly, Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly, his eyes showing confusion as he spoke. "Are all you ancient royal family so brainless?" Hearing this, the Swallowing Heaven Sparrow, the 9-headed lion, and Dragon Bichai were all stunned. Jun Xiaoyao alone had insulted the entire ancient race. "What, is divine child's statement incorrect?" Jun Xiaoyao's words were calm and devoid of emotion. But it was this arrogant attitude that enraged the 9-headed lion and other creatures. On the human race side, Jai Xuan and the others were also somewhat surprised and taken aback. Even he wouldn't dare to provoke the nine-headed lion, the swallowing heaven sparrow, and other ancient race beings simultaneously. Just one of them was enough to make him frantic. Human race, even if you are an ancient desolate family divine child, today you will pay the price. The swallowing heaven sparrow was furious, its wings flapping, stirring up a black storm. The entire world seemed to be swept by a cold wind, and the strong airflow even directly blew away some cultivators with weaker cultivation. The nine-headed lion was also enraged, its 9 heads roaring in unison, their voices like thunder shaking heaven and earth. Is this Jun family divine child truly confident, or is he seeking death? Although Dragon Bitch also felt angry, she recalled the warning from the Azure Dragon lineage old ancestor and did not act rashly. However, Dragon Bitch thought to herself that even if it were her, it would be extremely difficult to deal with the swallowing heaven sparrow and the 9-headed lion at the same time. Each of these two creatures could sweep away over 80% of the human race prodigies. Anyone facing Jun Xiaoyao's current situation would feel a chill. A terrifying black storm swept over. On Jun Xiaoyao's body, the phantom of Nethergod's guard appeared. He stepped into the void realm, standing with his hands behind his back, his crystal-clear hair shimmering with divine radiance, blown by the wind. His peerlessly flawless, handsome, and divine face, as if carved by the hand of azure heaven, was as calm as a still lake. This demeanor made many female cultivators submit, and they prayed for Jun Xiaoyao in their hearts. At this point, is he still pretending? Below, Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. He would absolutely not admit that he not only envied Jun Xiaoyao's status, but also his appearance. Two beasts, how can you turn the world upside down? Jun Xiaoyao murmured indifferently, and his figure finally moved. The divine elephant suppressing prison strength was fully activated, and 70,000 giant elephant particles simultaneously awakened at this moment. In an instant, golden chi and blood surged out like a mighty wave. It rolled in the sky, vaguely forming a golden divine elephant phantom that shook heaven and earth and shattered stars. He punched out, and the golden divine elephant phantom also swung its trunk with him. The black storm ahead was directly torn apart by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Seeing this, the swallowing heaven sparrow flapped its wings again, and countless black feathers shot out, covering the sky and earth like a black rain of destruction. This was a great divine ability of the swallowing heaven sparrow clan, black-feathered arrows. Any divine bridge realm prodigy, if caught in it, would be pierced through, with no chance of survival. Jun Xiaoyao's expression, however, remained calm. He didn't even put up a defense, but rather charged directly with an extremely fierce posture. Seeking death, the swallowing heaven sparrow said coldly. However, in the next moment, the swallowing heaven sparrow's blood moon-like eyes froze, and its entire body of black feathers stood on end. It was bristling. A dense clanging sound rang out. Those were the arrows landing on Jun Xiaoyao's body. But even these arrows, which could pierce and shatter even king-tier weapons, could not break through his skin when they landed on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Is that all? Jun Xiaoyao sneered, and demon wings extended from his back, his figure instantly sweeping in front of the swallowing heaven sparrow. He didn't do anything fancy, just smashed down with a fierce punch. Golden fist light surged, illuminating a section of the sky. At the same time, the swallowing heaven sparrow let out a scream. One of its wings was shattered, and blood flowed freely. Human race, you are too arrogant. The 9-headed lion charged directly. It had also been intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao's peerless physical body just now, but now it reacted and charged forward. The 9-headed lion's 9 heads roared in unison, and visible spatial sound waves spread out, as if the void realm in front of it was distorted. This was a great divine ability of the 9-headed lion clan, Lion's Roar. One roar could shatter the sky. Some cultivators in the surrounding mountains quickly used their magical power to protect their 7 orifices. But even so, some cultivators still bled from their mouths and noses, almost fainting. With such terrifying power, one can imagine what kind of pressure Jun Xiaoyao, who was at the center, would be under. However, Jun Xiaoyao remained calm and composed. Nethergod's guard was unleashed, and the sound waves collided with it, stirring up ripples, but they could not break through. Jun Xiaoyao took the opportunity to raise his hand and grab. Boundless magical power surged, transforming into the Nether God's spear, which he directly threw out, piercing through the swallowing heaven sparrow's body. Blood splattered and feathers scattered. The swallowing heaven sparrow let out a high-pitched, sharp cry of blood. Jun Xiaoyao flashed out, pushed with both hands, grabbed the swallowing heaven sparrow's beast body, and then violently tore it apart. Rip! The swallowing heaven sparrow's entire body was split in two. The scene was extremely shocking. Linglong, when we go back, will eat hand-shredded chicken. Jun Xiaoyao directly threw the two halves of the swallowing heaven sparrow's corpse to Jun Linglong behind him. All the cultivators present were stunned. What did they hear? Using the notoriously fierce swallowing heaven sparrow as an ingredient, and even giving it an insulting name, hand-shredded chicken. You are too arrogant. The nine-headed lion was enraged beyond measure. Although it had no great relationship with the swallowing heaven sparrow, being of the same ancient race, it inevitably felt a sense of sorrow for its fallen comrade. You want Divine Child to be your follower? How ridiculous! However, you are barely good enough to be Divine Child's mount. Jun Xiaoyao's words made all 9 heads of the nine-headed lion roar in fury. For the nine-headed lion lineage, what they most tabooed was hearing the word mount. Because their ancestors were once enlightened by the Buddha Emperor and served as his mounts. This was a disgrace etched into their bloodline. Seeking death, fearless lion seal. The nine-headed lion completely went berserk, directly unleashing its racial great divine ability. The fearless lion seal was an extremely terrifying great divine ability, almost reaching the level of true dragon great divine power. The nine-headed lion's entire body surged with golden light, and a golden ancient seal condensed, with endless runes falling down. The void realm vibrated, and heaven and earth shook. This move was too strong, making prodigies like Dragon Bicha and Jai Xuan feel a chill in their hearts. They believed that if they faced this move, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent. Even when facing such a renowned great divine ability, he remained extremely composed. In Jun Xiaoyao's chest, a blazing light was gathering as if a small sun had appeared. Immediately, a terrifyingly powerful, brilliant divine light burst forth, like a heavenly tribulation descending. Wherever the divine light passed, ripples appeared in the void realm and the surrounding mountains exploded. It was precisely the Supreme Bone's great divine ability, heavenly tribulation light of the Azure. The most complete form of this divine ability was the Hand of Azure Heaven, which Jun Xiaoyao had already comprehended successfully. It's just that in the current situation, there was no need to unleash the Hand of Azure Heaven. The heavenly tribulation light of the Azure alone was enough to deal with it. Boom! The brilliant tribulation light landed on the fearless lion's seal, directly smashing it open, and then continued its momentum, sweeping past the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was terrified out of its wits, its entire mane standing on end. It quickly dodged, but was still swept by the tribulation light, and 4 of its heads immediately fell off. Instantly, blood gushed like a fountain. Roar! The nine-headed lion let out a mournful cry, as 4 of its heads were instantly severed, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. At this moment, the remaining 5 heads in its eyes all showed panic. This human race was too terrifying. If it hadn't known that Jun Xiaoyao was an ancient desolate family divine child, the nine-headed lion would have truly believed that he was an ancient true dragon transformed into human form. This terrifying physical body power was even stronger than that of their ancient royal family beings. Even if you are an ancient sacred body, you cannot be this powerful. The nine-headed lion roared, and at the same time, divine radiance rose from its entire body. At the severed points of its 4 heads, divine light lingered, as if new heads were about to grow out. The nine-headed lion lineage has too vigorous a life force. Seeing the nine-headed lion's state, many human race cultivators exclaimed. But even so, this method was still insufficient in front of Jun Xiaoyao. Do not use your limited imagination to fathom the abilities of Divine Child. Jun Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't give the nine-headed lion a chance to recover. He attacked again, without using any divine ability, just simply throwing punches. Each punch was as heavy as 10,000 Jun, breaking the nine-headed lion's bones and snapping its tendons. This fierce close-quarters combat astonished the entire audience. As expected of an ancient sacred body, an invincible existence in close combat, an elder of the Jiang family in the Void Realm sighed. Now are you willing to be my mount? Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. HMPH, I am a descendant of the 9 spirits Yuan Saint. Even if I die, I will never suffer such humiliation. The nine-headed lion's remaining 5 heads all let out an unyielding roar. Oh, is that so? Jun Xiaoyao attacked again. A few breaths later, the nine-headed lion only had 4 heads left. "Don't think of making me submit," the nine-headed lion continued to shout. After half an hour, the nine-headed lion only had 3 heads left, and it started to panic. "Jun family divine child, if you dare, let's fight again another day." The nine-headed lion's eyes flashed with fear as it spoke with a false bravado. After a few more breaths, it only had 2 heads left. For the nine-headed lion, although its heads could rebirth, if all 9 heads were cut off, then it would be completely beyond salvation, and not even immortals could save it. Finally, the nine-headed lion let out a pleading shriek. "Divine child, stop. Don't cut off my heads anymore. There's only one left. If you cut it again, I'll be bald." The nine-headed lion was beaten to wail, lying on the ground begging for mercy. Its entire body was covered in blood, with only 1 head left, and an expression of wanting to cry but having no tears. The perfectly fine nine-headed lion was brutally turned into a one-headed lion by Jun Xiaoyao. Many cultivators were speechless at this scene. The nine-headed lion, who had just been defiant, was now lying on the ground like a fat orange cat, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. The contrast was too great. "Submitted." Jun Xiaoyao stepped on the nine-headed lion's remaining head. "Submitted, submitted, divine child, don't kill me." The nine-headed lion trembled, no longer possessing any of the ancient royal family's prestige. It knew that Jun Xiaoyao truly dared to kill it. With the Jun family's background, even the 9 spirits Yuan Saint would likely find it difficult to retaliate. "You can barely be my mount," Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. The nine-headed lion was extremely powerful. The reason it was so miserable now was because its opponent was him. If it were any other prodigy, trying to torment the nine-headed lion to this extent would be a very difficult task. Yes, the nine-headed lion lowered its head. Many cultivators felt a surge of turbulent waves in their hearts as they witnessed this scene, tearing apart the swallowing heaven's sparrow and subduing the nine-headed lion. These were things that seemed impossible to ordinary people. Yet Jun Xiaoyao did them with ease. Dragon Bichai took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. She finally understood now why the old ancestor had warned her that way. Dragon Hayashin, he didn't die unjustly. Dragon Bichai's heroic and beautiful eyes held extreme apprehension. At the same time, she thought of the prodigy who was still in seclusion, undergoing dragon fusion. I wonder if Dragon Yashin, who has fused with 7 dragon chi and Emperor Dragon blood, will be able to defeat the Jun family divine child. On the other side, Jai Xuan, Zio Chen, and others had raised Jun Xiaoyao's danger level to the extreme. And at this moment, within the great earth fissure, another abnormal phenomenon emerged, with gray mist rolling and light surging. The supreme secret treasure has finally opened. All cultivators and ancient royal family beings perked up. Jun Xiaoyao looked over, but there was no system sign-in prompt in his mind. "It seems I need to truly delve into the depths of the Yuanshan secret treasure to sign in," Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. "Go." Jai Chuan and the others' eyes flickered, their magic power surging, enveloping their entire bodies, and they directly rushed down. One action moved the whole body, and the rest of the cultivators followed closely behind. As for Dragon Bitch, she looked at Jun Xiaoyao once and ultimately gave up on provoking him. "Originally, I came here to deal with Jun Xiaoyao and spread the prestige of my Zhu-Long nest, but now it seems I truly thought things too simply. It's better to focus on finding the ancient dragon bones," Dragon Bitch, I thought to herself. Her original main purpose was to cause trouble for Jun Xiaoyao, and secondarily, to find ancient dragon bones. But now, after personally witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's strength, Dragon Bitch very consciously prioritized finding the ancient dragon bones. Seeing Dragon Bitch obediently enter the great earth fissure, Jun Xiaoyao also chuckled softly. "How sensible." "Let's go." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, riding the 9-headed lion, and was the first to enter the great earth fissure. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuwang, Jun Linglong, Jun Wanji, and Jiang Shengyi followed closely behind. Upon entering the fissure, thick gray mist rolled in. It was far denser than outside. Many cultivators who rashly ventured in quickly lost their sanity due to the corrosive gray mist, their eyes turning red. This dense gray mist could not be completely blocked even by magic power. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao casually waved his hand, slapping to death several cultivators who had fallen into madness. Soon he opened a path and reached the bottom of the fissure. Looking around, a magnificent underground palace lay horizontally beneath the ground, and a supreme pressure emanated from its depths. Jun Xiaoyao released his soul power and roughly investigated with his divine thought. The entire underground palace seemed to be divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer should be accessible to most people, while the inner layer might require the Yuanshan Supreme Token. It seems that to sign in, I need to go deep into the inner layer, Jun Xiaoyao thought. At this moment, Jai Xuan had already swept towards the underground palace. A slight smile played on his lips, and a hint of excitement was in his eyes. Could it be him? Jun Xiaoyao noticed Jai Xuan's expression, his eyes showing contemplation. Judging by Jai Xuan's appearance, he seemed to vaguely know some secrets of the supreme secret treasure. Jai Xuan, I'll let you be my treasure-hunting rat, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. On the other side, he also noticed that Xiao Chen was rushing towards another entrance of the underground palace. Jun Xiaoyao knew that Xiao Chen was a person with luck, and he would surely gain a lot in this secret treasure. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and said, Wanji, I have something to tell you. Yes, young master, please speak, Jun Wanji cupped his hands and said. Jun Xiaoyao transmitted his voice. Jun Wanji nodded and flashed away. The entire Yuanshan secret treasure is within my control. Jun Xiaoyao clasped his hands behind his back, full of confidence. Jun Xiaoyao and the others began to delve into the underground palace. As a supreme secret treasure, coupled with the pervasive eerie gray mist. Even a fool would know that this supreme secret treasure had likely undergone some kind of mutation, emanating an ominous aura. Within the underground palace, an ancient and decaying aura permeated. At a glance, gloomy winds howled, mist-shrouded, and broken walls stood in ruin. On the ground lay numerous scattered black corpses. The most bizarre thing was that these corpses had black scales spreading across their bodies, as if they had been mutated. The moment numerous cultivators stepped into the underground palace. These eerie demonic corpses suddenly erupted, their blood-red eyes glaring as they pounced forward. Their fingernails, like sharp blades, easily pierced and tore through the bodies of the cultivators. Divine Bridge Realm cultivators simply couldn't withstand these demonic corpses. Soon, large numbers of cultivators were slaughtered. However, on Jun Xiaoyao's side, he effortlessly smacked these demonic corpses into meat paste with a flick of his hand. As for the others, he didn't bother with them, nor did he care to. Jun Xiaoyao was not the nanny of these cultivators, much less a person of the righteous path. The idea that with great power comes great responsibility had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Behind Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Shengyi, Jun Linglong, Jun Zuwang, and the others remained still. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but rather that they truly had no opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao casually carved out a grand Dao, and no demonic corpse could stop him. On the other side, Dragon Bitch, Xiao Chen, and the others were no longer on this main path, having gone somewhere unknown. Jun Wanji was also not by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Jai Xuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Jun Xiaoyao, and seeing that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't noticed him, he flashed away, also leaving the main hall. After Jai Xuan left, a cold smile played on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. He wasn't planning to harvest Jai Xuan now, because the time wasn't right. As time passed, the number of cultivators dwindled. Most cultivators were slaughtered clean by the demonic corpses. Zhu Wang Zhangjian, go secretly search for Jai Xuan, but don't alert him yet, Jun Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing this, both Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang's eyes widened. Was the divine child going to pay attention to Jai Xuan? Thinking of this, Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang couldn't help but feel a little pity for Jai Xuan. Those targeted by Jun Xiaoyao rarely had a good end. Jiang Shengyi then opened her lips, speaking with a hint of concern. Xiaoyao, are you going to make a move on Jai Xuan? He possesses a Saint King's bone hand if he truly fights with his life. Jiang Shengyi was worried. She wasn't afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would lose to Jai Xuan. Rather, if Jai Xuan fought back desperately, he might cause some harm to Jun Xiaoyao. Is Sister Shengyi concerned about me? Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Jiang Shengyi bit her lip and said, I'm your aunt. If I don't care about you, who will? There's no need for that. In the desolate heaven immortal domain's younger generation, no one who can make me, Jun Xiaoyao, where he has existed, exists now, or will exist in the future. Jun Xiaoyao smiled freely. This was not arrogance, but a fact. Peerless talent, system enhanced. If he were still wary of this and that, Jun Xiaoyao could just take a piece of tofu and smash himself to death. Jiang Shengyi rolled her eyes at Jun Xiaoyao, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. Jun Xiaoyao's confident demeanor was truly beautiful. "Let's go, there are some treasures in this underground palace. We can't waste them either," Jun Xiaoyao said, flicking his sleeve. Next, Jun Xiaoyao rode the nine-headed lion, acting together with Jiang Shengyi. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuwang went to secretly track Jai Xuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Chen, wearing a hood and cloak, was traversing the complex underground palace. Xiao Chen go further left, then straight ahead. This lord has already sensed the aura of ancient dragon bones. They're not far. In Xiao Chen's mind, Green Dragon Ancestor's voice, tinged with excitement, came through. Even Green Dragon Ancestor couldn't remain calm. If he could obtain the ancient dragon bones and then fuse them with various materials, he could reshape his body. Not only would he be able to return to his peak state, but it wasn't impossible to even go a step further and break through to become an unsurpassed supreme. Even a quasi-supreme expert like Green Dragon Ancestor found it hard to contain his excitement, let alone Xiao Chen, this naive young man. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After about half an hour, after dealing with some demonic corpses and a few other cultivators, Xiao Chen entered a place resembling a grotto. The entire underground grotto was extremely vast. Xiao Chen's breathing was rapid as he looked around. He saw that within the enormous grotto space, there were 5 massive Dragon Clan skeletons. 4 of these skeletons were a deep dark gold, with numerous intricate and mysterious runes etched onto their bone surfaces. The 4 dark gold Dragon Clan skeletons, even as mere bones, still exuded a vast majesty, making Xiao Chen feel an urge to kneel and worship. "Are these the ancient dragon bones?" Xiao Chen's fingers trembled with excitement. Just by feeling this majesty, he knew that the ancient dragon bones were incredibly powerful, absolutely capable of making him undergo a complete transformation. However, in his mind, Green Dragon Ancestor suddenly let out a surprised sound. "Is that the legendary Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone?" Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone? Xiao Chen's gaze was puzzled, and then he looked at the last skeleton. That skeleton, unlike the other 4 dark gold dragon bones, exhibited a jade-like luster, as if carved from immortal jade, entirely natural. Upon the skeleton, densely packed runes were inscribed, flowing like celestial star tracks, exuding mystery and power. While the 4 dark gold ancient dragon bones had a powerful aura, compared to this primeval dragon bone, they were like subjects facing an emperor. The Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone is the bone left behind by a dragon clan supreme with ancestral dragon bloodline, far more powerful than ancient dragon bones, Green Dragon Ancestor said urgently. Xiao Chen took a deep breath upon hearing this, his eyes unable to hide his shock. How powerful was the ancestral dragon bloodline? The entire Zulong nest was named after the ancestral dragon. A true ancestral dragon ancient emperor was an existence capable of suppressing even some human race great emperors. Of course, the supreme ancestral dragon bone before Xiao Chen clearly couldn't be a pure-blooded ancestral dragon skeleton. Pure-blooded ancestral dragon remains would likely be hard to find even 1 or 2 in the Zulong nest. However, even if it only contained some ancestral dragon bloodline, it was enough to make this supreme ancestral dragon bone a priceless treasure. "I'm rich, I Xiao Chen am going to be rich." Xiao Chen's breathing was rapid, and his body trembled slightly from excitement. He cultivated the azure heavens transforming dragon art. How powerful would he become if he fused with this supreme ancestral dragon bone? At that time, not to mention suppressing an era, he could at least sweep through the younger generation of the desolate heaven immortal domain, right? "Xiao Chen, it's not good to stay here long. Quickly collect these 5 dragon bones first," Green Dragon Ancestor reminded him. "Right," Xiao Chen also reacted. He now only wanted to quickly take away the 5 dragon bones, then find a secluded place to refine them, and finally slap Jun Xiaoyao's face with a powerful revenge. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to move to collect the dragon bones, a surprised female voice also came. "Is that ancient dragon bones and supreme ancestral dragon bone?" Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned his head. A beautiful woman in azure armor appeared, heroic and striking, with sharp phoenix eyes. On her head, 2 azure dragon horns grew. It was none other than Dragon Bitch. "It's that one from the Zulong nest." Xiao Chen's heart sank slightly. Although he knew that Dragon Bichai might have come for the dragon bone, he didn't expect her to find it so quickly. In Dragon Bichai's jade hand, she held an azure bone. It was by relying on this bone that she was able to vaguely sense the location of the dragon bone and come directly. At this moment, upon seeing these 5 dragon bones, especially the supreme ancestral dragon bone, Dragon Bichai's beautiful eyes couldn't help but glow with fervor. There were only a few supreme ancestral dragon bones, even in the zoo long nest. Great, this task can be completed now. Dragon Bichai breathed a sigh of relief. Although dealing with Jun Xiaoyao had been put on hold, at least the task was completed. Dragon Bichai withdrew her gaze and then noticed Xiao Chen standing by the dragon bone. Seeing that it was a human race, Dragon Bichai frowned and asked, "I didn't expect a human race to arrive before me. On account of this dragon maiden's good mood, get lost." Dragon Bichai waved her hand, not putting Xiao Chen in her eyes. HMPH, this young lady is too overbearing, doesn't she put this Xiao in her eyes? Xiao Chen's brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Put you in my eyes." Dragon Bichai tilted her head slightly, and a hint of sarcasm suddenly appeared at the corner of her lips. "Do you think you are Jun Xiaoyao? This dragon maiden fears Jun Xiaoyao, but do I fear an ant like you?" Hearing Dragon Bichai's words, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly surged with anger. Jun Xiaoyao, it's always Jun Xiaoyao. Where am I, Xiao Chen, inferior to him? Xiao Chen suddenly roared, startling Dragon Bichai slightly. She didn't know why this human race in front of her suddenly went mad. "No matter what dragon maiden you are, you all have to prostrate before me." Xiao Chen actually took the initiative to attack. Despicable human race brat seeking death. Dragon Bichai's beautiful brows arched, and she also attacked. The two figures immediately collided, stirring up ripples of magical power. "Oh, your cultivation?" Dragon Bichai was slightly surprised. She didn't expect this human race brat in front of her to possess cultivation at the middle stage of the divine bridge realm. This was already comparable to a heaven's chosen. Even she, Dragon Bichai, was only at the great perfection of the divine bridge realm. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged moves, and for a time they were evenly matched. At this moment in Xiao Chen's mind, Green Dragon Ancestor's voice sounded. "Xiao Chen, there's no time to lose. Quickly find a way to take the dragon bones. It would be bad if others were attracted later." The reason Green Dragon Ancestor didn't make a move was because he couldn't. With his cultivation as a quasi-supreme primordial spirit, if he made a move, he might be sensed by the elders of those immortal Dao lineages outside the supreme secret treasure. Therefore, only Xiao Chen could do it himself. Good, quick battle. Xiao Chen made up his mind, looked up to the sky and let out a long roar with azure light surging all over his body. Then, under Dragon Bichai's slightly shocked gaze, azure scales covered Xiao Chen's body, and he grew wings on his back, as if he had undergone a dragon transformation, turning into a half-dragon form. Xiao Chen's aura also directly soared to the Gi realm. This is my Zulong Nest's Azure Heavens transforming dragon art. How did you get it?" Dragon Bichai was slightly stunned, somewhat disbelieving. She never expected a human race brat to be able to cultivate the Azure Heavens transforming dragon art to such an extent. HMPH, what will surprise you is yet to come. Seeing Dragon Bichai's shocked expression, Xiao Chen felt a hint of pride in his heart. He punched out, and 100 azure dragon light patterns spread out, with astonishing fist power. However, Dragon Bichai was clearly not a pushover either. She had completely refined 2 dragon orbs, and her strength was even stronger than Dragon Hayashin's. Dragon Bichai swept out her jade hand, like a true dragon wagging its tail, stirring up a series of magical power runes. Xiao Chen's fist power was also wide and open, with astonishing fluctuations. The two sides were somewhat in a stalemate. This bitch is really in the way. Seeing that he couldn't completely suppress Dragon Bichai, Xiao Chen's brows were as dark as water. Just as the situation fell into a stalemate, a streak of magical power suddenly shot out from not far away, cracking the ground along the way. Sensing this sudden move, Dragon Bichai was startled and hurriedly dodged, but she was still grazed on her body, spitting out a small mouthful of blood. Who? Dragon Bichai's beautiful eyes blazed with anger. A beautiful woman with a white veil covering her face and eyes like autumn water appeared. "Minju, it's you. Why are you here?" Xiao Chen revealed an unexpected look of surprise and joy. Wu Minju's appearance was completely unexpected by Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Wu Minju looked at Xiao Chen with concern, then her beautiful eyes coldly looked at Dragon Bichai. "Who are you?" Dragon Bichai's eyes showed wariness. She could sense that this white-veiled woman, regardless of her cultivation realm or background, was very unusual. "Leave, the things here are not for you to covet." Wu Minju's tone was cold, unconsciously revealing the majesty of a divine dynasty-long princess. "You dare to meddle in the Zhu Long Nest's affairs?" Dragon Bichai's eyes showed coldness. The Zhu Long Nest is indeed powerful, but so what? Wu Minju was not afraid in the slightest. Seeing Wu Minju confronting the Zhu Long Nest for his sake, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He vowed that he would marry Wu Minju in the future and cherish her well. However, just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension, a voice with a cold tone sounded again. "HMPH, these dragon bones belong neither to the Zhu Long Nest, nor to the two of you, but to the Son of God." Upon hearing this voice, Dragon Bitch, Wu Minju, and Xiao Chen's expressions all changed drastically. Then a young man in silver battle armor appeared. His face was stern, with intersecting scars. His temperament was as cold as ice, and lightning runes entwined his entire body. It was none other than the Jun family's fifth sequence, Jun Wanji. "Jun Wanji, why are you here?" Dragon Bichai's beautiful eyes trembled. "It's all thanks to this little white mouse." Jun Wanji's eyes revealed a cold, playful glint as he looked at Xiao Chen. Earlier, when Jun Xiaoyao transmitted his voice to Jun Wanji, he instructed him to secretly follow Xiao Chen. Jun Wanji was initially puzzled as to what good it would do to follow an ordinary brat. But now, upon seeing the four ancient dragon bones and the supreme ancestral dragon bone, Jun Wanji was completely convinced by Jun Xiaoyao. Could young master be able to deduce heavenly secrets? Otherwise, how would he know this brat would have such an opportunity? Jun Wanji sighed inwardly. However, at present, his main priority was to seize these 5 dragon bones. Seeing Jun Wanji appear, Xiao Chen's face flushed, and the veins in his temples throbbed, his internal organs burning with anger. How could he not know that he had been secretly plotted against by Jun Xiaoyao again? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen turned his head and said to Wu Minju, "Minju, please, help me suppress this person." Xiao Chen was truly infuriated. Jun Xiaoyao seemed like a nightmare, looming over his head. However, this opportunity was too important for Xiao Chen. It almost concerned his future prospects. The 4 ancient dragon bones were one thing, but Xiao Chen was determined to obtain the supreme ancestral dragon bone. And with his own strength, it was almost impossible to take the dragon bones from under Jun Wanji's nose. Therefore, even though Xiao Chen was extremely unwilling, he could only helplessly ask Wu Minju for help. Wu Minju bit her lip upon hearing this. She wasn't afraid of Dragon Bichai from the Zhu Long Nest at all. But when facing Jun Wanji, she hesitated slightly. Not for any other reason, but because the Jun family's prestige was too great. As one of the 3 imperial families, the Jun family had even more deterrent power in the desolate heaven immortal domain than the Zhu Long Nest. Wu Minju didn't care about her own safety, but if it implicated the Panwu divine dynasty behind her, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Minju." Seeing Wu Minju's hesitation, Xiao Chen's expression froze slightly. Could it be that even the dignified Panwu divine dynasty long princess was so wary of the Jun family? Was Jun Xiaoyao really that terrifying? Seeing Xiao Chen's resolute and forbearing handsome face, Wu Minju couldn't bear it. She clenched her jade hand slightly, making up her mind. "All right, Xiao Chen, Minju will help you." Upon hearing Wu Minju's reply, Xiao Chen's face lit up with surprise. Sure enough, Wu Minju still cared about him very much. You are?" Jun Wanji looked at Wu Minju, whose face was covered by a white veil and slightly furrowed his sword-like brows. He could naturally sense that Wu Minju was not a mortal. The invisible noble aura she exuded was not something a female cultivator from an ordinary force could possess. With Wu Minju's help, Xiao Chen's mind settled. He glanced at Dragon Bichai from the corner of his eye and spoke again. "Dragon Maiden, although we had conflicts before, shouldn't we first join forces to suppress the Jun family's 5th sequence now? As for how these 5 dragon bones will be distributed afterward, we can discuss that later." Xiao Chen also had some strategic thinking. He could still come up with the method of alliance. "Join forces with you?" Dragon Bichai raised an eyebrow. "Heh, that's right. Doesn't your Zhu Long Nest also have a grudge with the Jun family? Are you willing to let the Jun family benefit from your internal struggle?" Xiao Chen patiently persuaded. Dragon bitch, I pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. All right, let's deal with this Jun family fifth sequence first. After forming a united front, Xiao Chen, Wu Minju, and Dragon Bichai all made their moves without hesitation, targeting Jun Wanji. HMPH, are you afraid of me? As the Jun family's fifth sequence who had risen from the bottom, Jun Wanji naturally had his pride. Besides Jun Xiaoyao, he respected no one. 8 Thunder Forbidden Annihilation, Heavenly Thunder Strike. Jun Wanji's aura erupted, his magic power vast and surging like thunder. As soon as he made a move, it was an ultimate attack. But Xiao Chen and the other two were not easy to deal with either. Azure Dragon Devour. Xiao Chen extended both hands, and 100 Azure Dragon light patterns burst forth, fusing into a giant Azure Dragon head that opened its mouth and bit down. Wu Minju swept out her jade palm, and her magic power erupted, transforming into thousands of strands of magic power ribbons that spread out. Dragon Bitch, on the other hand, flipped her hand and conjured a dragon-scale long whip. With a single flick of the whip, the void realm shattered. Seeing the three of them simultaneously unleash their moves, even Jun Wanji frowned. His strength was indeed formidable, but these three in front of him were also not simple. Xiao Chen was a prodigy protagonist with great luck. Wu Minju was the Panwu Divine Dynasty Long Princess. Dragon Bitch was the Dragon Maiden of the Azure Dragon lineage from the Zhu Long Nest. These three could all be called peerless prodigies. It was difficult for an ordinary person to deal with even one, let alone all three attacking at once. Boom! The great battle erupted, and ripples of magic power spread, causing the entire cave to rumble and tremble. Jun Wanji retreated repeatedly, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His injuries from his previous encounter with Jun Xiaoyao in Nanshan City had not fully recovered. Facing three prodigies simultaneously now, he inevitably felt pressure. Heh, you're injured. It seems the Jun family sequence isn't an invincible existence after all. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Although he couldn't get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for now, getting revenge on someone close to him was still good. Presumptuous. How can a mere nobody like you dare to criticize my Jun family sequence? Jun Wanji roared, his eyes shooting out bolts of lightning, truly activating his Thunder Tribulation war body. Boom! Around his body, endless lightning intertwined, and the power of his undergoing tribulation heavenly art also manifested. He's activated his Thunder Tribulation war body, don't hold back. Dragon Bichai let out a delicate shout upon seeing this, gathering the Dragon Yuan power within her body. She flicked her whip, emitting a dragon's roar, and an Azure Dragon Phantom charged out. Azure Dragon Shredding Heaven Hand. Xiao Chen also unleashed his great divine ability. As for Wu Minju, she hesitated slightly. Because if she used the martial arts of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, she would inevitably be detected by her guardian, who would then take her back to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. However, she then thought that this dragon bone was extremely important to Xiao Chen. To help Xiao Chen obtain the dragon bone, Wu Minju couldn't care less about anything else. She swept out her jade hand, seemingly striking tens of thousands of palms in an instant, causing the void realm to churn and vibrate, and a powerful, overwhelming aura burst forth. That is, the divine ability of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Primordial Scattered Hand. Seeing the divine ability that Wu Minju unleashed, Jun Wanji was slightly surprised. He had once exchanged blows with the prodigy from the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Champion Marquis. That Champion Marquis had once used this very move, Primordial Scattered Hand. Xiao Chen and the other two simultaneously unleashed their great divine abilities. Their combined power was so immense that even a peerless prodigy would find it difficult to block. If Jai Xuan were here, he would similarly be suppressed. Accompanied by a massive crashing sound, Jun Wanji's body retreated dozens of steps. His old injuries had not healed, and now he had new ones, finally unable to help but spit out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Xiao Chen and the other two were also shaken back, with scorched marks on their bodies from the lightning. So strong, as expected of the Jun family's fifth sequence, Dragon Bitch was secretly startled. Although this Jun Wanji didn't possess the invincible might of Jun Xiaoyao, who could sweep aside all enemies, he was not to be underestimated. Even with their combined efforts, they couldn't suppress Jun Wanji in a short amount of time. Xiao Chen's expression turned slightly ugly. It was bad enough that he couldn't deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but now he couldn't even deal with Jun Wanji. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Wu Minju bit her lips slightly and transmitted a message. Xiao Chen, I have a magic treasure that can temporarily trap Jun Wanji. Take the opportunity to seize the dragon bone. Upon hearing Wu Minju's voice transmission, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily. With me, Jun Wanji, here today you won't get the Divine Sun's dragon bone. Jun Wanji's face was cold, and 3 feet of lightning shot from his eyes. Just then Wu Minju moved, conjuring a golden rope. The rope twisted like a spiritual snake, then at an extremely fast speed, directly wrapped around Jun Wanji, binding him. What is this? Jun Wanji tried to break free, unleashing lightning magic power. However, he found that his spiritual sea seemed to be suppressed by this rope, unable to release magic power. As the Panwu Divine Dynasty Long Princess, how could Wu Minju's protective magic treasure be simple? This gold-binding rope was enough to restrain Jun Wanji for a short period. Xiao Chen, quickly go get the dragon bone, Wu Minju transmitted. Xiao Chen's expression was uncertain, then his gaze turned fierce, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. He flapped the azure dragon wings on his back and instantly flashed to the bound Jun Wanji. His arm, transformed into an azure dragon claw, viciously grabbed towards Jun Wanji's head. Jun family sequence die. Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with cold ferocity. Since he couldn't get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao for now, he would first kill someone close to him. Looking at the descending azure dragon claw, Jun Wanji's face tightened. He felt no fear, only regret that he would never see his younger sister again in this life. And just as Jun Wanji was about to perish, a giant golden magic power palm suddenly struck. With one slap, the intending assailant Xiao Chen was sent flying to the ground, coughing up blood repeatedly. At the same time, a clear voice with a hint of mockery came. Such decisive and ruthless actions, truly the style of a protagonist, but unfortunately he doesn't have the fate of a protagonist. Hearing this voice, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and his whole body turned cold. In just a few breaths, the situation changed multiple times. At first, even Wu Minju hadn't expected Xiao Chen to choose to kill Jun Wanji. One must know that was a prodigy of the Jun family. If one of them died, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain would experience a great earthquake. Moreover, if Jun Wanji had died in a normal sparring match, the Jun family might not have been overly enraged. But now, Jun Wanji was bound by the golden binding rope. If he truly died, not only would Xiao Chen be finished, even Wu Minju and the Panwu Divine Dynasty behind her would be implicated. Wu Minju hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so impulsive and disregard the consequences. She also hadn't expected that the handsome young man, who always carried a gentle smile, would have such a ruthless and sinister side. However, before Wu Minju could fully react, she saw that Xiao Chen had already been knocked to the ground. At the same time, she heard that voice. Could it be that person from the Jun family has arrived? Wu Minju's eyes trembled slightly as she looked over. A peerless white-robed figure, enveloped in immortal light, slowly stepped forward. His divine posture was handsome, his immortal spirit jade bone, as if meticulously carved by the skillful hands of the heavens, was the most perfect existence. If not Jun Xiaoyao, who else could it be? It's Jun Xiaoyao. Dragon Bichai's expression tightened, her vigilance reaching its peak. Wu Minju also took a deep breath, not expecting it was truly the Jun family divine child who had arrived. Young master, a hint of joy appeared on Jun Wanji's face. He had secretly sent a message to Jun Xiaoyao as soon as he saw the dragon bone. Jun Xiaoyao naturally knew the location and came directly by himself. Unexpectedly, he witnessed Xiao Chen's malicious act. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen, who had been knocked to the ground, stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand, his face horribly distorted, as if he had encountered his fated nemesis. That intense hatred and anger could be felt by anyone. Seeing this, Wu Minju's mind trembled, and she recalled the past Xiao Chen had told her. Xiao Chen, your enemy, couldn't possibly be the Jun family divine child, could he? Wu Minju couldn't help but ask. HMPH, if not him, then who? I, Xiao Chen, have sworn an oath, a 3-year pact. I will definitely take revenge, Xiao Chen coldly shouted. He was no longer the weak and disheveled youth he once was. He now had the confidence to face Jun Xiaoyao. Of course, the safest method would still be to refine the supreme ancestral dragon bone before a decisive battle with Jun Xiaoyao. But now, it seemed there was no longer an opportunity. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wu Minju's mind buzzed, and her face instantly turned a few shades paler. She had previously thought that if she encountered Xiao Chen's nemesis, she wouldn't mind directly helping Xiao Chen eliminate him. With her identity as the Divine Dynasty Long Princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, there were very few people and forces in the desolate heaven immortal domain that could make her apprehensive. As long as she casually spoke, a major force could be easily annihilated. But now Xiao Chen's nemesis had appeared. Could Wu Minju eliminate him? This wasn't a question of whether she could eliminate him or not. It was simply impossible, let alone her being just the Divine Dynasty, Long Princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Even the true ruler of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, an unsurpassed supreme, would not dare to personally act against Jun Xiaoyao. Those old ancestors of the Jun family buried in the ancestral shrine were not there for nothing. 1/18th ancestor alone was enough to deter half of the desolate heaven immortal domain. How could this be? Why him of all people? A strong sense of powerlessness suddenly arose in Wu Minju's heart. For the Divine Dynasty Long Princess of an immortal dynasty to feel such powerlessness, it showed that Jun Xiaoyao's identity, looking across the entire desolate heaven immortal domain, was the most noble. Jun Xiaoyao didn't pay much attention to Xiao Chen, instead focusing his gaze on the 5 dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao merely glanced indifferently at the 4 ancient dragon bones. His gaze fell upon the supreme ancestral dragon bone. Not bad, a supreme bone with the ancestral dragon bloodline. Even in the Zulong nest, you wouldn't find many. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. This Xiao Chen truly was his lucky star. Jun Xiaoyao, you knew I had entered the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure all along. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes red. What do you think? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile. But you didn't act then, just to let me find the opportunity, and then snatch it from behind. Xiao Chen's face turned incredibly ugly. It seems you're not entirely foolish, Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with extreme anger. He let out a long roar, fully unleashing all of his strength. Azure Dragon suppressing demon. Xiao Chen formed hand seals, pushing them forward, and an Azure Dragon phantom appeared, head and tail connected, coiling together, like an Azure Dragon mountain pressing down on Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was indifferent. He simply raised his hand and threw a punch. The golden fist print directly struck the Azure Dragon mountain, shattering it with a single blow. Seeing this, Xiao Chen's face turned pale again, unable to believe it. This was a peerless divine ability from his Azure Heaven's transforming dragon art, yet it was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao with a single punch. Xiao Chen, stop deceiving yourself. You know perfectly well that you can only look up at Divine Child's back for your entire life. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he raised his hand again, suppressing Xiao Chen. Immovable Azure Dragon Bell. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao make a move, all the hairs on Xiao Chen's body stood on end, and he hurriedly cast his defensive ultimate technique. Instantly, an illusory giant bell, imprinted with Azure Dragon patterns, enveloped his body. Ridiculous! Jun Xiaoyao, empowered by the strength of 70,000 giant elephant particles, unleashed 700 million jin of divine power in a surging torrent. Boom! Dust splattered, and sounds of spitting blood came from within. Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Wu Minju's face suddenly changed. As the dust dispersed, Xiao Chen's figure was revealed. The immovable Azure Dragon Bell he had cast was utterly incapable of blocking Jun Xiaoyao's palm. At this moment, Xiao Chen was sprawled in the dirt pit cracks, his entire body's azure scales shattered, blood flowing profusely, and countless bones broken. Fortunately, the Azure Heaven's transforming dragon art provided a great enhancement to his physical body, which was why Xiao Chen wasn't instantly killed by that slap. However, even though he wasn't dead, he was pretty much half dead. Seeing this, Dragon Bichai's expression became even more solemn. Jun Xiaoyao walked to Jun Wanji's side, and with a casual display of divine power, he tore open the golden binding rope. That's quite a good treasure. Jun Xiaoyao held the golden binding rope, his gaze fixed on it. Wu Minju went to Xiao Chen's side, helped him up, her face showing anxiety and distress. Jun Xiaoyao watched this scene with interest. Young master, that woman is using the martial arts divine ability of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Jun Wanji said from the side. Oh, Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up slightly, then a more playful expression appeared. He hadn't forgotten that there was a check-in mission in the Panwu burial mound of the Panwu divine dynasty. And to quickly awaken his second holy body phenomenon, he also needed to visit the Panwu burial mound. However, before dealing with Xiao Chen and this woman, Jun Xiaoyao still needed to resolve a small nuisance. His gaze turned to Dragon Bichai, whose expression was shifting between cloudy and clear. Dragon Bichai, are you still standing there in a daze? Are you tired of living? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Dragon Bichai's face turned green, and she shivered with rage. She was, after all, a dragon maiden of the azure dragon lineage from the Zhu Long nest, with extremely high status and position. Never had anyone spoken to her with such an attitude. If it were anyone else, Dragon Bichai would have long since whipped them. But now, looking at the peerless figure enveloped in immortal light, Dragon Bichai felt a deep apprehension in her heart, and even a trace of fear. That's right, Dragon Bitch herself couldn't imagine that she would be timid before even fighting. Seeing that Dragon Bichai didn't react, Jun Xiaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. He told Dragon Bichai to scram not out of kindness, but because he had more important things to do and couldn't be bothered with her. However, since Dragon Bichai wasn't leaving, Jun Xiaoyao could only make things a bit more troublesome. He formed the human king seal with his hand and directly struck. In an instant, magical power surged, and with one strike, the universe shook and the earth cracked. Dragon Bichai's face changed drastically, and she hastily made a move to block. Boom! Dragon Bichai's face turned pale, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her entire body was directly sent flying, crashing heavily against a mountain wall, with cracks spreading around her. Ignorant of what's good for her, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Dragon Bichai coughed up blood continuously, her eyes filled with panic. She couldn't even block one of Jun Xiaoyao's moves. Go! Dragon Bichai's delicate body trembled with cold, not daring to stay any longer. She was certain that if she delayed any further, she would definitely not be able to leave the Yuanshan's secret treasure. Although she had some protective items on her, and there were also Dao protecting elders outside. However, Dragon Bitch still felt no sense of security in her heart. As long as one stood against Jun Xiaoyao, no one would feel secure. Dragon Bichai didn't hesitate at all and ran away. A dignified dragon maiden of the Zhu Long nest, scared to such an extent, if this were to spread, it would surely astonish many people. Seeing Dragon Bichai leave, Wu Minju and Xiao Chen's hearts sank. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Dragon Bichai because he had set his sights on them. Jun family divine child, what do you want to do? Wu Minju stepped forward, blocking in front of Xiao Chen, her tone carrying a hint of nervousness. She was the divine dynasty long princess of the immortal dynasty. Even with a white veil covering her face and hiding her identity, the noble aura originating from her bones could not be erased. But now, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, Wu Minju couldn't muster a trace of arrogance. This feeling was like a mortal woman seeing a true immortal. What do I want to do? Jun Xiaoyao slightly tilted his head, looking at Wu Minju with interest. That feeling was more like looking at a tool person. Stared at by Jun Xiaoyao's deep gaze, Wu Minju felt as if her entire body had been seen through. The Jun family divine child is too terrifying. Wu Minju's heart felt a slight chill. Take off your veil. Divine child doesn't like people hiding things in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. It was completely a commanding tone. You. Wu Minju was, after all, a divine dynasty long princess. She still had her bottom line. Jun Xiaoyao's tone and attitude were completely those of commanding a servant. What do you want me to do it myself? It won't be as simple as just removing your veil then, Jun Xiaoyao said coldly. Wu Minju bit her lip, recalling Dragon Bitch who was sent flying by a single strike earlier. Although her strength was strong, it couldn't be much stronger than Dragon Bichai's. Thinking of this, Wu Minju endured a trace of humiliation and raised her jade hand to actively remove the veil from her face. Instantly, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Her eyes were like autumn water, her brows like painted ink, her skin like congealed fat, and her teeth like arranged shells. She was truly a woman of unparalleled beauty. Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, "So it's a great beauty. No wonder she could charm this Xiao Chen so much that he's head over heels. Jun family divine child, don't insult people. Xiao Chen isn't good to me because of my appearance," Wu Minju said coldly. She would not allow others to desecrate her feelings. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and slowly walked forward. Although he didn't release any aura, that naturally superior temperament made Wu Minju feel a little breathless. That Xiao Chen is just coveting your body and using your backing to deal with me. Jun Xiaoyao, shut up. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Xiao Chen let out a sharp shout, but his eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. He did genuinely like Wu Minju. But there were also some other intentions mixed in. And these intentions were precisely what Jun Xiaoyao had hit upon. Noisy! Jun Xiaoyao slapped him again, sending Xiao Chen tumbling to the ground, coughing up blood repeatedly, utterly powerless to resist. Jun Xiaoyao, stop. Wu Minju's face was pale. She was gripped by Jun Xiaoyao's chin but couldn't break free. Xiao Chen lay in a pool of blood, watching Jun Xiaoyao defile the goddess in his heart, his eyes splitting with rage, his internal organs burning. Xiao Chen hadn't even touched a single finger of Wu Minju. Although he very much wanted to touch her, he also knew that Wu Minju was a divine dynasty long princess and not a casual woman, so he held back. Old ancestor, I beg you to act and kill that Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen roared frantically in his heart. However, Green Dragon Ancestor did not respond at all, like a stone sinking into the sea, falling into a state of closure. What a joke! How could Green Dragon Ancestor dare to show himself? If he were discovered by the Jun family elders, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if his primordial spirit was a Quasi Supreme, he would probably be thrown into the soul-refining pagoda, living a life worse than death. Seeing that Green Dragon Ancestor did not respond, Xiao Chen became even more anxious and angry. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xiao Chen and said with emotion, Xiao Chen, Jun sincerely thanks you. The first time you gave me a fiancé and dragon chi, and this time you gave me a beauty and 5 dragon bones. I really don't know how to thank you. Jun Xiaoyao was truly sincere. He was even a little reluctant to kill Xiao Chen. Jun Xiaoyao, you. Xiao Chen was so angry that his face turned green and his whole body trembled. It was like being stripped naked in the middle of winter and thrown into a 10,000-year-old cold spring, chilling him to the bone. Xiao Chen raged in impotent fury, roaring at the heavens. His blood rushed to his head, and he fainted from anger once again. Xiao Chen. Wu Minju broke free from Jun Xiaoyao and hastily checked Xiao Chen's condition. Upon discovering that he still had vital signs, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, her expression remained solemn. Jun family divine child, what exactly do you want? If you want the dragon bones, I'll give them to you directly, Wu Minju said, her jade face taut. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the divine dynasty long princess of the Panwu divine dynasty, Wu Minju, right? Jun Xiaoyao said calmly, with his hands behind his back. That's right. At this point, there was nothing to hide, and Wu Minju directly admitted it. In her opinion, revealing her identity now might make Jun Xiaoyao show some restraint. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change in the slightest because of this. It was as if, in his eyes, the status of a Panwu divine dynasty long princess was nothing at all. You've also seen Xiao Chen's resentment towards me. Do you have an opinion if I kill him? Jun Xiaoyao's tone suddenly turned cold. No, you can't kill him. Wu Minju's face immediately changed. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Wu Minju and reached out to grab Xiao Chen. Wu Minju erupted with magical power and divine power throughout her body, attempting to resist. Still daring to protect him, what divine dynasty long princess kneel before divine child? Jun Xiaoyao's golden spiritual sea rippled, and 700 million jin of divine power surged, like an ancient divine elephant crushing down. With a puff, Wu Minju was directly shocked to her knees, bloodstains splattering from the corners of her lips, staining her silk dress, making her look incredibly tragic and beautiful. The dignified divine dynasty, long princess of the immortal dynasty, was now directly kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao. Like a mortal woman, kneeling before a banished immortal. This scene was not witnessed by the outside world. However, it is conceivable that if word got out, it would leave a lot of people dumbfounded. Wu Minju could be said to be among the most esteemed individuals of the younger generation, in the desolate heaven immortal domain. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. A single word from her could cause a top-tier Dao lineage to collapse. And now, this incredibly noble and lofty divine dynasty long princess was coughing up blood from her mouth, kneeling before Jun Xiaoyao. This sight was unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Minju struggled, unleashing the power of the spiritual sea within her body, but she was firmly suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao, unable to rise. The golden primordial divine elephant phantom seemed capable of suppressing all the heavens and myriad worlds, stepping on the universe and the firmament. And Jun Xiaoyao, with his hands behind his back, stood within the divine elephant phantom, like a dominator of the heavens and earth. A sense of humiliation and despair spread in Wu Minju's heart. She never expected that she would ever be in such a pathetic and shameful state. Wu Minju, don't try to use your status as the divine dynasty long princess to pressure others. If it were someone else, they might be wary, but as for this divine child, Jun Xiaoyao didn't say much more. But that single word expressed his disdainful and dismissive attitude to the fullest. When it came to background and status, Jun Xiaoyao had never been inferior to anyone. His paternal clan, the ancient Jun family. His maternal clan, the ancient Jiang family. The young lord revered by two ancient desolate families, he asked, who else could compare? Wu Minju bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth. She never expected that Jun Xiaoyao would show no apprehension towards the Panwu divine dynasty. Nor did he care that she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. It seemed that in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, Wu Minju was no different from a village girl from the mountains. Thinking of this, Wu Minju felt a wave of powerlessness in her heart. She didn't even have the qualification to negotiate terms with Jun Xiaoyao. Wu Minju took a deep breath, trying her best to calm her emotions, and said in a calm tone, Jun Xiaoyao, just say it. What do you want to do to let Xiao Chen go? Oh, you really want to protect him? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly. Though seemingly surprised, he was sneering inwardly. As expected, Wu Minju had fallen into the trap he had set. State your conditions, Wu Minju said coldly. To be honest, this divine child has a kind nature and is benevolent towards others, definitely not a demon. It's not impossible to let Xiao Chen go, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Wu Minju's expression froze slightly upon hearing this. Kind nature, benevolent towards others. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was lying in a pool of blood, utterly miserable and pathetic, Wu Minju secretly gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite Jun Xiaoyao. Just state your conditions, there's no need to beat around the bush, Wu Minju said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Wu Minju. Dressed in a snow-white silk dress, with a beautiful snow-white face, she was indeed worthy of her status as a divine dynasty princess. Wu Minju couldn't help but frown and say, What are you looking at? Why are all you princesses and imperial daughters so narcissistic? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. The imperial daughter of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, Bai Yuer, was like this, and this divine dynasty long princess was also like this. They must have been spoiled rotten in the imperial palace. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Wu Minju's expression became slightly unnatural. It's very simple, just obey my commands, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Minju's delicate body tremble, and her face turned pale. Jun Xiaoyao actually wanted her to obey his commands. She was the divine dynasty long princess. Jun Xiaoyao, your condition is too excessive. Wu Minju's face turned from white to green, clearly infuriated. She was, after all, a princess of an immortal dynasty. How could she do such a thing? If word got out, it would be a scandal, and the entire Panwu divine dynasty would lose face. Do you think you still have the right to bargain with me? Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand again and struck a palm towards the unconscious Xiao Chen. Stop, Wu Minju said tremblingly. Jun Xiaoyao halted his movement and looked at Wu Minju. Wu Minju struggled intensely internally, then, as if resigned to her fate, she said, All right, I agree. A coldness spilled from Jun Xiaoyao's lips as he said, Wu Minju, if you dare to play any tricks, this divine child will immediately take Xiao Chen's life. After extreme struggle, Wu Minju finally submitted. She couldn't just watch Xiao Chen be killed by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, I can obey your commands, but you must let Xiao Chen go and spare his life, Wu Minju said firmly. Jun Xiaoyao smiled and said, This divine child swears by his Tao heart, if I go against it, my Tao heart will collapse, and heaven and earth will punish me together. Swearing by one's Tao heart was a very strict oath. If violated, there would be extremely severe consequences. However, to Jun Xiaoyao, what did such a Tao heart oath matter? He had the system's assistance, destined to rise all the way and become the dominator of this era. By then, even the heavens would be trampled under his feet. What heaven and earth punished together was simply ridiculous. However, Wu Minju naturally didn't know Jun Xiaoyao's capabilities, and seeing him swear, she also opened her divine palace. Ah, what deep affection it even moved this divine child, Jun Xiaoyao sighed. From this point on, Wu Minju submitted to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao, you possess the face of an exiled immortal, yet you have the heart of a Usura demon, Wu Minju said, her delicate body trembling with anger. Mind your current status and attitude. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was cold, releasing his oppressive aura. Wu Minju's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled. A profound sense of humiliation permeated her heart. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the 5 dragon bones into his possession. He looked at the unconscious Xiao Chen, then at Wu Minju, who was filled with humiliation, and a mysterious smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. A new game had been set, and the center of this scheme was Wu Minju. The target of the calculation was the Panwu divine dynasty. This Wu Minju is indeed a bit foolish, to go to such lengths for an ant destined to die. But this is good, it's just as I wished. Afterwards, I can plan against the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao smiled, everything was under his control. Oh right, next it's time to harvest another leek, Jai Xuan. After collecting the dragon bone and settling matters with Xiao Chen and Wu Minju, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to leave. The trap for the Panwu divine dynasty had been set, and there would naturally be opportunities to harvest later. Next, Jun Xiaoyao's attention turned to another leek, Jai Xuan. Jai Xuan definitely knew some secrets about the Yuanshan supreme secret treasure. Wu Minju, take good care of Xiao Chen and take him away. Don't let him die, Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful expression. After speaking, he turned and left. Jun Wanji followed closely behind him. Jun Xiaoyao's words made Wu Minju's jade hand clench tightly. The humiliation wasn't enough. He had to mock them at the end. This Jun Xiaoyao is an old yin and yang master. Young master, do you really want to let Xiao Chen go? Although he's just an ant in your eyes, he's still a small nuisance, Jun Wanji said. He was now extremely loyal to Jun Xiaoyao. I have my own plans for this person. When the time comes, I will naturally slap him to death, Jun Xiaoyao said nonchalantly. Swearing on his Dao heart had no effect on him. He would kill Xiao Chen whenever he wanted. However, Jun Xiaoyao vaguely felt that Xiao Chen might bring him a big surprise. That surprise would probably be even greater than Wu Minju and the 5 dragon bones. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao was willing to spare Xiao Chen's life. If Xiao Chen truly had no value, even if Wu Minju tried to stop him, he would still slap Xiao Chen to death. Meanwhile, after Jun Xiaoyao left, Wu Minju gave the unconscious Xiao Chen many healing medicines. Soon Xiao Chen slowly regained consciousness. After his mind cleared, Xiao Chen's body suddenly trembled, and his face showed deep-seated hatred. He looked around and said, "Where is that Jun Xiaoyao?" Xiao Chen calmed down first. That Jun Xiaoyao has already left, Wu Minju said with concern. Left? He didn't kill me. Xiao Chen's face showed surprise. Then, as if he thought of something, his gaze returned. Seeing the empty cave, Xiao Chen's blood rushed to his head, and his entire face turned a pig liver color. The dragon bones were gone. Not only was the supreme ancestral dragon bone gone, even the 4 ancient dragon bones were gone. This Jun Xiaoyao didn't leave him a single scrap. Xiao Chen, due to extreme anger, had his injuries, which had just been suppressed by the healing medicine, flare up again, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen, don't worry. As long as there's life, there's hope, Wu Minju consoled him. Xiao Chen's face alternated between pale and green. His mind buzzed, and his chest churned with blood. Jun Xiaoyao first took his dragon chi, and now he took his 5 dragon bones. Xiao Chen felt like he was just a money-giving child. But why did that Jun Xiaoyao, with such malicious intentions, let me go? Xiao Chen thought of this. He suddenly turned to Wu Minju, his face anxious, and said, Minju, that Jun Xiaoyao, he didn't do anything to you, did he? How did he leave? Xiao Chen felt uneasy, afraid that something had happened between Wu Minju and Jun Xiaoyao. If Wu Minju was like Bai Yuer, Xiao Chen would definitely go crazy with anger, his liver and guts shattering. Wu Minju secretly bit her jade lip. The matter of her being marked and becoming Jun Xiaoyao's servant was a scandal. How could she reveal it? At that time, it would not only damage her reputation, but also the prestige of the Panwu divine dynasty. No, he didn't. I threatened him with the background of the Panwu divine dynasty, and that's why he let you go. Wu Minju forced a smile. In her heart, however, it was incredibly bitter, because she was already Jun Xiaoyao's servant. But to let Xiao Chen live, she was willing. Phew, that's good. Isn't that Jun Xiaoyao fearless? Now he's still wary of my Minju. Xiao Chen let out a long breath. The frustration and anger in his heart also lessened considerably. At least with Wu Minju present, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Wu Minju felt even more ashamed upon hearing this. Xiao Chen, Minju might not be able to stay by your side anymore. Wu Minju showed a hint of reluctance. Why? Xiao Chen was startled and asked anxiously. My guardian will probably come looking for me soon, and I must go back to complete the matter of choosing a consort, Wu Minju said sadly. It was precisely because of this matter that she chose to run away from home. But now, when she used the Panwu divine dynasty's martial arts, that guardian must have sensed her presence. Minju, you are my woman. I will not let anyone else touch you. When the Panwu divine dynasty chooses its consort, I will go there and marry you honorably. Xiao Chen's face was excited, blood rushed to his head, and he said passionately. Wu Minju was already an untouchable existence in his heart. He would not give her to any other man. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had another plan in mind. If he could become the consort of the Panwu divine dynasty, he could gain a background force that could contend with Jun Xiaoyao. With this layer of power, plus the cultivation of the Panwu divine dynasty, Xiao Chen believed that he could catch up with Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen. Wu Minju's bright eyes showed a hint of emotion. However, as soon as she thought of being marked by Jun Xiaoyao, a shadow fell over Wu Minju's heart. That Jun Xiaoyao shouldn't mess around then, right? Deep within the Yuanshan's secret treasure, several ancient teleportation formations were scattered about. Before one of these ancient teleportation formations, a figure quietly arrived. He wore a golden robe, his face handsome, with the appearance of a phoenix and the bearing of a dragon. Divine light faintly flickered on his right arm, runes scattered, emanating a powerful, sacred, and transcendent aura. It was Jai Xuan, the little sage of the Jai family. Finally, I've reached here. Next, only those with the Yuanshan Supreme Token can pass through this ancient formation and be teleported to the depths of the secret treasure to obtain the greatest opportunity. Jai Xuan murmured, taking out a Yuanshan Supreme Token. Instantly, the ancient and dilapidated formation began to have runes rise and flicker. The void realm slightly distorted. The next moment, Jai Xuan's figure disappeared from its original spot, teleporting into the depths of the secret treasure. After he was teleported away, two figures emerged from the darkness behind him. It was Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuhuang. Jun Zuhuang's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said, Zhangjian, I'll teleport in first and follow Jai Xuan. You send a message to the divine child and tell him to come over. Okay, Jun Zhangjian nodded slightly. Jun Zuhuang moved her lotus steps lightly, landing on the formation. She also took out a Yuanshan Supreme Token, and with a ripple in the void realm, her figure disappeared from its original spot. Jun Zhangjian then took out a communication jade slip. On the other side, Jiang Shengyi and the nine-headed lion were searching for opportunities in a dilapidated palace. Has Master not arrived yet? The nine-headed lion wagged its tail and asked. It had completely adapted to its role as Jun Xiaoyao's mount. Xiaoyao said he went to cut leeks. What does cutting leeks mean? Jiang Shengyi asked with a bewildered expression. Cough, cough, divine maiden Jiang, you don't know, but leeks are very good for men. The nine-headed lion coughed dryly, revealing a lewd smile. Although it usually appeared majestic and domineering, it now exposed its beastly nature. Good for what? A gentle and calm voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the nine-headed lion's fur instinctively stood on end. It shrank its head and chuckled dryly. And nothing, Master is here. Not far away, two figures appeared, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Wanji. Xiaoyao, when you said cutting leeks, did you mean to eat them? Are they good for your body? Jiang Shengyi tilted her head slightly and asked innocently. Her expression was so pure that it made one reluctant to tell her the truth. Looking at Jiang Shengyi's pure expression, Jun Xiaoyao was slightly speechless. Cough, this lion is talking nonsense, Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly sensed something, took out a communication jade slip, and revealed another faint smile. More leeks to cut. Deep within the Yuanshan's secret treasure, a thick gray mist permeated. A heavy, deathly silence seemed to have solidified for eons. And within this silence, a figure enveloped in golden radiance appeared in this place. It was Jai Xuan. Although the Yuanshan's supreme secret treasure had undergone some kind of anomaly, Jai Xuan was not afraid. His understanding of this secret treasure was much deeper than that of others. Not to mention, he had also unexpectedly discovered an ancient talisman related to this supreme secret treasure in a scripture pavilion of the Sacred Spirit Academy. In addition, as a heavens chosen of the Jai family, Jai Xuan naturally possessed treasures for self-preservation and escape. If worst came to worst, he could directly use a great teleportation talisman to leave. Even if it meant losing the opportunity, it would still save his life. Under these multiple layers of protection, Jai Xuan found it hard to imagine what danger he would encounter. Therefore, Jai Xuan was now full of confidence, completely assured of himself. That Yuan Tian Supreme, whose strength was absolute, once wreaked havoc in the Zhu Long nest, tearing apart a Supreme of the myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain with his bare hands. Almost no one dared to provoke him. But in the end, he unfortunately fell and withdrew from the stage of history. Legend has it that on the eve of his demise, he once visited an exotic realm and seemed to have brought back a rare item. If one could obtain that treasure, it might forge an invincible young supreme. Jai Xuan muttered inwardly as he walked. All these messages were recorded in that ancient book. True or false, Jai Xuan could not ascertain, but with this ancient talisman, he felt it was very likely true. At this moment, Jai Xuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. His expression carried a sense of inexplicable meaning. Then he turned his head, scanning the depths of the darkness behind him. It was utterly silent there. A cold smile played on Jai Xuan's lips. He raised his right hand and pressed it towards the depths of that darkness. Instantly, divine radiance erupted, runes scattered, and a brilliant magical power giant hand seemed capable of obliterating everything. This was precisely the power of the Saint King's bone. Boom! The darkness was illuminated, and a great tremor occurred there. A figure flashed out, emitting chilling chi that seemed to freeze the void realm. It was Jun Xiaoyao. I wondered why I felt someone was following me all this time, so it was you, Jun Xiaoyao. Jai Xuan's expression was calm and indifferent. When did you find out? Jun Xiaoyao slightly furrowed her delicate brows. However, even though Jai Xuan had discovered her, she was still very calm, without any panic. I found out long ago, but I just didn't show it. I didn't expect you to follow me all the way here. Jai Xuan's tone was indifferent. So what now? What do you intend to do? Jun Xiaoyao stood gracefully, her delicate figure slender and elegant. Her pair of ice-blue pupils were extremely calm, without any ripples. If it were anyone else, being discovered tracking Jai Xuan would surely cause them to panic. But Jun Xiaoyao was the seventh sequence of the Jun family. She had the confidence to confront Jai Xuan. What I intend to do, Originally, I didn't want to have any conflict with your Jun family, but your actions are too excessive. Jai Xuan's face suddenly darkened, and he directly reached out, attacking Jun Xiaoyao. He originally didn't want to conflict with the Jun family. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's reputation was too great. It was impossible to say he wasn't wary at all. But now, the Jun family was clearly intending to follow him and reap the benefits. If Jai Xuan were to back down again, he would truly be a coward. Moreover, in terms of background, his Jai family was not much weaker than the Jun family. Therefore, Jai Xuan did not hesitate and directly attacked. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and counterattacked as well. It must be said that Jai Xuan's right arm, which had fused with the Saint King's bone, was truly too sacred and transcendent. That aura could even help Jai Xuan isolate himself from the erosion of the gray mist. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. She still needed to allocate a portion of her strength to resist the erosion of the gray mist. This gray mist also subtly exerted a suppressive force. Under various conditions, Jun Xiaoyao's strength was weakened by at least 30 to 40%. As for Jai Xuan, relying on the Saint King's bone, he was almost unaffected. King's Dao Fist. Jai Xuan clenched the 5 fingers of his right arm into a fist and punched out. A King's Dao will spread out, and the fist light was astonishing. Jun Xiaoyao swept her jade hand, and a crystal-clear ice shield condensed in front of her. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the ice shield was directly shattered, and Jun Xiaoyao's figure was impacted, causing her to retreat. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of her jade lips. Jun Xiaoyao was injured. Jun Xiaoyao here, you are not my opponent, and also tell that Jun Xiaoyao not to set his sights on me otherwise. Be careful not to lose more than you gain. Jai Xuan's tone was indifferent. Jun Xiaoyao said sharply, are you threatening my family's divine child? You can think of it that way. Jai Xuan's tone was light. He possessed the ancient talisman. The Yuanshan supreme secret treasure was his home ground. If Jun Xiaoyao dared to target him, he would inevitably receive a painful lesson. Seeing Jun Xiaoyang's cold expression, Jai Xuan slightly frowned. He didn't want to be delayed by Jun Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Jai Xuan's peripheral vision scanned around. He discovered that in the depths of the darkness, there were many dark and mottled coffins. Jai Xuan remembered the records in the ancient book, which stated that extremely ominous items, tainted by the gray mist, might be hidden within. Thinking of this, Jai Xuan made his move, not towards Jun Xiaoyao, but towards those coffins. Rumbles. Jai Xuan struck with a palm like heaven and earth collapsing, and those coffins all shattered, with black chi surging out. Then decaying demonic corpses, covered in black hair, emerged from them. Jai Xuan directly took out the ancient talisman he had obtained. It looked ancient and dark, with complex runes carved on it. Those black-haired demonic corpses seemed wary of the ancient talisman, not daring to approach, and instead locked their target onto Jun Xiaoyao. Jai Xuan, you. Jun Xiaoyao was furious, her jade face turning pale, not expecting Jai Xuan to use such a method. Heh, Jun Xiaoyao, I didn't kill you. Whether you can hold on or not, it's up to you. Jai Xuan chuckled, turned, and flicked his sleeve, leaving. Looking at Jai Xuan's disappearing back in the darkness, Jun Xiaoyang's expression was slightly unsightly. Although those demonic corpses had decayed over time, and their strength was far from what it was in life, they were not something Jun Xiaoyao could handle alone. Roar! The demonic corpses let out a screeching, ghostly howl and pounced towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao could only fight and retreat at the same time. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao, who had received a message from Jun Xiaojian, also brought Jiang Shengyi and Jun Wanji to rendezvous. As for the nine-headed lion and Jun Linglong, since they did not possess the Yuanshan supreme token, they could not enter the depths of the secret treasure and could only search for other opportunities in the outer layers. Before long, Jun Xiaoyao arrived before an ancient teleportation array. Jun Xiaojian was already waiting there. He saw Jun Xiaoyao arrive, his eyes lit up, and he stepped forward, cupping his fists. Divine child, you've arrived. Where is Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao asked. She went to track Jai Xuan alone and told me to meet the divine child here. Jun Xiaojian replied. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao furrowed his brows. Jai Xuan must have some designs on the Yuanshan secret treasure. It's impossible for him to be unprepared. If Jun Xiaoyao is careless, she will suffer. Jun Xiaoyao's tone became slightly grave. Then he flicked his sleeve and stepped onto the teleportation array. On one hand, he wanted to ascertain Jun Xiaoyang's situation. On the other hand, he also wanted to see what sign-in rewards he could receive. Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaojian, Jun Wanji, and Jiang Shengyi each took out a Yuanshan supreme token. These tokens could only be used for individual teleportation, so Jun Xiaoyao couldn't bring Jun Linglong and the nine-headed lion with him. Soon, the surrounding void realm twisted, and their four figures vanished from the spot. When Jun Xiaoyao opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the deepest part of the Yuanshan secret treasure. Thick mist floated all around. The environment was extremely dim, giving off an unsettling feeling. It was as if everything around them had been polluted and demonized. Is this the deepest part of the Yuanshan secret treasure? Jun Xiaoyao, clad in white, stood with his hands behind his back, peerless. His entire body was enveloped in immortal radiance, with golden divine light flickering. The ancient sacred body was naturally immune to all evil, so these gray mists had no effect on Jun Xiaoyao whatsoever. Around Jiang Shengyi, countless natural Tao patterns were imprinted within the void realm, helping her resist the erosion of the gray mist. The innate Tao embryo was also an extremely rare and powerful physique, not much weaker than the ancient sacred body. As for Jun Wanji, lightning crackled around him, and the power of lightning also had a restraining effect on the gray mist. Only Jun Xiaojian, despite possessing the indestructible sword body, couldn't completely block out the gray mist and could only use his law power to isolate it. He was the most humble of the four. Alas, being with the prodigy and the others, I feel too ordinary, too difficult. Jun Xiaoyao sighed inwardly. Jun Xiaoyao stood still, and the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, you have arrived at the Yuanshan Supreme Secret Treasure. Would the host like to sign in? Hearing the system prompt, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. As he expected, only by reaching the depths of the secret treasure could the sign-in reward be triggered. Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao silently chanted in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a 5-star reward, Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. As the system's voice fell, profound law techniques surged into Jun Xiaoyao's sea of consciousness. Within his divine palace, a brilliant divine chain seemed to be condensing. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to see a phantom image before his eyes. A towering golden figure stood between heaven and earth. At his glabella, the law of Tao seemed to manifest, then transformed into a brilliant chain of order. That chain of order then transformed into a golden short sword, about an inch long. Although it looked small, when a single sword strike erupted, heaven and earth inverted and the universe collapsed. The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas ahead, all existence, turned to dust in an instant. The power unleashed by that small golden sword was actually no weaker than the immortal slaughtering swordplay displayed by the 18th ancestor previously. 5-star reward, Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. This was the reward Jun Xiaoyao received from this sign-in. The Yuan Emperor Dao Sword is the famous absolute art of Yuan Tian Supreme, one of the 5 great divine secrets, and is as renowned as my Jun family's immortal slaughtering swordplay. Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart. When the 18th ancestor taught him the immortal slaughtering swordplay, he also briefly mentioned the other 4 great divine arts. The Yuan Emperor Dao Sword was one of them. This Yuan Emperor Dao Sword was not a real sword, but a chain of order that possessed the power of Dao transformation, profound and unfathomable, with immense power. In those days, Yuan Tian Supreme was able to raid the Zhu Long Nest to seize dragon bones and ascend myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain to slay a divine phoenix, largely due to this Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. And this Yuan Emperor Dao Sword also became thoroughly famous, along with Yuan Tian Supreme. However, after Yuan Tian Supreme's demise, this Yuan Emperor Dao Sword was also lost. Thus, it became a great pity. Many elders in the immortal domain lamented that an invincible legacy had been severed. Who would have thought that this legacy, which had already been severed, would be obtained by Jun Xiaoyao through a sign-in? A 5-star reward, Jun Xiaoyao mused. He wasn't disappointed or anything. After all, a 5-star reward was already quite high. It was impossible to always get 7-star or even 8-star rewards. Moreover, the power of the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword did not disappoint Jun Xiaoyao. He could make this severed legacy see the light of day again. Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Jiang Shengyi turned her head, looking at Jun Xiaoyao. Since earlier, Jun Xiaoyao had been frozen in place, as if lost in thought. Nothing, Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses. Within his divine palace, a chain of order lay. In the future, it would only need to be nurtured to grow stronger and stronger. Oh, Jiang Shengyi looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. Being born with the innate Dao embryo, she was extremely sensitive to various great Dao laws and chains of order. For a moment earlier, she seemed to have sensed an extremely strong Dao rhyme contained within Jun Xiaoyao's glabella. However, Jiang Shengyi did not point it out. Everyone had their own secrets. My nephew is truly becoming more and more mysterious, Jiang Shengyi thought to herself. At this moment, waves of law power fluctuations suddenly came from the darkness ahead, accompanied by a chill. It's Zhu Wang, something happened to her. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he stepped into the void realm. Jiang Shengyi and the other 3 also followed closely. What? Boom! A demonic corpse slammed down, sending Jun Wang retreating again and again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was very unstable. Damn it, do I really have to leave like this? Jun Wang's chest heaved, her expression grave. She wasn't afraid of dying here. After all, she had a great teleportation talisman on her. If worst came to worst, she could just teleport away. However, Jun Wang had the pride belonging to a Jun family sequence. She truly didn't want to give up until it was a matter of life and death. And at this moment, a dozen or so demonic corpses simultaneously surrounded and pounced on her. This kind of encirclement, let alone divine bridge realm or Gi realm prodigies. Even a combined Dao realm expert would probably fall here. There's no other way. Jun Zhuwang sighed deeply with a hint of regret. But it was for Jun Xiaoyao's sake, and she had no regrets. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had protected her in front of Dragon Hayashin. Just as Jun Zhuwang was about to use the great teleportation talisman, a golden runic hand suddenly swept over from a distance. It was like the hand of an ancient god, or a golden divine mill crushing heaven and earth. Wherever it passed, ruins crumbled and the earth cracked. Rumbled. A fierce collision erupted, and a group of demonic corpses were sent flying, their bodies disintegrating. Prodigy! Jun Zhuwang's ice blue eyes showed a hint of joy. Turning around, she saw an ethereal figure, like a white-robed immortal, stepping through the void realm. Beside him followed Jun Xiaoyao and the other two. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jun Zhuwang, walked up to her and said gently, "Sorry, I'm late." Prodigy! Jun Zhuwang's heart trembled slightly upon hearing his voice. Jun Xiaoyao was cold and ruthless towards his enemies, like a Asura. But towards his own people, he was caring and tried his best to protect them. "Thank you for your concern, Prodigy. Zhuwang is fine, just a minor injury." Jun Zhuwang smiled. Jun Xiaoyao's apology and concern were more effective than any healing elixir, warming Jun Zhuwang's heart. "What's the situation? Tell me," Jun Xiaoyao said. At this moment, those demonic corpses that hadn't disintegrated charged forward again. Jun Xiaoyao casually struck, turning them into meat paste once more. The golden law power of the ancient sacred body was incomparably sacred and highly effective against these demonic corpses, thus allowing him to deal with them easily. "It's like this." Jun Zhuwang recounted everything that had happened in detail. After listening, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. But that smile was devoid of warmth. "Heh, threatening me. Since when did a mere leak learn to threaten people?" Originally, Jun Xiaoyao did not harbor much animosity towards Jai Xuan. Although Jai Xuan had some minor grievances with Jun Xiaoyao, they were not major issues. At most, Jun Xiaoyao would seize Jai Xuan's opportunity and snatch his saint King Bone, and that would be the end of it. None of these were major issues. But now, Jai Xuan had not only threatened him, he had also put Jun Zhuwang in danger. Jun Xiaoyao was not a benevolent person, nor would he restrict himself with common notions of good and evil. If with such a birth background, strength, and talent, he still needed to be constrained, he might as well go to Little Western Heaven and become a monk. Shouting, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored K. Siddhagarbha," with those monks every day. Jun Xiaoyao's creed was, "Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish." "Let's go, I'd like to see what waves that Jai Xuan can stir up," Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. Hearing his laugh, Jun Zhuwang and the others silently mourned for Jai Xuan in their hearts. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were heading to the deepest part of the secret treasure to find Jai Xuan. Outside the Yuanshan secret treasure, above the Taewang forest, the elders of several immortal forces were still sitting in the void realm. "I never expected that the gray mist within the Yuanshan secret treasure, along with its special field, would block the observation of the sky-gazing mirror," the Jiang family elder said, shaking his head slightly. "We still underestimated this supreme secret treasure, but I think there's no need to use the sky-gazing mirror anymore," Jun Xiaoyao said. These inheritors of immortal Dao lineages who entered the secret treasure all possessed protective treasures or great teleportation talismans. So even without their guardians constantly monitoring, they would likely not be in mortal danger. "Hee, Jun Xiaoyao, are you worried about your Jun family divine child? If he perishes in the secret treasure, that would be an irreparable loss for the Jun family," the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage from the Zhu Long nest said with a fake smile. "HMPH, don't worry, even if you die, my grandson will still be perfectly fine," Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He believed that a secret treasure of this level could not pose a life threat to Jun Xiaoyao. At worst, he still had the guardian divine talisman bestowed by the 18th ancestor, so his life should be safe. "Heh, I just hope your divine child isn't taught too harsh a lesson by our clan's dragon maiden," the Azure Dragon lineage elder chuckled, full of sarcasm. He had great confidence in Dragon Bitch. After all, she was a dragon maiden who had completely refined 2 dragon chi, her strength far surpassing Dragon Hayashin. However, just as the Azure Dragon lineage elder's laughter faded, from within the Yuanshan secret treasure, a figure flashed out in a disheveled state. That figure's entire green armor was cracked and riddled with fissures, her hair was disheveled, blood coughed from the corners of her lips, and she was utterly battered. Who else could it be but Dragon Bichai? At this moment, Dragon Bichai's eyes still held lingering fear. Her delicate body felt cold and trembled slightly. Facing Jun Xiaoyao, she was truly terrified. If she had been a few steps slower, the outcome might have been different. It was uncertain if she would have even survived. Oh, that's the dragon maiden of the azure dragon lineage from the zoo long nest. Why did she come out so quickly? Yeah, and she's so disheveled. Did she encounter some great fierce creature, or did the Supreme's bones revive? At this moment, outside the Yuanshan secret treasure, tens of thousands of cultivators had gathered. They were forbidden from entering due to age and seniority, so they could only watch the excitement. Seeing Dragon Bichai flee so frantically, many were surprised, thinking she had encountered some fierce beast. In the Void Realm, the sarcastic smile on the face of the azure dragon lineage elder froze, his entire expression becoming unnatural. Why had their dragon maiden escaped so quickly? And in such a disheveled state, she was clearly driven out in a frantic escape. Haha, green-skinned loach, why aren't you laughing anymore? Why did you stop? Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily, feeling utterly delighted. The azure dragon lineage elder's face turned green. He said nothing, and with a flash, he appeared beside Dragon Bichai. Bichai, what happened? Where are the dragon bones? The elder asked anxiously. Nothing else mattered. The dragon bones were their goal for this trip. They're gone. The 4 ancient dragon bones and 1 supreme ancestral dragon bone, they're all gone. Dragon Bichai bit her lip tightly, her face pale. What? There was also a supreme ancestral dragon bone. The azure dragon lineage elder almost fainted upon hearing this. That was a supreme ancestral dragon bone. The entire zoo long nest didn't have many in its inventory. And it was just gone, right before their eyes. Who took it? The azure dragon lineage elder said coldly, gritting his teeth, unable to remain calm. Jun Xiaoyao, Dragon Bichai said, trembling slightly all over. It seemed that just mentioning this name made her feel an instinctive fear. Although Xiao Chen and others were present at the time, Dragon Bichai knew they were merely playthings in Jun Xiaoyao's palm. What, it was him? The azure dragon lineage elder's expression froze. Just now, he had said he hoped Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be taught too harsh a lesson by Dragon Bichai. But now the lesson was indeed harsh, but the one who suffered was Dragon Bichai. The slap to the face was too quick, not even giving people time to recover. She was actually driven out by the Jun family divine child, no wonder. Yeah, that dragon Hayashin died at the hands of the Jun family divine child. This Dragon Bichai was lucky to escape. Many cultivators nearby also heard Dragon Bichai's words. Although they were surprised, they weren't entirely unexpected. It seemed that the Jun family divine child was already a symbol of invincibility among the younger generation. How about it, green-skinned loach? I just ask if you're convinced or not, Jun Xiaoyao said triumphantly. His precious grandson truly brought him so much honor. The azure dragon lineage elder was so angry that his nose almost twisted, leaving him utterly speechless. He knew that reclaiming the dragon bones from the Jun family would be harder than ascending to heaven. I'm sorry, elder, I've disappointed you, Dragon Bichai said with a deathly pale face, completely devoid of her previous heroic and spirited demeanor. She didn't have the nerve to say that she hadn't even fought Jun Xiaoyao, but was knocked down by one move and scared away. If that were to be said, it would simply be a disgrace to the zoo long nest. In the sky, Jai family elder Jai Bangyan shook his head and said, It seems the dragon maiden of the azure dragon lineage is nothing special. Jai Bangyan, you'd better pray that your Jai family's one doesn't come into conflict with my grandson, otherwise, tusk. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. Jun Xiaoyao, do you think that dragon maiden can compare to Jai Xuan? He came prepared this time. If a conflict truly arises, it should be your Jun family divine child who should be worried. Jai Bangyan smiled, very composed and calm. That kind of confidence radiated from his very bones. Oh? Even Jun Xiaoyao looked at Jai Bangyan with suspicion. Could it be that this time, that little sage of the Jai family can really stir up some waves? Just as the outside world was abuzz with discussions because of Dragon Bichai's incident. In the deepest part of the Yuanshan secret treasure, Jai Xuan, dressed in luxurious robes, holding an ancient talisman, calm and composed, finally arrived at the deepest part. He looked around, and a simple yet magnificent, ancient-looking black divine pagoda stood there, like a sky-supporting pillar. The final great opportunity is here. Jai Xuan's eyes revealed a glimmer of joy. After planning for so long, he could finally obtain that great opportunity. However, at this moment, a cold and playful voice sounded from behind. Jai Xuan, thank you, little treasure-hunting mouse, for leading the way. Hearing that voice, the joy on Jai Xuan's face suddenly vanished. However, he wasn't overly flustered. Instead, he calmly turned around. He immediately saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, his expression composed and calm, but his deep eyes held a coldness. Jai Xuan's actions had completely placed him in opposition to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao would not show a good attitude towards his enemies. However, what slightly surprised Jun Xiaoyao was that Jai Xuan didn't seem too surprised or wary upon seeing him arrive. Instead, he appeared calm, collected, and confident. From this, one could see the gap between Jai Xuan and Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen was a person of great luck, his background was limited. While the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was a first-rate Dao lineage, it clearly couldn't compare to an immortal Dao lineage. Jai Xuan, originating from an ancient desolate family, surpassed Xiao Chen in both heart nature and vision. This, however, piqued Jun Xiaoyao's interest a little. At least it shouldn't be too boring. Jai Xuan, you don't seem too surprised to see Divine Child appear, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jun Xiaoyao, I originally didn't want to be your enemy, but alas, you all went too far. Do you really take me, Jai Xuan, for a treasure-hunting rat? Jai Xuan's eyes held a hidden sharpness. Otherwise what? Isn't your value only this much? Jun Xiaoyao calmly retorted. You? Jai Xuan's eyelids twitched slightly. As the little sage of the Jai family, when had he ever endured such qi? Jun Zhangjian and the others were used to it, although Jun Xiaoyao usually appeared transcendent in white, like an immortal untouched by worldly affairs. But when he truly started talking, he could practically infuriate people to death on the spot. That Xiao Chen was a tragic victim of his verbal assaults. It seems the esteemed Jun family divine child also resorts to ganging up on others. Jai Xuan's eyes flickered slightly as he scanned his surroundings. He was alone, while Jun Xiaoyao's side had 5 people. Such a battle was simply unwinnable. Jai Xuan, I know what you're planning. You simply want Divine Child to fight you one-on-one. Although I don't mind ganging up on others, there's really no need to do so against you. Jun Xiaoyao said, seeing through Jai Xuan's intentions at a glance. It is widely rumored that the Jun family Divine Child is extremely arrogant and proud. It seems to be true. How will you know if you don't try? Jai Xuan's eyes revealed a sharp glint. He had actually always wanted to fight Jun Xiaoyao. As a top prodigy, who would submit to whom without a real fight? At least Jai Xuan wouldn't. Therefore, he also wanted to use this opportunity to contend with Jun Xiaoyao. Ignorant. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold, and the boundless golden spiritual sea in his dantian stirred up vast waves. The immense golden divine power surged like an ocean, and that aura was soul-stirring. Jun Xiaoyao directly raised his hand and struck out, without employing any martial arts divine ability. A single palm strike was like a great divine ability, capable of smashing any divine bridge realm prodigy into a meat patty. Feeling this immense power, Jai Xuan's expression was no longer calm, becoming extremely solemn. When Jun Xiaoyao was still, he was like an immortal descending to the mortal world, untouched by worldly affairs. But when he moved, he was like a god-king arriving, a martial god descending, his aura terrifying enough to make one tremble. Jai Xuan also made his move, extending his right arm, which had been fused with a Saint King's hand bone. A Saint King that was in existence beyond a saint, considered to be at the top of the saint realm hierarchy. Such a section of a Saint King's hand bone was immeasurably valuable and incredibly powerful. At Jai Xuan's cultivation level, it was practically a cheat. It was like a divine artifact found by a novice village player and fused with them. What it created would be a powerful prodigy with supreme strength. However, as the two's palm prints and fist lights collided, magical ripples erupted and vibrated, and it was Jai Xuan who was forced back. Jai Xuan staggered back dozens of steps, his chest churning with qi and blood, a sweet metallic taste rising in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed down. His eyes held an unprecedented astonishment and bewilderment. What was going on? He had clashed his right arm, fused with a Saint King's hand bone, against Jun Xiaoyao. So why was he the one injured? Jai Xuan's eyes, filled with bewilderment, also held a sense of confusion. On the opposite side, Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, saying with a hint of surprise, "It truly lives up to its name as a Saint King's hand bone. to only suffer minor injuries from my palm strike. Jun Xiaoyao was accustomed to overpowering others with strength. He would always slap any enemy first. 80% of enemies couldn't withstand his slap. Only the remaining 20% of enemies were worth him using other methods. However, Jun Xiaoyao hadn't expected Jixuan to only suffer minor injuries after directly taking his palm strike, which indeed lived up to the Saint King's hand bone's reputation. Upon hearing this, Jixuan even began to doubt himself. Shouldn't he be the one who sent Jun Xiaoyao flying? Now he had suffered minor injuries, and Jun Xiaoyao even praised him as not bad. What kind of not bad was this? But unfortunately, the Saint King's hand bone is an external object. It's not yours, and in the end, it's not yours. As Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he formed the human king seal with his hand and sent it crashing forward. With Jixuan's strength, it was impossible for him to fully unleash the power of the Saint King's hand bone. Moreover, it wasn't his own bone, so there were still some imperfections. As for Jun Xiaoyao's own supreme bone, it was obtained through the system's sign-in, perfectly fused with his physical body, and wouldn't have such flaws or defects. Jun Xiaoyao, stop pointing fingers there. How could you know the power of the Saint King's hand bone? Jixuan spoke with a hint of shame and anger, as if he had been insulted. He threw another punch, and the Saint King's hand bone erupted with divine light, runes flowing over the arm bone, displaying immense power. His fist light was world-shaking, tearing through the void realm, carrying an aura of kingship. It was precisely a great fist divine ability of the Jai family, the King's Dao Fist. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, formed the human king seal, and a vast and majestic emperor's figure appeared, as if heaven and earth trembled under his majesty. With a single strike, divine radiance erupted and divine power surged. The two's fist and seal clashed, and divine energy surged. This time, Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. Each giant elephant particle infused divine power, making this seal seem to possess the power to shatter heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in all directions. The entire depths of the Yuanshan's secret treasure rumbled and trembled. In this ultimate collision, a figure was once again sent flying backward. It was Jixuan. This time he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning pale. He had blocked Jun Xiaoyao's first move, but he couldn't block his second. How is this possible? Jixuan tightly gripped his trembling right arm with his left hand, his finger bones seeming to crack, and his entire arm was shaking. As expected of divine child, Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuhuang, and the others all showed reverence in their eyes. Although they knew Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't lose, they hadn't expected it to be such a crushing victory. After all, little sage Jixuan still had some tricks up his sleeve. Now do you know how foolish it is to challenge divine child? Jun Xiaoyao said, with his hands behind his back. Jixuan was so stunned he couldn't speak. He never expected Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body to be so powerful. Thinking of this, Jixuan's eyes flickered. He was unwilling to be defeated just like that. Jixuan subtly flipped his wrist, grasping a dark-colored metal in his hand. Instantly, an aura of reincarnation quietly permeated the air. Jun Xiaoyao, take this punch from me. Jixuan threw another punch, but it was different from his previous fist intent. This punch seemed to carry a reincarnation intent of life and death, far stronger than his previous kingly fist. Even Jun Zuhuang, Jun Zhangjian, and others felt an extreme danger from this punch. Divine child, be careful, they couldn't help but remind him. Xiaoyao, be careful, Jiang Shengyi also reminded him. Jun Xiaoyao himself remained expressionless, watching Jixuan's approaching fist, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because he felt that when Jixuan's fist intent emanated, the supreme bone in his chest seemed to tremble slightly. What's going on? Could it be that the item in Jixuan's hand has some connection to my supreme bone? Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. His supreme bone had already awakened the heavenly tribulation light of the azure, and the complete hand of azure heaven. But the power of the supreme bone was definitely not limited to this. It still had greater potential to be unearthed. And now, after sensing that fist intent of life and death reincarnation, his supreme bone actually reacted. Interesting. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. 7,000 giant elephant particles erupted completely, golden divine power surged, condensing into an immemorial divine elephant that suppressed the universe. he once again activated the Zhu Long Nest's divine ability, Dragon Fist. Dragon Chi coiled around his arm, seemingly transforming into the shape of an azure dragon, which was the Dragon Chi he had taken from Xiao Chen. A dragon and an elephant, a double boost, made Jun Xiaoyao at this moment, with every move, seemed to possess the vast divine might to shatter the heavens and crack the earth. Jun Xiaoyao pushed out his fist and palm, with the dragon and elephant following, the fluctuations causing hearts to tremble. The air in front of him seemed to be pushed away by this vast power, forming a void realm. This punch was astonishing. Life-extinguishing fist. Upon seeing this, Jaikshuan let out a long roar, also unleashing his strongest power. Divine power and divine might frantically poured into the Saint King's hand bone. Runes were branded in the surrounding void realm, and a Saint realm aura pressed out. At the same time, the metal he held in his fist made this life-extinguishing fist carry an even stronger destructive power of life and death reincarnation. It could be said that any prodigy facing the moves of these two would feel despair, completely unable to resist. Bang! Like Mars colliding with Earth, their fists met, and violent waves of divine power spread, leveling the surrounding ground and extending thick cracks. In this ultimate collision, Jaikshuan flew backward, blood spewing from his mouth. His wrist bone was shattered, his entire arm slightly twisted, and his skin and blood vessels couldn't withstand that divine power directly tearing open. And the dark metal he held in his hand also slipped from his grasp, flying out. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the metal was caught in his grasp. Jun Xiaoyao, give it back to me. Jaikshuan crashed into several ruined palace halls before stopping. He coughed up blood incessantly, his expression a mix of shock and anger. Jaikshuan never imagined that even with his full power, he would not be Jun Xiaoyao's match in a single exchange. He even lost that important item. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Jaikshuan and played with the metal in his hand. This time, the supreme bone in his chest conveyed a distinct sense of desire. Is this metal reincarnation Dao Gold? Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow. He came from an ancient, desolate family, so his insight was naturally extraordinary. He had seen many rare treasures himself. This reincarnation Dao Gold was an immortal gold, which could be used to forge great emperors' Dao-proving imperial weapons, making it extremely rare. Even a piece of reincarnation Dao Gold, the size of a fingernail, would be enough for a group of saints to fight over in the outside world. However, unfortunately, this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold, the size of a fingernail, had lost its essence, with only a trace of reincarnation intent remaining. Jaikshuan had used this reincarnation intent to make his life-extinguishing fist more powerful. But in front of Jun Xiaoyao, he could still only lose. Jaikshuan, you actually have something like this, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Give it back to me. Jaikshuan's face was grim. At this moment, Jiang Shengyi said, I've heard that within the Sacred Spirit Academy, there is a reincarnation saint spirit left over from ancient times. Could this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold be residue shed from its body? So that's how it is, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly understood. Jaikshuan had another identity. He was the saint of the Sacred Spirit Academy. It wasn't impossible for him to obtain this small piece of reincarnation Dao Gold. In that case, I'll have to visit the Sacred Spirit Academy in the future. This might be related to the transformation of my supreme bone, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He looked at Jaikshuan and said indifferently, the divine child thought it was something, but it's just residue. How can this be considered a treasure? With that, Jun Xiaoyao directly crushed it into powder with one hand. Reincarnation Dao Gold that had lost its essence was easily crushed. Jaikshuan's face was flushed with anger. He had never experienced such humiliation. However, while Jaikshuan felt indignant, a sense of powerlessness also spread within him. Before, he still held a glimmer of hope, believing that even if he couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, he could at least put up a fight. But the cruel reality told him. He and Jun Xiaoyao still had an insurmountable gap. What little sage? In front of the Jun family divine child, he was nothing. No, I haven't lost yet. The entire secret realm is still under my control. If I can get that treasure, it's not impossible to surpass Jun Xiaoyao in the future. Jaikshuan thought of this, reorganized his thoughts, and became reinvigorated. He took out that ancient talisman and then poured divine power into it. In an instant, with the black divine tower as the center, Dao patterns spread from the ground, and the entire depths of the secret realm were covered with countless star-like array patterns. At the same time, the ground trembled and hundreds of demonic corpses broke out of the earth. They did not target Jai Xuan, who possessed the ancient talisman, but instead rushed directly towards Jun Xiaoyao and the others. An ordinary prodigy, seeing this scene, would probably be scared out of their wits. But Jun Xiaoyao remained calm. "Is this your confidence?" Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. "HMPH, Jun Xiaoyao, accept this great gift. Next time we meet, perhaps it will be me crushing you." Jai Xuan's words fell, and his figure flashed, directly entering the black giant tower. "Ridiculous!" Jun Xiaoyao scoffed coldly and raised his hand. Surging divine power swelled, and an astonishing sword intent diffused from Jun Xiaoyao's body. A brilliant and dazzling sword light streaked across the sky, seemingly manifesting immortal and divine phantoms, its sharp sword light seemingly able to tear space. With one sweep of the sword, a deep gully was plowed in front, and hundreds of demonic corpses were instantly annihilated. They might have been very powerful when alive, but after death, their divine power was lost and they were corroded by gray mist, their strength greatly reduced. However, even so, these demonic corpses could pose a life-and-death threat to divine bridge realm and even Gi realm prodigies. But now, with Jun Xiaoyao's casual move, hundreds of demonic corpses were annihilated. Jai Xuan, who had entered the black divine tower, saw this scene and cold sweat streamed down his back. When Jun Xiaoyao fought him, he didn't even use the immortal slaughtering swordplay. How can the leeks I'm going to harvest escape my grasp? Behind Jun Xiaoyao, demon wings extended, his speed surged, and he shot towards the black divine tower. Upon seeing this, Jai Xuan also hurriedly performed the Jai family's movement divine ability, void stepping, his figure flashing through the void realm as he rushed towards the top of the tower. The victor is king, the loser is bandit. This was the final gamble. Inside the dark divine tower, thick gray mist was churning. Upon reaching this point, the gray mist seemed to have transformed into an incredibly dense black mist. Jai Xuan's figure shot forward, using the Saint King's hand bone to protect himself from the black mist's erosion. Behind him, Jun Xiaoyao also entered the divine tower. As for Jiang Shengyi and the others, they remained outside to deal with the remaining demonic corpses. In just a short moment, Jai Xuan had already rushed to the top of the tower. At the top of the tower, there was a dark coffin, bound by hundreds of golden chains. From within the coffin, a supreme aura and pressure emanated. The source of the pressure from the Yuanshan secret treasure was this dark coffin. Finally found it, just as recorded in the ancient texts, Jai Xuan took a deep breath. Along with the excitement, there was also nervousness. If the records were correct, that treasure should be inside this coffin. However, what made Jai Xuan hesitate slightly was this. The source of the gray mist also came from this coffin. Even an idiot would understand that some kind of anomaly must have occurred inside this coffin. If it were opened, good or ill fortune would be unpredictable. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure also appeared. He wore white robes, transcendent and ethereal, completely out of place with the environment. When Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell upon the coffin emanating supreme might, his eyebrows raised slightly, showing surprise. The corpse of Yuan Tian Supreme should be inside, but why is it bound with golden chains? Jun Xiaoyao wondered in his heart. The golden chains seemed more like a seal. Connecting this with the ominous gray mist, Jun Xiaoyao had a rough guess in his mind. He looked at Jai Xuan again, his expression cold and indifferent. "Do you think in front of divine child you still have the power to resist?" Jun Xiaoyao said. "Jun Xiaoyao, I came here naturally with full preparation. Do you really think you can control everything?" Jai Xuan finished speaking and directly used his divine power to activate the ancient talisman in his hand. Instantly, the ancient talisman burst forth with a rain of light, and runes emerged. The hundreds of golden chains wrapped around the coffin emitted rattling sounds of vibration. The entire coffin began to rumble. Jun Xiaoyao stood still, showing no intention of interfering. This greatly surprised Jai Xuan, who couldn't help but ask, "Jun Xiaoyao, aren't you going to stop me?" Jun Xiaoyao's action confused him. "Stop? Why stop? You came to the Yuanshan secret treasure, presumably with a certain purpose, perhaps to seek a great opportunity. And that opportunity, if divine child is not mistaken, should be within that coffin." Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Jai Xuan's expression hardened as he looked at Jun Xiaoyao, his eyes concealing deep apprehension. A prodigy with only martial prowess is not worth fearing. But if one possesses both martial prowess and cunning wisdom, then that is truly terrifying. Without a doubt, Jun Xiaoyao was such a person. Jai Xuan's thoughts were completely guessed by Jun Xiaoyao. HMPH, so you're just going to watch me seize the opportunity? Jai Xuan snorted coldly. Divine Child doesn't like to do things personally. With you doing the work and me directly snatching it, isn't that better? Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Hearing this, Jai Xuan's face turned green and then purple. If he couldn't beat Jun Xiaoyao, he probably would have thrown a punch already. HMPH, I have an ancient talisman to protect me. You'll be the one in a miserable state then, Jai Xuan thought coldly to himself. At this moment, the hundreds of golden chains finally completely disintegrated. In an instant, the coffin lid was blasted open, and a terrifying black mist surged out like rolling smoke. At the same time, an extreme evil qi and supreme pressure erupted. Even Jai Xuan, who knew some of the inside story, felt his heart skip a beat, filled with extreme apprehension. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao remained composed, only his brows furrowed slightly. A towering figure emerged from the black mist. That figure, clad in ancient golden robes, had a square face and exuded monstrous evil qi. Its hollow eyes overflowed with a bloody glow. Its entire body was covered in long black fur, no different from the demonic corpses outside. This is Yuan Tian Supreme, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. How could a dignified supreme expert fall to such a state? Roar! This supreme demon corpse let out a monstrous roar. Its voice seemed to transform into a shockwave that tore through the entire top of the dark divine tower. Jai Xuan's legs trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. That pressure was too formidable. An ordinary divine bridge realm cultivator would likely have their heart pulse shattered by it. A supreme is a supreme. Even after so many years of death, with only a corpse remaining, it still instilled dread and fear. And Jun Xiaoyao, with an unchanging expression, was like heaven and earth compared to Jai Xuan's terrified appearance. Just a supreme demon corpse that has been dead for who knows how long, Jun Xiaoyao said. If it were a true supreme expert, no matter how heaven-defying Jun Xiaoyao was, he would have no power to resist. But this demonic corpse of Yuan Tian Supreme, after death, had lost all its divine power and possessed no divine abilities. Moreover, its body had been corroded by the black mist, and its physical body strength had been weakened to the extreme. Currently, this supreme demon corpse possessed at most 1/10,000th of Yuan Tian, supreme strength from when he was alive. However, even if it was only 1/10,000th, it was by no means something a divine bridge realm or even Gi realm prodigy could contend with. Roar! The supreme demon corpse roared, its blood-red eyes first locking onto the closer Jai Xuan. Jai Xuan hastily gripped the ancient talisman. In the supreme demon corpse's blood-red eyes, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation. Then it shifted its gaze and locked onto Jun Xiaoyao. Boom! The supreme demon corpse attacked, completely without reason. Its hand swiped out, causing space itself to vibrate. Jun Xiaoyao's eyebrows raised slightly. He wanted to see just how strong this supreme demon corpse, with only 1/10,000th of its peak strength remaining, truly was. Jun Xiaoyao activated the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and the ancient divine elephant phantom materialized above him, like a golden primordial mountain suppressing the cosmos. 700 million caddies of divine power erupted from within his body. Moreover, not only that, Jun Xiaoyao finally activated the power of the ancient sacred body itself this time. In an instant, golden qi and blood surged forth. The ancient sacred body's qi and blood also had a suppressive and weakening effect on demonic entities. The supreme demon corpse's power was further weakened by more than 30% by the ancient sacred body's qi and blood. Jun Xiaoyao activated dragon qi, and a faint blue light surged beneath his skin, spreading out into dragon scale inner armor. The defensive technique of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength was activated, and Nethergod's guard also condensed. Jun Xiaoyao formed the human king seal with his left hand and unleashed dragon fist with his right, both powerful moves simultaneously. It could be said that in terms of offense, defense, and all aspects, Jun Xiaoyao had pushed himself to the extreme. He rarely exerted himself with such full power. This terrifying fluctuation was also detected by Jiang Shengyi, Jun Zuwang, and others outside the divine tower. That's a supreme aura, it's a supreme-level demonic corpse. Jiang Shengyi's expression suddenly changed. That was a supreme demon corpse, an existence that young prodigies simply could not contend with. Even some old generation experts in the Tangshan realm and godly fire realm would not be able to withstand it. Divine child, Jun Zuwang and Jun Zhangjian's faces drastically changed. They had also never expected that Jun Xiaoyao would actually contend with a supreme demon corpse. In their minds, this was almost an impossible feat. Is this Jun Xiaoyao truly insane to actually attempt to contend with a supreme-level demonic corpse? Jai Xuan was utterly astonished. Then a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had always been at a disadvantage against Jun Xiaoyao. Now he could finally see Jun Xiaoyao's miserable state. Boom! Under the gazes of Jai Xuan, Jiang Shengyi, Jun Zuwang, and others, Jun Xiaoyao, giving his all, violently collided with the supreme demon corpse. For a moment space vibrated, and heaven and earth shattered. The golden divine light of the ancient sacred body and the monstrous evil chi of the supreme demon corpse simultaneously spread out. Chapter 72. Resisting the supreme demon corpse, Jai Xuan is going crazy. This collision was like planets colliding, with extremely terrifying fluctuations. The entire depths of the secret treasure seemed to be swept by the chi waves. Jiang Shengyi and the others' minds buzzed, their faces instantly turning pale. That was a supreme demon corpse. Even if the demonic corpse's strength was less than 1/10,000th of its peak, it was still not something a divine bridge realm cultivator could contend with. Xiaoyao, Jiang Shengyi's immortal face turned pale. She couldn't imagine how she would face Jiang Ru if Jun Xiaoyao truly met with an accident. She had promised to look after Jun Xiaoyao in the secret treasure, but now she could only watch helplessly. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuwang, and the others also felt a tremor in their hearts. On the other side, Jai Xuan rushed towards the coffin while looking back at Jun Xiaoyao's situation. He didn't believe that Jun Xiaoyao could still be unharmed this time. The violent explosion gradually subsided. Amidst a cloud of dust, two figures simultaneously retreated. Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared. He was still in his spotless white robes, and his handsome face was still as calm as water. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, showing a hint of solemnity. Inside his chest, his chi and blood were slightly churning, and his arms felt a bit numb. Across from him, the supreme demon corpse also revealed its figure. Its body was similarly undamaged. After all, it was a supreme expert in its lifetime. Even if its physical body was corroded and weakened by countless times, it couldn't be easily destroyed. When Jiang Shengyi saw Jun Xiaoyao appear completely unharmed, her breathing seemed to stop. Then extreme joy flowed from her crystalline eyes. That's great! Jiang Shengyi moved her lotus steps lightly and flashed over. Young master is fine. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuwang, and Jun Wanji also showed expressions of pleasant surprise. At the same time, their eyes held a strong sense of fervent admiration. Their young master, with his divine bridge realm cultivation, contended with a supreme-level demonic corpse. Not to mention falling, he didn't even suffer a minor injury. If this matter were to spread, the entire immortal domain would be in an uproar. It would go crazy. Looking at the immortal domain from ancient times to the present, who could contend with a supreme-level expert in the divine bridge realm, even if it was just a corpse? There was simply no one. This is just ridiculous. Even Jai Xuan, with his calm and introverted heart nature, was stunned at this moment and couldn't help but blurt out a vulgarity he had never spoken before. This was too outrageous. Was Jun Xiaoyao even human? Contending with a supreme demon corpse in the divine bridge realm, and he wasn't even injured. Who would believe it if it spread? Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. At this moment, Jai Xuan completely suspected whether Jun Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could he explain him being so strong? Monster, this Jun Xiaoyao is just a complete monster. Jai Xuan was going crazy, unable to maintain his composure. He cursed repeatedly, swearing in his heart. With such a prodigy around, how could other prodigies compete in this era? Who could possibly compete with Jun Xiaoyao? Even that peerlessly talented prodigy from their Jai family, who became the current saintess of the human immortal sect, probably wouldn't be enough to watch. Never mind, I'll go for the treasure first. That supreme demon corpse can hold Jun Xiaoyao back. Jai Xuan thought to himself, completely losing the idea of competing with Jun Xiaoyao. He now only wanted to find the great opportunity in that coffin, and then leave directly. If he obtained that opportunity, perhaps he would still have the strength to fight Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao naturally noticed Jai Xuan's actions. He turned his head and said, "Zhangjian, Zhu Wang, Wanji, you go deal with Jai Xuan. Don't let him get the treasure and leave." "Then what about you, young master?" Jun Zhuwang asked. They still wanted to help Jun Xiaoyao deal with the Supreme Demon Corpse. "I'm enough here," Jun Xiaoyao said. "I'll help you." Jiang Shengyi stood firmly beside Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned and said, "That's a Supreme Demon Corpse, it's too dangerous." "If I don't help you, who will?" Jiang Shengyi pursed her lips and smiled, her smile enchanting. She couldn't possibly let Jun Xiaoyao face the Supreme Demon Corpse alone. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly, saying nothing. Now was not the time for sentimentality. This kindness he would naturally remember. Roar! The Supreme Demon Corpse charged again, bringing with it monstrous evil chi. Its mere aura was enough to make the divine palace in the minds of divine bridge realm prodigies explode. "This demonic corpse is quite troublesome," Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Hearing this, Jiang Shengyi was a bit speechless. Was that a human thing to say? For other prodigies, the almost invincible Supreme Demon Corpse was merely troublesome in Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. Jun Xiaoyao raised one hand, and dragon chi erupted, seemingly condensing a lifelike true dragon. It was precisely the Zhu Long Nest's divine ability, true dragon entrapment technique. With his other hand, he unleashed the soldiering art. In the Void Realm, thousands of golden divine weapons, transforming into blades, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons, formed a world-shocking torrent. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed two powerful moves simultaneously, and once again collided with the Supreme Demon Corpse. The Supreme Demon Corpse had no magical power or divine ability. It was simply contending with Jun Xiaoyao using its decaying physical body. This also made Jun Xiaoyao realize even more the supreme power of a supreme expert. One must know that this Yuan Tian Supreme Demon Corpse only had 1/10,000th of its strength from its lifetime. From this, one could infer how truly powerful a genuine supreme expert was. However, Jun Xiaoyao believed that with his talent, becoming a supreme expert was merely a matter of time. Boom! A huge wave spread again, and Jun Xiaoyao and the Supreme Demon Corpse simultaneously retreated again. Jun Xiaoyao's arms were numb, and his chest chi and blood surged. "This feeling, it's the first time I've experienced it." Jun Xiaoyao was not discouraged. Instead, he found it novel. However, it was a pity that this Supreme Demon Corpse could only make his chi and blood churn, and still couldn't truly make him vomit blood or suffer injury. From birth until now, Jun Xiaoyao had never truly been injured. Seeing this, Jiang Shengyi also attacked from the side, assisting Jun Xiaoyao. On the Divine Tower, Jai Xuan found an antique wooden box within the coffin. The box looked extremely ordinary, but within the entire coffin, there was only this one box. "It's this item." Jai Xuan's eyes burned with desire. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly pierced through. Jai Xuan moved his body to the side, his expression hardening. "You dare to touch something young master wants." Jun Wanji and the other two flashed over. "Damn it, aren't you going to help that Jun Xiaoyao? Do you want him to die at the hands of the Supreme Demon Corpse?" Jai Xuan's face was grim. "We believe in young master's strength. You won't be able to take this item away." Jun Wanji's tone was cold. At this moment, some of the demonic corpses that hadn't been completely cleared earlier also came up the Divine Tower. Since Jai Xuan possessed the ancient talisman, they shifted their target to Jun Wanji and the other two. "Zhangji and Zhu Wang, you two deal with those demonic corpses. I'll deal with Jai Xuan," Jun Wanji said. "All right." Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang nodded. Next, it was an all-out battle. Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zhuwang dealt with the demonic corpses, while Jun Wanji confronted Jai Xuan, preventing him from obtaining the wooden box and leaving. But the main battlefield was still Jun Xiaoyao against the Supreme Demon Corpse. If Jun Xiaoyao failed, then Jun Wanji and the others would naturally have to assist, and Jai Xuan could directly take the wooden box. However, in Jai Xuan's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao being able to contend with the Supreme Demon Corpse was already a miracle. If someone said Jun Xiaoyao could defeat the Supreme Demon Corpse, Jai Xuan would never believe it, even if he died. "Jun Wanji, stop doing useless work. As long as I stall until Jun Xiaoyao is defeated by the Supreme Demon Corpse, I can take the wooden box," Jai Xuan said, sounding very confident. This was an overt plot, so he wasn't afraid to say it out loud. "Young master's capabilities are not something you can fathom." Jun Wanji said coldly, holding extreme confidence in Jun Xiaoyao. Heh, if Jun Xiaoyao is strong enough to even defeat the Supreme Demon Corpse, then I Jai Xuan will pee upside down. Jai Xuan sneered, his words laced with mockery. You will regret it, Jun Wanji said with deep eyes. Deep within the supreme secret treasure, terrifying magical power fluctuations permeated the air. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body surged with golden qi and blood, like a war god descending upon the world, unleashing various techniques with surging power. Meanwhile, the supreme demon corpse was enveloped in surging demonic intent and overwhelming evil qi. Any divine bridge realm or even Gi realm prodigy would instantly be pulverized into a bloody mist by such a terrifying demonic corpse. Only a prodigy like Jun Xiaoyao, who defies conventional understanding, could contend with it. Adding to that, Jiang Shengyi was also present, and her innate Tao embryo was a formidable force that could not be overlooked. With every move, she seemed to merge with the Tao, and as her delicate hands swept out, magical power surged, shaking the void realm. As Jun Xiaoyao made his move, he also felt it. His ancient sacred body, under the aura of the innate Tao embryo, seemed to subtly grow stronger. This once again made Jun Xiaoyao recall that ancient great emperor who possessed the congenital holy body Tao embryo. Could it be that the superposition of these two physiques can truly produce a qualitative change? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered. He wasn't thinking of transforming his physique into the congenital holy body Tao embryo, as that was quite unrealistic, unless he could obtain it through a sign-in reward. But that was too ethereal. Sign-in rewards couldn't be specified. Jun Xiaoyao was thinking of another possibility. This possibility might allow him to deal with the supreme demon corpse before him. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao directly transmitted a message to Jiang Shengyi. Sister Shengyi, I need your help. What help? Jiang Shengyi replied. Infuse the power of your innate Tao embryo into my body, Jun Xiaoyao said. This, Jiang Shengyi was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Jun Xiaoyao to come up with such a method. Although the congenital holy body Tao embryo was indeed an extremely powerful physique, it was impossible to create it through such a method. Xiaoyao, are you trying to create that physique? But this can't be achieved through mere power transmission. Sister Shengyi, I just want to try to amplify the power of the holy body through the power of the innate Tao embryo, to see if it can suppress the supreme demon corpse. Jun Xiaoyao replied. So that's it, Jiang Shengyi nodded slightly. At this moment, the supreme demon corpse shifted its target and lunged at Jiang Shengyi. With Jiang Shengyi's physical body strength, she absolutely could not withstand a single blow from the supreme demon corpse. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao took a step, blocking her. Boom! With the collision, Jun Xiaoyao's figure was directly forced back. Sister Shengyi, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head and Jiang Shengyi caught him in her embrace. Xiaoyao, focus. Jiang Shengyi made up her mind and directly activated the power of the innate Tao embryo within her body. Instantly, an aura of the great Tao permeated out. Jiang Shengyi's skin was crystal clear and radiant, like the finest immortal jade. Around her in the void realm, countless runes were imprinted and Tao patterns flowed. This scene was extremely astonishing. Jiang Shengyi seemed to be the darling of the heavenly Tao. Various Tao patterns, immortal radiance and runes manifested around her. The heavenly Tao itself seemed to be paving the way for her. Is this the power of the innate Tao embryo? Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. No wonder the innate Tao embryo was a powerful physique, not inferior to the ancient sacred body. This physique, almost like the Tao itself, was truly terrifying. It was simply the darling of heaven and earth. Jiang Shengyi infused the great Tao power of the innate Tao embryo into Jun Xiaoyao's body. Instantly, the innate Tao embryo and the ancient sacred body seemed to resonate. The power between the two had a sense of fusion. This feeling was very peculiar. Jiang Shengyi's face flushed slightly, and Jun Xiaoyao felt that his ancient sacred body's power became even more formidable. It was as if he had been injected with a stimulant. Opposite them, the supreme demon corpse seemed to sense some instinctive danger, and its blood-red eyes flickered. This commotion was also noticed by Jai Xuan and the others. The power of the innate Tao embryo, what is that Jun family divine child doing? Jai Xuan's heart sank slightly, and he had a vague premonition of something bad. Jun Xiaoyao was currently enveloped in immortal radiance. Golden divine splendor, and the light of the great Tao flickered around him. although this state was still far from comparable to a true congenital holy body Tao embryo. It was already incomparably stronger than a simple ancient sacred body. It's time to end everything. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was indifferent. At this moment, he seemed like a high and mighty immortal delivering judgment. Even when facing the supreme demon corpse, he exuded confidence. Jun Xiaoyao fully activated the power of the ancient sacred body, and around him in the void realm, figures began to emerge. Each figure was sacred and transcendent, carrying an aura of the saint realm. It was as if a myriad of saints appeared in the void realm. Counting carefully, there were a full 10,000 illusory figures. This is a holy body phenomenon. Jiang Shengyi also recovered her senses, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart, and her pupils trembled as she saw this scene. The power of the ancient sacred body was not merely limited to its unparalleled physical body. Its holy body phenomenon was also a major killing move. Jun Xiaoyao had fought all the way until now, and had never used a holy body phenomenon. It wasn't that he didn't use it, but rather that no one was worthy enough for him to use it. Now, facing this supreme demon corpse, Jun Xiaoyao finally unleashed his holy body phenomenon, 10,000 saints worship. Moreover, this phenomenon was also infused with the great Tao power of the innate Tao embryo. Its power one could well imagine. Yuan Tian Supreme, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, just rest in peace after death. Jun Xiaoyao stepped through the void realm, stood with his hands behind his back, and his expression was as indifferent as a deity. At this moment, the 10,000 illusory saint figures simultaneously bowed and worshipped Jun Xiaoyao, as if they were worshipping the only God in heaven and earth. This scene was soul-stirring. Rumbled. A terrifying and mighty pressure bore down. Golden divine light illuminated all directions. Those ordinary demonic corpses directly exploded into dust under this power. Even the supreme demon corpse was greatly suppressed, its strength dropping by more than 40% again, and the black chi all over its body began to hiss and emit white smoke under the illumination of the divine light. The ancient sacred body inherently had a restraining effect on various evil forces. After being amplified by the phenomenon, the effect was even more pronounced. Not only was the supreme demon corpse suppressed, but throughout the depths of the supreme secret treasure, all the gray mist began to dissolve and disintegrate under the holy body phenomenon. At the same time, outside in the Taewong forest, the sky-gazing mirror, which was suspended in the void realm, was originally shrouded in a gray mist, making it impossible to see the scene within. However, the gray mist actually began to dissipate, and then the scene within the supreme secret treasure was also projected onto the sky through the sky-gazing mirror. Look, the sky-gazing mirror is starting to work. Hiss, is that the corpse of Yuan Tian Supreme? How did it become demonic? Oh my God, pinch me, I'm not seeing things, am I? The Jun family divine child is fighting the supreme demon corpse. Holy crap, how is this possible? This is just ridiculous. When the sky-gazing mirror displayed the scene deep within the Yuanshan secret treasure, the entire Taewong forest erupted in an uproar. Tens of thousands of cultivators were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide, as if they had witnessed the most impossible miracle. Everyone stood frozen in place, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Even the several elders from the immortal Tao lineages, who were sitting cross-legged in the sky above the void realm, widened their old eyes and nearly lost their balance, almost falling from the sky. The old Taoist of the Daejishan sect had a somewhat dazed expression on his aged face. He slightly opened his mouth and said, "Was that really the Jun family divine child?" Even the old Taoist, a saint who had cultivated for many years and possessed a calm heart nature, looked bewildered. This showed how profoundly shocking this scene was to the world. That's right, it's the divine child. The elder from the Jiang family also spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. As Jiang Ru's son, Jun Xiaoyao was considered half a Jiang family member. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao able to contend with a supreme-level demonic corpse, the Jiang family elder was also extremely pleased. Perhaps it's time to find a way to deepen the connection between the divine child and my Jiang family. For instance, a marriage alliance with Jiang Luoli would be quite good. The Jiang family elder had already begun to scheme in his mind how to completely win over Jun Xiaoyao and tie him to the Jiang family. After all, a prodigy who could contend with a supreme demon corpse while only in the divine bridge realm was a rarity, almost unseen throughout ancient and modern times. The elder Jai Bangyin from the Jai family was also rigid, like a clay statue, unable to utter half a word. This shock was too immense, and the elder from the Zulong nest and Dragon Bitch were also completely petrified. Especially Dragon Bitch, when she saw Jun Xiaoyao unleash the holy body phenomenon to suppress the supreme demon corpse, a strong sense of fear and powerlessness overwhelmed her mind. Although Dragon Bitch had been wary and fearful of Jun Xiaoyao before, she still didn't believe he was invincible. At the very least, Dragon Yashin and others who were still in seclusion were definitely qualified to contend with, or even defeat Jun Xiaoyao. But now, seeing this scene, Dragon Bitch felt dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. She now felt that even if Dragon Yashin came out of seclusion, defeating Jun Xiaoyao would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Let alone others, even Jun Xiaoyang's expression froze for a moment. Then came an intense look of ecstasy. He had originally thought that Jun Xiaoyao's participation in the supreme secret treasure was just to show his face to the world and make a name for himself. But now Jun Xiaoyao's performance was too brilliant, a true miracle even shocking Jun Xiaoyang. It was expected that in just a few days, this news would spread throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. Jun Xiaoyao would also become synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation. The Jun family's prestige would naturally rise accordingly. As for the tens of thousands of other cultivators, watching Jun Xiaoyao in the heaven-gazing mirror, being worshipped by 10,000 saints, and suppressing the demonic corpse with every move, their minds were also greatly shaken. Their eyes were filled with terror and shock. Although the Yuan Tian Supreme Demon Corpse's power might be less than 1/10,000th of what it was in life, it's absolutely not something the younger generation can contend with. One cultivator took a deep breath and said, "That's right, even Tongshan Realm and Godly Fire Realm experts would find it extremely difficult to deal with this demonic corpse." An elder from a major Godly Fire Realm power shook his head slightly. "The Jun family divine child, he is terrifying." All the cultivators present felt their scalps tingle, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. As for the female cultivators, seeing Jun Xiaoyao in his white robes, transcendent and ethereal like a heavenly immortal, his handsome, immortal-like demeanor with every move made them almost swoon. Countless female cultivators had flushed faces, imagining themselves as Jiang Shengyi, able to have intimate contact with Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, who was inside the supreme secret treasure, naturally didn't know that the outside world was already in an uproar because of him. All of Jun Xiaoyao's focus was on dealing with the supreme demon corpse. It had to be said that the effect of the holy body phenomenon far exceeded Jun Xiaoyao's expectations. He had originally thought that being able to weaken a few tenths of the supreme demon corpse's strength would be good enough. But he didn't expect it could also purify the dark mist and evil chi within the demonic corpse. Currently, the supreme demon corpse's strength had been suppressed to its extreme. Jun Xiaoyao took a step forward and unleashed a palm strike. Carrying the power of the ancient sacred body's blood chi, it struck the supreme demon corpse's chest. The ancient sacred body's blood chi had a strong suppressive ability against evil spirits. Coupled with the suppression of the phenomenon, the dark mist within the supreme demon corpse was once again dispelled, hissing out white smoke. The black hair on the supreme demon corpse began to fall off. Its blood-red eyes gradually returned to darkness. 2 points of soul fire, like flickering candles in the wind, lit up within its eye sockets. Jun Xiaoyao knew that was the Yuan Tian Supreme's last wisp of divine thought. "Junior, are you the one who grants this supreme release?" Strands of intermittent divine thought emanated from the soul fire, transmitting to Jun Xiaoyao. That's right, Jun Xiaoyao also transmitted divine thought. "It's the ancient sacred body, no. It's the ancient sacred body that has broken its shackles." A surprised fluctuation also came from that divine thought. Clearly, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body, having broken its shackles, also surprised the Yuan Tian Supreme. "Senior, why have you fallen to this state?" Jun Xiaoyao's divine thought asked. "Exotic domain, changing heavens, the source of darkness." The divine thought came intermittently. "Exotic domain, source of darkness." Jun Xiaoyao slightly furrowed his brows. This supreme seems to see a figure in white, with his back to all living beings, suppressing the end of darkness, alone, standing firm through all eternity. The Yuan Tian Supreme's remnant soul continued to speak words that Jun Xiaoyao could not understand. However, Jun Xiaoyao also deduced that the reason the Yuan Tian Supreme perished, and his corpse became so alienation after death, was likely related to the so-called source of darkness and dark matter. But these were not things Jun Xiaoyao could access at the moment. At this time, the Yuan Tian Supreme's remnant soul transmitted another message. In your glabella, there is this Supreme's legacy, the Yuan Emperor Dao Sword. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. As expected of a supreme expert, even with only a wisp of remnant soul left, he still possessed such powerful perception. Since there is a legacy, then it is fate that thing is inside the wooden box. The rest might be in the lower realm, on the continent. The Yuan Tian Supreme's remnant soul transmitted intermittently, like a flickering candle in the wind, unable to hold on for much longer. Jun Xiaoyao committed everything to memory. Her family is also in the lower realm. That ancient talisman is a token. Please take care of her family, the Yuan Tian Supreme's divine thought said. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was profound. He somewhat understood why Jai Xuan, holding the ancient talisman, was not attacked by the demonic corpses, nor by the Yuan Tian Supreme Demon Corpse. It turned out that the ancient talisman was actually a token between the Yuan Tian Supreme and his Dao companion. And his Dao companion had also left a family in the lower realm. Finally, please let this Supreme return to dust, return to earth, the Yuan Tian Supreme's divine thought said. Then he actually bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. This scene astonished everyone, both inside and outside the Supreme's secret treasure. Because Jun Xiaoyao and the Yuan Tian Supreme were communicating with divine thought, outsiders did not hear their conversation. But they could see the Supreme's corpse bowing to Jun Xiaoyao. What's going on? A dignified Supreme actually bowed to the Jun family divine child. Outside the secret treasure, everyone gasped, feeling their scalps tingle. The Jun family divine child was too unfathomable. Inside the secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and transmitted divine thought. Senior, rest assured this junior will do his best. Rest in peace. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, and golden magical power surged. The Yuan Tian Supreme's corpse offered no resistance and directly turned into a handful of dust, scattering away. A generation's Supreme thus dissipated. At the same time, on the other side, Jai Xuan saw this scene, and his heart turned cold, sinking to rock bottom, his whole body trembling. From the moment he saw Jun Xiaoyao suppress the Supreme Demon Corpse with a holy body phenomenon, Jai Xuan sensed that something was amiss. And now, seeing the demonic corpse completely annihilated by Jun Xiaoyao, his face turned ashen white. He shivered all over, as if he had been thrown into a cold pond in the dead of winter. He had always planned to grab the wooden box, and then escape directly with a great teleportation talisman. But Jun Wanji, however, stubbornly entangled him, preventing him from freeing his hands. Jai Xuan, didn't you say that if young master could defeat the Supreme Demon Corpse, you would urinate while standing on your head? Come on, I'm watching, Jun Wanji sneered mockingly. Upon hearing this, Jai Xuan's face turned green, extremely embarrassed, feeling a burning pain in his cheeks. Damn it, I must get that wooden box. Jai Xuan gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. The methods Jun Xiaoyao displayed were already causing his Dao heart to nearly collapse. Even a Supreme Demon Corpse could be dealt with. Who else could achieve that? Although there were various factors involved. The result, however, was beyond doubt. If he could obtain the item inside the wooden box, Jai Xuan might still have hope of competing with Jun Xiaoyao in the future. But if he couldn't, Jai Xuan would forever live in the shadow of Jun Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Jai Xuan's expression turned ruthless, and he directly unleashed a forbidden art of the Jai family. Instantly, his entire body erupted with fresh blood, his qi and blood burned, and his realm rapidly climbed, eventually reaching the great perfection of the Gi realm. Get lost. Jai Xuan's aura suddenly surged, and his right arm, which had fused with the Saint King's arm bone, punched towards Jun Wanji. Even Jun Wanji, caught off guard for a moment, was directly sent flying back. And Jun Zhangjian and Jun Zuhuang only reacted at this moment, wanting to rush over, but it was too late. Jai Xuan took the opportunity and directly grabbed the wooden box in his hand. Haha, the greatest opportunity in this supreme secret treasure is mine. Jun Xiaoyao, next time we meet, just wait and be amazed. Jai Xuan let out a hearty laugh, preparing to activate the great teleportation talisman to escape. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's expression carried a hint of faint mockery. Bringing you bone-deep despair when you're most hopeful, that taste must be wonderful, right? Jun Xiaoyao curled his lips into a cold smile. he directly activated the Yuan Emperor Dao's sword within the divine palace in his glabella. A brilliant divine light shot out from his glabella, imbued with the rules of Dao. Within the divine light, a brilliant chain of order flew out, transforming into a golden short sword about an inch long, shooting directly towards Jai Xuan. It was precisely the Yuan Emperor Dao sword. The Yuan Emperor Dao sword was one of the 5 great divine secrets, renowned alongside the immortal slaughtering swordplay. Although Jun Xiaoyao's current display couldn't match the terrifying power of Yuan Tian Supreme, it was still not to be underestimated. As the short sword streaked forth, Dao principles permeated, and the surrounding void realm seemed to be torn apart, emitting sharp screams. This was too sudden, no one had expected it. Jai Xuan hadn't expected it either. And the speed of the Yuan Emperor Dao sword was too fast. Jai Xuan didn't even have time to activate a protective magical artifact. In just a fleeting moment, Jai Xuan felt a tearing pain. He clearly saw his right arm fly off. No, Jai Xuan roared, his eyes splitting with rage. Demonic wings extended from Jun Xiaoyao's back. His figure flashed, and with a raised hand, he snatched the Saint King's arm, along with the wooden box and the ancient talisman, into his grasp. All these events happened in a mere instant. No one had expected that Jun Xiaoyao still had such a trick up his sleeve. Outside, this scene was also reflected by the heaven-gazing mirror, displayed for all to see. Is that the Yuan Emperor Dao sword, one of the 5 great divine secrets? How is that possible? Isn't that Yuan Tian Supreme's unique skill? Rumor has it that it has been lost for a long time. Perhaps it's an opportunity that the Jun family divine child obtained within the secret treasure. Holy crap, that little sage of the Jai family actually had his Saint King's arm cut off. Many cultivators exclaimed in shock. Previously, due to the obscuring gray mist, they hadn't seen the earlier battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Jai Xuan. But now Jun Xiaoyao, solely with the Yuan Emperor Dao sword, severed Jai Xuan's greatest reliance, the Saint King's arm, in a single move. He was incredibly fierce. Damn it, what does your Jun family divine child want to do? In the sky above the Void Realm, Jai Bangyin's face instantly changed. He had previously said that Jai Xuan was well prepared and very stable in this secret treasure. He had even calmly and proudly told Jun Xianshan that he should be worried about Jun Xiaoyao. But now, his own prodigy's arm had been severed, which enraged Jai Bangyin to the point of losing his composure. HMPH, don't worry, my grandson isn't a demon. He won't harm Jai Xuan's life, Jun Xianshan snorted. And just as his words fell, from the heaven-gazing mirror, they saw Jun Xiaoyao once again activate the Yuan Emperor Dao sword, aiming for Jai Xuan's head. Clearly, he intended to take Jai Xuan's life. This, Jun Xianshan looked up, speechless, pretending not to see. Jai Xuan hurriedly activated the great teleportation talisman, and the surrounding void realm rippled, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Within the secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head indifferently, looking at the vanished Jai Xuan. Actually, whether Jai Xuan lived or died no longer mattered to him. After all, Jai Xuan's Dao heart had completely collapsed, and he would not be able to pose any threat to him in the future. Moreover, he had already obtained the most important things: the Saint King's arm bone, the wooden box, and the ancient talisman. Especially that wooden box, which greatly interested Jun Xiaoyao. What exactly is the great opportunity that Jai Xuan coveted so much? Jun Xiaoyao examined the wooden box. However, he didn't open it immediately, because Jun Xiaoyao knew that the scene inside the secret treasure was probably already fully displayed by the heaven-gazing mirror. Jun Xiaoyao naturally understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth, although his identity meant that ordinary people wouldn't dare to target him. But it was inevitable that other immortal forces would take notice. If this opportunity was too enticing, it would also attract many troublesome individuals. Jun Xiaoyao directly put all these items into his spatial magical artifact. Jiang Shengyi had no objections. It could be said that suppressing the Supreme Demon Corpse was almost entirely Jun Xiaoyao's karma. She merely assisted from the side. Therefore, the opportunity naturally belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jun Zhu Wang and the other 2 sequences, it was even more impossible for them to have any thoughts. Everyone, let's go out. This trip to the secret treasure has come to a perfect conclusion, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile, feeling quite pleased. 4 ancient dragon bones, 1 supreme ancestral dragon bone, a wooden box, a Saint King's arm bone, and he even managed to subdue a mount along the way. It was more than just perfection, it was simply too perfect. Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the depths of the secret treasure, then rendezvoused with Jun Linglong and the nine-headed lion. The prodigies and cultivators from other major forces also withdrew one by one. However, just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others stepped out of the supreme secret treasure, two immense auras rose almost simultaneously. One came from Jai Bangyan of the Jai family. The other came from an elder of the Azure Dragon lineage of the Zhu Long Nest. It seems there's still a bit of trouble. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile playing on his lips, speaking calmly and at ease. At the entrance of the Yuanshan secret treasure, Jun Xiaoyao and others appeared. Jun Xiaoyao was dressed in white, with an ethereal and handsome appearance. Even after a fierce battle, he remained spotless, as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. This calm and unrestrained demeanor caused many female cultivators around him to scream, their eyes shining with admiration. Jun Xiaoyao was simply their unparalleled male god. However, before these fanatical admirers could get excited, two immense Saint Realm auras burst forth uncontrollably. They belonged to Jai Bangyan and the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage. The two immense auras instantly silenced the bustling Taiwang forest. Many big shots from various forces looked solemn, knowing that the upcoming events would not be easily resolved. Jun Xiaoyao acted without any scruples. He had forced the dragon maiden of the Zhu Long Nest to flee in disarray. He had severed the Saint King arm of Jai family's little sage. It could be said that if anyone other than Jun Xiaoyao, but a prodigy from another force, had done this, they would likely have been annihilated by the elders of the Zhu Long Nest and the Jai family the moment they emerged. Jun Xiaoyao, as the saying goes, leave a line for future encounters. Aren't your actions a bit too excessive? Jai Bangyan's face was grim and extremely unsightly. Beside him was Jai Xuan, who had been teleported out by a great teleportation talisman. However, at this moment, Jai Xuan's face was pale, his eyes vacant, and his left hand covered the stump of his severed arm, looking like a walking corpse. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Jai Xuan's Dao heart had completely collapsed. For a prodigy, defeat was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the complete collapse of one's Dao heart, which meant there was no hope for recovery. They would become a cripple. And Jai Xuan, this little sage of the Jai family, was so high-spirited, calm, and confident when he first arrived at the Yuanshan secret treasure. Yet now he had become a walking corpse. No wonder Jai Bangyan was so enraged. Excessive, how is Jun excessive? It was merely a normal spar. Facing Jai Bangyan's Saint Realm pressure, Jun Xiaoyao remained unfazed and composed. He wasn't even afraid of the supreme-level demonic corpse's pressure, so how could he be afraid of a saint's pressure? You old geezer, what do you want to do to my grandson? Jun Xiaoyao also flashed, appearing in front of Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage also arrived with Dragon Bichai. Dragon Bichai's delicate body trembled behind the elder, her gaze towards Jun Xiaoyao still filled with fear. Although her Dao heart hadn't collapsed like Jai Xuan's, it wasn't much better. At the very least, Jun Xiaoyao had left a deep shadow in her heart. Jun Xiaoyao, let's not discuss what you did to our clan's dragon maiden for now, but that dragon bone was originally taken by Yuan Tian Supreme from my Zhu Long Nest. Shouldn't it be returned to its rightful owner now? The elder of the Azure Dragon lineage said in a deep voice. Given the Zhu Long Nest's domineering nature, if another force had obtained the dragon bone, the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage would likely have directly seized it by force. But the one who obtained the dragon bone happened to be the Jun family divine child, which made the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage feel very tricky. The Zhu Long Nest, which has always been powerful and domineering, is actually trying to reason now. But this dragon bone was obtained by Jun through his own ability. Why should it be returned? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, with a hint of sarcasm. The elder of the Azure Dragon lineage's cheek twitched slightly, and then he said, "All right, let's forget about the 4 ancient dragon bones, but the supreme ancestral dragon bone must be returned." Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao sneered even more. Zhu Long Nest don't take advantage of others. Have you forgotten the pain of Yulong Supreme so quickly? Junior, you are presumptuous. Jun Xiaoyao publicly revealed the Zhu Long Nest's wound, making the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage's face turn ugly, and he couldn't help but scold him. However, just as the elder of the Azure Dragon lineage was scolding, From the far distance in the void realm, a high-pitched and sharp zither sound suddenly rang out. The zither sound transformed into a killing blade, tearing through the void realm and directly shot towards the elder of the azure dragon lineage. The sharp power made even a saint feel their scalp tingle. The zither sound killing blade flashed past, directly slicing open half of the elder of the azure dragon lineage's body, and bright, crystalline dragon blood splattered out. One move severely injuring a saint. A commotion of shock erupted from all directions. The elder of the azure dragon lineage retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with unprecedented horror. "Which big shot made a move?" the elder of the azure dragon lineage asked tremblingly. However, there was no response. Instead, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of surprise, saying, "Xiaoyao, it seems your guardian has made a move." "Guardian?" Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. His guardian was quite mysterious, not even showing up. However, using zither sounds as a means of attack was somewhat novel. "Your guardian has a formidable background. You'll know in due time," Jun Xiaoyao said mysteriously. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze narrowed. Who exactly was this guardian assigned to him by the Jun family? However, the speaker had no intention, but the listeners paid close attention. All the cultivators around, hearing this conversation, had horror hidden in their eyes. The Jun family had actually assigned such a powerful guardian to Jun Xiaoyao. One must know that generally, immortal forces would at most assign saint-level guardians to the prodigies of their clan. It seems the Jun family divine child status in the Jun family is truly extraordinary. Many people sighed. The elder of the azure dragon lineage endured his injuries, keeping his mouth shut, no longer daring to say anything more. He feared that if he said another word, he would be in the netherworld the next moment. Jai Bangyan's expression changed even more, extremely wary, and he didn't dare to say anything further either. A troublesome situation was thus easily suppressed. "It seems both of you have nothing more to say, so Jun will be leaving," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. As he left, he didn't forget to mock them, striking at their hearts. The elder of the azure dragon lineage and Jai Bangyan's faces turned purple, but they forcefully held back, not saying a single word. The Jun family members, along with the Jiang family and others, departed together. It wasn't until they had left that the elder of the azure dragon lineage and Jai Bangyan roared, their voices shaking 3,000 li. The two great immortal forces had never suffered such a loss. Alas, as expected of the Jun family, one of the three ruling families, suppressing the two great immortal Dao lineages until they had no temper, some cultivators lamented. The Yuanshan's secret treasure concluded with such an outcome. Although initially, many people speculated that the Jun family divine child would be the most dazzling presence in this secret treasure. But they hadn't expected him to be so eye-catching to this extent. He almost completely overshadowed the brilliance of all other prodigies. The Zulong Nest's dragon maiden, the Jai family's little sage, the ancient royal family's nine-headed lion, the swallowing heaven sparrow, and so on, none of them were Jun Xiaoyao's opponents. Even in the end, Jun Xiaoyao even suppressed the supreme demon corpse. This simply shocked everyone's eyes. If word got out, half of the desolate heaven immortal domain would be shaken. There were already rumors that Jun Xiaoyao would be one of the few people to stand at the peak of the immortal domain in this era. It could be said that Jun Xiaoyao, through this trip to the Yuanshan secret treasure, completely made a name for himself in the desolate heaven immortal domain. However, some rejoiced while others grieved. In Nanshan City, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared. They were Wu Minju and Xiao Chen. "What do you mean one of the few people standing at the peak? That Jun Xiaoyao is so malicious, dark, and ruthless in his thoughts. Is he worthy?" Along the way, Xiao Chen heard various rumors about Jun Xiaoyao, which made his face gloomy, and he couldn't help but curse. Wu Minju, on the other hand, remained silent, as if preoccupied. She was also gradually realizing that Xiao Chen might not be as perfect as she had imagined. Xiao Chen's ruthless actions against Jun Wanji made her feel as if she was seeing a stranger. And now Xiao Chen's face was filled with hatred, but in reality his heart was full of jealousy. Of course, Wu Minju couldn't distance herself from Xiao Chen just because of these reasons. After all, Xiao Chen still had many good qualities. He was resolute, unyielding, and treated her very well. Xiao Chen noticed that Wu Minju seemed preoccupied and thought she was worried about returning to the imperial court, so he couldn't help but ask, "Minju, is there really no other way?" Wu Minju heard this and shook her head slightly, saying, I suppose my guardian has already found me. Just as she finished speaking, an old woman in a palace robe stepped out of the distant void realm and landed in front of Wu Minju. A saint, Xiao Chen's heart tightened. That suppressive aura was definitely that of a saint. The old woman in the palace robe saw Wu Minju and bowed slightly, saying, Your Highness, this old woman has had quite a search for you. Grandma Gui, you've indeed found me. Wu Minju sighed lightly, not surprised. Your Highness, you've had enough fun, it's time to go back, Grandma Gui said. Heh, and after going back, will I be married to that arrogant, conceited champion marquis who has a multitude of concubines? Wu Minju sneered. That's not necessarily the case. Only the most excellent man is worthy of your Highness. This time, the divine dynasty will hold a grand banquet for you, inviting young prodigies and talents from various forces in the desolate heaven immortal domain to decide the final consort candidate. Also, this old woman heard that the Jun family divine child has also arrived this time. Has your Highness had any interaction with him? If it's him, perhaps it could also be a good choice, Grandma Gui suggested with a smile. Hearing this, Wu Minju's expression became slightly unnatural. More than just interaction. She had already become Jun Xiaoyao's servant. However, only she and Jun Xiaoyao knew about this matter. And when Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately bristled. Of all people Grandma Gui could mention, she just had to mention Jun Xiaoyao, which was like walking straight into Xiao Chen's trap. HMPH, is Jun Xiaoyao even worthy of one of Minju's fingers? Xiao Chen said coldly. Where did this wild brat come from, daring to speak to this old woman like that? Grandma Gui frowned, and a saint's suppressive aura was released. Xiao Chen was not Jun Xiaoyao. How could he withstand the pressure of a saint? Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Wu Minju's expression changed, and she whispered, Grandma Gui, stop. Princess, who is this boy? Grandma Gui asked. He is the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Wu Minju replied. Oh, so he's just a prince from a small country. Grandma Gui's expression was indifferent, almost disdainful. As a saint of the Panwu divine dynasty, she was indeed qualified to look down on him in such a way. This old hag, Xiao Chen stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face grim, and he thought coldly in his heart. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, are you all right? Wu Minju asked. Seeing this, Grandma Gui said indifferently, Your Highness, please understand your status. A prince from such a small country is not worthy of being with you. Your husband must at least be a prodigy supreme with a powerful background and extraordinary strength, like the Jun family divine child. Enough, Grandma Gui, stop talking. Minju will go back with you. Wu Minju made her stop, because she had already seen Xiao Chen's terribly grim expression. Princess, please, Grandma Gui said nonchalantly, not bothering to argue with a small character like Xiao Chen. Wu Minju followed her away. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly and shouted coldly, Don't look down on people. When the day comes for Minju to choose her consort, I, Xiao Chen, will personally step into the imperial palace of the divine dynasty. Heh, an overconfident ant. Grandma Gui didn't pay him any mind and simply left with Wu Minju. Wu Minju looked back, her lips slightly parted. Looking at Xiao Chen's resolute face, she couldn't bring herself to speak the cruel truth. If she were to say now that she had become Jun Xiaoyao's female slave, Xiao Chen would probably explode with anger on the spot, right? I can only take it one step at a time and see if there's a chance in the future for that Jun Xiaoyao to lift the slave seal on me. Wu Minju sighed in her heart. Xiao Chen watched Wu Minju walk further and further away, his fists clenched so tightly that blood dripped from between his fingers. Old ancestor, now that we've lost the dragon bone, what should we do? Xiao Chen asked in his mind. Without the dragon bone, his azure heavens transforming dragon art could not advance further, and his strength could not improve. At that time, what would he use to snatch her back? Would he use his head to snatch her? Alas, that Jun family divine child is truly terrifying, Green Dragon ancestor sighed. He had never seen a young man with such terrifying strength and cunning. In comparison, although Xiao Chen was excellent, he was far from enough. Old ancestor, I must become stronger, Mary Minju, and become the consort of the Panwu divine dynasty. Otherwise, I won't be able to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen secretly gritted his teeth. He wasn't foolish. He had envisioned a potentially successful path for himself. In that case, there's only one last method left, Green Dragon ancestor sighed. Please tell me, old ancestor, As long as there's a glimmer of hope, this junior will not give up. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he said eagerly, "Do you know where this Azure Heavens transforming dragon art of mine came from?" Green Dragon Ancestor suddenly asked. "Please enlighten me, old ancestor," Xiao Chen said. "This cultivation technique of mine was obtained when I accidentally entered an ancient nest secret realm. Inside that ancient nest, it's highly possible that an ancient freak from the Zulong nest is sealed," Green Dragon Ancestor said. "Zulong nest, ancient freak?" Xiao Chen showed a look of surprise. Indeed, some prodigies in their respective eras, for various reasons, sealed themselves within immortal source or divine source, waiting for a future era when they had a chance to achieve Tao before re-entering the world. Such prodigies were called ancient freaks, and each of them was terrifyingly powerful, capable of sweeping through their contemporary era. Those who had sealed themselves for a few epochs were fine, and the gap with contemporary prodigies wasn't too significant. But if they had sealed themselves for dozens or even hundreds of epochs or more, then those ancient freaks were terrifying and simply couldn't be judged by common sense. That ancient nest is extremely hidden. I'm afraid even the Zulong nest doesn't know about it, Green Dragon Ancestor said. Then, old ancestor, the opportunity you mentioned is, Xiao Chen said. The ancient freak sealed in that ancient nest should have an extremely astonishing origin and identity. You might be able to find the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon lineage within it. With that supreme blood, your Azure Heavens transforming dragon art still has the possibility of achieving major achievement, Green Dragon Ancestor explained. All right then, I'll go to that ancient nest later. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, extremely excited. Of course, you must be careful. If you awaken that ancient freak, I'm afraid the entire immortal domain will be shaken by it. Among the younger generation of the immortal domain, perhaps no one can defeat that ancient freak. Green Dragon Ancestor's tone became slightly solemn. The emergence of an ancient freak was no small matter. It could very well suppress contemporary prodigies, leaving no one able to contend with him. But at this moment, Xiao Chen did not heed the warning. He only wanted to obtain the supreme blood of the Azure Dragon lineage, make himself stronger, and then go to the Panwu divine dynasty to snatch his bride. As for the consequences of awakening the ancient freak, what did that have to do with him? Inside Nanshan City. After the Yuanshan secret treasure incident concluded, the experts from various forces gathered in the city were preparing to leave. Jun Xiaoyao was returning to the Jun family. Jiang Shengyi was also preparing to return to the Jiang family. Jun Zhangjian and others, sensing the atmosphere, tactfully retreated to a distance. Jiang Shengyi in a snow-white dress was peerless, with a slender and graceful figure, like a snow lotus standing alone in the world, untainted by worldly dust. Her exquisite fairy-like face was snow-white and translucent, as if bathed in light. Due to her innate Tao embryo physique, her entire being appeared transcendental and ethereal, giving off a feeling as if she was about to ascend. It was as if standing beside Jiang Shengyi could lead to enlightenment. "Sister Shengyi, your physique is truly enviable. Standing beside you, I feel like I'm about to comprehend the Tao and ascend," Jun Xiaoyao said with a casual smile. If others stood before Jiang Shengyi, they would surely feel a sense of inferiority. But Jun Xiaoyao was completely different. His transcendent temperament was not only not inferior to Jiang Shengyi, but even surpassed hers. "Then if I stay by your side every day, wouldn't that allow you to comprehend the Tao every day?" Jiang Shengyi teased, smiling slightly. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "Inside the secret treasure, I owe much to Sister Shengyi. Otherwise, I alone would definitely not have been able to suppress the demonic corpse." "Not at all, I was merely assisting." Jiang Shengyi gently shook her head. After some casual conversation, Jun Xiaoyao bid farewell to Jiang Shengyi. When Jiang Shengyi returned to the Jiang family group, a Jiang family elder stepped forward and said, "Saint Yi, our Jiang family must deepen our relationship with the Divine Child. Do you think Jiang Luoli and the Divine Child could?" The Jiang family elder gestured, clearly intending to set the two up. The Jiang family would certainly agree to this matter. Jiang Shengyi's expression slightly froze. After a long while, she managed a forced smile and said, "Of course, we can see if there's an opportunity later and I can be a matchmaker." "Haha, that's good," the Jiang family elder laughed. On this side, Jun Xiaoyao also returned to the Jun family team. He currently had no interest in any marriage alliances or Tao companions. After all, his goal was to suppress this era and stand at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Grandpa, let's go back, Jun Xiaoyao said. He was already a bit impatient to see what opportunity was inside the wooden box. All right, Jun Jianshan nodded slightly. The Jun family group also set off to return to Huang province, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces, Xuan province. This province was the stronghold of the ancient Jai family. The Jai family, as an ancient desolate family, even if not among the top 3, still possessed formidable hidden strength that could not be underestimated. As long as it was an ancient desolate family, how weak could it be? Jai Bangyan returned to the Jai family with Jai Xuan, who looked utterly dejected and listless, like a walking corpse. Immediately, a huge stir was created within the Jai family. The clan elders of Jai Xuan's lineage were all filled with righteous indignation, wishing they could directly break through the Jun family's mountain gate. The other lineages, although also angry, managed to remain calm. But in the end, the Jai family made no move. Because the Jai family could not go to war with the Jun family just for a waste Jai Xuan. A war between two ancient desolate families would be an immortal battle, shaking the entire immortal domain. Most importantly, Jai Xuan was indeed defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in a fair fight, not through a scheme. In the struggles and killings of the younger generation, life and death were perfectly normal. The Jai family also could not find sufficient reason to deal with the Jun family. Therefore, this matter could only be swallowed with clenched teeth. But Jai Bangyan could not endure this qi. He made up his mind and came to the depths of the Jai family, outside a valley brimming with immortal qi. The entire valley seemed to be enveloped in immortal light with eternal spring. Jai Bangyan spoke, "Is young Miss Qingyi present?" It was hard to imagine that a saint would speak to a junior in such a gentle tone. It was clear how extraordinary the status of this junior was. Not long after, a voice as melodious as an oriole leaving a valley or pearls falling onto a jade plate was heard. "Qingyi is here, elder, what is the matter?" Her person was unseen, only her voice was heard. But this voice alone was enough to make one endlessly reminisce. "Please, young Miss Qingyi, you must rectify the Jai family's name and reclaim Jai Xuan's honor," Jai Bangyan said in a deep voice. The person he was requesting help from was precisely Jai Qingyi, the most outstanding heavenly pride of the Jai family in this generation. She was also the saintess of the immortal great sect, the human immortal sect. The dual identity of a Jai family heavenly pride and a human immortal sect saintess made Jai Qingyi's status incredibly transcendent. Jai Bangyan then recounted the events of the Yuanshan's secret treasure to Jai Qingyi. After a long silence, Jai Qingyi's voice, like a clear spring and flowing waterfall, finally came. "Qingyi understands. However, later, Qingyi needs to return to the human immortal sect to pay respects to the remnants of the immortal's legacy. This matter will be kept in mind." Good, young Miss Qingyi's matter takes precedence," Jai Bangyan nodded and then left. The Jun family divine child, seems like an interesting character. I wonder how much surprise he can bring to Qingyi. After several days, Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the Huang province Jun family. During this time, a small incident occurred. The senior figure of the nine-headed lion race, nine-spirit Yuan sage, arrived at the Jun family's mountain gate. Jun Xiaoyao directly appeared riding the nine-headed lion. He wanted to see if this senior of the nine-headed lion race would be as foolish as Yulong Supreme. Some cultivators observing from outside were astonished to see Jun Xiaoyao riding the nine-headed lion. Riding its descendant in front of nine-spirit Yuan sage was a blatant provocation. Just as the outside world thought nine-spirit Yuan sage would cause a ruckus at the Jun family. Nine-spirit Yuan sage, with a solemn expression, said to the nine-headed lion, "Gu Sheng, it is your luck to be favored by the Jun family divine child. Following him, you will definitely not suffer any losses." This single sentence petrified everyone present. Is that still the overbearing nine-spirit Yuan sage? Many cultivators looked dazed. How come nine-spirit Yuan sage became as timid as a dog when facing the Jun family? "Grandpa, you..." The nine-headed lion was also stunned, its body stiff, its fur bristling, and its tail taut. It had thought nine-spirit Yuan sage was here to save it, but instead he said such a thing. And he even exposed its shameful real name. "So your real name is Gu Sheng," Jun Xiaoyao said with a playful expression. "Haha, divine child, you jest. Our nine-headed lion lineage has difficulty in reproduction and survival, so we give humble names for good raising," nine-spirit Yuan sage chuckled. The nine-headed lion was on the verge of tears, wishing it could dig a hole and bury itself like an ostrich. It was too shameful. What kind of self-imposed challenge was this? This incident, however, gave many a clearer understanding of the Jun family's deterrent power. Even the powerful nine-spirit Yuan sage dared not act wildly before the Jun family's mountain gate, and even actively allowed his descendant to follow the Jun family divine child. After this matter concluded, Jun Xiaoyao peacefully returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "It's time to explore the mysteries of this wooden box," Jun Xiaoyao said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jai Xuan had desperately wanted to obtain that great opportunity, but in the end, Jun Xiaoyao snatched it away. If there was nothing good inside the wooden box, it wouldn't be worth Jai Xuan's painstaking efforts. Jun Xiaoyao opened the wooden box. Looking inside, the first thing that caught his eye was an ancient, dark gold scroll, appearing as if made from gold foil. "What is this?" Jun Xiaoyao was slightly puzzled. He opened this dark gold scroll. Instantly, countless ancient characters floated before Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Each ancient character radiated endless divine light, as if they were stars in the sky rotating. If it were an ordinary person, just a glance would blind them. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He possessed the ancient sacred body, and golden light burst from his eyes as he swept his gaze across. This sight caused Jun Xiaoyao to show a look of surprise. For someone with Jun Xiaoyao's calm heart nature to display such an expression, it was clear how astonished he was. Could this be one of the 9 great heavenly books? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly stunned, unable to quite believe it. In the immortal domain, probably no cultivator would be unaware of the 9 great heavenly books. The 9 great heavenly books were not written by humans, nor were they the legacy of any single lineage. From the very beginning of the 9 heavens' immortal domain's existence, the 9 great heavenly books had already been present. Some said the 9 great heavenly books were written by immortals. Others said the 9 great heavenly books were the manifestation of heavenly Tao rules. In short, there were various theories. But one thing was certain: the 9 great heavenly books could never have been created by any single individual. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to create them. The most precious aspect of the 9 great heavenly books was that each book represented an ultimate. For example, the space book, one of the 9 great heavenly books, represented the ultimate in the Tao of space. The time book represented the ultimate in the Tao of time. Other different books represented different ultimate Taos. There were even rumors that if someone could gather all 9 great heavenly books, they could merge them into one and forge a path to immortal ascension. It was precisely because of these various rumors about the 9 great heavenly books that countless people frantically searched for their whereabouts. However, throughout countless epochs from ancient times to the present, let alone gathering all 9 great heavenly books, even the appearance of 1 or 2 was a luxury. Jun Xiaoyao had never expected that this wooden box would contain a heavenly book. Judging by its content, it must be the body book, one of the 9 great heavenly books, representing the ultimate in the physical body. Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself, his voice unable to conceal his stirred emotions. Probably no one would see a heavenly book and not be excited. Moreover, it was even more coincidental that this book was the body book, one of the 9 great heavenly books, which perfectly aligned with Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body. First the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and now the body book. Is this meant to make me a great emperor of the physical body? Jun Xiaoyao mused inwardly. However, what made Jun Xiaoyao frown slightly was that this scroll of the body book seemed incomplete. It appeared to be only the upper volume. Right, the remnant soul of Yuan Tian Supreme mentioned that the item was inside the wooden box, and the rest might be in the lower realm continent. Does this mean the lower volume of the body book is in the 10 Earths? Jun Xiaoyao muttered. This possibility was very high. It seems I must make a trip to the lower realm in the future. The body book is too important to me, Jun Xiaoyao said. His ancient sacred body, coupled with the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and then the body book, one of the 9 great heavenly books. How powerful would his physical body be after cultivating all of them? He feared that even the great emperors who achieved Tao through their physical body in the primordial era would be far inferior to him. Inside the wooden box, besides the body book, there was also a fragmented bronze shard. Compared to the body book, this bronze shard seemed very unremarkable. It didn't look like any kind of immortal gold. It was very ancient and plain. When Jun Xiaoyao held it in his hand, he was surprised to find that he couldn't crush this bronze shard. Jun Xiaoyao's current physical body strength was incredibly formidable. While he couldn't crush immortal gold, he could at least easily break ordinary marquee-level magical artifacts. Yet this seemingly unremarkable bronze shard was incredibly sturdy. "It's a bit strange. I'll show it to Grandpa and the others later." Jun Xiaoyao put away the bronze shard. Next, he took out the Saint King's hand bone and the 5 dragon bones. Jun Xiaoyao had already separated the Saint King's hand bone. The entire hand bone was as white as jade, inscribed with complex Tao patterns. Even just being placed there, it exuded Saint Realm pressure. The reason Jai Xuan could stand out among the prodigies was largely due to this Saint King's hand bone. A single hand bone could create a powerful prodigy. However, Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of integrating the hand bone into his own arm. The thought of fusing someone else's bone into his own body was unsettling. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao's ancient sacred body was already one of the strongest physiques, and once fully matured, it would be countless times stronger than the Saint King's hand bone. There was absolutely no need to abandon the root for the branch. "Although I won't integrate it into my own arm, I can use it to forge a magical artifact," Jun Xiaoyao mused. He planned to forge the Saint King's hand bone into a weapon. As for the 5 dragon bones, Jun Xiaoyao prepared to bestow 4 of the ancient dragon bones upon Jun Zhangjian and others. After all, they had contributed greatly in the Yuanshan's secret treasure. The benefits that should be given still had to be given. As for the supreme ancestral dragon bone, Jun Xiaoyao naturally refined it himself. Subsequently, Jun Xiaoyao directly manifested the hell furnace and drew the supreme ancestral dragon bone into it. Instantly, surging powerful essence qi gushed forth. The power contained within the supreme ancestral dragon bone was incredibly potent. If Xiao Chen had obtained it, it could have directly caused a great transformation for him. But now it all benefited Jun Xiaoyao. Inside his body, crackling sounds like exploding beans could be heard. That was one giant elephant particle after another awakening. 80,000. 90,000. In the end, all 100,000 giant elephant particles within Jun Xiaoyao's body completely awakened. Golden divine radiance surged throughout Jun Xiaoyao's entire body. Behind him, an incredibly solid, almost tangible golden divine elephant appeared. Its trunk coiled, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar, possessing the might to suppress the 8 directions and make stars fall. At this moment, the divine elephant suppressing prison strength entered the minor achievement stage of its first phase. With every move, Jun Xiaoyao unleashed a billion jin of divine power, capable of shattering stars with a single punch and collapsing primordial mountains. As expected of the supreme ancestral dragon bone, this energy is too vast, Jun Xiaoyao exclaimed. After the divine elephant suppressing prison strength's transformation, the next step was to convert the giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles. Dragon elephant particles were 10 times stronger than giant elephant particles. This meant that if Jun Xiaoyao converted all his giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles, his physical body divine power would surge tenfold. That would be 10 billion jin of divine power. The thought alone was terrifying. Furthermore, the benefits brought by the supreme ancestral dragon bone were not limited to this. Because within the ancestral dragon bone, there was ancestral dragon marrow. This energy, combined with the dragon qi within Jun Xiaoyao's body, caused his dragon scale inner armor to undergo another transformation. Jun Xiaoyao slightly activated it, and a slender azure gold dragon armor that perfectly fit his body condensed. This dragon armor had more than 10 times the defensive power of his previous dragon scale inner armor. With the dragon armor donned, Jun Xiaoyao lost a bit of his transcendent immortal qi and gained more of a cold, domineering aura like a god of war. At this moment, he looked even more like the true dragon son of heaven from the Zhu Long nest than Dragon Hayashin and the others. "I'll call this dragon armor the Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor," Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Originally, this Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor was a technique Xiao Chen should have been able to condense. But the Dragon Qi and the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone were both snatched by Jun Xiaoyao, thus benefiting Jun Xiaoyao instead. The divine elephant suppressing prison strength had reached minor achievement, and the Azure Heaven Ancestral Dragon Armor had also materialized. The remaining power of the Supreme Ancestral Dragon Bone was used by Jun Xiaoyao to break through his realm. His realm naturally broke through to the Gi realm. Moreover, he broke through 3 realms consecutively, reaching the late stage of the Gi realm. Such a thing as a bottleneck did not exist. After a period of cultivation and breakthrough, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had significantly increased compared to before. Next, it's time to thoroughly comprehend this body book, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Among the opportunities he had gained this time, the most important was the upper volume of the body book. Of course, as one of the 9 great heavenly books, the body book was clearly not that easy to cultivate. Even with Jun Xiaoyao's prodigy talent, cultivating the body book could not be achieved overnight. So that's how it is, there's actually such a method. A month later, Jun Xiaoyao had gained initial insights from comprehending the body book. Within the body book, there was a body tempering method that involved refining all 206 bones in the human body into Great Luo immortal bone, thereby transforming into the Great Luo immortal body. This immortal body was extremely terrifying, allowing Jun Xiaoyao's physical body to be immortal and indestructible, almost innate and invincible. Even the famous Zhang Liu golden body of Little Western, heaven paled in comparison to the Great Luo immortal body. Of course, refining bones into Great Luo immortal bone was not that simple. It at least required immortal source or energy substances of the same level for refining. Even Jun Xiaoyao was currently only cultivating with exquisite divine source. Immortal source was too rare. Even the Jun family did not have much in stock. I can only take it one step at a time. In the future, I must also pay attention to resources like immortal source, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Subsequently, he asked Jun Linglong to inquire with Jun Zhanshan about obtaining some immortal source for cultivation. Before long, Jun Linglong returned with over 100 pieces of immortal source, each the size of a fist, considered rare treasures in the outside world. These more than 100 pieces of immortal source already represented a significant portion of the Jun family's inventory. Now they were all given to Jun Xiaoyao. With these immortal sources, Jun Xiaoyao settled down and began to refine the Great Luo immortal bone and cultivate the Great Luo immortal body. He entered seclusion once more. While Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion, the entire immortal domain was not peaceful, with various rumors circulating. For instance, news came from the Zulong nest. An elder of their clan had divined a hexagram, as if seeing a corner of the future, and uttered a prophecy. Twin dragons emerge, ancestral dragon shall flourish. Upon the release of this prophecy, the entire desolate heaven immortal domain slightly trembled. Did this signify that the Zulong nest was about to rise completely? Many speculated that one of the twin dragons referred to Dragon Yashin. After all, Dragon Yashin was the most outstanding forbidden prodigy of the Zulong nest's current generation. And who was the other dragon? Some also believed that the Zulong nest was pointing its spearhead towards the Jun family. After all, during the Yuanshan secret treasure, the Zulong nest suffered a great loss and lost face. Now, the Zulong nest naturally wanted to regain its reputation. Many from the Zulong nest were even clamoring, asking why the Jun family divine child had not shown himself. Some people believed Jun Xiaoyao might be avoiding the limelight. But more people believed that Jun Xiaoyao was biding his time, and when he reappeared, he would surely shake the entire immortal domain again. Besides the Zulong nest, another well-known ancient royal family, the myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, also had young prodigies beginning to travel the world. This branch of the ancient royal family was no weaker than the Zulong nest, and its relationship with the Zulong nest was quite good. It was somewhat similar to the relationship between the Jun family and the Jiang family. Moreover, from an unknown source, there was a rumor that the Zulong nest and the myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain seemed to want to combine their bloodline to create an invincible young supreme with both ancestral dragon and true Phoenix bloodline. Of course, this was just a rumor, and not many people believed it. After all, the ancestral dragon and true Phoenix were both top-tier bloodline, incredibly dominant, and fusing them together would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. In addition, news also came from the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Wu Minju, would soon hold a competition to select a consort. At that time, the entire Divine Dynasty would host a grand banquet, inviting various forces and young talents from the desolate heaven immortal domain to attend. The selection of the consort would take place at the banquet. This was big news, causing quite a stir throughout the immortal domain. After all, becoming the consort of an immortal dynasty princess was like ascending to heaven in one step, saving countless years of struggle. Of course, many people were well aware. Young talents qualified to participate in the consort selection either possessed prodigy talent or had powerful backgrounds. Stories of commoners rising to marry princesses could only appear in the tailies of storytellers. Many prodigies from major powers were also eager to try, preparing to attend the banquet at the divine dynasty in the future. And while the immortal domain was in turmoil, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, four great ancient kingdoms also had undercurrents surging. Although these four great ancient kingdoms were not immortal dynasties, they were each overlords dominating a province. At this moment, in Fire Province, within a palace hall of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, a beautiful woman in a red feathered robe was sitting in meditation, cultivating. Her figure was graceful. Even while sitting, she displayed beautiful curves. She had long red hair and skin as white as snow. A vermilion mark between her brows made her face even more enchanting and lovely. This woman was Bai Yuer. Around Bai Yuer, vermilion bird divine fire and azure dragon chi intertwined and flowed, and her aura was far stronger than before. She had reached the early stage of the Gi realm. It should be noted that at this age, most who could reach this realm were prodigies from immortal dynasties. Bai Yuer originally could not have had such a cultivation speed. It was Jun Xiaoyao's casual benevolence that helped her achieve it. After a period of cultivation, Bai Yuer slowly opened her eyes. Her brilliant crimson-colored eyes, like translucent rubies, now showed a hint of melancholy and longing. "It's been a long time since I last saw Divine Child," Bai Yuer murmured, her tone tinged with sadness. It was hard to imagine that Bai Yuer, regarded as a goddess by the entire vermilion bird ancient kingdom, was now bitterly longing for another unattainable existence. Recently, she had also heard many things about Jun Xiaoyao. Tearing apart the swallowing heaven sparrow with his bare hands, effortlessly subduing the nine-headed lion, sweeping through the supreme secret treasure, and even suppressing the supreme demon corpse in the end. These various pieces of news made Bai Yuer excited and overwhelmed with emotion. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's heroic and handsome figure had appeared before her. Bai Yuer even spent her days drawing Jun Xiaoyao's figure. "Although Divine Child may not care about me, I only have Divine Child." Bai Yuer took out a scroll depicting Jun Xiaoyao, gently caressing it with her jade hand, and whispered to herself. From the inside out, she had already been branded with Jun Xiaoyao's mark. Just as Bai Yuer was thinking of Jun Xiaoyao, the voice of a maid came from outside the door. "Your Highness, there's an urgent matter to report to you." "Come in," Bai Yuer composed herself, put away the scroll, and said seriously. A maid walked in and bowed, saying, "Reporting to your Highness, a general has sent a message, saying that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has already started a war with the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom." "What? How could this be?" Bai Yuer's beautiful eyes showed a slight surprise when she heard this. This news was truly beyond her expectation. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was indeed strong, and it was also the head of the four great ancient kingdoms. However, the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom were also extremely powerful, not much weaker than the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Only the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had seen its national power decline year after year due to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's severe injuries. But apart from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the other three great ancient kingdoms should have been roughly on the same level. It was precisely because of this that Bai Yuer was surprised. How could the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom have the courage to attack the other two kingdoms? "What is the current situation?" Bai Yuer asked. "Reporting to your Majesty, I heard that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom actively provoked the war. Their army is very strong, and it seems that many mysterious experts from unknown origins have joined them." "There's such a thing." Bai Yuer fell into deep thought. Currently, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was still in seclusion. After he obtained the Kilin Undying Medicine and recovered from his injuries, the first thing he wanted to do was to go into seclusion, hoping to use this opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. However, how could the Saint Realm be so easy to break through? Although the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had accumulated for a long time, and with the help of the Undying Medicine, he still couldn't break through to the Saint Realm in a short period of time. Until now, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had not emerged from seclusion. All the state affairs of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom rested on Bai Yuer's shoulders. After all, she was the one who saved the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, so now, throughout the entire Ancient Kingdom, apart from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, Bai Yuer had the greatest influence. Let's observe the situation for now. It's not suitable for our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom to interfere, Bai Yuer said, waving her hand. With the current national power of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, they also had no ability to interfere. Yes, the maid responded and retreated. Bai Yuer slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. Why exactly, and where did those mysterious experts helping the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom come from? Bai Yuer was pondering. If she were still Xiao Chen's fiancé, she naturally wouldn't have to worry about such things. But now, Bai Yuer had not only severed all ties with Xiao Chen, but had also become enemies with him. Under such circumstances, Bai Yuer had to worry that the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom would make trouble for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. I hope I'm overthinking. Bai Yuer rubbed her temples with her jade fingers. But for some reason, she felt an uneasy feeling deep in her heart. What? Time slowly flowed by. Inside the heavenly emperor palace of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao was still in seclusion. He was trying to use the method in the body book to refine the bones in his body with immortal source. It took him a full half-month to refine the first bone in his body into a great Luo immortal bone. Jun Xiaoyao considered it a bit slow, but if it were anyone else, it might take years to refine even one great Luo immortal bone. The moment the first great Luo immortal bone appeared, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the bone glowed golden, as if mystical runes were imprinted on it. Moreover, this great Luo immortal bone was in his arm. When Jun Xiaoyao punched out, he felt that the power was several times stronger than before. Not bad, although the progress is a bit slow, there are results after all, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. One great Luo immortal bone had such a distinct effect, so what about a few more? In the end, if all 206 bones in his body transformed into great Luo immortal bones, how powerful would that be? Jun Xiaoyao was increasingly looking forward to the great Luo immortal body. While Jun Xiaoyao continued his seclusion, another astonishing piece of news came from the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, with an extremely powerful stance, broke through the national gates of the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. Even with the two great ancient kingdoms resisting together, they found it difficult to withstand the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's army. This caused quite a stir in the dozens of surrounding states. However, this was not a war between immortal forces, so its influence was limited and did not shake the entire immortal domain. When Bai Yuer received this news, her eyes also trembled. The uneasiness in her heart grew even stronger. Jinzhou White Tiger Ancient Kingdom, inside the Imperial Palace. The White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord at this moment had slightly pale faces and stood with their hands down, clearly having just experienced a war and suffered serious injuries. They were both Saint Realm cultivators, but at this moment they were all injured, and their pupils still held shock. In front of them, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord stood calmly. His cultivation was also at the Saint Realm, not much higher than the two Kingdom Lords. But behind him, there were four figures shrouded in black robes. The previous war was precisely because of the presence of these four people, along with the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, that caused them to suffer heavy losses, leading to the defeat of the two countries' armies. Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, where did you invite these helpers from? The White Tiger Kingdom Lord faintly carried a hint of unwillingness. If it weren't for these four figures, he alone could have contended with the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. Why ask so much? You just need to know that I am also working for young master, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said with a faint smile. What? Upon hearing this, both Kingdom Lords showed surprise. A dignified Kingdom Lord working for someone else. And judging by his address, it was a young master. The two Kingdom Lords exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. No need to doubt, these four are also that young master's people, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said calmly. At this, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord's eyes showed even greater horror. These four saint experts were all that young master's people. Who exactly was that young master? And how terrifying must his background be? Now you only need to agree to two conditions. First, hand over a quarter of your respective compasses. Second, the entire kingdom submits to young master. Agree to these two conditions, and you may live. Do not agree, and you die. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's tone was cold and direct. Upon hearing this, the two kingdom lords' faces showed a hint of humiliation. That compass was a legacy item. Although its purpose was unknown, it was a symbol of a kingdom. The four great ancient kingdoms each possessed a quarter of the compass. And the entire kingdom submitting to that young master was also not a glorious matter. Just as the two kingdom lords were about to argue, the four black figures suddenly took a step forward. That oppressive chi made the words of the two kingdom lords choke in their throats, unable to be spoken. After a long while, the two kingdom lords nodded dejectedly, agreeing to the conditions. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord nodded in satisfaction. Afterward, after some arrangements, the two kingdoms also submitted in unison. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, however, went to the back of the imperial palace, to a luxurious hall. Inside the hall, many graceful dancers were dancing. At the very top was a large bed, with gauze curtains hanging down, vaguely revealing a figure leaning against several slender figures. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord spread his palm, on which lay two ancient and modeled Azure Dragon compass components. "Young master, you have what you wanted," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said with a hint of respect. From within the gauze curtain, a powerful arm reached out, and with a five-fingered grab, it seized the two Azure Dragon compass components. "Very good, Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. You did not disappoint this marquis." "He, of course. How could I not do my best when working for young master?" the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said with a smile. "Not bad. With the corner of the bronze compass you offered to this marquis, there are now 3 pieces. Next, only the last piece from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom remains." A voice came from within the gauze curtain. "The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? This?" The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's expression showed a slight hesitation. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" The voice sank slightly, its emotions seemingly volatile. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's forehead beaded with sweat as he hastily replied. "Young master misunderstands. While it's true that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had some ties before, now, not only are there no ties, but we are even enemies. Xiao Chen was rejected by Bai Yuer, driven out of the Jun family in a state of utter disgrace, and even had his dragon chi taken away. Naturally, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord could not have any good feelings towards the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and Bai Yuer. They had even become sworn enemies. "Oh, what's the reason?" the voice asked. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord replied. "That imperial daughter of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom might have some connection to the Jun family divine child." Jun family divine child? That voice also carried a faint trace of hesitation and doubt. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, there might not be many who had seen Jun Xiaoyao, but there were definitely many who had heard his name. "The Jun family divine child shouldn't care about such a small kingdom," the voice said indifferently. "I was just reminding young master," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said. After Jun Linglong subdued the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom did not publicize it. After all, it wasn't a very glorious matter. So now, apart from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, Bai Yuer, and the various ministers who witnessed it firsthand, everyone else was unaware that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was already a force under Jun Xiaoyao's command. HMPH, reminding me of what? Let's not even mention whether the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has anything to do with Jun Xiaoyao. Even if it does, will this marquis be afraid?" The voice said with a hint of displeasure. That's right. Young master is a big shot, destined to stand at the peak of the immortal domain and look down upon all living beings in the future," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord flattered. "Good that you know. Next, directly gather the armies of the 3 kingdoms and attack the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, forcing it to submit and hand over the bronze compass fragment." "As you command," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord bowed. "Oh, and I heard that the Vermilion Bird Imperial daughter Bai Yuer is a rare beauty. Don't harm her. Bring her here to be this marquis's concubine." "Yes," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart at the same time. Fortunately, Bai Yuer had broken off her relationship with Xiao Chen. Otherwise, wouldn't this be personally cuckolding his own son? "Don't worry, after it's done, you won't be short on benefits." When the four great ancient kingdoms merge into the four symbols ancient kingdom, you will be the sole kingdom lord, the voice chuckled softly. Thank you, young master. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's eyes showed a hint of joy. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Afterward, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord bowed and left. The voice then muttered to itself. Once the four components are gathered to form a complete bronze compass, perhaps I can find clues to that bronze immortal palace. If I succeed, this marquis will obtain a great opportunity. At that time, I will definitely have full confidence in marrying Wu Minju. Then I will enter the Panwu burial mound to obtain an opportunity, and gradually seize control of the Panwu divine dynasty's power. Finally, I, Yangpan, will surely be able to stand above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at the peak of all living beings. The voice, filled with immense ambition, echoed with laughter throughout the entire palace. Within a few days, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord had integrated the allied armies of the 3 kingdoms and marched towards the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Moreover, they made no attempt to conceal themselves, openly advancing towards the Fire Province. The news quickly reached the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Instantly, the entire nation was gripped by panic. Earlier news of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, annexing the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom, and the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom had already made many ministers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom uneasy. Now that the news was confirmed, it threw the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom into chaos. Given the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's current national strength, let alone an allied army of 3 kingdoms, even just the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom alone would be enough to inflict a life-or-death calamity upon the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The allied army of 3 kingdoms was practically a death sentence for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Within the imperial palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, a group of ministers approached Bai Yuer. Your Highness, please quickly send a message to the Jun family divine child to see if he can help. Yes, now that the Kingdom Lord is in seclusion and hasn't emerged, only the Jun family can save our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Many informed ministers strongly urged Bai Yuer to seek help from Jun Xiaoyao. All right, esteemed ministers, don't worry, I'll give it a try, Bai Yuer said. She was naturally anxious in her heart, so she took out a jade slip for communication and sent a message to Jun Linglong, because she did not have a direct way to contact Jun Xiaoyao. And on the Jun family's side, Jun Linglong also received the message. However, Jun Xiaoyao was still in seclusion, and Jun Linglong would not disturb him for such a matter. Upon receiving the news, Bai Yuer's heart sank slightly. Jun Xiaoyao was in seclusion, and she couldn't notify him. And Jun Linglong's status was far inferior to Jun Xiaoyao's. She simply couldn't mobilize the Jun family's power to help the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Only if Jun Xiaoyao personally stepped forward would he have the ability to help the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. But the problem was that he was in seclusion, and no one could disturb him. Bai Yuer relayed this news to the various ministers. How can this be? Is heaven trying to destroy our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Some ministers' faces turned pale. That's not necessarily the case. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom probably just wants us to submit. Let's see what their attitude is then, Bai Yuer said. Subsequently, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom also entered a state of readiness for war. External forces did not have high hopes for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. They even believed that this was a battle of an egg against a rock. The outcome was completely without suspense, merely a matter of time. Of course, such speculation was also because they did not know that the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was already Jun Xiaoyao's private territory. If they knew this, they would never have such a view. In just a few days, the allied army of the 3 kingdoms had already entered the Fire Province, heading directly for the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Along the way, all cities encountered offered no resistance and were directly destroyed. Most of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's military strength was also concentrated in the imperial capital. Regardless of the final outcome, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom could not simply sit back and do nothing. Just as the final battle of the 4 great ancient kingdoms was about to erupt, within the heavenly Emperor Palace of the Jun family, a powerful aura permeated and a brilliant light ascended. Immortal radiance and mist emanated, making it feel as if a supreme true immortal was seated within the heavenly Emperor Palace. Outside the heavenly Emperor Palace, Jun Linglong, Jun Zuhuang, Jun Zhangjian, and Jun Wanji were all present. Their eyes also showed surprise and joy. The divine child is finally coming out of seclusion. Chapter 83. Signing in at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Imperial Palace, mobilizing the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards, and preparing to march. Jun Xiaoyao generally rarely went into seclusion. But whenever he did, after coming out, his entire being would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Jun Linglong and others stood respectfully outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Not long after, Jun Xiaoyao pushed the door open and emerged. His clothes were whiter than snow, his aura was ethereal, and his appearance remained peerlessly handsome, enough to make all women's hearts flutter. What was different from before was that Jun Xiaoyao's aura had elevated even further. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao already gave off the feeling of an exiled immortal. Now this feeling was even stronger. How do I feel as if the young master is about to ride the wind and ascend to become an immortal? Jun Zuhuang murmured. They naturally did not know. This was because Jun Xiaoyao had cultivated the great Luo immortal body. Jun Xiaoyao also did not tell Jun Linglong and the others about the body book. It was better for as few people as possible to know about such matters. Moreover, what Jun Xiaoyao had improved was not just his aura. The faintly emanating power gave even Jun Wanji an extreme sense of danger. As the fifth in the sequence, his strength was greater than Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zuhuang, and Jun Linglong. But even he felt a chill in his heart when facing Jun Xiaoyao at this moment. The young master is even more unfathomable than before. I might not even be able to withstand a single move from him now, Jun Wanji thought to himself. I've been in seclusion for almost a year, yet I've only refined 6 great Luo immortal bones. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, sighing inwardly. He hadn't expected that hundreds of extremely rare immortal sources would only refine 6 great Luo immortal bones. This consumption was simply too terrifying. If an ordinary person were to cultivate the great Luo immortal body, just finding the resources would take who knows how many years, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. If one were to observe his right arm at this moment, they would notice that it was faintly enveloped by divine radiance and immortal qi. The 6 great Luo immortal bones that Jun Xiaoyao had refined were all concentrated in his right arm. This way, he could concentrate his power and prematurely unleash some of the effects of the great Luo immortal bone. Congratulations, young master, on emerging from seclusion. Jun Linglong and the other 3 bowed and cupped their hands towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand slightly. Then he took out 4 ancient dragon bones. Young master, this, Jun Zhangjian and the others looked puzzled. These 4 ancient dragon bones, one for each of you, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Young master, this is too precious, Jun Zuhuang said, feeling flattered. Ancient dragon bones were rare treasures even in the outside world. If Jun Xiaoyao were to keep them all, they would have no complaints, as Jun Xiaoyao contributed the most. We are all family. If I tell you to take them, then take them. There's no need to decline, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Yes, thank you, young master. Jun Zhangjian and the others hesitated for a moment before nodding. Their expressions all carried a hint of gratitude. These dragon bones were also very useful to them. Jun Xiaoyao's gesture further solidified their belief in following him. Oh, by the way, young master, Linglong has something to report, Jun Linglong said, stepping forward as if she had just remembered something. Speak, Jun Xiaoyao said. Subsequently, Jun Linglong briefly recounted the situation of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom to Jun Xiaoyao. So that's how it is, I understand, Jun Xiaoyao nodded faintly. And just then, the system's mechanical voice once again echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Please sign in at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Imperial Palace. Is the system going to give me freebies again? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed, his expression very calm. He had originally intended to personally visit the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. The system was truly thoughtful. Then, young master, what should we do? Jun Linglong asked. The reason she cared was not because of Bai Yuer, but because the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was Jun Xiaoyao's private force. To be detrimental to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, wouldn't that harm Jun Xiaoyao's interests? Transmit my order. Mobilize 100,000 each of the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, and mountain four guards. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was calm, and he handed a golden token to Jun Linglong. That was the young master token, the symbol of Jun Xiaoyao's status as the young master. to actually mobilize the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards. Jun Xiaoyao and the others' pupils held traces of shock. The wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards were an extremely powerful force of the Jun family. They were respectively the Wind Shadow Guard, the Imperial Forest Guard, the Fire Cavalry Guard, and the Mountain God Guard. These wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards were not the Jun family's only military force, but they were a highly renowned team among them. They helped the Jun family suppress resisting forces from all directions and guarded the Jun family's various Dao province territories. Wherever they passed, they were like an iron torrent, unstoppable. Among the soldiers of these four teams, the weakest had a cultivation in the Nirvana realm, and there were many powerful experts in the Tongshan realm and godly fire realm. Moreover, ordinary prodigies of the Jun family could absolutely not mobilize these four guards. Even the 10 sequences, if they wanted to mobilize them, would have to go through some procedures, and the number they could mobilize could not be too many. Only Jun Xiaoyao had the qualification to freely mobilize the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards, without limits on quantity or conditions. As long as he presented the young master token, he could mobilize them. "Young master, let us go too. It can be considered a form of tempering," Jun Xiaoyao said. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, then you all prepare as well." Yes, Jun Xiaoyao and the others cupped their hands and went to make preparations. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself, "The four symbols ancient kingdom is a force I intend to gather. Who exactly is the person who dares to snatch my peach?" Jun Xiaoyao did not believe that the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom alone could conquer the other ancient kingdoms. When Jun Linglong informed him, she also mentioned that a mysterious force seemed to be helping the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. This was worth pondering. Jun Xiaoyao was also very curious, who was the person standing behind the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. And was that person's goal merely to unify the four symbols ancient kingdom? It seems these four great ancient kingdoms are not that simple. There might be some unknown history behind them. "I'll know once I ask Bai Yuer then," Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. Then he directly went to find Jun Xiaoyao. The matter of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom was not a big deal to him. Even if it was accidentally destroyed, Jun Xiaoyao would only feel a slight pity. As for Bai Yuer, Jun Xiaoyao had never really cared about her. She was merely a chess piece in his hand. What Jun Xiaoyao wanted to understand now was the matter of the bronze fragment in the wooden box. Therefore, he went to find Jun Xiaoyao. However, after Jun Xiaoyao saw the bronze fragment, his expression became incredibly solemn. "Xiaoyao, where did this fragment come from?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. "From the Yuanshan secret treasure. It should have been brought by Yuan Tian Supreme from a foreign land," Jun Xiaoyao said. He had nothing to hide from Jun Xiaoyao. "So that's how it is. This bronze fragment is deeply involved," Jun Xiaoyao said solemnly. This was the first time Jun Xiaoyao had seen Jun Xiaoyao's expression so grave. "Grandpa, what is the origin of this bronze fragment?" Jun Xiaoyao became even more curious. "Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the 7 wonders of the immortal realm?" Jun Xiaoyao asked in a deep voice. "The 7 wonders," Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Jun Xiaoyao had some understanding of the 7 wonders. In the immortal domain, probably few people hadn't heard of them. The so-called 7 wonders referred to 7 eerie legends circulating in the immortal domain. For example, the legend of the Starry Sky ghost ship refers to a ghost ship at the end of the starry sky. Everyone who sees that ship, no matter who they are, even a saint, will be mesmerized, then board the ship and head to the end of the Yellow Springs. For example, the rumor of the headless swordsman. A headless figure, holding a rusty, blood-dripping sword, wanders aimlessly through various corners of the immortal domain. All cultivators who encounter the headless swordsman will suffer misfortune, from ordinary cultivators to supremes, without exception. Various legends of this kind eventually formed the 7 wonders. It can be said that each wonder represents a mystery of the immortal domain, a veritable taboo. Generally, no cultivator wishes to get involved with these, because these wonders are too ominous, too strange, and can easily cause cultivators to die and their Tao to dissipate. "Does Grandpa mean that this bronze fragment is related to one of the 7 wonders?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered as he asked. "That's right. Among the 7 wonders, there's a legend of the Bronze Immortal Palace. This bronze fragment might be from the Bronze Immortal Palace," Jun Xiaoyao said with a solemn tone. Bronze Immortal Palace. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. The Bronze Immortal Palace is also one of the seven wonders. It is an extremely strange and ominous immortal palace. Although it is called an immortal palace in the eyes of many, it is practically a tomb. 9 out of 10 powerful individuals who entered it perished. The reason why this bronze immortal palace is so attractive is because it is rumored to contain things related to immortals. Anything related to immortals is enough to make all cultivators flock to it. Throughout history, countless young masters, powerful lords, and saint powerhouses have entered the bronze immortal palace, wanting to explore the mysteries of immortals and obtain immortal opportunities. But the vast majority of them perished. Even the few cultivators who escaped remained tight-lipped, saying nothing about the situation inside the immortal palace, as if they were wary of something. It is precisely for this reason that the bronze immortal palace was listed as one of the seven wonders. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was serious as he said to Jun Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, your talent is unparalleled. Even without taking risks, you can become a saint and an ancestor in the future, and even becoming an emperor is not impossible. You absolutely must not let curiosity lead you into danger." Jun Xiaoyao was now the Jun family's treasure, the most central existence, and absolutely no accidents could happen to him. If Jun Xiaoyao were to search for traces of the bronze immortal palace just because of a bronze fragment, Jun Xiaoyao would not agree. Grandpa doesn't need to be so nervous. Your grandson just asked casually. I didn't expect this fragment to have such a background, Jun Xiaoyao said with a smile. And just as his voice fell, in his mind, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host. A new check-in location has been refreshed. Please check in at the Bronze Immortal Palace. Hearing this voice, Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Was the system trying to dig a pit for him? Was the Bronze Immortal Palace a place anyone could go to? But honestly, Jun Xiaoyao's curiosity was indeed piqued. He briefly organized his thoughts. He now had a total of 3 check-in locations: Panwu Burial Mound, Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom Imperial Palace, and the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom Imperial Palace was the simplest, and he could check in quickly. The Panwu Burial Mound would take a little effort, but it wasn't difficult. As for the Bronze Immortal Palace, there wasn't even a shadow of it yet. No one knew where the Bronze Immortal Palace would appear next time. So Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry for now. He had plenty of time to improve himself. Thank you, Grandpa, for clarifying. Your grandson still has things to do, so I'll take my leave first, Jun Xiaoyao said. Xiaoyao, remember, absolutely do not investigate the 7 wonders alone. At the very least, tell Grandpa about it, Jun Xiaoyao exhorted. Understood, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao walked out of the Jun family mountain gate. In the sky, there were 4 dense formations. They were the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, each guard with 10,000 people, a total of 40,000, already fully assembled and ready to depart. The Wind Shadow Guard wore azure armor and wielded curved blades. The Royal Forest Guard wore golden armor and wielded long halberds. The Fire Cavalry Guard wore crimson armor, rode fiery divine steeds, and wielded long spears. The Mountain God Guard wore heavy black armor and wielded giant shields and battle axes. The 4 divine guards were all imposing and brimming with battle intent. Jun Xiaoyao looked at them and was very satisfied. Young Master, the Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain 4 guards, a total of 40,000, are all assembled and ready to depart. Jun Linglong presented the Divine Child token. Jun Xiaoyao put away the Divine Child token and nodded faintly. Very good. I'll rely on all of you for this trip to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain 4 guards all cupped their fists towards Jun Xiaoyao and knelt down. Wind Shadow Guard, willing to go through fire and water for the Jun family, for the Divine Child. Royal Forest Guard, willing to go through fire and water for the Jun family, for the Divine Child. Fire Cavalry Guard, willing to go through fire and water for the Jun family, for the Divine Child. Mountain God Guard, willing to go through fire and water for the Jun family, for the Divine Child. The 4 divine guards shouted in unison, their chi swallowing up thousands of miles like a tiger. Their shouts shook the 9 heavens, shattering the clouds above. Very good with you all, what cannot be accomplished. Jun Xiaoyao also felt his blood begin to boil. Which man doesn't have the grand ambition of leading a vast army and conquering the world? Next, Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto a golden war chariot. The nine-headed lion then pulled the golden war chariot into the air. Jun Zhangjian, Jun Zhuwang, Jun Wanji, and Jun Linglong, each leading one of the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards, followed closely behind. The entire entourage, mighty and vast, soared across the firmament. Along the way, various major forces and cultivators all looked up at the sky with trembling and suspicious expressions. That's the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards. Where are they going? I don't know, the Jun family hasn't mobilized its army for a long time. Are they going to suppress some rebellion? No, that one leading the chariot. Could it be the top ancient royal family, the nine-headed lion? Hiss, the one standing on that golden war chariot is the Jun family divine child. Many cultivators gasped when they saw that transcendent, immortal figure standing with his hands behind his back, feeling their scalps tingle. What kind of matter could make the Jun family divine child lead an army? Many cultivators exchanged glances, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. The Jun family divine child's enemies are probably in for big trouble. Just as Jun Xiaoyao led the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards towards Fire Province. The allied army of the Three Kingdoms, led by the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, had already penetrated deep into the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's territory. All cities along the way had no power to resist whatsoever, and were directly destroyed by the armies of the Three Kingdoms. Baiyuer also understood that with the current strength of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, it was impossible to defend the entire Ancient Kingdom. The only way was to concentrate their forces outside the imperial capital for a final decisive battle. After about 10 days or so, the allied armies of the three ancient kingdoms finally advanced to the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. And at this moment, outside the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, banners fluttered, waving in the wind. Over 100,000 soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom stood guard outside the imperial capital, like an iron city wall. Baiyuer, changing her usual demeanor, wore crimson soft armor that outlined her taut curves. Her fiery red hair was tied up, revealing a hint of heroic spirit amidst her charm. Around her were some generals of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, all with solemn gazes, subtly tinged with unease. In this almost suffocating atmosphere, the earth suddenly trembled. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a vast, terrifying tide of people appeared. Looking out, a black torrent swept across the land. When they saw that mighty, endless army, all the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom generals' faces turned extremely grim. Those ministers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom felt their hearts sink to the bottom. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is finished. An old minister's eyes held a hint of sorrow. And Baiyuer, her jade hands tightly gripping her long sword, her charming and peerless face also showed a trace of despair. Is there really no other way? Baiuer's gaze looked into the distance, as if she wanted to see a figure appear. But there was nothing there. A mighty torrent of steel like a black tide surged forth. Looking out, the entire horizon seemed to be submerged by figures. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's general didn't need to look closely to guess. The combined forces of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise kingdoms were definitely more than 10 times that of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. There were at least 1 million troops. The sheer number of troops completely overwhelmed the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, which only had 100,000 troops. In terms of high-level powerhouses, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was still utterly crushed. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was still in seclusion. And the Three Kingdom Lords of the allied forces were all saints. Not to mention, there was also a mysterious force assisting the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. If that force were to act, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would be in extreme peril, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Even if Baiuer had the will to resist, when she saw the endless army, a hint of despair couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Rumbled. In the distance, on the horizon, an army of about 200,000 surged forward mightily. It's the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom's army. On the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's side, a middle-aged man in fiery red armor said he was the Grand General of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, a Void Realm powerhouse. The realm after Godly Fire Realm is Void Realm. However, on such a battlefield, a Void Realm powerhouse found it difficult to turn the tide. After all, the Void Realm, let alone compared to a saint, still had a long way to go even compared to a quasi-saint. Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom, what do they want? Bai Yuer's eyes flashed. In front of the Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom's army, a general spoke. Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom, I am the Grand General of the Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom. I give you a suggestion. Lay down your arms and surrender, and you can avoid futile slaughter. Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom, why did you surrender to the Azure Dragon, Ancient Kingdom? Bai Yuer couldn't help but ask. This was her biggest confusion. A dignified ancient kingdom, even if defeated, it was impossible to completely surrender so easily. The Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom's general snorted coldly. We surrendered to the young master. His identity and origin are not something ordinary people can know. Bai Yuer, you are the person personally designated by the young master. Surrender and become the young master's concubine, and hand over the compass fragment. Then your Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom can remain safe, the Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom's general said. What? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuer was both shocked and angry. She was shocked by who exactly that young master was, to be able to effortlessly suppress 3 kingdoms. And her anger stemmed from the young master's demand to take her as his concubine. This caused Bai Yuer's charming face to be filled with murderous intent, her expression icy cold. The Grand General of the Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom, standing beside her, also coldly shouted, How presumptuous! How could the imperial daughter of my Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom casually become someone else's concubine? All the people of the Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation. This was simply an insult to the Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom. HMPH, it is your good fortune to be able to become the young master's concubine. If you resist, there will inevitably be a river of blood, the Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom's general said coldly. I am the Jun family divine child's person. Aren't you afraid of offending the divine child and being annihilated by the Jun family in the future? Bai Yuer retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the general's expression couldn't help but change. After all, the Jun family and the Jun family divine child's reputation were too great. For the Jun family to annihilate the Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom was merely a flick of a hand. Even if the 4 symbols Ancient Kingdom were combined, they wouldn't be enough for the Jun family to sweep through. However, as soon as he thought of the power of that young master behind him, the general calmed down. He sneered, Vermilion Bird Imperial Daughter, stop trying to use the Jun family's name. How could the Jun family divine child care about a small figure like you? If he cared, he would have come to help long ago. Moreover, even if you have a relationship with the Jun family divine child, that young master is still not afraid. The Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom general's words slightly pricked Bai Yuer's heart. Indeed, to Jun Xiaoyao, she was merely a dispensable pawn. Even if she perished, Jun Xiaoyao probably wouldn't care. But if the divine child doesn't care about me, it doesn't mean I don't care about the divine child. I promise to serve the divine child as a slave for life. How can I become someone else's concubine? Bai Yuer's eyes revealed a resolute expression. You want me to become that young master's concubine? Impossible. If you want to fight, then fight. Bai Yuer pointed her long sword at the sky, its sharpness fully displayed. Alas, what a pity. Black Tortoise army, heed my command, kill. The Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom's general gave the order. The 200,000-strong Black Tortoise, Ancient Kingdom army moved in unison. All generals, heed my command, protect our ancient kingdom, kill. Bai Yuer also let out a delicate shout. Rumbled. The armies of the 2 kingdoms collided like a flood, instantly engaging in a fierce battle. Broken limbs flew and blood splattered. Shouts, screams, and sounds of battle intertwined into a tragic and bloody tableau. The 200,000 Black Tortoise army was like an unstoppable steel beast. The 100,000 Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom soldiers desperately resisted, but their lines were continuously pushed back. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had fallen to the bottom of the 4 great ancient kingdoms in recent years. Their army's equipment and combat strength were also inferior to the other 3 great ancient kingdoms. Not to mention, they were completely outnumbered. Under such circumstances, how could the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom possibly win? All generals, heed my command, capture the Vermilion Bird Imperial Daughter, Bai Yuer alive. The Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom's general waved his hand and shouted. Bai Yuer was the person personally designated by that young master. They couldn't let her go. Protect the Imperial Daughter, the Grand General of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom roared. A group of generals rushed forward, clashing with the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom's generals. One by one, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's generals fell. They were still outnumbered by the Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom. Everyone, Bai Yuer's heart was twisted in pain as she watched. These generals were all dying because of her. HMPH, how troublesome, can't even catch a single woman. At this moment, a cold snort exploded in the Void Realm. A Saint Realm pressure spread out. On the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's side, all the generals and soldiers felt their bodies tremble, experiencing a suffocating sensation. Above the sky, a figure clad in a black imperial robe appeared. It was precisely the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord. It's over. When the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord appeared, all the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom turned ashen. Even a saint had appeared. How could this battle be fought? Despair also filled Bai Yuer's heart. Facing a saint, she couldn't even resist or commit suicide. The person the young master wants cannot escape. Come here. The Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord reached out and grabbed, a large hand of magical power condensed, seizing towards Bai Yuer. Just at this critical moment, a long roar suddenly came from deep within the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's imperial capital. Terrifying flames soared into the sky, seemingly transforming into a vermilion bird. A figure in a red imperial robe burst out of seclusion, arriving amidst the sky-filling flames. Who dares to violate my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? The one who emerged from seclusion was precisely the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. It's Your Majesty, the Kingdom Lord. He has achieved a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Seeing the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord appear, all the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's generals and soldiers burst into shouts of joy and tears. Bai Yuer also showed extreme joy and surprise, as if finding a path out of a desperate situation. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's palm strike shattered the large hand of magical power. Seeing this scene, the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom became even more convinced that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was a saint powerhouse. Their Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was finally saved. However, before Bai Yuer and the generals could rejoice. At the horizon, the remaining army surged forward once again like a black tide. At the same time, two more Saint Chi auras erupted. It was precisely the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the White Tiger Kingdom Lord. At this moment, even the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's expression changed. Even if he had achieved a breakthrough to the Saint Realm, facing three saints now, he was powerless to turn the tide. The flame of hope that had just ignited in Bai Yuer's heart was extinguished once again. Her eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. From despair to hope, and then back to despair, what could be more cruel than this? Is heaven truly determined to destroy my Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Bai Yuer bit her jade lips until they bled. In the distance, the remaining armies converged, a dense, dark mass that made one's scalp tingle. At the same time, two figures stepped through the Void Realm, both exuding the aura of a saint. It was the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the White Tiger Kingdom Lord. Adding the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord, a total of three saints stood in the Void Realm, confronting the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's expression changed drastically. He had just made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm and was feeling full of vigor, but unexpectedly he saw the scene of the three kingdoms attacking the city. What surprised him even more was that the three ancient kingdoms, which were originally impossible to unite, were now jointly attacking the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Father Emperor. Below, Bai Yuer transmitted a message, briefly explaining what had happened during this period. So that's how it is. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's pupils also trembled slightly. Clearly, that young master had an extremely significant background. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make the three ancient kingdoms so submissive. And now, the most important thing was that their Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom could not withstand a million-strong army. He also couldn't deal with the three kingdom lords. Not to mention that behind the battlefield, there might be that young master's mysterious forces monitoring everything, ready to act. Under these circumstances, even if the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm, he was powerless to turn the tide. Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, I didn't expect that not only have your injuries recovered, but you have also made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's tone carried surprise. Because the news had been blocked, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and others only found out now. I didn't expect that a dignified Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord would also have a time when he acts as someone's dog. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's face was gloomy, and he said angrily, "Those who understand the times are outstanding talents. Before that, young master, you are merely trying to stop a chariot with a mantis's arm." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord sneered. "Then do you know that our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has actually already submitted to one person?" The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord said coldly. "Oh, who is it?" The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord frowned slightly. "Jun Family Divine Child," the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord said. With these words, the allied armies of the three ancient kingdoms all quieted down slightly. It was as if the four words, Jun Family Divine Child, had a peculiar deterrent force. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's pupils also contracted, and he said coldly, "Are you trying to use someone else's prestige again? How could the Jun Family Divine Child care about a mere Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Suit yourself, but if you don't believe it, you'll regret it." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's tone was cold. "Even if it's true, we also have the young master behind us. Don't try to intimidate us with the Jun Family Divine Child." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face darkened. Xiao Chen had been crippled by Jun Xiaoyao before, so the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord naturally had no good impression of Jun Xiaoyao. No need to say more. Directly push the army to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's imperial capital and capture Bai Yuer alive. With a command from the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, the million-strong army attacked again, like an irresistible torrent, crushing towards the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's army. The White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord joined forces to suppress the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord then reached out and grabbed Bai Yuer. "Princess, be careful." The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's Grand General pushed Bai Yuer back, and then he himself was directly blasted into blood foam by a giant palm of magical power. "Grand General," Bai Yuer's heart was bleeding. "Princess, hurry and go, we'll hold them off here." Numerous generals stood in front of the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. Ant-like existences. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord casually waved his hand, and figures exploded one by one. The might of a saint was unstoppable. And in the sky, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was also suppressed, retreating repeatedly, coughing blood from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had just made a breakthrough to the Saint Realm. His realm was not yet stable, and he was being attacked by two saints. Before long, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was forced back, spitting out fresh blood. Below the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdoms, 100,000 troops were also scattered and devastated. How terrifying was the impact of a million-strong army. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's 100,000 troops, in just a quarter of an hour, were reduced to only 30 to 40,000. The army was crushed. The high-end combat power, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, was severely wounded. Those generals were all killed by a single palm strike from the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. Is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom really going to be finished? At this moment, Bai Yuer was filled with despair. "Surrender." The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face was indifferent, and he was about to reach down. Bai Yuer closed her beautiful eyes, tears sliding from the corners of her eyes. And at this moment, the world seemed to suddenly fall silent for an instant. All sounds seemed to disappear. In this silence, an extremely aloof and indifferent voice came. "You dare to touch Divine Child's people, Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, are you tired of living?" A cold whisper, as if from the netherworld. The entire battlefield instantly fell into a deathly silence, as if solidified. The ears of the million-strong army on the field all seemed to echo this sentence. Who is it? Who dares to speak to a saint in such a tone? Bai Yuer's delicate body trembled suddenly when she heard this voice. Then she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and looked into the distance. In the distant sky, terrifying rumbling sounds came and the clouds dispersed. 4 terrifying armies with killing intent like a rainbow appeared. Banners fluttered, blades gleamed, chariots rumbled, and divine steeds neighed. The chi of slaughter rushed up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 netherworlds. The terrifying killing intent exuded by these 4 armies even made the million-strong army below feel a chill in their hearts, as if falling into an ice cellar. In front of these 4 armies, a majestic and powerful 9-headed lion, as if cast from gold, roared towards the sky. The terrifying lion's roar echoed throughout the 4 directions and 8 desolations, making everyone tremble with fear. And on the golden chariot pulled by the 9-headed lion, a figure enveloped in a hazy immortal light stood with his hands behind his back, his face indifferent, like a divine child. A cold and domineering tone came from his mouth. The vermilion bird ancient kingdom belongs to divine child. If anyone dares to attack again, they will be executed without mercy. The phrase executed without mercy changed the color of the world, filling it with unprecedented killing intent. Jun family Wind Shadow Guard, heed my command. Jun family Imperial Forest Guard, heed my command. Jun family Fire Cavalry Guard, heed my command. Jun family Mountain God Guard, heed my command. The wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards roared in unison, descending from the sky. With a loud bang, the entire earth seemed to tremble 3 times. Although there were only 40,000 soldiers, the million-strong allied army of the 3 ancient kingdoms turned pale and were terrified. Those are the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards. Oh my God, it's the Jun family's army. The Jun family is here. When they saw the character Jun on the banners, the soldiers of the 3 ancient kingdoms all turned pale and looked terrified. After all, the Jun family's prestige was too strong. The wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards were also the Jun family's ace army, with overwhelming deterrence. It's the Jun family. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and others also looked surprised. Jun Xiaoyao's words made the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face even uglier. And on the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom side, everyone was shocked, stunned, and disbelieving. Finally, expressions of exultation and wild joy appeared. It's the Jun family. The Jun family divine child has come to save us. An old minister of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom cried tears of joy. Bai Yuer's delicate body trembled, her jade hands covering her red lips, tears constantly streaming from her eyes in excitement. That figure she had thought about day and night finally appeared. Still dressed in white, whiter than snow, still so transcendent and ethereal. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to be the savior. He was the only god in Bai Yuer's heart. Above the firmament, the 9-headed lion pulled a golden war chariot. And Jun Xiaoyao, clad in white, stood upon it, hands behind his back, his robes fluttering like a dominator of heaven and earth. At this moment, Bai Yuer and the people of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom looked at Jun Xiaoyao with immense excitement and fervor, as if looking at a supreme savior. Except for the 3 layers of snow on your body, who else in the world is worthy of white clothes? Jun Xiaoyao was their god. How can this be? How could the Jun family come? The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord, and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord all had slightly pale faces. Although they were high and mighty saints, they still felt a sense of trepidation when facing the behemoth that was the Jun family. Let alone saints, even an unrivaled supreme would be extremely wary of the Jun family. And now, although they hadn't seen any saints from the Jun family arrive, Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to be a deterrent. Jun Xiaoyao was not a saint, but his deterrent power was even stronger than a saint's. Because opposing Jun Xiaoyao basically meant opposing the Jun family. How many dared to provoke the ancient Jun family? Divine child. Bai Yuer and the others gazed at Jun Xiaoyao, their hearts filled with joy. The divine child has finally arrived. In the sky, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord had a slight grievance about the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom surrendering to Jun Xiaoyao. But now, that resentment completely disappeared. In the end, it was still up to Jun Xiaoyao to save the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his gaze slightly, looking at the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom army below, which had been slaughtered until only tens of thousands remained. He waved his hand slightly. The wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards immediately received the order, as if transforming into 4 torrents that pierced through everything, charging towards the combined army of 1,000,000 from the 3 kingdoms. It was unimaginable that an army of only 40,000 could charge against a 1,000,000-strong army. However, the result was astonishing. The 1,000,000-strong army was completely unable to stop the charge of the 4 armies. Before the wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards, these allied forces were vulnerable. After only a few charges back and forth, over 100,000 soldiers from the 3 kingdom allied forces had already perished. This was simply terrifying, chilling to the bone. The Jun family's wind, forest, fire, mountain four guards are too strong. Devils, they are devils. Run! The soldiers from all directions were terrified, and the 1,000,000-strong army collapsed. And those surviving soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom let out roars of anger and began to counterattack. Above the firmament, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the others looked stunned. Even they hadn't expected the Jun family's army to be so strong. Only 40,000 soldiers, yet they instantly caused their million-strong army to collapse. Jun family divine child, what exactly do you want? The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said in a deep tone. What do I want? It's very simple. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. Then his brows raised and a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he said, either retreat or I will exterminate your 9 clans. As soon as the words fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. 1,000,000 people in the entire field were astonished. Shouldn't such words be spoken by an emperor like the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord? But now, coming from Jun Xiaoyao's mouth, no one felt the slightest sense of incongruity. How could the status of the Jun family divine child be comparable to that of a mere emperor of a single kingdom? Jun Xiaoyao, you? The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face alternated between green and pale, and his saint aura could not be suppressed from erupting. Divine child stands right here, letting you make a move. Do you dare? Jun Xiaoyao flicked his sleeve, stepping through the firmament, and stood opposite the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. He was only at the Gi realm, but he showed no fear when facing the Saint Realm Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord. In fact, his demeanor made it feel as if Jun Xiaoyao was the emperor, and the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord was the subject. Is this the might of the Jun family divine child? Below, all the people of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom trembled with excitement at this scene. Bai Yuer's crimson eyes were filled with intense admiration and fervor. Jun Xiaoyao, don't go too far. Young master is behind us. He ordered us to do this. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord said in a deep tone. He didn't dare to confront the Jun family himself, so he could only use the prestige of someone else and bring up the young master behind him. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze narrowed. He had long suspected that there might be others behind the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. Now it seemed that was indeed the case. Moreover, to be able to command the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and others so obediently, the identity and background of that young master must be very astonishing. However, how could Jun Xiaoyao be wary? No matter how great their identity or background, could they defeat him? No matter who is behind you, no one can bear the wrath of divine child. A cold light flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Then he raised his hand and pointed his fingers like a sword. Vast sword chi erupted, and profound sword intent surged. A brilliant, world-shaking sword light, accompanied by countless illusory immortal and divine figures, swept down from Jun Xiaoyao's hand. The sword light was world-shaking. It was precisely the first move of the immortal slaughtering swordplay, Immortal Fall. Rumbled. A 10,000 Jang sword light crashed down from the firmament, plunging into the million-strong army. In an instant, blood splattered and countless screams rang out. Tens of thousands of soldiers were annihilated by a single sword strike. The 3 kingdom allied forces, already panicked by the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, instantly collapsed and fled in all directions. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's heart burned with rage, and he almost couldn't hold back from making a move. But thinking of the consequences of attacking Jun Xiaoyao, he forcibly suppressed it. Retreat first. A struggling look flashed in the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's eyes, but he still gave the order. If they dragged on any longer, who knew how many of the million-strong army would remain? And he didn't dare to do anything to Jun Xiaoyao, so he could only temporarily retreat and let that young master decide. If that young master personally took action, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord naturally wouldn't have to bear the Jun family's wrath. Hearing the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord call for a retreat, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord also retreated together. The million-strong army, in a short period of time, was reduced to only over 600,000, fleeing desperately like stray dogs. In just a moment, the originally mighty 3 kingdom allied forces had vanished from sight. Jun Xiaoyao watched the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and others retreat, but he did not continue to press them. Because the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the others were not the most important. The most important was the young master behind them. What was his purpose in integrating the 4 great ancient kingdoms? Did he simply want to incorporate them into his own forces? It was precisely because he wanted to understand the doubts in his heart that Jun Xiaoyao chose to play the long game and catch the big fish. And those surviving generals and soldiers of the Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom showed joy at having escaped disaster. They looked at Jun Xiaoyao, their eyes filled with deep gratitude. Without Jun Xiaoyao, their vermilion bird ancient kingdom would either have been annihilated or forced to surrender. In the sky, the vermilion bird kingdom lord bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Thank you, divine child, for your help. Without divine child, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom would have been in peril today." Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand slightly and said, "The vermilion bird ancient kingdom is my force, so I naturally won't watch it perish." Divine child, Bai Yuer also bowed deeply to Jun Xiaoyao. Don't celebrate too early. The young master behind them probably won't let this go," Jun Xiaoyao said. Upon hearing this, the vermilion bird kingdom lord's expression also turned very solemn. For a young master to be able to make 3 great ancient kingdoms submit, and also possess such terrifying power, his identity and background were clearly not simple. However, as soon as he thought of Jun Xiaoyao being present, the vermilion bird kingdom lord's heart settled down. No matter how great that young master's identity was, could he compare to Jun Xiaoyao? No matter how strong his backing was, could it compare to the ancient Jun family? Therefore, the vermilion bird kingdom lord was not worried at all. "All right, let's return to the imperial palace first. I also have some matters to ask you," Jun Xiaoyao said. On one hand, he needed to sign in at the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's imperial palace. On the other hand, he also wanted to inquire about some things. "Yes, divine child, please." The vermilion bird kingdom lord personally led the way. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the golden war chariot and followed behind. "Sai, we just started warming up, and it's already over," Jun Zhangjian said, twisting his wrist. The several prodigies had also participated in the battle just now. "It won't end that easily. They'll probably be back in a few days," Jun Linglong said. She possessed a 7-orifice exquisite heart and was intelligent, knowing that the young master behind the 3 great ancient kingdoms would definitely not let the matter rest. "HMPH, so what if they come? Can they stir up any trouble in front of the young master?" Jun Wanji sneered. "In front of the ancient Jun family, even a dragon must coil and a tiger must lie down." Next, Jun Xiaoyao also entered the imperial capital. All the citizens of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom knelt and kowtowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Countless cheers and praises for Jun Xiaoyao spread in all directions. Jun Xiaoyao's expression, however, was very calm. These people regarded him as a savior, as a kind saint. In reality, he was merely trying to protect a chess piece in his hand. However, this kind of free good reputation, it would be a waste not to take it. After all, many prodigies were already saying that Jun Xiaoyao was a devil. Jun Xiaoyao also needed to slightly shape his image. He was not a devil. At most, he just liked to harvest leeks. Upon entering the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's imperial palace, Jun Xiaoyao's mind also received a system notification. "Ding, you have arrived at the vermilion bird ancient kingdom's imperial palace. Do you wish to sign in?" "Sign in," Jun Xiaoyao silently recited. "Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 4-star reward. Ancient Saint Weapon, Ancient Zither, Phoenix Cry Kishin." After the system's voice fell, Jun Xiaoyao immediately sensed it. Inside his spatial magical artifact, a crimson, gilded ancient zither appeared. The entire ancient zither had a slender shape, with phoenix and landscape patterns on its surface, and dark gold inlays, appearing understated, luxurious, and profound. Its 7 strings were all a fiery crystal color, looking extremely magnificent and dazzling, very eye-catching. "It's actually a zither," Jun Xiaoyao murmured. Was the system telling him to cultivate his temperament? However, the rank of this ancient zither was a rare ancient saint weapon, so it was not an ordinary item. Ordinary saints typically used ancient saint weapons. Moreover, this Phoenix Cry Kishin was clearly not just for leisure. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao's mysterious guardian had transformed zither sounds into killing blades, capable of heavily injuring even saints with ease. Therefore, even when used as a weapon, the power of this Phoenix Cry Kishin zither should not be underestimated. Not a loss, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He just signed in casually, and the system gave him an ancient saint weapon for free. "It seems I can play the zither when I have nothing to do in the future. Fortunately, I heard some famous pieces in my previous life and haven't forgotten them," Jun Xiaoyao thought. "Divine child, what's wrong?" the vermilion bird kingdom lord asked, seeing Jun Xiaoyao standing still. "Nothing, let's go," Jun Xiaoyao said. Afterward, the vermilion bird kingdom lord led Jun Xiaoyao to a luxurious building. Jun Xiaoyao let Jun Zhangjian and the others rest on their own. Inside the entire building, only Jun Xiaoyao, The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord and Bai Yuer remained. Jun Xiaoyao said, "I have something to ask you." "Divine child, please speak," the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord respectfully said. "Do your four great ancient kingdoms have any hidden historical secrets?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then said, "To be honest, according to historical records, the predecessors of our four great ancient kingdoms were an ancient imperial dynasty, named the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom, which was close to an immortal force. The founder of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom was a supreme expert named Four Symbols Supreme, and the founders of our four great ancient kingdoms, Green Dragon Ancestor, White Tiger Shangren, Vermilion Bird Shangren, and Black Tortoise Shangren, were the four disciples of that Four Symbols Supreme." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's explanation made Jun Xiaoyao raise an eyebrow slightly. He didn't expect that the four great ancient kingdoms actually had such a historical origin. So the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's goal should be to unify the four great ancient kingdoms, making them the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom again, and then become the Kingdom Lord himself, Jun Xiaoyao guessed. However, what is the purpose of that young master behind him? Is it merely to control the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom? Jun Xiaoyao felt doubtful. Bai Yuer, standing nearby, bit her lip slightly upon hearing this and said, "Lord Divine Child, Yuer has a guess." "Oh, tell me," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Yuer believes that the young master behind them probably wants to collect the bronze compass components from the four great ancient kingdoms," Bai Yuer said. Bronze compass components? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was unreadable. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord then explained. It turned out that the Four Symbols Supreme, who founded the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom, had accidentally obtained a bronze compass. That bronze compass was linked to a great hidden secret. Later, this news somehow leaked out, and many experts wanted to contend for the compass in the Four Symbols Supreme's hands. The Four Symbols Supreme was besieged and heavily injured. He then secretly divided the bronze compass into four parts and gave them to his four disciples, who were Green Dragon Ancestor and the others. Later, the four disciples each founded a kingdom, which became the current four great ancient kingdoms. That 1/4 of the bronze compass component also became an ancient artifact passed down through generations in the four great ancient kingdoms. "Let me see that component," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord nodded obediently. If it were anyone else who dared to covet the bronze compass component, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord would have slapped them away long ago. But when Jun Xiaoyao spoke, he took it out without hesitation. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao saw the component, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because he discovered that the bronze compass component was actually made of the same material as the bronze fragment from the wooden box earlier. And that bronze fragment was related to the bronze immortal palace, one of the 7 wonders. So that's how it is, I understand. No wonder the Four Symbols Supreme was besieged. This bronze compass indeed involves a great hidden secret. It's the bronze immortal palace. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. This was definitely a great hidden secret. He now understood what that young master's purpose was. He must have also known that the bronze compass was related to the bronze immortal palace. "This compass is interesting," Jun Xiaoyao said, playing with it. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord observed his expression and immediately said, "Since the Divine Child likes it, then I shall present it to the Divine Child." Jun Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. This Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was quite sensible. The other 3 components must already be in that young master's hands. Now, even if he doesn't come looking for trouble, Divine Child will have to find trouble with him. Jun Xiaoyao showed his usual smile. But Jun Zhangjian and the others, who were familiar with this smile, knew. This smile meant that Jun Xiaoyao was about to start harvesting leeks again. Several thousand miles from the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, there was a city. The city had been occupied by the allied army of the 3 ancient kingdoms. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, White Tiger Kingdom Lord, and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord stood with their hands down. From within the bed curtains above, a voice spoke with cold fury. "You failed. Your million-strong allied army couldn't even conquer a small Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. You didn't bring the bronze compass component to this young master, nor did you bring Bai Yuer. Are you all useless?" The voice was extremely furious, carrying a chilling intent. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the others bowed their heads slightly, remaining silent. They had long been accustomed to the young master's volatile and violent temper. As saints, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord's faces turned pale, clenching their teeth in silent anger. But upon seeing the four shadowy figures standing around them, their anger turned into helplessness. Jun family divine child, Jun Xiaoyao, does he really think he's someone important? The voice carried a sharp chill. Jun Xiaoyao's status, position, and strength were indeed rarely matched. But that didn't mean no one could contend with him. Although the Jun family was incredibly prosperous and glorious, it couldn't cover the sky with one hand in the immortal realm. This young master simply didn't believe in such a thing. Pass down the order, reorganize the army. In 3 days, this young master will personally lead the expedition. Let's see if that Jun family divine child gives this young master face, the voice commanded coldly. Yes, as you command. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord and the others cupped their hands, then withdrew from the main hall. As long as the last component is gathered, the complete bronze compass can be obtained, which will be extremely helpful for exploring the bronze immortal palace. No one can hinder this young master, not even the Jun family divine child. Late night. Inside a luxurious building, within the Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom Imperial Palace. Faint strains of zither music drifted from the pavilion, refreshing the listener and seemingly elevating their spirit. Inside the pavilion, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on a bed, the phoenix cry Kishin zither resting on his lap. His clean, slender fingers plucked the 7 strings, and the zither music flowed leisurely. This piece was precisely one of the 10 famous ancient zither melodies Jun Xiaoyao had heard in his previous life. High mountains and flowing water. Listening to it, one's restless mind seemed to be soothed. Jun Xiaoyao didn't really care about the so-called young master, appearing very relaxed and at ease. As Jun Xiaoyao played the zither, he also faintly sensed a subtle divine soul fluctuation. Is it my mysterious guardian? Jun Xiaoyao murmured. His guardian also seemed to use zither music as a means of attack. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao play the zither at this moment, it was inevitable that a trace of fluctuation would be revealed. After the piece was finished, the mysterious guardian still did not appear. However, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Bai Yuer, dressed in a red gauze dress, entered carrying tea. Divine child, please have some tea, Bai Yuer said obediently. Bai Yuer offered the tea, secretly glancing at Jun Xiaoyao. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao, playing the zither, possessed a unique aura, appearing even more transcendent and ethereal. Jun Xiaoyao put away the phoenix cry Kishin and took the tea. He took a small sip. Bai Yuer bit her lips slightly and said, Divine child, our Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom has a unique feature called the Vermilion Bird Spiritual Spring. Would Divine child like to try it? Sure, Jun Xiaoyao nodded. Isn't this just a hot spring? Bai Yuer showed delight and led Jun Xiaoyao to the Vermilion Bird's spiritual spring. Deep within the imperial palace, there was a spring eye, bubbling with warm spiritual chi. Spiritual mist billowed, like an immortal realm. It had to be said that Bai Yuer was quite perceptive, knowing that Jun Xiaoyao enjoyed soaking in hot springs. Just 3 days passed. During this time, the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom still did not relax its vigilance. However, with Jun Xiaoyao and the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards holding down the fort, the morale of the entire ancient kingdom was significantly more stable. Jun Xiaoyao had been leisurely these past few days, either playing the zither or soaking in hot springs. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird's spiritual spring, Jun Linglong was brewing tea nearby, serving him. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, If that fellow doesn't come soon, I'll have to go find him. That person is probably wary of young master, but he shouldn't give up easily, Jun Linglong said with a smile. As expected just then, Jun Zuwang outside reported. Reporting to Divine Child, the allied army of the 3 ancient kingdoms is once again advancing towards the imperial capital. Finally here, you made me wait so long. Jun Xiaoyao rose, and Jun Linglong thoughtfully helped him change his clothes. Clad in white, Jun Xiaoyao, pure as snow, wore a playful smile on his face. Let this divine child see who that so-called young master truly is. Outside the imperial capital of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, the vast allied armies of the 3 great ancient kingdoms attacked once more. However, a hint of lingering fear remained on the faces of many soldiers. After all, they had been terrified by the Jun family's wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards last time. But even though fear lingered in their hearts, the allied army was not overly panicked. because they had heard from their commanding generals that this time, a big shot would oversee the battle, and a mysterious force would provide assistance. Even if the Jun family divine child appeared, he would be unable to prevent the destruction of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom had already made preparations. Tens of thousands of Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom soldiers guarded the outside of the imperial capital. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, Bai Yuer, and others had also appeared. "Has Divine Child not arrived yet?" Bai Yuer asked a nearby attendant. "Reporting to the royal princess, the message has been sent, and he should be here soon," the attendant replied. "Good," Bai Yuer nodded slightly. Without seeing Jun Xiaoyao, her heart would never feel at ease. On the other side, the allied armies of the three great ancient kingdoms had already approached the imperial capital. Above the sky, three figures appeared, precisely the kingdom lords of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. However, what caught the attention of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord and others was this. Behind the three of them, suspended in the Void Realm, was an extremely luxurious bed, carved from gold. That's right, it was an incredibly wide bed. The four corners of the bed were carved with dragon heads. All four sides were also covered by gauze curtains, but faintly, one could see many graceful female figures within. This scene left the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord somewhat stunned. Could it be that the mysterious young master mentioned by the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord was on that bed? But this was too bizarre. Who would refine a bed into a magical artifact for aerial travel? As the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord thought of this, his expression suddenly froze. Could it be that person? The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's heart sank slightly. If it was truly as he suspected, then the situation would be dire. Even with the Jun family divine child backing them, it would likely be extremely troublesome. "He, Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, we meet again," the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord chuckled softly. This time he seemed very confident. "It seems you still harbor malicious intentions. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time?" The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was equally unyielding. With the Jun family divine child backing him, he didn't need to be too wary of that mysterious young master. At this moment, an incredibly arrogant voice emanated from within the golden dragon bed. "Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord, this marquis will give you one last chance. Surrender to me, hand over that item, and also—" The voice paused, then continued. "Let the royal princess Bai Yuer become this marquis's concubine." The arrogant and wild tone resounded throughout heaven and earth. The faces of those on the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's side all flushed with anger. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord's expression was also incredibly cold. But upon hearing that mysterious young master refer to himself as this marquis, his heart completely sank. 9 times out of 10, it was that person. There could be no mistake. However, at this very moment, an even colder and more domineering voice resounded from the sky. "Make my person a concubine? What kind of thing are you?" From deep within the imperial capital, golden divine light erupted. It was a majestic and powerful 9-headed lion, pulling a golden war chariot soaring through the air. A peerlessly handsome figure stood upon the war chariot, like a white-robed divine king, his might shaking the entire universe. And behind him, Jun Xiaoyao and 3 others, leading the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, surged forward like 4 destructive torrents, crushing everything in their path. The Jun family divine child is here. That's a top-tier ancient royal family creature, a 9-headed lion actually being used to pull a chariot. And the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards are here too. The allied armies of the 3 great ancient kingdoms instantly stirred. After all, a shadow still lingered in their hearts. Not only from the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, but also from Jun Xiaoyao, whose immortal slaughtering swordplay had annihilated tens of thousands of soldiers with a single sword. He was simply a devil. Jun Xiaoyao stood above the imperial capital's sky. His arrival, along with the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, calmed the hearts of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's people. Bai Yuer's eyes, in particular, sparkled with joy. Because Jun Xiaoyao had said, "my person." That meant she belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. "Divine child." The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord slightly cupped his hands towards Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, looking at the golden dragon bed. He had some guesses. If he wasn't mistaken, it was almost certainly that person. Jun family divine child, just as the rumors say, arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. A cold voice came from within the golden dragon bed. Jun Xiaoyao's earlier reprimand made him extremely displeased, but out of deference to the Jun family divine child's prestige, he didn't directly erupt in anger. "It seems you are the mastermind behind the three great ancient kingdoms," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently, with his hands clasped behind his back. "Mastermind? This marquis merely wishes to subdue some subordinate forces," the voice said. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. This statement was clearly an excuse. His true objective was the Bronze Compass, the legacy of the four great ancient kingdoms. Subduing forces was merely a smokescreen. Moreover, he referred to himself as this marquis. Jun Xiaoyao had almost figured out who he was. "This divine child dislikes people hiding in front of me. Show yourself." Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He formed a fist seal and unleashed a punch. His current realm was the Gi realm late stage, far more powerful than his previous divine bridge realm great perfection. The same move, when unleashed, produced an incomparable amount of power. A lifelike golden dragon, coiling around his fist, burst forth. It was the dragon punch. Everyone only heard a dragon roar as a golden long dragon streaked across the sky, striking towards the golden dragon bed. Jun Xiaoyao had not even empowered it with the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, but this single punch was enough to shatter 1,000 Jiang mountain. HMPH. A cold snort came from within the golden dragon bed. A hand extended, magical power gushing out, as if instantly transforming into 10 million palms, striking the void realm and causing the space to slightly tremble and overturn. Primordial loose hand, it really is him then, Jun Wanji's eyes flashed. He had already almost confirmed that person's identity before, and now, with the divine ability unleashed, his identity was revealed beyond doubt. Rumbled. In the void realm, the two individuals' moves collided, stirring up vast waves. Countless people below watched in awe. Is this the battle fluctuation of a Gi realm prodigy? Why does it feel as terrifying as a saint? A fierce chi wave swept in all directions, but Jun Xiaoyao's figure remained unmoving. However, the golden dragon bed was pushed back, and its gauze curtains were completely torn and flew away. Finally, the figure within was revealed. Many beautiful concubines were directly shaken to death by the shockwave, lying haphazardly on the bed. And in the center of the bed, a young man, wearing a jade crown and a crimson gold royal robe, with an ordinary and unremarkable appearance, gazed at Jun Xiaoyao with a cold expression. "It really is you, champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty," Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Jun Xiaoyao had more or less guessed the truth. The primordial chaos scattered hand he used, his self-proclamation as divine child, and this golden dragon bed. Aside from champion marquis Yang Pan of the Panwu divine dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't think of a second person. Speaking of champion marquis Yang Pan, his experience was quite legendary. Rumor has it that he was once a stable boy in a princely manor, of humble and lowly status, experiencing the coldness and warmth of human nature and the fickleness of the world. However, one day, he unexpectedly found a divine sword and rose from then on. That divine sword was none other than the Pan Huang life sword, one of the Pan Huang three swords forged by Panwu Great Emperor, the founder of the Panwu divine dynasty. Yang Pan, with the Pan Huang life sword, rose step by step, gathering various opportunities, and finally became the champion marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty. Many people in the Panwu divine dynasty even believed that Yang Pan was likely the reincarnation of Panwu Great Emperor. Of course, this news was somewhat ethereal and had not been confirmed. But no matter what, Yang Pan's noble status in the Panwu divine dynasty was beyond doubt. There was even news that the chosen consort for the divine dynasty, Long Princess Wu Minju, was already internally decided to be Yang Pan. This showed how much the Panwu divine dynasty valued Yang Pan. And now, when the champion marquis revealed his identity, aside from Jun Xiaoyao and a few others who had guessed it, everyone else was shocked. "It's really him, champion marquis Yang Pan." Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord took a deep breath, his heart extremely restless. This was definitely a top-tier prodigy in the desolate heaven immortal domain, terrifyingly strong. And most importantly, because Yang Pan rose from obscurity and humble origins, his personality was also very extreme, arrogant, unruly, and temperamental. It was like a commoner suddenly winning 100 million yuan lottery. Their ego would definitely inflate. The champion marquis was such an inflated existence. Bai Yuer's face turned slightly pale, a little fearful. She couldn't imagine what would have happened to her if Jun Xiaoyao hadn't come. Following this champion marquis would definitely not end well. His concubines already numbered more than 3,000. This was the mentality of a nouveau rich from the bottom. Beauties they could only dream of before, they now took one after another. It wasn't just the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom that was surprised. White Tiger Kingdom Lord and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord also showed surprise, and recalling his temperamental personality, it made sense. No wonder, so it's the Panwu Divine Dynasty Champion Marquis. Both Kingdom Lords sighed inwardly. To be honest, the Champion Marquis was not a good master. They would even rather have Jun Xiaoyao as their master than follow the Champion Marquis. Now, with the mastermind behind the three ancient kingdom exposed, the situation instantly became clear. Clearly, this was a contest between the Jun family Divine Child and the Divine Dynasty Champion Marquis. Jun Xiaoyao gave the Champion Marquis a deep look, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. So that's how it is, his aura, Jun Xiaoyao murmured in his heart, understanding something. Jun family Divine Child, our first meeting isn't very pleasant, is it? Yang Pan's tone was cold. In his eyes, there was a faint hint of jealousy. Yes, it was jealousy. What he was jealous of was nothing else but Jun Xiaoyao's appearance. Yang Pan's appearance was ordinary, not to mention compared to Jun Xiaoyao, even Xiao Chen was much more handsome than him. Yang Pan's personality was narrow-minded and selfish. After becoming champion marquis from a lowly stable boy, his personality remained unchanged. A stable boy actually dares to snatch opportunity from Divine Child. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold, tinged with sarcasm. Jun Xiaoyao had already planned to subdue the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom after taking Bai Yuer as his servant. He didn't expect the champion marquis to interfere. However, upon hearing these words, the entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. Stable boy was Yang Pan's eternal shame, a past that could not be mentioned. After Yang Pan became champion marquis, he directly annihilated the entire princely manor where he once stayed. Hundreds of people in the entire manor, not one was left. From then on, no one dared to mention his past in front of Yang Pan. And now Jun Xiaoyao actually said so calmly that Yang Pan was a stable boy. This simply poked at Yang Pan's pain. Jun Xiaoyao, you're seeking death. Yang Pan's eyes were gloomy, his face livid, unable to bear it any longer, he directly attacked. He pointed a finger, and his divine power surged, condensing into a crimson divine power giant finger, crushing towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was precisely the divine ability of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Heiyang Divine Finger. He who is seeking death, an overestimating fool. Jun Xiaoyao's face was indifferent, activating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. 100,000 giant elephant particles erupted, and his physical body instantly gained 1 billion catties of divine power. How immense was that power? It could practically smash through the sky with a single punch. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed, and the Nether God Spear condensed, which he then threw out as if piercing through the void realm. The Nether God Spear collided with the Heiyang Giant Finger, like the collision of great stars, and the divine power ripples shook the firmament. And in this collision, the Heiyang Divine Finger was directly pierced through by the Nether God Spear, which then continued its momentum, rushing towards Yang Pan. Your strength, Yang Pan's expression changed. Jun Xiaoyao's realm reaching Gi realm late stage was already enough to surprise him. And now, the power of Jun Xiaoyao's move even exceeded his expectations. Heavenly Gang Divine Seal. Yang Pan hurriedly made another move, forming a hand seal and pushing it out, striking towards the Nether God Spear. But that terrifying force of 1 billion catties directly made Yang Pan's face change drastically. Yang Pan's figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and the Nether God Spear directly landed on the golden dragon bed, shattering it. The scene fell into a dead silence. How could this be? That's Champion Marquis Yang Pan. Many people were stunned, their bodies petrified. How could the dignified Champion Marquis of an immortal dynasty be so vulnerable? It's not that the Champion Marquis is weak, but that the Jun family Divine Child is too strong. A general of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom said with fanaticism in his eyes. The admiration of all people from the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom for Jun Xiaoyao rose another level. Even the Champion Marquis could be easily defeated. The Jun family divine child was truly an invincible existence among the younger generation. However, some people also showed confusion. That champion Marquis. Jun Wanji's gaze focused, revealing doubt. He had once fought with the champion Marquis, and even he felt immense pressure. Although Jun Xiaoyao's current strength was incredibly strong. But no matter how weak the champion Marquis was, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily, right? Besides, the champion Marquis still had his strongest trump card, the Pan Huang life sword, which he hadn't even used. While everyone was discussing, Jun Xiaoyao spoke calmly, pointing out the truth with a single sentence. Yang Pan, should I call you arrogant or stupid? It's just a clone, yet you have the courage to attack divine child. As Jun Xiaoyao's words fell, everyone present once again froze. That champion Marquis Yang Pan was actually just a clone. Although Yang Pan was suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao during their earlier clash, his powerful chi still made hearts tremble. It could be said that an ordinary prodigy from an immortal force would definitely not be able to defeat Yang Pan. But now Jun Xiaoyao actually said that the Yang Pan before them was merely a clone, which was somewhat terrifying. If even a clone possessed such strength, how powerful must Yang Pan's true body be? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was very calm. The moment he first saw Yang Pan, he knew that he was just a clone. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about that. Because whether it was the true body or a clone in his eyes, they were all the same. They could be suppressed at will with no significant difference. At most, it might take a few more moves to suppress the true body. In the distance, Yang Pan wiped the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression exceedingly grim. He coldly stated, "Subduing the four symbols' ancient kingdom doesn't require my true body to act. I just didn't expect to encounter you." Rage surged within Yang Pan's heart. He was indeed just a clone. Yang Pan's true body was still in the Panwu divine dynasty. However, in Yang Pan's view, even a clone was more than sufficient to subdue the four symbols' ancient kingdom. He didn't need to personally intervene. But who could have anticipated that Jun Xiaoyao stood behind the vermilion bird ancient kingdom? This significant variable disrupted Yang Pan's plan. Yang Pan took a deep breath, then said with a cold tone, "Jun Xiaoyao, since you know that I, the Marquis, am merely a clone, you should also know how powerful my true body is. If you withdraw now, there is still room for reconciliation." Yang Pan knew that his clone couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, so he could only use his true body to pressure him. Whether you are the true body or a clone, does it make a difference to divine child? All can be suppressed with a single palm strike, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Yang Pan's brow twitched, and a cold, sharp glint flickered in his eyes. As expected of divine child, Bai Yuer and the others looked on with adoration. In the desolate heaven immortal domain, how many dared to disrespect the champion Marquis of a divine dynasty in such a manner? "Good Jun Xiaoyao, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Yang Pan's words fell. Around him, four shadowy figures materialized, exuding a suffocating, immense pressure. "It's those four saints." The White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord showed apprehension in their eyes. If not for those four saints, their two kingdoms would not have fallen and submitted so easily. Jun Xiaoyao glanced over, then shook his head slightly, saying, "Four puppets comparable to the Saint Realm. Yang Pan, your luck is quite good." "What, those are puppets?" The White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lords were surprised. "What if they are puppets? They're enough to suppress you," Yang Pan sneered. He hadn't actually intended to kill Jun Xiaoyao. If he killed Jun Xiaoyao with his own strength, then even the Jun family wouldn't be able to find any fault. After all, in a struggle between the younger generation, life and death were perfectly normal. However, if Yang Pan used saint puppets to kill Jun Xiaoyao, the Jun family would undoubtedly be furious beyond measure. Even the Panwu divine dynasty behind him wouldn't be able to protect him. Although Yang Pan was arrogant and unrestrained, he wasn't brainless. He only needed to use the saint puppets to suppress Jun Xiaoyao and the others. Then he would directly assault the Vermilion Bird, Ancient Kingdom's imperial capital, to obtain the compass component. "Jun Xiaoyao, as long as I suppress you with the saint puppets, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will be mine. Both that item and Bai Yuer will belong to me, the Marquis." Yang Pan glanced at Bai Yuer, a hint of fervent wickedness flashing in his eyes. Bai Yuer was indeed very beautiful, charming and alluring, making Yang Pan's heart itch. He had a habit of collecting beautiful women, and this Bai Yuer was a treasure he absolutely had to possess. Delusional, can you even compare to a single finger of divine child? Bai Yuer coldly retorted, an expression of disgust in her eyes. Although Yang Pan's strength and status were not weak, in terms of appearance, character, and temperament, he was simply incomparable to Jun Xiaoyao. One was an immortal from the heavens. The other was a commoner from the marketplace. Could these two be compared? Bitch, when you submit to me the marquis, let's see if you'll still speak like that, Yang Pan rebuked. The four saint puppets simultaneously erupted with qi, preparing to strike. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept towards the several kingdom lords. Are you still going to follow Yang Pan? Jun Xiaoyao's words caused the White Tiger Kingdom Lord and the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord's expressions to change. Then their eyes flickered. To be honest, Yang Pan's temperament was erratic, and he even called them useless trash. Rather than following the champion marquis and suffering his temper, it would be better to choose to submit to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's status and position were only higher, not lower than the champion marquis. Under this consideration, with almost no hesitation, the two kingdom lords flashed their figures and changed their allegiance, saying, "We are willing to submit to the Jun family divine child." Cold flames burned in Yang Pan's eyes. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's face was taut. He did not choose to stand with Jun Xiaoyao, because his son, Xiao Chen, already had a grudge with Jun Xiaoyao. Moreover, in this war, his Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom was considered the main instigator. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would not easily let go of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And most importantly, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord wanted to become the ruler of the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom. Only Yang Pan could fulfill his ambition. Therefore, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord resolved to cling tightly to Yang Pan's leg. Seeing the unmoving Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care. He would deal with Xiao Chen in the future, and taking his father as a subordinate was clearly not a wise move. HMPH, do you two wish for your kingdoms to be annihilated? Yang Pan said coldly. The two kingdom lords' expressions were somewhat unnatural. Jun Xiaoyao calmly stated, "With me here, who dares to annihilate their kingdoms?" Jun Xiaoyao, don't get complacent. With me and the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, there are still 5 saints. We can still suppress you. At Yang Pan's command, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, leading the 4 saint puppets, moved to suppress Jun Xiaoyao's side. The 3 kingdom lords of Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise also surged with qi, preparing to meet the enemy. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand, chuckling lightly. No need for now, just enjoy the show. Enjoy the show, the 3 kingdom lords were stunned. Just then, a zither melody suddenly rang out from the distant sky, transforming into a 1,000-jang killing blade that swept across the void. That terrifying zither melody killing blade even tore through space, leaving a dark spatial rift in its wake wherever it passed. Guardian, Yang Pan's expression suddenly changed. This time he had come as a clone, so he didn't have a guardian with him. But he hadn't expected that behind Jun Xiaoyao, there was actually a guardian hidden. Moreover, judging by the power of that attack, it was definitely not something an ordinary saint could match. Damn it! In the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's pupils, an unprecedented terror condensed. That zither melody-killing blade made his saint heart turn cold, and a chill permeated his entire body. Heavenly Dragon Imperial Fist. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord roared, his saint realm strength fully erupting. A phantom Azure Dragon accompanied his fist, striking out and shaking the heavens. However, the result was the killing blade swept through, and a head fell to the ground. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord deceased. The Lord of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the head of the 4 great ancient kingdoms, was struck down with a single blow to the throat, his head rolling to the ground. Blood splattered across the sky, a truly tragic sight. Everyone was stunned, not expecting a saint to be instantly killed so easily. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's head fell to the ground, his expression frozen in terror, confusion, and bewilderment. It was as if he was perplexed, wondering how he, a dignified saint, could be instantly killed by a single move. But that wasn't all. The sound-killing blade continued its momentum, sweeping towards the 4 saint puppets. Boom! A violent roar echoed. 2 saint puppets were directly destroyed, severed at the waist. The remaining 2 puppets also suffered heavy damage. Though not completely disintegrated, they were already shattered. The entire battlefield was so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. Champion Marquis's pupils trembled violently, revealing a hint of disbelief. Jun Xiaoyao's guardian was actually that strong. Yang Pan had originally thought that even if Jun Xiaoyao had a guardian, he would likely only be at the Saint realm. Stronger cultivators, generally speaking, would not be willing to act as personal nannies. Jun Xiaoyao's guardian's strength was clearly beyond the Saint realm. Could it be a Saint King? Yang Pan's expression was very ugly. Since becoming the champion marquis, he had never suffered such a great loss. Now almost all of his high-end combat power was gone, and the two remaining damaged puppets had almost no fighting capability. As for Jun Xiaoyao's side, not to mention the terrifyingly strong guardian, there were 3 saints alone. Coupled with the defection of the White Tiger Ancient Kingdom and Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom's armies. Champion Marquis, the tide had turned against him. Seeing this situation, Yang Pan took a deep breath and said, Jun Xiaoyao, do you really want to oppose this Marquis? How about we each take a step back now? Yang Pan wasn't stupid. At this point, if he continued to resist, he would be the one to suffer. Hey, weren't you quite aggressive before? Now you want to take a step back? Jun Xiaoyao sneered coldly. Jun Xiaoyao, this Marquis is giving you face. There's no benefit in being my enemy, Yang Pan said, his expression shifting between dark and light. Does Divine Child need your face? Besides, I have so many enemies, do I care about one more stable boy like you? Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He said no more, raising his hand to strike. Fierce golden chi and blood soared into the sky, transforming into a lifelike golden divine elephant, as if it could suppress the entire universe. Facing this clone of champion Marquis, Jun Xiaoyao didn't even need to use any great divine ability. A single palm strike was enough to end the battle. Jun Xiaoyao, you are digging your own grave, Yang Pan roared, also unleashing his great divine ability. But how could his mere clone, without even the Pan Huang life sword by his side, be a match for Jun Xiaoyao? Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm, directly smashing Yang Pan's clone into a bloody pulp, pulverizing him. When they saw this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Champion Marquis' clone was just killed with a single palm strike. Has the Jun family divine child become this powerful? Many generals were astonished. Their realm was several levels higher than Jun Xiaoyao's, but at this moment, seeing Jun Xiaoyao's fierce demeanor, they all felt a sense of dread. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao shattered Yang Pan's clone. Far away in the Panwu divine dynasty, within a magnificent hall, resplendent with gold and jade, purple chi swirling, and an aura of grandeur. A furious roar echoed from within. Jun Xiaoyao, Yang Pan, will never rest until one of us is dead. Hearing this sound, the maids and servants outside the hall all turned pale, showing signs of panic. When Yang Pan got angry, he was even more terrifying than a Shura evil ghost. I think I heard the Jun family divine child's name. What kind of enmity has Marquis formed with him? Some servants thought, trembling with fear. At this moment, Yang Pan's cold voice came from inside the hall. Someone convey this Marquis' order. Spread the news that I, champion Marquis Yang Pan, will challenge Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family at the Forbidden City, on top of the imperial palace of the divine dynasty. The time will be set on the day Wu Minju chooses her consort. This Marquis wants to trample Jun Xiaoyao underfoot in front of all the forces in the immortal domain. Hearing this, all the servants around the entire hall were petrified, their eyes wide, gasping for air. The champion Marquis of the Panwu divine dynasty, challenging the ancient Jun family divine child. This was no small matter. If word got out, it would cause a huge stir. Moreover, with the time chosen for Wu Minju's consort selection day, how lively would the Panwu divine dynasty be then? And how many forces would be attracted to come? Unimaginable. A grand era of prodigy competition is about to begin. I hope Marquis can have the last laugh, an old servant sighed. Meanwhile, in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know that Yang Pan was so angry he wanted to challenge him. But even if he knew, Jun Xiaoyao probably wouldn't be perturbed. Dare to challenge him. A single palm strike would be enough to suppress him. Countless people around still had shock lingering in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao, however, had a calm expression. Casually killing a Yang Pan clone was really not a big deal to him. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze swept over, and within the residual blood of Yang Pan's clone, a ring shimmered. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed it. The ring had a soul seal, but Jun Xiaoyao casually activated the true spirit within his divine palace. That true spirit, like a miniature Jun Xiaoyao, released a powerful divine soul force. Although Jun Xiaoyao's physical body was terrifyingly strong, he hadn't neglected his divine soul cultivation. He had always been cultivating the chaotic divine grind contemplation method. Jun Xiaoyao's divine soul power easily broke through the ring's seal. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about the miscellaneous items inside. What he cared about was the bronze compass components. As expected, all 3 bronze compass components were inside. Yangpan, oh Yangpan, you've plotted for so long, yet in the end I've reaped the rewards. You're practically Xiao Chen too, Jun Xiaoyao said with a faint smile. Yangpan's painstaking schemes ultimately benefited Jun Xiaoyao. He knew that Yangpan must be furious enough to explode right now. Jun Xiaoyao put the 3 compass components into his spatial magical artifact. With this, he had collected all 4 compass components. However, now was clearly not the time to study them. Jun Xiaoyao glanced down. Everyone in the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's army had extremely pale faces. Those generals, in particular, had a hint of hatred flickering in their eyes. After all, their kingdom lord had indirectly died by Jun Xiaoyao's hand. Convey divine child's order. Kill all generals of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom from soldiers upwards, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Yes. Before the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord could agree, the White Tiger Kingdom Lord and Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord eagerly rushed to respond. Since they had pledged allegiance, they naturally had to show some attitude now. Soon, they annihilated many generals of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, while all the soldiers surrendered. Next, Jun Xiaoyao issued an order to unify the 4 great ancient kingdoms into the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. And the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord became the Kingdom Lord of the 4 symbols ancient kingdom. His successor was Bai Yuer. The turmoil of the 4 great ancient kingdoms thus subsided. However, the ripples had only just begun. Although the turmoil in the 4 great ancient kingdoms did not spread throughout the entire immortal domain, it caused a sensation in dozens of nearby states. Initially, no one was optimistic about the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, believing the outcome was already decided. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would either submit or be annihilated. But in the end, the news that spread shocked the world. The Jun family divine child, leading the wind, forest, fire, mountain 4 guards, came to their aid with overwhelming power. And the person behind the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom also surfaced, revealed to be the champion Marquis Yang Pan of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The subsequent news sent shivers down everyone's spines. The Jun family divine child forcefully annihilated the champion Marquis' clone. Even the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord was casually slain by his guardian. This game between the Jun family divine child and the Divine Dynasty's champion Marquis ended with Jun Xiaoyao's complete victory. However, many also knew that the champion Marquis, with his perverse and arrogant nature, would definitely not tolerate such a significant loss. As expected, within a few days, news came from within the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Champion Marquis Yang Pan challenged Jun Xiaoyao to a battle atop the Forbidden City. Moreover, the chosen date was precisely the day the Divine Dynasty Long Princess, Wu Minju, was to select her consort. This news was like a massive stone dropped into the ocean, stirring up monstrous waves. Many understood that Yang Pan had ulterior motives. Because on the day Wu Minju selected her consort, countless forces would surely come to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to observe the ceremony. Under such circumstances, the popularity and influence of their duel would reach its peak. If Yang Pan could truly defeat Jun Xiaoyao, that news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire desolate heaven immortal domain in the shortest possible time. At that time, the Jun family divine child's invincible myth would be instantly shattered. The champion Marquis could then rise to power by stepping on Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. It must be said that Yang Pan's choice had a bit of cunning behind it. Is that champion Marquis really so confident in himself? Many people discussed. You can't underestimate the champion Marquis. He was recognized by the Pan Huang Life Sword, and there are even rumors that he is the reincarnation of Panwu Great Emperor. That should be a rumor, but the champion Marquis is indeed not weak. He is considered a top figure among the younger generation. I wonder if that Jun family divine child will accept the challenge. Let's wait and see. While others in the immortal domain were awaiting Jun Xiaoyao's response, Jun Xiaoyao sent no news. This surprised many. Had the usually high-profile and flamboyant Jun family divine child chickened out? Little did they know. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was in the imperial palace of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, studying the bronze compass. He had already assembled the 4 compass components into a complete compass. The complete compass appeared quite ancient and profound, bearing the vicissitudes of time. However, Jun Xiaoyao temporarily did not know how to use it. Could it be that the time for its use has not yet arrived? Jun Xiaoyao speculated. Currently, there has been no news of the Bronze Immortal Palace appearing in the entire immortal domain for a long time. Perhaps the time has not yet come. When news of the Bronze Immortal Palace emerges again, this compass should play a significant role. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao put the bronze compass into his magical artifact. This trip has indeed been quite fruitful, Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself. The most important gain, naturally, was the bronze compass. Secondly, he also signed in at the Imperial Palace and obtained the ancient holy weapon, Phoenix Cry Kishin. In addition, he had integrated the 4 symbols Ancient Kingdom. The current strength of the 4 symbols Ancient Kingdom is far beyond what the previously fragmented 4 great ancient kingdoms could compare to. Although it still cannot compare to an immortal Dao lineage, it is already considered a very top-tier force. A duel with me atop the Forbidden City, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. Recently, the news of the Champion Marquis Challenge had been creating a stir, and Jun Xiaoyao had naturally known about it for a long time. He hadn't responded because he had been researching the bronze compass. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not plan to respond now either. He had already planned to personally attend on the day Wu Minju selected her consort anyway. As for the Champion Marquis, he would just suppress him incidentally then. Yang Pan ahead as hell, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He knew that Yang Pan, possessing the Pan Huang life sword, was also a person of luck. In his eyes, he was just a lush green leek. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was contemplating how to harvest Yang Pan later, far away in the Black Desert State, one of the 3,000 Dao provinces. This place was a sparsely populated state, with vast stretches of desolate mountains, wild lands, and Gobi deserts. Among the 3,000 Dao provinces, it was considered a state with relatively few cultivators and was quite desolate. And at this moment, outside a mountain range in the Black Desert State that exuded a wild and untamed aura, a young man in a cyan robe with a delicate and handsome appearance was kneeling on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, roaring up at the sky. It was Xiao Chen. After the Yuanshan secret treasure, Xiao Chen, guided by Green Dragon Ancestor, came to the Black Desert State, preparing to search for the ancient nest where the Zhu Long Nest's ancient freak was buried. But just now, he had unexpectedly learned news of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom from a passing cultivator. His father, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord, had been killed by Jun Xiaoyao's guardian. The entire Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom had been annihilated and merged into the 4 symbols Ancient Kingdom. Now, Xiao Chen no longer even held the identity of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's first prince. He had completely become a commoner with no background. The hatred of a murdered father, the vengeance of a destroyed nation, Jun Xiaoyao, Xiao Chen will definitely skin you, pull out your tendons, grind your bones to dust, and scatter your ashes. If I fail this vow, I swear I am not human. Xiao Chen roared furiously at the sky, extreme hatred and rage surging in his heart. Beside him, Green Dragon Ancestor's soul body appeared, his old face also extremely grim. He had even said that Xiao Chen was the son of national luck, but now there was no nation left. More importantly, that thing was gone. Alas, that bronze compass must have fallen into the Jun family divine child's hands. This child's schemes are truly too deep, Green Dragon Ancestor sighed deeply. How could they know that Jun Xiaoyao had already begun preparing to subdue the 4 great ancient kingdoms from the moment he encountered Bai Yuer? As for the bronze compass, it was an unexpected bonus. Old ancestor, I want to become stronger. I must kill that Jun Xiaoyao, I must kill him. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his blood vessels nearly bursting, and he seemed to have gone mad. Xiao Chen, calm down. Your Dao heart is about to fall into madness. Green Dragon Ancestor frowned, letting out a cold shout. Madness, haha, what if I go mad? I want to kill Jun Xiaoyao no matter the cost. Xiao Chen's handsome face twisted, becoming as hideous as a vengeful ghost. You forgot you still have 2 trump cards, the Supreme Blood and the Ancient Nest, and Wu Minju and the Panwu Divine Dynasty, Green Dragon Ancestor said. These words were like a basin of cold water poured over Xiao Chen's head, instantly calming him down. That's right, I haven't lost yet. I still have Minju. I will marry her and she will definitely help me. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Remembering that peerlessly beautiful woman, Xiao Chen's mood gradually calmed down. Even if he lost his father and his country, at least there was a confidant who would accompany him and help him. However, Xiao Chen did not know. Wu Minju had hidden from him the news that she was Jun Xiaoyao's female slave. If Xiao Chen were to find out in the end, it would be unimaginable how crazed he would become. Chapter 95, Xiao Chen's Opportunity, the Zulong Nest's Ancient Freak Awakens. 10th Update. Old ancestor, I apologize. I lost my composure. I must quickly find that ancient nest and obtain the supreme blood to transform my strength. Xiao Chen's character could indeed be described as resolute. He had calmed down at this moment. Only by becoming stronger would he have the possibility of marrying Wu Minju. Xiao Chen, if your plan is to succeed, you must marry Wu Minju. Do you know who your biggest obstacle is now? Green Dragon Ancestor asked. Could it be? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. That's right, it's not Jun Xiaoyao, but Champion Marquis Yang Pan, Green Dragon Ancestor said. It really is Yang Pan. There are rumors that the son-in-law has already been decided, and it's Champion Marquis Yang Pan. However, how could I possibly let Minju go to such a debauched scoundrel? Xiao Chen said with a cold expression. The person he hated most was naturally Jun Xiaoyao. But he was also extremely displeased with Yang Pan, who told Yang Pan to try and snatch his woman. What if he was the champion marquis? Wu Minju liked him, not that scoundrel Yang Pan. Therefore, Xiao Chen made up his mind that on the day Wu Minju chose her son-in-law, he would step on Yang Pan in front of everyone. Only by defeating Yang Pan could he possibly gain the favor of the Panwu divine dynasty. All right, that ancient nest should be in these desolate mountains. Go in, Green Dragon Ancestor said. Xiao Chen nodded, his figure flickering as he entered the mountains. Within a few days, guided by Green Dragon Ancestor, Xiao Chen discovered a narrow mountain crevice. He followed the crevice inward, and it turned out to be a hidden world, like an underground small world. Various divine sources were piled within, emitting spiritual chi and shimmering light. Xiao Chen was stunned by the sight. What made Xiao Chen gasp even more was that he actually found supreme blood with the ancestral dragon bloodline within it. That supreme blood had actually gathered into a small blood pool. Just as Xiao Chen was about to collect the opportunity, a majestic, empress-like female voice suddenly emerged. Mortal, you dare to touch what belongs to me. Who is it? Xiao Chen was startled. Not good, it's very likely that ancient freak sealed by the immortal source, Green Dragon Ancestor transmitted. Oh, there's also a powerful primordial spirit possessing him. The woman who called herself Me spoke, sounding slightly surprised. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, ignoring the voice, and continued to cultivate with the supreme blood. Mortal, how about we make a deal? The female voice said. A deal? What kind of deal can an ancient freak of the ancient royal family have with me? Xiao Chen said coldly. I don't know how long I've been dormant. The immortal source formation has long lost its energy. Go and find 99 virgin boys and 99 virgin girls' blood for me to activate the immortal source formation, and I can help you fulfill one wish, the voice said. I, Xiao, would rather die than do such a monstrous thing, Xiao Chen said righteously. Oh, any wish is fine. With just a word from me, even the Zulong Nest will listen to my opinion, the female voice continued. Any wish? Xiao Chen's eyes subtly changed. If he could get this ancient freak from the Zulong Nest to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Xiao Chen shook his head abruptly, suppressing the thought. No need, my revenge, I, Xiao Chen, will take it myself. Xiao Chen continued to focus on absorbing the supreme blood. Is that so? In my opinion, humanity is a very dirty thing, the female voice murmured, then fell silent. Xiao Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the ancient freak of the Zulong Nest had some kind of restriction and could not be unsealed for now. He could finally settle down and cultivate. Jun Xiaoyao, just wait. The next time I appear before you, don't be too surprised. In Xiao Chen's eyes, the flames of revenge ignited. On the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom's side, after completely stabilizing, Jun Xiaoyao was also preparing to return to the Jun family. After all, he also needed to start preparing for the next scheme. A scheme targeting the Panwu divine dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao definitely had to go to Panwu Burial Mound, not just for the sign-in opportunity. but also because he might find the opportunity to awaken the next holy body phenomenon there. However, Panwu Burial Mound was the private treasure ground of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, and it was impossible for outsiders to enter casually, let alone a big shot of Jun Xiaoyao's status. No force would be foolish enough to use their own opportunities to nurture another family's prodigy. When Jun Xiaoyao left the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yuer was extremely reluctant. "I'll leave the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom to you and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord. Don't disappoint me," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Yes, Yuer will definitely manage the Four Symbols Ancient Kingdom well." Bai Yuer's expression was firm. Afterward, Jun Xiaoyao led everyone back to the Jun family. Meanwhile, in the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the matter of Champion Marquis's challenge was still fermenting. Jun Xiaoyao, however, remained silent. This time, some people began to deliberately spread rumors, saying that the Jun family divine child was afraid of Champion Marquis and dared not accept the challenge. Those deliberately spreading these rumors included people from Champion Marquis and also from the ancient royal family. Their goal, undoubtedly, was to tarnish Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. Of course, there were also many staunch supporters of Jun Xiaoyao who believed that Jun Xiaoyao merely disdained to accept the challenge. Most of these supporters were women. After all, no matter where, there's always no shortage of crazy fans. However, the truth was indeed as these supporters thought. Jun Xiaoyao was just too lazy to accept the challenge. He would simply slap Yang Pan to death when the time came. Why make it so troublesome? Several more months passed. Jun Xiaoyao was already 12 years old. His figure was even more slender, and his face even more handsome. The only thing that troubled Jun Xiaoyao was the lack of immortal source to cultivate the great Luo immortal body. Later, the Jun family gave Jun Xiaoyao a dozen more immortal sources, but for Jun Xiaoyao, it was far from enough. Looking at these dozen immortal sources, Jun Xiaoyao didn't expect that he would also have a day when he lacked resources. This great Luo immortal body consumes truly terrifying resources, even more than the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head helplessly. "It's better to pause my cultivation first and find a way to get some resources. Can I extort some resources from the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Wu Minju, as the Divine Dynasty Long Princess, should have quite a lot of resources," Jun Xiaoyao muttered. If Wu Minju heard this, she would probably say that Jun Xiaoyao had a devil's heart again. Well, it's time to go to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Some schemes also need to be set up in advance. I'd also like to see Xiao Chen and Yang Pan clash like dogs fighting over a bone. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He knew that because of Wu Minju, Xiao Chen and Yang Pan would definitely clash. At that time, wouldn't it be interesting to see the two leaks fight each other first? After finalizing his subsequent plans, Jun Xiaoyao directly departed the Jun family alone, riding in a carriage pulled by the nine-headed lion, heading towards the Panwu Divine Dynasty. He did not bring Jun Zhangjian or others, not even Jun Linglong. This was because Jun Xiaoyao intended to act alone this time, and it was inconvenient to bring them along. Just as Jun Xiaoyao left the Jun family, the entire immortal domain gradually began to stir. This was because the Panwu Divine Dynasty had sent out news that in half a month, a grand banquet would be held in the Forbidden City of the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. The Panwu Divine Dynasty would widely invite various forces from the desolate heaven immortal domain to attend. At that time, the Panwu Divine Dynasty would also select Wu Minju's consort from among the young prodigies of the various forces. As soon as this news broke, the four directions stirred and countless forces set out. Various flying ships, carriages, and ancient flying beasts constantly streaked across the sky, heading towards the Panwu Divine Dynasty. As an immortal dynasty with profound heritage, if one could marry its princess and become a consort, it would almost be considered an alliance. Those top-tier Dao lineages wished to ally with the Panwu Divine Dynasty to reach a higher level. And immortal forces, on the other hand, wanted to turn the Panwu Divine Dynasty into their ally. After all, one cannot clap with one hand. Even a powerful immortal force, if it had no friendly forces, risked being besieged by other immortal Dao lineages. For these reasons, many forces were moved and prepared to let their disciples try their luck. Not to mention that the princess, whose beauty was unparalleled, was also a stunning beauty and already very popular, with her good name spread far and wide in the desolate heaven immortal domain. The superposition of these two reasons, made the Panwu divine dynasty's banquet this time extremely grand. But just as this news spread, from the Champion Marquis's residence, Champion Marquis Yang Pan spoke again. He said that if the Jun family divine child dared not accept the challenge, then in the future, he would personally ascend the Jun family's mountain gate to challenge him. As soon as this significant news broke, it caused even greater waves. Many people felt that this Champion Marquis was simply too arrogant. He even dared to block others in front of the Jun family's mountain gate. The last person who went to challenge the Jun family's mountain gate, Dragon Heoshin, had grass 5 zhang high on his grave. Many female cultivators who admired Jun Xiaoyao were enraged. This ugly Champion Marquis is just jealous of my Xiaoyao's peerless beauty. That's right, what if he's strong? Doesn't he know this is an era that values looks? Moreover, my Xiaoyao's strength is unrivaled among his peers, so what is that Champion Marquis? Within the ancient Jiang family's ancestral land. Damn it, it's too infuriating. A petite and exquisite figure stomped her jade feet, so angry that her 2 pigtails behind her small head were sticking up. Her delicate and spirited small face also showed a fierce, yet adorable expression. Jiang Luoli, if you don't cultivate properly, you'll be locked in the ancestral land forever. Not far away, Jiang Shengyi, dressed in snow-white robes with a graceful, immortal posture, walked over, looking at the feisty Jiang Luoli with a slight headache. HMPH, Jiang Luoli can't swallow this anger. That Champion Marquis actually spread such news, trying to slander brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli pouted, looking indignant. It's just a petty person causing trouble. That Champion Marquis's heart nature is notoriously bad, so there's no need to care. Xiaoyao doesn't care either, Jiang Shengyi said. The matter of Champion Marquis challenging Jun Xiaoyao was spreading like wildfire in the immortal domain. Although Jiang Luoli was in secluded cultivation in the ancestral land, she could still get news through her maidservants. No, I'm coming out of seclusion and going to the Panwu divine dynasty, Jiang Luoli declared. What are you going to do? Are you going to compete for the consort position? Jiang Shengyi joked. I'm going to suppress that Champion Marquis and stomp on his face to vent my anger, to see if he still dares to provoke brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli said righteously. Oh, is that all? Jiang Shengyi smiled slightly, seemingly seeing through Jiang Luoli. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoli's pretty face also blushed slightly, and she lowered her head a little shyly, twirling her 2 jade fingers together. Of course, although I know brother Xiaoyao can't possibly compete for any consort position, but just in case, Jiang Luoli stammered. It was clear that Jiang Luoli was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao might attend the banquet and then compete for the consort position, marrying Wu Minju. After all, Wu Minju was also a very famous peerless beauty. Almost no man could see Wu Minju without being moved. This is your main purpose, isn't it? Jiang Shengyi chuckled. They hadn't even allied yet, and Jiang Luoli had already turned into a little hen guarding her exclusive food. Jiang Luoli was so embarrassed that her translucent earlobes turned completely red. All right, then I'll take you there. Jiang Shengyi smiled helplessly, rubbing Jiang Luoli's small head. Oh yeah, Sister Shengyi is the best. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. Jiang Shengyi also smiled faintly, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of imperceptible sadness. This girl truly likes Xiaoyao very much. On the other side, in the ancestral land of the ancient Yi family. On a towering mountain peak, a blue-robed youth with a delicate face and sword-like eyebrows was sitting cross-legged. The sky above his head was like a night sky. A brilliant star river flowed through the night, beautiful and yet carrying an extremely dangerous aura. This youth was none other than Yi Xingyan. As early as Jun Xiaoyao's 10th birthday banquet, Yi Xingyan was severely humiliated by Jun Xiaoyao, losing much face. However, Yi Xingyan, due to this misfortune, gained a blessing, awakening some memory. Afterward, Yi Xingyan's personality seemed to undergo a subtle change, becoming more composed and reserved. He was no longer as arrogant and sharp as before. Panwu Divine Dynasty, Champion Marquis's challenge. With Jun Xiaoyao's heart nature, he will absolutely not be absent. Yi Xingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Although his personality had changed somewhat, his hatred had not. He wanted to get revenge on Jun Xiaoyao. He also wanted to snatch Jiang Luoli for himself. Fine, I'll make a trip to the Panwu Divine Dynasty this time. It's also a good opportunity to ascertain Jun Xiaoyao's true strength. Yi Xingyan made up his mind and asked Steward Fu to prepare the carriage. in Chiju, a vast and boundless ancient spirit mountain. The entire spirit mountain covered an extremely wide area, shrouded in mist and filled with divine radiance. There were vermilion cliffs and strange rocks, precipitous cliffs and peculiar peaks, and colorful phoenixes dancing and phoenix birds circling. Looking out, one could not see the end of the mountain range. This area was the ancestral land of one of the ancient royal families, Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain, on par with the Zhu Long Nest, was a top-tier ancient royal family with deep heritage and strong power. And at this moment within a mountain range, an old voice came. Phoenix Xuanyi, Phoenix Kingling, you two, go to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Remember, do not tarnish the prestige of my Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Yes, we respectfully obey the Grand Elder's command. Within the mountain range, two figures, one male and one female, wrapped in blazing divine light, rose into the air. Above the sky, two golden phoenix birds pulled two carriages. These two figures flashed directly into them. I wonder if we'll get to see the rumored Jun family divine child this time, Phoenix Kingling said inside the carriage. Heh, I also want to see what kind of person Jun Xiaoyao is, the one who caused the Zhu Long Nest to lose face again and again, Phoenix Xuanya said. However, we are not Dragon Hayashin and Dragon Bitch, Phoenix Kingling chuckled softly. If Jun Xiaoyao underestimates us, he might suffer quite a bit. Phoenix Xuanya's tone was also very relaxed, carrying a sense of composure and self-satisfaction. Just as the entire immortal domain was stirring. Jun Xiaoyao, who was at the center of the storm, was about to arrive at the imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. He passed through several teleportation arrays midway and arrived at Panwu Dao Province. The imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty was located in the central region of Panwu Dao Province. There was still less than half a month left, which was enough time for Jun Xiaoyao's next arrangements. At this moment, the nine-headed lion's voice came from outside the carriage. Master, the imperial capital of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is just ahead. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao lifted the curtain and looked. Ahead, a magnificent and immense city stood towering on the ground. The entire massive city was boundless, its city walls stretching infinitely far to the left and right, like the Great Wall. Within the imperial capital, there were pavilions, towers, bustling markets, and surging crowds. Numerous floating islands were suspended in the sky, with palaces scattered upon them, resembling divine palaces and immortal abodes. This Panwu Divine Dynasty truly lives up to its name as an immortal dynasty. It indeed possesses a grand aura, Jun Xiaoyao observed. Immortal Dao lineages are transcendent and supreme, truly behemoths of the immortal domain. None of them are simple. It was precisely for this reason that, although the Jun family and the Zhu Long Nest harbored deep-seated hatred for each other, they had never initiated an immortal battle. Because both sides knew that completely eradicating an immortal force was not a simple matter. Of course, strictly speaking, it was the Zhu Long Nest that was more apprehensive of the Jun family. As for the Panwu Divine Dynasty, a Dao lineage established by Panwu Great Emperor back then, although it no longer retained its most prosperous period, it hadn't declined much either. Jun Xiaoyao descended from the sky, while the nine-headed lion broke free from its reins and followed Jun Xiaoyao. Gu Shang, aren't you a bit too conspicuous like this? Jun Xiaoyao asked, glancing sideways. The nine-headed lion's entire body was like cast gold, emitting golden light that was so dazzling it made it hard for people to open their eyes. It was simply too brilliant. Jun Xiaoyao certainly didn't want to become a monkey in a zoo, being gawked at by people. Moreover, some of the things he needed to do were not convenient to do too ostentatiously. Master, could you please not call me by my real name? The nine-headed lion mumbled softly, feeling a bit sullen. Then its body suddenly shrank, and finally, under Jun Xiaoyao's gaze, it transformed into the Shiba Inu. That's right, in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, it was no different from a Shiba Inu. However, this was a nine-headed Shiba Inu, which looked a bit odd and comical. Is this considered a walking meme? So be it, Jun Xiaoyao sighed lightly. At least the nine-headed Shiba Inu wasn't so ostentatious anymore. Jun Xiaoyao, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely through the city gate and entered the imperial capital. The Divine Dynasty soldiers guarding the city gate, upon seeing Jun Xiaoyao, all showed surprise and suspicion in their eyes and dared not stop him, because Jun Xiaoyao's aura was simply too transcendent. His body faintly glowed with divine light, enveloped in immortal radiance, and exuded an immortal charm and Tao intent from head to toe. This was naturally attributed to the great Luo immortal bone he had refined. Jun Xiaoyao's appearance was also shrouded in immortal radiance, making it impossible to see clearly. Thus, Jun Xiaoyao entered the imperial capital directly without any obstruction. After Jun Xiaoyao left, a young guard finally asked in confusion, "Captain, why didn't you stop that person to check his identity?" The higher-ups stipulated that all cultivators entering the city must be checked. "You blockhead, is that kind of person someone you can just casually stop and check? He might be a favored disciple of some immortal Tao lineage, whose status is no lower than the princess," the captain said, glaring. "Oh, I see." The young guard nodded repeatedly, a wave of lingering fear washing over him. After Jun Xiaoyao entered the imperial capital, he also attracted many gazes. Although his appearance was obscured by a seemingly ethereal mist, his aura could not be concealed. Many young maidens and female cultivators from major forces couldn't help but glance at Jun Xiaoyao from the corners of their eyes. Although many people knew of Jun Xiaoyao's name throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. However, very few people had actually seen him. Furthermore, many disciples of immortal Tao lineages, possessing king bodies, divine bodies, and so on, were also enveloped in a misty aura. It couldn't be that everyone shrouded in immortal light was Jun Xiaoyao, could it? Therefore, no one saw through him. At this moment, a young girl dressed in a simple blue cloth dress, with hesitation in her expression, finally gritted her teeth and bravely stepped forward. "Young master, this must be your first time in the imperial capital of the divine dynasty, right? Qin Xuan can lead you and help you understand various situations." The young girl named Qin Xuan had an anxious expression. She had guided many disciples from major forces before, but it was her first time encountering someone as mysterious and transcendent as Jun Xiaoyao. Other female cultivators only dared to watch from afar, not having the courage to approach. Oh, Jun Xiaoyao's gaze fell on Qin Xuan, and he slightly raised an eyebrow. Qin Xuan was only 15 or 16 years old, yet her cultivation had actually reached the great perfection of the divine bridge realm. He noticed this but didn't say anything. "All right, you can lead the way then." Jun Xiaoyao casually took out a piece of exquisite divine source. A group of passers-by around them were stunned. "Holy cow, that's a peerless grade, godly source. That young master is too rich, isn't he? He's definitely a successor of some immortal force. Sigh, I truly envy that girl." Many exclamations rang out from all around, and many female cultivators bit their lips and stomped their feet, secretly cursing themselves for missing the opportunity. Qin Xuan also had her mouth slightly agape, appearing somewhat flattered. Jun Xiaoyao's expression, however, was very calm, because exquisite divine source was already the most common currency he carried. "Young master, let me tell you about the recent news. In just a few days, the banquet for the divine dynasty Long Princess to choose a consort will be held. And that champion marquis will challenge the Jun family divine child at the peak of the Forbidden City. I heard that the Jun family divine child is like a heavenly immortal, possessing an unrivaled demeanor among his peers." When Qin Xuan spoke of Jun Xiaoyao, her beautiful eyes were filled with longing. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was already the dream of billions of maidens in the immortal domain. Meanwhile, the nine-headed lion following beside them had a strange look in its eyes. If this girl knew that the person beside her was the Jun family divine child whom she admired and longed for, she would probably be so excited that she'd faint, right? However, when she mentioned the champion marquis next, her emotions were clearly off, showing a fluctuation. It was as if there was a hint of hatred within. Jun Xiaoyao saw this and casually asked, "If the Jun family divine child truly accepts the challenge, who do you hope will win?" Hearing this, Qin Xuan's eyes flashed with deep-seated hatred, and she said without hesitation, "Qin Xuan hopes the Jun family divine child can win, and even kill that champion marquis." A strange glint flashed in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, and he said, "Given your age, to have the cultivation of divine bridge great perfection, your background shouldn't be simple, right? How did you end up guiding people?" Qin Xuan clenched her fingers into a fist, and her voice slightly deepened as she said, "I was originally from the Qin Heaven Marquis Manor. My father was the Qin Heaven Marquis of the Divine Dynasty, and my mother was a rather famous beauty in the Divine Dynasty. Later, she was taken fancy to by the champion Marquis who wanted to take her into his harem. My father refused, and then he was killed by him, and my mother also committed suicide to follow him." The entire Marquis Manor declined, and I could only wander outside. Qin Xuan whispered, the hatred in her eyes so thick it couldn't be dissolved. So that's how it is, Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. He didn't feel too much sympathy. After all, there were too many people in this world worthy of sympathy. Jun Xiaoyao was not the kind of saint mother who would feel pity upon seeing miserable people. I'm sorry I've talked about so many personal matters. You must be displeased, young master. Qin Xuan regained her composure and forced a smile. Don't you want revenge? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Revenge? The champion marquis is like a local tyrant in the Panwu divine dynasty who can get revenge on him. Qin Xuan said bitterly, feeling utterly powerless. Above the imperial city at the peak of the forbidden city, perhaps you can look forward to it then. Jun Xiaoyao whispered softly, his hands clasped behind his back and leisurely walked ahead. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back, Qin Xuan was momentarily stunned. She didn't quite understand what Jun Xiaoyao meant by those words. Through Qin Xuan's introduction, Jun Xiaoyao gained an understanding of the imperial capital. By the way, is there anywhere in this imperial capital where I can obtain source stones? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Source stones? Qin Xuan glanced at Jun Xiaoyao. Her meaning was clear. Would someone who could casually produce exquisite divine source still lack source stones? I'm talking about immortal sources, Jun Xiaoyao clarified. Immortal sources? Qin Xuan was slightly surprised. For someone of her level, exquisite divine source was already a rare and sought-after opportunity. As for immortal sources, she hadn't even considered them. Oh, I remember now. In a few days, Heavenly Qin Woman, the prodigy of immortal dance Qin sect from Immortal Jade Pavilion, will host a Qin competition. If anyone can surpass Heavenly Qin Woman in the Tao of Qin, they will receive a reward of 300 immortal sources, Qin Xuan suddenly said. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised to hear this. He knew of Immortal Dance Qin sect, a renowned top Tao lineage that cultivated the Tao through the Qin. Once, the sect master of Immortal Dance Qin sect had subdued 4 Saint King powerhouses with Qin music, making Immortal Dance Qin sect famous for a time. And Heavenly Qin Woman was also a widely celebrated beauty and a top prodigy of Immortal Dance Qin sect. Although Immortal Dance Qin sect is a top Tao lineage, can they really produce 300 immortal sources? Jun Xiaoyao wondered. Young master is unaware, but those immortal sources were gathered by Heavenly Qin Woman's followers, such as the young Lord of Myriad Treasures Merchant Association, the third Prince of Panwu Divine Dynasty, and so on. Wait, you said the third Prince of Panwu Divine Dynasty is Heavenly Qin Woman's follower? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered slightly. That's right, it's just that Heavenly Qin Woman is an ice-cold beauty with an arrogant personality, so even the third prince has pursued her bitterly without success, Qin Xuan said. This was not a big secret, many people knew about it. Jun Xiaoyao pondered, and a plan gradually surfaced in his mind. My Qin skills are unremarkable, but dealing with that Qin competition should still be relatively simple. If everything goes according to my plan, then Panwu Burial Mound is secured. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smile, confident in his success. Scheming against an immortal force was not a simple matter. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it was not so difficult as to be impossible. Wu Minju was the first chess piece, and this third Prince of Panwu Divine Dynasty will be the second chess piece, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. As time passed, the entire imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty also became increasingly lively. Every day, many young talents from top Tao lineages could be seen arriving. And before Wu Minju's selection of a consort and champion marquis challenge, another matter caused a small stir. That was Heavenly Qin Woman, the prodigy of Immortal Dance Qin sect, who would be hosting a Qin competition at Immortal Jade Pavilion. This Heavenly Qin Woman was also a widely celebrated beauty in desolate heaven immortal domain. However, she was an ice-cold beauty, completely uninterested in the pursuits of any young talents. Only the Tao of Qin could pique Heavenly Qin Woman's interest. But the Tao of Qin was very niche. In the entire desolate heaven immortal domain, how many young talents were proficient in the Tao of Qin? It was precisely because of this that no man had ever caught Heavenly Qin Woman's eye. Some even made up a joke about it. If a man could conquer Heavenly Qin Woman, then that man must be the god of the Tao of Qin. Of course, even with Heavenly Qin Woman's personality, those who pursued her were still as numerous as carps crossing a river. The 300 immortal sources for this Qin competition were sponsored by Heavenly Chin Woman's Dog Lickers. The Immortal Jade Pavilion was considered one of the most luxurious and extravagant pavilions within the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty. Just the entrance fee to step into Immortal Jade Pavilion cost 10 low-grade godly sources. It could be said that this was the most extravagant place, where only top Dao lineage disciples, royalty and nobles of the Divine Dynasty, and prodigies of immortal force had the means to enter. And today, on the top floor of Immortal Jade Pavilion, flower petals rained down, and auspicious glow enveloped the area. Many young talents had gathered. It could be said that apart from the upcoming princess's consort selection banquet, this Chin competition was the most grand event. Among the prodigies scattered around, there were many astonishing auras, all top talents from various forces. In a VIP seat, a young man sat, dressed in a resplendent crimson gold robe. He had handsome features, a composed demeanor, and an aura of a superior. He was precisely the third prince of Panwu Divine Dynasty. At this moment, his gaze was filled with infatuation and longing as he looked at the high platform. Above the high platform, mist and clouds drifted. A woman in a large red floral dress, with a cold and elegant beauty, was seated there. Her skin was extremely fair, her face exquisitely beautiful, her fingers like peeled scallions and her lips like cinnabar. A plain chin lay before her as she lightly stroked its strings. From afar, she resembled a peerless scene from a painting. This woman was precisely Heavenly Chin Woman, the prodigy of immortal dance Chin sect. A pure and untainted woman who cultivated the Tao through the Chin. At this moment, her fair and slender hands, like mutton-fat jade, gently plucked the Chin strings. The Chin music flowed like a babbling brook, even attracting spirit birds to fly around and encircle Immortal Jade Pavilion. This melody should only exist in the heavens. It's rarely heard in the mortal world. The third prince listened enraptured, praising endlessly. Heavenly Chin Woman's allure was not just her appearance, but also the temperament that exuded from her very bones. Listening to a melody from the fairy washes away all the dust of the mortal world. On the other side, a handsome young man with the aura of a noble young master also sighed. He was the young lord of Myriad Treasures Merchant Association. Myriad Treasures Merchant Association was a rather famous commerce in desolate heaven immortal domain, with immense power and dealings with many immortal Tao lineages. A significant portion of the 300 immortal sources for this Chin competition was provided by the young lord of Myriad Treasures Merchant Association. Of course, while giving up these immortal sources was painful, they did it to win a smile from the beauty. However, making Heavenly Chin Woman smile was difficult. Making her look at them differently was even harder than ascending to the heavens. And just then, a golden phoenix bird pulled a carriage from the distant sky, heading towards Immortal Jade Pavilion. When they saw the phoenix bird, many prodigies on the top floor of Immortal Jade Pavilion were surprised. That's a phoenix bird from Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. Could it be that a successor from Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain has emerged? Just as everyone was in doubt, the phoenix bird stopped in the void realm, and a graceful figure enveloped in crimson divine light stepped out of the carriage. Behind her, there was a pair of phoenix wings, and her beautiful face was shrouded in divine light, making it difficult to see clearly. It was Phoenix Kingeling. After she and Phoenix Xuanyi arrived at the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty, they heard about the Chin competition. Coincidentally, Phoenix Kingeling was also skilled in Chin music, and a competitive spirit arose within her, so she came to the event alone. Heavenly Chin Woman glanced at Phoenix Kingeling but said nothing. In terms of strength, she might not be able to compare to this ancient royal family successor. But in terms of Chin skills, she was confident that she was not inferior to any prodigy of an immortal Tao lineage. As time passed, all the talents arrived and the Chin competition was about to begin. And just then, a transcendent figure in white robes stepped into Immortal Jade Pavilion. "Young master, are we really going in?" Qin Xuan, who was following Jun Xiaoyao, looked at the luxurious Immortal Jade Pavilion with a worried expression. She had never entered such a high-class establishment before. "If we don't go in, how can we participate in the Qin competition?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled. He casually took out an exquisite divine source and tossed it to a servant of the Immortal Jade Pavilion. The servant was stunned and dared not stop Jun Xiaoyao from entering. Qin Xuan nodded slightly. She also regarded Jun Xiaoyao as an admirer and pursuer of Heavenly Chin Woman. As for the Chin competition, Jun Xiaoyao had not even thought about it. Soon, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao ascended to the top floor of the immortal Jade Pavilion. When Jun Xiaoyao appeared, all eyes in the hall were drawn to him. His aura was too unique, it was hard not to notice him. Oh, who is that person? How can he possess such an astonishing presence? Why do I feel as if an immortal has descended to the mortal world? Many prodigies from major powers showed surprise in their eyes. The third prince and the young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce also revealed expressions of astonishment. Especially the third prince, while surprised, a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, most men who came to the Qin competition were there to admire Heavenly Qin Woman's immortal beauty. And the third prince had long regarded Heavenly Qin Woman as his exclusive possession. The mysterious young master, enveloped in immortal light, gave the third prince a subtle sense of threat. Because in front of this white-robed young master, even he, a prince, felt a faint sense of inferiority. It was as if a humble mortal was facing an immortal. This feeling made the third prince extremely displeased. What displeased him even more was that Heavenly Qin Woman's gaze was also attracted by this white-robed young master. What an astonishing aura! Even with Heavenly Qin Woman's ice-cold personality, her heart was surprised at this moment. In front of this white-robed young master, she vaguely felt a sense of inadequacy. Jun Xiaoyao did not care about the gazes of the entire hall and casually found a seat. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, felt a little flustered and uneasy from being stared at by so many people. Oh, he! On the other side, Phoenix Kindling also noticed Jun Xiaoyao. Crimson light gathered in her eyes, wanting to see through the immortal glow and mist on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow slightly, and the true spirit in his divine palace released soul power. Instantly, Phoenix Kindling frowned, feeling a sharp pain in her mind. This person has some tricks. Phoenix Kindling frowned, giving up on prying. After all, her main purpose in coming here was to meet Heavenly Qin Woman, who was known as the best Qin player. Jun Xiaoyao withdrew his gaze and murmured, "A person from Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain. It seems this lineage has also started to act. Before, it was the Zhu Long Nest causing trouble. Now, the inheritor of Myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain has also appeared. And these two lineages happen to have a good relationship, and both are targeting the Jun family. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao naturally had no good feelings for Phoenix Kindling. Everyone, time is almost up. Let the Qin competition begin now," an old woman from the immortal dance Qin sect said from beside the high platform. She was also Heavenly Qin Woman's guardian. "Haha, in that case, I shall make a fool of myself first. I hope Heavenly Qin Woman will not hesitate to give me guidance." A young man walked out with a smile, taking out his ancient Qin. "Please." Heavenly Qin Woman uttered only one word, her voice clear and cold. The young man played the Qin, and the Qin music flowed like water. However, Heavenly Qin Woman's cold and beautiful eyes remained calm and unruffled. After listening to the young man's song, Heavenly Qin Woman finally plucked the strings with her slender, jade-like fingers. Instantly, the sound of the Qin seemed to be the music of the heavens. Sacred light lingered around, mist and clouds rose, and divine radiance faintly flickered in the void realm, making Heavenly Qin Woman appear even more like a fairy of the Qin. Almost everyone present was captivated, and the admiration in the hearts of the third prince and the young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce became even stronger. When Heavenly Qin Woman's song ended, the lingering sound echoed, never ceasing. "This is an immortal melody. Wonderful, wonderful. After listening to Heavenly Qin Woman's Qin music, I feel as if I am about to be sublimated." Many prodigies sighed. "It's truly beautiful." Jun Xiaoyao was also mesmerized. Even she, who knew nothing about the Tao of Qin, was somewhat enchanted. "It's all right," Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. He did not specialize in the Tao of Qin, nor had he practiced the Qin much. But with Jun Xiaoyao's prodigy-level talent, coupled with some famous ancient Qin melodies he knew from his previous life. Through fusion, Jun Xiaoyao's Qin skills had unknowingly reached the peak. And Heavenly Qin Woman's Qin music to him could only be considered decent, within the scope of what could be appreciated. The young man who challenged Heavenly Qin Woman cupped his hands to Heavenly Qin Woman and said, "As expected of Heavenly Qin Woman, the #1 Qin player among the younger generation in the immortal domain, I admit defeat." "You're too kind." Heavenly Qin Woman's jade-like face was calm, showing no joy from victory. Next, several prodigies came forward to challenge her, all of whom were defeated. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, among others, smiled. No one could defeat Heavenly Chin Woman in Chin's skills, which meant no one could pique Heavenly Chin Woman's interest. At this moment, a female voice with a hint of subtle arrogance came. Let Kingeling meet you, the #1 Chin player among the younger generation in the immortal domain. Phoenix Kingeling stood up, her fiery red long dress outlining her tall and graceful figure. Although her face was shrouded in divine radiance, a fleeting glimpse was stunning. She took out a fiery red ancient chin, its strings seemingly wreathed in flames. It was an extremely powerful king-tier weapon. I dare not claim to be the #1 Chin player. Since young Miss Feng wants to challenge me, please begin. Heavenly Chin Woman's tone was calm, but it also contained a hint of rivalry. The two faced each other and began to play their chins simultaneously. Listen to my song, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Phoenix Kingeling's jade-like hand plucked the chin strings, and countless crimson runes were actually imprinted in the void realm. Then the sounds of phoenix cries rang out. One phoenix and one phoenix, two lifelike divine birds, circled around Phoenix Kingeling. This phenomenon surprised many people. Heavenly Chin Woman also began to play her famous piece, the Nishang Yui, rainbow skirt and feathered robe song. Instantly, everyone seemed to see an immortal palace descending, immortal maidens dancing, heavenly flowers falling chaotically, and golden lotuses emerging from the ground. Everyone seemed to be immersed in it, unaware of what year it was. The two Chin melodies intertwined and clashed. Finally, with a bang, one of Phoenix Kingeling's chin strings broke. Her face suddenly turned green, and her expression changed. Finally, she stopped playing the chin. As expected of the #1 Chin player among the younger generation in the immortal domain, if even I cannot defeat you, then no one should be able to. Phoenix Kingeling shook her head slightly. She came from myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain and possessed an inherent arrogance and nobility. But now she had to admit that she was defeated. Of course, this was only a defeat in the Tao of Chin. If it were a true comparison of strength, Heavenly Chin Woman was definitely inferior to her. Moreover, Phoenix Kingeling was very proud. She believed that if she could not defeat Heavenly Chin Woman, then no one in the younger generation of the desolate heaven immortal domain could defeat Heavenly Chin Woman in the Tao of Chin. Seeing that even Phoenix Kingeling of myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain couldn't surpass Heavenly Chin Woman in the Tao of Chin, the third prince and others felt an even stronger sense of admiration. Haha, Heavenly Chin Woman has inherited everything from the sect master of immortal dance Chin sect. When it comes to the Tao of Chin, I'm afraid no one can truly surpass you, the young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce flattered. That's not entirely true. My master once said that when it comes to the Tao of Chin, there is one person whom she is far from being able to match, Heavenly Chin Woman suddenly said. Oh, who might that be? The third prince asked. Everyone present was also very curious. In terms of strength, the sect master of immortal dance Chin sect might not be top tier in the desolate heaven immortal domain. But when it came to the Tao of Chin, that sect master was undeniably the best. Heavenly Chin Woman shook her head slightly and said, My master didn't say much, only that that person seems to have some connection with the Jun family. Hearing this, many people around were very surprised. Ancient Jun family, the third prince's eyes also flashed. If there was one name most frequently mentioned in the imperial capital recently, it was undoubtedly Jun Xiaoyao. Jun family, a hint of coldness flickered in Phoenix Kingeling's eyes. She had no good feelings for the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao, however, felt a bit surprised. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Jun Xiaoyao thought of his mysterious guardian who had never appeared. That guardian's Tao of Chin was so strong that he could casually instantly kill a saint. Jun Xiaoyao guessed that the peerless figure in the Tao of Chin, whom even the sect master of immortal dance Chin sect praised so highly, was most likely his guardian. At this moment, the old woman who was Heavenly Chin Woman's guardian spoke. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge young miss? The entire top floor of Immortal Jade Pavilion was silent. Even Phoenix Kingeling of myriad Phoenix Spirit Mountain had been defeated. Who else would dare to make a move? Young master, it seems this Chin duel is about to end, Qin Xuan said from the side. However, Jun Xiaoyao stood up. Young master, Qin Xuan looked puzzled. I apologize for my presumption, but I would like to challenge Heavenly Chin Woman. May I? Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. All eyes around collectively fell on Jun Xiaoyao. A hint of surprise also flashed in Heavenly Chin Woman's beautiful eyes. She had also been secretly observing Jun Xiaoyao, as his temperament was simply too extraordinary and ethereal. Of course, I didn't expect young master to also possess Chin skills, Heavenly Chin Woman proactively said. Something like that I've probably only played for a few months, Jun Xiaoyao said. From the time he signed in and obtained Phoenix Cry-Kishin until now, it had indeed only been a few months. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire Immortal Jade Pavilion fell silent. Many people had looks of utter astonishment. Is this person making fun of Heavenly Chin Woman? Only studied Chin for a few months and wants to challenge Heavenly Chin Woman, the foremost Chin artist in the desolate Heaven Immortal domain. Everyone felt that this mysterious young master was probably here to make a joke. Even Heavenly Chin Woman, whose heart nature was like ice and frost, couldn't help but be stunned. If it were anyone else, Heavenly Chin Woman would probably disdain to compete with them. But Jun Xiaoyao's temperament was too unique, like a banished immortal, making it impossible to refuse him and making one want to uncover his true nature. All right then, please, young master, Heavenly Chin Woman said with deep eyes. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the high platform. A hint of cold mockery appeared in Phoenix Kingling's eyes. Even she couldn't surpass Heavenly Chin Woman, so how could someone who had only studied Chin for a few months possibly win? But in the next moment, Phoenix Kingling's eyes suddenly froze. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her breathing seemed to stop. Because Jun Xiaoyao took out an ancient Chin. It was vermilion with gilded accents, exquisitely beautiful, and carried a profound and powerful aura. It was precisely the ancient Chin, Phoenix Cry-Kishin. Did I see that right? Is that an ancient saint weapon? It's really an ancient saint weapon. What is the background of that young master to casually take out an ancient saint weapon? If before everyone had been somewhat dismissive of Jun Xiaoyao, now they were completely shocked. After all, not everyone could produce an ancient saint weapon. That young master must be a successor of an immortal Dao lineage, someone thought to themselves. The third prince also looked surprised and suspicious. Throughout the Immortal Jade Pavilion, numerous discussions arose. Phoenix Kingling looked at Phoenix Cry-Kishin, her beautiful eyes filled with unprecedented fervor. That Chin was too perfectly suited for her. If she had obtained that Chin earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have lost to Heavenly Chin Woman. Greed surged in Phoenix Kingling's eyes. As a member of the ancient royal family, dominance was a trait ingrained in their very bones. Meanwhile, Heavenly Chin Woman's heart also trembled. She became even more certain that this immortal-like young master before her had an extremely formidable background. Next, Heavenly Chin Woman composed herself and began to play the Chin. It was still her signature piece, the rainbow skirt and feathered robe melody. Jun Xiaoyao's slender fingers plucked the Chin strings. One of the 10 great melodies, Guangling San. As the melody emerged, auspicious signs appeared in the sky and flowers of the great Tao bloomed. In the void realm, showers of light rained down. This was a tangible manifestation of the Tao, making everyone present feel as if they had undergone a sublimation. And Jun Xiaoyao was enveloped in immortal radiance, his aura truly divine, brimming with immortal qi. At this moment, everyone was lost in wonder. With a single melody, Jun Xiaoyao had integrated the Tao into the Chin sound. This was a form of comprehension and evolution. It had even surpassed the Chin melody itself. Phoenix Kingling took a deep breath, her crimson eyes also filled with shock. She had just said that if she couldn't defeat Heavenly Chin Woman, then no one in the entire immortal domain could surpass Heavenly Chin Woman. But now, hearing this Chin melody, Phoenix Kingling was utterly entranced. This Chin melody, Heavenly Chin Woman's, rainbow skirt and feathered robe melody, was far from being able to compare. Heavenly Chin Woman stopped playing the Chin, her beautiful eyes staring blankly. She could no longer continue playing, because what she played was merely the form. But what Jun Xiaoyao played was the spirit. If the Tao of Chin had a spirit, then it should be in Jun Xiaoyao's likeness. I lost, Heavenly Chin Woman murmured, a feeling she had never experienced before emerging in her heart. As the melody concluded, Jun Xiaoyao felt refreshed and invigorated. He glanced around. Everyone was still immersed in the lingering sound. It took a good while for these prodigies to regain their senses, their eyes filled with shock. Heavenly Chin Woman, I concede. Heavenly Chin Woman actually stood up and bowed gracefully to Jun Xiaoyao. Young miss, The old woman from Immortal Dance Chin sect was also quite surprised. Their young miss had always been as cold as ice, with a noble and pure disposition. Not to mention bowing to other men, she rarely even looked them directly in the eye. Seeing this scene, the third prince's face turned green. The young master of Wanbao Chamber of Commerce also looked displeased. However, he had seen many people and had experience, knowing that someone like Jun Xiaoyao was absolutely not to be casually provoked. A single misstep could lead to immense disaster. Since young master has won, then these 300 immortal sources belong to young master. Heavenly Chin woman was very generous, without any hesitation, directly handing the 300 immortal sources to Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing this scene, the third prince and others looked as if they had eaten a fly, their faces turning purple. It felt like using their own money to support a love rival. Heavenly Chin woman's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Then, after a slight hesitation, she spoke. Heavenly Chin woman has an impolite request. She hopes to have an all-night chin exchange with young master. This mysterious young master before her had an outstanding temperament, astonishing talent, and could casually produce an ancient saint weapon, clearly indicating an extraordinary background. Coupled with his transcendent and peerless Tao of Qin, which even made her concede. Even if Heavenly Chin woman was an ice-cold beauty, she couldn't help but feel herself melting at this moment. Water flowed freely, and upon hearing these words, the third prince and others felt their chests tighten and their breathing constrict, their faces alternating between green and pale. An all-night chin exchange, or an all-night talk of love. The third prince felt like he was turning green with envy. A faint smile curled on Jun Xiaoyao's lips. Things were indeed developing as he had anticipated. The plan might be able to proceed smoothly. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to speak, a female voice interrupted them. I am very interested in your ancient chin.